Chapter 1. Unified under heaven. You speak of the integration of dynasties. After 13 arduous years, we have finally toppled these suffocating and decaying dynasties. I have not brought shame upon our ancestors. From this moment forth, peace shall reign across the land. Gao Ming stood at the highest point of the imperial city, gazing out over the flourishing realm. It has been 13 years since he traversed into this world. From the very beginning, his sole desire was to survive, culminating in the end of the Great Qian dynasty and the reign of various states. He endeavored to spare the 14 billion souls from the afflictions of war. Since the year 280 of the Great Qian, the struggle among the 9 princes had left the populace in despair, with corrupt officials rampant in their tyranny. Daily, countless lives were lost to factional strife, with corpses carted away in droves. The inhabitants of the imperial city were ensnared in a perpetual state of fear. Until 13 years ago, when a voice from a remote town cried out, "Heaven is dead, and do noble lords possess any true valor?" This ignited a magnificent war of resistance against oppression. Ideas spread like a contagion, and the righteous armies triumphed time and again. Under the influence of the dynastic system and Gao Ming's modern ideology as a time traveler, with each conflict, more and more souls joined the cause. From the court to the common folk, all embraced the call. Gao Ming introduced new crops, ensuring that famine would no longer plague the land. He enlightened the populace, instilling in them the reason for their struggle. He cherished his people as his own kin, prompting countless individuals to willingly sacrifice their lives. This was the grandest act of righteousness in this world, proclaiming that millions could become soldiers. Thus, with an unstoppable momentum, he swept across the land, establishing the Dragon Kingdom and becoming the sovereign of all. Congratulations, host, on truly unifying the realm. Rewards include the grand ceremony for governance, a comprehensive collection of foundational industrial knowledge, seeds for crops with doubled yields, techniques for smelting and construction. Please check your rewards. This system will continue to assist you in transforming the realm into a prosperous and stable dynasty, unprecedented in history. Currently, across the land, not a single bandit with a following of over 1,000 remains at last. We can declare a genuine unification of the realm, a time of peace and stability. With the system's rewards and the unwavering loyalty of my civil and military officials, the Dragon Kingdom is destined for a more glorious tomorrow. There should be no significant issues. Gao Ming rarely revealed a smile. He had been emperor for several years now, yet this dream from 13 years ago had only now been fully realized. Having witnessed the depths of chaos, he could finally relax and savor life. Your Majesty, now that the realm is unified, I, a humble priest, am not well-versed in court affairs. I wish to travel the world and engage in endeavors within my capacity. A middle-aged Taoist, clad in simple hemp robes and carrying a sword, wielding a 9-section staff and bearing a weathered visage, spoke with a gentle smile. You are our Dragon Kingdom's esteemed sage, the teacher of the nation and commander of the armies. To abandon your duties now would surely burden me. The remaining bandits and remnants of the old dynasty, with figures like Huang Chao and Chun Sheng among them, will soon be quelled completely. I remain here in idleness, unable to assist your Majesty, while many remote areas still require the illuminating presence of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jiao spoke calmly, his eyes reflecting reverence and admiration. Since you have made up your mind. Gao Ming, upon hearing this, did not intend to persuade further. Although the talented individuals rewarded by the dynasty were undoubtedly loyal to him, they possessed their own thoughts and were not mere puppets. With the unification of the realm, the nation was embarking on a path of rapid progress, necessitating a figure like him to traverse the world and deepen the understanding of the Dragon Kingdom in more remote regions. However, before Gao Ming could finish his words, he noticed an endless expanse of mist rolling in like a tidal wave from afar. Although it appeared to move slowly, it quickly engulfed Gao Ming and the entire palace. Such haste, such dense fog? This is indeed my first encounter, Gao Ming remarked with a sense of wonder. Yet Taoist Zhang Jiao suddenly furrowed his brow. Why has the celestial phenomenon changed so abruptly? This is an omen of great upheaval. Zhang Jiao was perplexed. The world was currently prosperous, with the populace flourishing and all thriving. Where could such a change arise from? Could there be remnants of the previous dynasties still causing unrest? Meanwhile, in the Qing dynasty's Xianying Palace, a tall figure clad in a black long robe, exuding an imposing presence, adorned with a crown of 12 diadems, gazed at the swirling, eerie white mist. Initially, Ing Zheng paid it little heed, but soon the Grand Historian's office reported that this thick fog was peculiar, enveloping not just Xianying but beyond. A celestial anomaly indicates that significant events may be imminent. I have unified the realm. What more could transpire? Is it possible that the remnants of the 6 states are still restless? Ing Zheng's expression darkened, and he ordered a thorough investigation, causing a stir in the court. In the Tang dynasty, at the Chang'an Palace, Emperor Li Shimin, whose face resembled a jade mask and whose beard was splendid, observed the silent officials in the grand hall, his gaze sharpening. Has Princess Chang Li not returned yet? Have they been unable to locate her? Your Majesty, the fog is too dense, causing considerable difficulties in the search. Princess Chang Lu and her party may have lost their way in this era of peace. She should be in no peril, replied Changsun Wuji hastily. This fog has arrived with such urgency and strangeness just a moment ago. The sky was clear for miles. What does the Grand Historian's Bureau have to say? Your Majesty, such an anomaly has never been recorded. It may well be a warning from the heavens, came a cautious reply from among the ministers. Have I not done enough? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin fell into silence, engaging in self-reflection for the sake of others' observation. In the Ming dynasty, at the capital, Sister, the fog today is truly thick. Come, let us go and take a look, Zhu Yuanzhang said, taking Empress Ma's hand as they ascended to a higher point in the palace. How can someone who is now an emperor still be so reckless? If others see us, it will surely invite more gossip. Empress Ma teased with a smile. I dare anyone to speak, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, his expression defiant. In his previous life as a commoner, he had overlooked their jests, but now, as the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, he was keen to see who would dare to slander him behind his back. In the early Qing dynasty, in Shuntian Prefecture, Beijing, since the self-inflicted demise of Emperor Chongzhen at Meishan, Li Zicheng and his Shun army were subsequently driven away by the regent Dorgan of the Qing dynasty. The Qing officially entered the pass, at which point they intensified their dominion over the various regions. Edicts such as the hair shaving and clothing alteration mandate, land enclosure orders, and laws against fleeing subjects were successively promulgated, inciting a considerable backlash from the populace. Dorgan had just quelled dissent near the Shuntian prefecture and had brutally subdued several locales, preparing for a southern advance. However, an enigmatic fog enveloped the area, compelling the Qing forces to halt their march. This fog is boundless, shrouding the entire realm as if it were a divine omen, remarked a Han official, seizing the opportunity to suggest to Dorgan that he should treat the Han people with more benevolence and refrain from excessive slaughter. Nonsense. The dog Emperor Chongzhen is dead, and the rebel Li Zicheng has met his end as well. This only affirms that our Qing dynasty is in accordance with the will of heaven. It is merely a fog, Dorgan retorted, dismissing the council. Faced with an unprecedented opportunity, one that could grant him absolute rule over the central plains, she could not afford to pause. Soon, the subjects of the various dynasties realized that the fog's pervasive presence was significantly disrupting their lives. Under the weight of feudal superstition, numerous theories emerged, even causing the emperors to feel a deep-seated unease. Orders were issued for thorough investigations, yet nothing conclusive was uncovered. On the third day of the fog's persistence, each dynasty experienced a palpable tremor. Then, a terrifying revelation unfolded. The white mist begins to dissipate. The landscape transforms. Urgent messages rushed from the borders, as the mountains and rivers beyond had altered into forms entirely unrecognizable. The celestial phenomena have shifted. The positions of the stars in the sky were irrevocably changed. How is this even possible? Such absurdity has never been recorded since ancient times. What is happening to this world? The likes of Ing Zheng, Li Shimin, and Zhu Yuanzhang were engulfed in sheer horror. Had they not witnessed the celestial transformations with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a preposterous occurrence. Yet, the undeniable reality before them spoke louder than any argument could. Even more astonishingly, as the fog lifted, a luminous screen appeared in the heavens. Dynasty Rankings. This celestial screen shall conduct a comprehensive comparison of the national strength of various dynasties. The nation and monarch recognized with the highest ranking shall receive divine blessings from the celestial screen. What is this system? Is this world not devoid of supernatural powers? Gao Ming exclaimed in shock, seeking answers. However, his inquiries were met with silence. Instead, urgent news arrived from outside the palace. Your Majesty, a fully armed contingent of no less than 100 has been discovered within the city, led by someone claiming to be Princess Chonglu. Princess Chonglu? From the Tang dynasty? Gao Ming was left utterly astonished. Chapter 2. The Gathering of Emperors. The leaderboard begins to play. What is the situation? Is it truly the renowned Princess Changel of the Tang dynasty that I have heard of? Or is it merely a person of the same name? How has the entire world suddenly transformed into something so unfamiliar? What astonishes Gao Ming even further is that someone has begun to speak from the celestial screen above. Yingzheng, what is this? Is it the decree of heaven? Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? Is it possible to achieve immortality? Am I not merely pursuing an ethereal future? Observing the speaker, others express their doubts and bewilderment. Li Shimin, the first Emperor Yingzheng? How can this be possible? Zhu Yuanzhang, a visitor from the heavens? But if that is the case, how could the tyrant Yingzheng be among the deceased? Yingzheng, the first emperor, has been portrayed throughout history as a tyrant and a cautionary tale among rulers. At least, that is the public perception. Yet, what they truly think in their hearts is known only to themselves. After all, although many dynasties condemned Yingzheng, numerous policies were derived from the Qin dynasty. Liu Bang, an extraordinary phenomenon. Why would the tyrant be the first to speak? Yingzheng, do you all recognize me? A tyrant. Within the palace of Xianyang. Yingzheng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the content being projected on the celestial screen. Zhao Kuangyin, how can you speak on that? Zhao Kuangyin, so it is? One merely needs to concentrate, gaze at the screen, and articulate one's words. Dorgan, are all of us ancient emperors who have already passed? What on earth is happening? Liu Bang all. Yingzheng. Li Shimin. Zhao Kuangyin, are we all dead? Zhu Yuanzhang, have I also become an ancient figure? Li Shimin. Zhao Kuangyin. Are all of you former rulers? Could it be that we have indeed perished? Is this the realm after death? Ma Xiaoying, nonsense. If you are dead, does that mean I am dead too? Has everyone in the capital perished? Li Shimin, could it be that you are all emperors of the Central Plains dynasties? Li Shimin, combining his knowledge of the first emperor with the earlier remarks from others, deduced this possibility. Zhu Yuanzhang, I am the emperor of the Ming dynasty. I vanquished the tyrannical Yuan. If you are all indeed who you claim to be, then following the tyrannical Qin comes the Han dynasty, then the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties, culminating in the tyrannical Yuan that I overthrew. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Kublai Khan, you dare to destroy my great Yuan. Zhu Yuanzhang, indeed, the tyrannical Yuan must be eradicated. Kublai Khan, seeking death. Zhu Yuanzhang, it is you who deserves to die. Where are you? I shall come and eliminate you now. Yingzheng found the unfolding events utterly inconceivable. He chose to disregard the two who were vehemently arguing on the celestial screen and instead voiced his own perplexity. Yingzheng, yet I am clearly still alive. Li Shimin, it seems a magnificent power beyond our comprehension has brought us together, or perhaps we truly have all perished, and this is the afterlife? Yingzheng, if the Qin has indeed fallen, could you kindly inform me of the fate of the Qin dynasty? However, upon hearing this, Li Shimin, Zhao Kuangyin, and others opted for collective silence. They are all astute individuals, quickly discerning the value of the information disparity. Liu Bang, what is there that cannot be spoken of? The second emperor of Qin met his demise, and tyrants are universally reviled. Yingzheng, the second emperor of Qin perished? Nonsense. Yingzheng's expression suddenly darkened ominously. Zhao Kuangyin, historical records indeed document this, and the one who vanquished the Qin and established the Han dynasty is the individual mentioned above. Zhu Yuanzhang, and what of the sovereigns that followed in the Ming dynasty? What of the legacy of our illustrious Ming? This is a matter of utmost concern for every emperor. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhu Yuanzhang approached it with a sense of curiosity. If one could foresee the demise of their dynasty, could it alter the course of history? However, both Dorgan and Emperor Xuanji, who were aware of such circumstances, refrained from any response. Should Zhu Yuanzhang truly advance to their realm, knowing of Zhu Youjian's hanging at Mount Cole, the historical accounts concerning Zhu Yuanzhang would likely lead to significant turmoil. Though they had conquered the Central Plains dynasty, Who could guarantee victory against such a formidable figure capable of founding a dynasty? Ing Zheng, are you suggesting that if this individual existed in my era, and I were to eliminate him, the Qin might not have met its end? Li Shimin, ordinarily, that may be the case. However, whether our worlds are interconnected remains unknown. Perhaps altering the present does not influence established history. Just then, numerous border generals began to voice their insights. Ming Tian, Your Majesty, a city unlike anything seen before has been discovered south of the border, bearing the banner of Tang. Li Jing, Your Majesty. The scouts I dispatched have also detected a city that seemingly appeared out of nowhere, displaying the banners of Qin and Ming on a dark background. Li Shimin, what? Are you suggesting that, after the transformation of the landscape, the brutal Qin, who should have vanished into the annals of history, now lies near our great Tang? Dispatch scouts immediately. Zhu Yuanzhang, Lan Yu, are you still at the border? Send men to search the area. Let us see what can be uncovered. Lan Yu understood. Huang Chao, Your Majesty, we have also encountered individuals at the border who differ in attire from our Dragon Kingdom. This revelation instilled a grave seriousness among all the emperors. They promptly issued commands to their respective border generals via real-time communication. Gao Ming observed this scene, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. It took him a considerable time to regain composure. If these emperors were indeed genuine and had potentially integrated into his world, the ensuing excitement would be monumental. Gao Ming, conduct a thorough investigation. Huang Chao, yes. Zhao Kuangin, Huang Chao. Is he not the leader of the peasant uprising at the end of the Tang dynasty? To whom is he making his report? Historical records do not indicate his allegiance to any sovereign. Li Shimin, end of the Tang? The leader of the rebellion? Could it be that the Tang fell to his hands? Zhu Yuanzhang, Gao Ming, is he a sovereign from a later era? Both Regent Dorgan and the powerless young emperor of the Qin, Fulin, immediately grew uneasy. Were there other dynasties that followed them? If they are unfamiliar with one another, does that imply it is after the Qin dynasty? Could they be the ones responsible for its demise? Swiftly dispatch individuals to search beyond the borders. The recent earthquake may have transported us to an entirely different realm. Dorgan immediately issued a decree that if anyone posed a threat to their dynasty, particularly from the same epoch, such a danger must be eradicated. Gao Ming remained silent, as he could not ascertain the current situation. To respond rashly might invite unnecessary complications. He chose to observe further. Summon to my presence the individual claiming to be Princess Changlo. Gao Ming intended to meet this person personally to determine whether the truths displayed on the luminous screen were genuine or fabricated. Understood. A loyal guard promptly departed. National Master, it appears you will have to remain here for the time being, as the present circumstances seem to exceed my imagination in complexity. Gao Ming remarked with resignation as he looked at Zhang Jiao. Indeed, it was quite intricate. Could it be that even Emperor Qin Shi Huang still lives? The heavenly patterns have become disordered, Zhang Jiao lamented. He was uncertain about other emperors, being a figure from the Eastern Han dynasty. Presently, he only recognized the sovereigns of the Qin and Han dynasties. As various dynasties and factions began to take action, the information that had been suspended in the celestial curtain underwent a transformation. Grain is a vital lifeblood of a dynasty. The grain ranking of dynasties is now commencing. Third place, Ming Dynasty. Second place, Qing Dynasty. First place, Long Kingdom. As the luminous screen began to shift, the attention of all was instantly captivated. Ing Zheng, how can my Qin not even be among the top three? The first emperor pondered how, despite unifying the realm, his dynasty could be surpassed in such a fundamental aspect of livelihood by later dynasties. Liu Bang, a mere tyrant, engaged in endless warfare. How many can truly be well-fed? In pursuit of his legitimacy and to prevent the resurgence of the fallen dynasty, he could not endorse anything from the former regime. Even with the first emperor alive, he would not hesitate to confront him. Ing Zheng, have you entered the top three? Liu Bang, indeed. I have not. Li Shimin, my Tang dynasty enjoys peace across the seas, with the populace living contentedly, yet we are absent from the list. Does this celestial curtain hold any authority? Zhao Kuangin, this is a force beyond our comprehension. Its authenticity remains indeterminate. Zhu Yuanzhang, given our benevolence towards the populace, how can we not be first? Dorgan, the Ming is inferior to my Qing. The mandate of heaven belongs to us. Li Shimin, if I am not mistaken, you are the ruler after the Ming, correct? This long kingdom is a dynasty that follows yours. Agriculture has always been the foundation of every nation, and I presume that cultivation methods and yields have evolved over time. This implies that the further we progress in history, the greater the grain output may become. It is not that we are inferior to them, but rather that they are reaping the benefits of their era. Those who ascend to the throne are seldom mediocre. Especially not the astute and capable heavenly Khan, Li Shimin. Through the earlier statements from the emperors, Li Shimin had already deduced a considerable amount. Zhu Yusong, Taizu. I am the new emperor of the southern Ming. Our capital has been seized by the treacherous Qing, and the previous emperor was found hanged at Coal Mountain. What a disgrace for our descendants. Zhu Yuanzhang. What? Is it this Dorgan who has annihilated our Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang was consumed by fury, to the extent that he overlooked the discrepancies in names. Zhu Di Yuzong, Coal Mountain. Zhu Di felt a peculiar sensation. Their names had all been established by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. This Yusong, by rights, should belong to his own lineage. Could it be that one of his descendants rebelled against the elder brother's line? What an outrageous affair. Should we truly find ourselves in the same realm? We must eradicate this cursed Qing. Li Shimin, may anyone speak freely? Are there those among future generations who can recognize the people of the Tang and enlighten me on the history of the Tang? Commoner A. The Tang is a renowned dynasty in history, having received tribute from countless nations, lasting a total of 289 years. You are also regarded as a timeless emperor. Ingzheng, timeless emperor? Li Shimin, it seems my efforts have not been forgotten by future generations, but alas, this less than 300 years of reign ultimately feels a tad too brief. Seeing this, Li Shimin's mouth nearly twisted in a grin. A timeless emperor. This was the aspiration he had sought throughout his life. Chapter 3. The coexistence of mercy and bloodshed in the grain road of the Great Ming. Look at you. So pleased, said Empress Changsun with a wry smile. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed her husband in such high spirits. After all, the Xuanwu Gate incident had long been a deep-seated thorn in his heart, a fear of lacking recognition from others, and of leaving a tarnished legacy for eternity. Guanyin maid. I am right. I am right. Li Shimin exclaimed, still visibly agitated. The Guanyin maid merely smiled, gazing at him with indulgence, and after a prolonged pause, she reflected aloud. Logically speaking, to be hailed as a timeless emperor signifies that our Tang dynasty has indeed performed commendably. Yet, why do we still fail to secure a spot among the top 3 in the grain ranking? Observing that Li Shimin could glean insights into his dynasty's history from the populace, the other emperors began to pose inquiries as well, with several responses trickling in. They endeavored to piece together a narrative of their own history based on the scattered answers. Some truths are destined to remain concealed. Yet, many individuals, including numerous emperors, deliberately shunned Emperor Qin Shi Huang's remarks. They were reluctant to associate closely with a tyrant from history, as it could tarnish their own reputations. This left Ingzheng in quite a state of vexation. Despite unifying the realm and terminating years of strife among nations, he was perceived by the world as a despot. Had he truly erred? The third place in the rankings, the Ming dynasty, is now commencing. The celestial screen shifted, revealing the resplendent Feng Tian Hall, where Zhu Yuanzhang glared at his ministers. I am of peasant origin and understand the hardships of farming. Henceforth, we shall distribute the lands of the landowners who have fled from the ravages of war to the farmers. Thus was born the system of land allocation. With the absence of major conflicts, even soldiers could not remain idle and were tasked with cultivating the fields. The system of communal farming gained prominence and continued to flourish. The scene transitioned to another year, where Zhu Yuanzhang enacted a policy to reduce tax rates, decreasing the levy from 3 do per mu at the end of the Yuan dynasty to 1 del. Furthermore, regions afflicted by disaster were entirely exempted from taxes for 1 to 3 years. Simultaneously, significant investments were made in water conservancy, restoring over 40,000 ancient channels, an unprecedented feat in history. This greatly expanded the arable land in many areas. The realm, having just endured the chaos of the late Yuan, was granted a precious opportunity for recovery and rejuvenation. Grain production surged dramatically, allowing many citizens to gradually secure sufficient sustenance, while the number of those succumbing to starvation plummeted. Lush fields of crops blossomed across the land. By the Ming dynasty, the dual-cropping rice technique, experimented within the preceding dynasty, achieved a technological breakthrough and became widely adopted, further enhancing the grain yield for the farmers. Li Shimin, this future monarch, a peasant by birth? Zhao Kuangyin, although many policies have been employed by various dynasties, his humble origins afford him a deeper understanding of agriculture, rendering him less susceptible to deception by those beneath him. From these policies, it appears that this future monarch may indeed be a benevolent emperor who loves his people. Li Shimin, this future monarch, we should engage in further exchanges. Zhu Yuanzhang, absolutely. Ha ha. The profound truths may elude us, yet we comprehend that as long as the populace is well fed, turmoil shall not arise. My father, my mother, my elder brother, and my sister-in-law all perished from starvation. I am acutely aware of the pangs of hunger. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Yuanzhang rendered many monarchs, unaware of the Ming dynasty's history, speechless. It is indeed a tragic tale that one destined for the throne had witnessed so many of his kin succumb to famine. It is no wonder he took a personal interest in agricultural matters. Even Yingzheng, the first emperor who once served as a hostage, found himself at a loss for words. Liu Bang remarked, "Whenever the world plunges into chaos, heroes shall inevitably emerge to restore order." Is not the Han dynasty a testament to this? Li Shimin countered, "The successful peasant uprisings are, alas, exceedingly rare. Though you, the founder of the Han, leverage the strength of the farmers, your origins as a lowly official still afford you a semblance of authority." Liu Bang replied, "My status is but a facade, yet the rulers of posterity indeed possess remarkable qualities. Sister, do you see? Even ancient emperors acknowledge our reign. Who then dares to question our legitimacy?" Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with pride. However, it was evident that his joy was somewhat premature. Yingzheng interjected, "The policies may be commendable, yet their implementation may not necessarily reach the common folk." Zhao Kuangyan inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Yingzheng gestured towards the celestial display above. Those whose attention had waned refocused on the luminous screen in the sky. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance, and the delight on his face vanished, leaving only a grim shadow. The screen revealed the picturesque Jiangnan region, where families of 4 or 5 toiled to harvest bountiful fields. It was clear that Zhu Yuanzhang's direct involvement in agriculture had borne fruit, resulting in a significant increase in arable land and, consequently, yield. However, with policy comes counter-strategy. As the scene shifted, tax collectors demanded that farmers pile their grain high in measuring vessels, then, with a forceful kick, dislodge the grain, claiming it as natural loss to be pocketed. Such practices, coupled with the already modest yields, exacerbated the farmers' plight. The scene transitioned to an official's office, where a group of officials convened. "Shall we report this land as wasteland and share the tax grain as usual? How splendid! This domain belongs to the Zhang family. Let us classify this portion of fertile land as temple grounds to evade grain taxes. What say you all?" The subsequent images depicted the falsification of soldier numbers to embezzle military provisions, collusion and thievery, and the lending of grain to wealthy households at exorbitant interest rates. There were also instances of falsely reporting transportation losses for personal gain. Even more egregious were the practices of assigning tax burdens to deceased individuals or the impoverished, allowing landlords to evade taxes while officials pocketed the difference, driving many destitute families to the brink of despair. Some were forced to pay taxes on grain that was never theirs and subsequently starved to death. Such tactics were all too familiar, recurring across various dynasties. Yet, witnessing these injustices firsthand, Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with rage. The rulers of numerous dynasties were being scrutinized by the very people they governed. This incident left Zhu Yuanzhang, who had finally basked in a moment of triumph, feeling an intense sting of humiliation upon his face. These corrupt officials were slapping him in the face. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "Which officials are these? They deserve to be condemned. Not only do they siphon off the people's resources, but they also engage in deceit and cover-ups, accumulating vast amounts of grain while falsely reporting on disasters. We must eradicate these scourges who harm the populace." Mao Shouying interjected, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? This pertains to last year's incident in western Zhejiang, and you have already executed the key individuals involved. It is only natural that you are unfamiliar with these minor officials." Had she not intervened, considering the nascent establishment of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang might have executed all implicated individuals. Nevertheless, many had already been put to death the previous year. In the next moment, the scene shifted to Zhu Yuanzhang seated within the Fengyang Hall, issuing decrees for the execution of corrupt officials that were disseminated throughout the regions. Heads rolled, and the officials fell silent in fear. Numerous instances of corruption were swiftly curtailed. Zhu Yuanzhang declared, "It is imperative that we eliminate these individuals. Sister, you have seen it yourself, corruption runs rampant from the top down, leaving countless citizens starving and families shattered." He continued, "Reassess this case. From today forth, any official found guilty of embezzlement, with a value exceeding 60 taels, shall face death and be flayed alive." This decree, which was meant to emerge only after Empress Ma's demise, had come prematurely. Li Shimin remarked, "Corruption has existed throughout history. Yet it appears that the number of these embezzling officials has reached alarming levels. Dorgan added, the salaries of Ming officials are far too low. Zhu Yuanzhang is excessively harsh on local officials, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most upright among them to live comfortably. This is one of the reasons for the inevitable downfall of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, we provide them with positions and ensure they are well fed and clothed. Yet, they do not appreciate our efforts and dare to pilfer from the people? What kind of officials are these? Is this our fault? Dorgan countered, without wealth and prestige, who can dedicate themselves fully to their duties. After years of diligent study, only to receive a meager salary, how many can remain so noble? Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed their arguments. These are merely the excuses of corrupt officials. We do not starve them. If they do not fulfill their roles, what purpose do they serve? Zhao Kuangyin questioned. Is it not excessive to execute someone for embezzling 60 taels? Surely, a suitable reprimand would suffice for minor transgressions. Li Shimin agreed. Indeed, this seems rather extreme. They, too, harbored disdain for corrupt officials, yet those who held positions of power often had some degree of influence within their families. The implementation of such stringent laws would likely instill fear among many ministers, rendering them as anxious as frightened birds. However, they could not sway Zhu Yuanzhang's resolve. He asserted, corrupt officials deserve death. Had it not been for their avarice, would my elder brother and parents have perished from starvation? Yingzheng concurred. Indeed, corrupt officials must be punished. Presently, despite the existence of such officials, future rulers will, with thunderous might, eliminate corruption, coupled with improvements in irrigation and the reclamation of wasteland, leading to a significant increase in grain production. This is only logical. Zhu Yuanzhang paused momentarily, surprised to find that the most ardent supporter of his actions at this juncture was this tyrant. Li Shimin, I wonder how many people reside in the Great Ming dynasty? Generally speaking, a larger population would suggest a greater number of cultivators. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Yuanzhang, following the turmoil of the Great Yuan. The current registered population stands at nearly 60 million. Considering the losses during the conflicts, the unaccounted populace should be estimated between 65 to 70 million. Yingzheng, it is astonishing to witness such a vast population in later generations. In my Qing dynasty, we scarcely boasted around 28 million inhabitants. The agricultural production rankings have concluded, revealing that those directly or indirectly engaged in farming account for 90% of the total population. In summary, the expansion of arable land, the promotion of the system, the widespread adoption of double-crop rice, rigorous crackdowns on corruption, and the implementation of lighter taxation have collectively led to an annual grain output of approximately 110 million tons. Chapter 4. Did the successive emperors set their sights on the Qing dynasty? This was the understanding that Gao Ming gleaned. Other emperors, too, would interpret the information in terms they could grasp. As the rankings were summarized, many emperors gazed at the production figures and could not help but express their sentiments. Li Shimin remarked, the Tang dynasty's current annual yield stands at 80 million tons. However, our population is not as vast as that of the Ming. We must encourage our citizens to procreate. We have certainly suffered some losses due to our smaller populace. Upon this calculation, Li Shimin felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, he hesitated to consider the per capita grain yield for the common folk, as the aristocracy in the Tang was far too numerous, with the majority of grain controlled by their hands. Even he, as emperor, found himself reliant on these noble families. In stark contrast, the Ming monarch, given his various measures, seemed unencumbered by such concerns. He could execute corrupt officials without fear of losing control over the powerful elite. Suda proclaimed, this is merely the nascent stage of our Ming dynasty. Under your majesty's leadership, our grain production will undoubtedly soar to greater heights. Dorgan interjected, and so what? They still remain beneath our Qing, which signifies our superiority. As numerous emperors acknowledged the Ming, Dorgan, the regent, felt displeased. With the current Qing emperor still in his tender years, the entire Qing dynasty was under his command. He was the true sovereign in every sense. If the Ming were thriving, it would cast doubt upon the legitimacy of their own Qing dynasty, a scenario detrimental to their aspirations of ruling the Central Plains. Yingzheng mused, if I possessed such a bounty of grain, many endeavors would not necessitate such restraint. In times of war, grain proves far more valuable than currency. Unfortunately, the Qing's arable land is limited, and they lack many efficient tools, with iron implements just beginning to be integrated into agriculture. Their annual output hovers around 25 million tons. Zhao Kuangyin observed, in my estimation, the Ming dynasty has performed admirably. Regardless of the thoughts held by these emperors, they were extraordinary individuals in their own right. Such benevolence towards the populace reflected their compassionate nature. They would only express agreement, while the corrupt officials and those in power were not of particular concern to them. Amidst their fervent discussions, the second-ranked Qing dynasty began to unfold. Yet, unexpectedly, the initial content presented was not about the Qing at all, but rather continued to focus on the Ming dynasty. With the rise of European colonization and global trade, the Ming engaged in frequent commerce with foreign entities. Cities near the Central Asian Silk Road, along with Gansu and Shaanxi, thrived on external trade, where a crop known as famine corn was purchased by a merchant. Initial attempts at cultivation revealed that this crop not only thrived but was remarkably drought-resistant, yielding impressive harvests. However, it had not yet spread widely, being cultivated and traded only near the Silk Road. Similarly, this crop made its way into the Ming dynasty from the southwestern lands. The Portuguese, passing through Macau, introduced corn to the Central Plains. Cultivation began in various regions, though it had yet to achieve widespread adoption. The scene shifted to the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty. The merchant Chen Jinlong from Fujian arrived in a land known as Luzon, in the Philippines, and discovered a remarkable product known as sweet potato. This crop not only boasted an astonishing yield but was also remarkably easy to cultivate, requiring merely the cutting of stem sections for direct planting. The yield of fresh sweet potatoes per acre could reach 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, while the average yield of rice at that time was only 200 to 300 pounds. Upon witnessing the local inhabitants introducing this product to Chen Jinlong, the sovereigns in the celestial realm were equally stirred. Ing Zheng exclaimed, 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre. Even the leaves of the sweet potato can be consumed. This is indeed a divine creation. Li Shimin remarked, this is truly astounding. Whether it be sweet potatoes or other varieties, their adaptability and remarkable yield are unparalleled. They can certainly serve as a staple food. Zhu Yuanzhang declared, indeed, it is a miraculous product, discovered within our great Ming. Does this not signify that our dynasty may aspire to become a millennium-long reign? Even when converted to the value of present-day staple grains, it is at least 3 to 4 times that of rice. He then instructed Su Da, immediately arrange for individuals to visit these locations and inquire with the foreign merchants. Su Da affirmed, understood. Barring natural disasters or calamities, the food supply would undoubtedly suffice. The significant population increase during the latter half of the Ming dynasty serves as a testament to this. Yet, Gao Ming contemplated Zhu Yuanzhang's words, acknowledging that food alone does not wholly determine the fate of a dynasty. This miraculous product, indeed, held immense value in the eyes of Chen Jinlong, a merchant and a citizen of the Ming, despite Luzon's stringent oversight preventing anyone from exporting it. Chen Jinlong ingeniously entwined the sweet potato vines into ropes and brought them back to Fujian. Consequently, during the subsequent year's drought, it alleviated famine considerably, leading to a gradual increase in cultivation, albeit limited to regions like Guangdong and Fujian. In fact, even earlier, a man named Chen Yi from Dongguan had surreptitiously brought back sweet potato seeds from Vietnam but lacked the official backing that Chen Jinlong enjoyed, thereby failing to establish a successful regional promotion. By the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, the cultivation of these two crops began to expand significantly. Similarly, during this period, potatoes were introduced to the central plains of the dynasty, with certain areas commencing their cultivation as well. The yield and adaptability of potatoes were nearly akin to that of sweet potatoes, marking them as another astonishingly high-yielding crop. Li Shimin questioned, another high-yield crop? What fortuitous luck does the Qing possess? The Ming has experimented with 2 other crops, and now another high-yield crop has emerged. Will there be no more famines in the future? Zhao Kuangyin noted, indeed, the further we progress in the dynastic rankings, the more favorable it becomes. The emperors gazed on with envy. Dorgan proclaimed, indeed, our Qing is favored by the heavens. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, will the common folk be able to lead better lives? If so, he would harbor some reservations. Nonetheless, those who dare to threaten the lives of their direct descendants must face dire consequences. Liu Bang remarked, in my view, the existence of such high-yield crops is already remarkable, yet, is this merely the second? Can the grain output of this dragon kingdom be even greater? The scene continued to unfold, now showcasing not the promotion of new crop varieties. Rather, it pertains to the intricate political maneuvers surrounding food. During the expansive cultivation of crops such as corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, it was already the early Qing dynasty. Many commoners, adorned with the peculiar rat tail hairstyle, caught the attention of onlookers, eliciting considerable reactions. Ing Zheng, is this truly the people of the Qing? How utterly grotesque. Why do their hairdos resemble rat tails? Liu Bang. Yet, many among them do bear a resemblance to the people of the Central Plains. Zhu Yu Song. It is due to the shaving and clothing reform. After the Qing rebels forced my Ming emperor to his demise, they mandated that all must adopt the shaved head style. Li Shimin. Shaving and changing attire? Even for the sake of maintaining the new dynasty's rule, such measures seem rather excessive. Although Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the realm, standardized scripts and transport, and destroyed numerous texts, he did not enforce the shaving of heads and altering of clothing across the 6 states. Zhu Yuanzhang. Some individuals do not appear to be from the Central Plains. Has my Ming been obliterated by foreign tribes? Concerning the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang scrutinized the matter with utmost diligence. On that celestial screen, apart from the main imagery, numerous smaller windows displayed various tales related to food. It was these narratives that coalesced into the astonishing agricultural yield of the Qing. Yingzheng foreign tribes? This revelation immediately stirred a sensitive nerve within Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The subsequent visuals presented on the celestial screen rendered all present speechless. In the early Qing period, due to the sedimentation of various agricultural practices from the Ming dynasty, a veritable explosion occurred. Yet, the common folk did not enjoy improved lives, rather, their plight worsened. Following the Qing's incursion, outwardly many old systems persisted, but in reality, heavy taxation oppressed the farmers. Concurrently, land enclosure edicts were enacted, permitting Manchu nobles to encroach upon Han agricultural lands, resulting in extensive loss of land for Han people. Additionally, the Han populace struggled to pay exorbitant taxes, leading many to become servants to the Qing nobility, their lands and possessions seized. Amidst these new laws concerning land and food, as well as the shaving edict, revolts erupted incessantly, with starvation stretching across vast distances, vivid crimson staining the scenes. Even now, Dorgan continues his southern campaign to quell insurrections. Zhu Yuanzhang, with such vast tracts of land and abundant food, how could you treat the people of the world in such a manner? You ought to be condemned. Zhao Kuangyin, although agricultural output has indeed increased, compared to the Ming, the amount of food accessible to the populace has diminished as a nascent dynasty. The prevalence of revolts and oppressive policies is truly remarkable. Logically, stabilizing governance and adopting a conciliatory approach would be the wisest course. Li Shimin. These Qing individuals are different. Their style of governance appears heavily influenced by a nomadic ethos, short-sighted and reckless in their actions, perhaps initially intending mere plunder. Yet it is the commoners who suffer. Most emperors, upon ascending to the throne, would eliminate rivals. Yet they would not resort to plundering and seizing the lands of the people, leading to numerous revolts following the establishment of the new dynasty. Such actions are neither prudent nor beneficial for one's reputation. Kublai Khan. Conquest and victory are invariably accompanied by bloodshed. What is so surprising about that? Dorgan, indeed. Dorgan felt he had finally found a kindred spirit. Yingzheng. However, with these certain crops in existence, even a swine among future sovereigns could witness a resurgence in population. Yet it is rather disheartening that such fortune should fall into the hands of a foreign race. Zhu Yuanzhang. It is akin to a petty individual stepping onto the grand stage of history. Yingzheng. Quite so. Should the opportunity arise, I shall eradicate this foreign race. Liu Bang. Haha, you are not coveting their grain, are you? Yingzheng. It is your own thoughts that breed such suspicion towards me. Yingzheng did not deny it. Scouts had been dispatched, yet the latest reports had yet to arrive. However, if the earlier conjectures held true, they were indeed in the same world. Capturing the Qin would not only clarify his own intentions but also serve the interests of the Qin in the future. He felt no guilt in seizing grain from those nobles, even if he could not acquire the grain. Obtaining seeds of those high-yield crops would still transform the quality of life in Qin. This was a dual benefit, advantageous in the present and beneficial for posterity. Liu Bang. We are not tyrants. We shall pursue our desires through more appropriate means. Liu Bang retorted with veiled sarcasm. Yet, Dorgan felt a growing unease. It appeared that these emperors of yore had set their sights on the Qing. This boded ill. Chapter 5. The First Dragon Kingdom. Astonishing and unprecedented. Reinforce our personnel. Expand the search radius and thoroughly investigate whether other dynasties truly coexist within our realm, commanded Dorgan with urgency. The report concluded. The second-ranking dynasty in terms of grain production has finished airing, with direct and indirect agricultural producers comprising 85% of the total population. The analysis revealed high-yield crops such as corn and sweet potatoes have been promoted, leading to an annual grain output of approximately 130 million tons. Upon this revelation, The comments section erupted in lively discourse. Liu Bang remarked, 3 varieties of high-yield crops, yet only marginally surpassing the Ming? In the early stages of both dynasties, the disparity is staggering. If I were to acquire these crops, our grain production could multiply several times over. The Qing truly is a waste. Li Shimin responded, only a slight increase? And accompanied by such bloody events. This grain is soaked in blood, Zhao Kuangyin interjected. Aside from promoting high-yield crops, were there truly no commendable policies in the early days? The enclosure laws and forced contributions are precisely the reasons for reduced grain production. They merely benefited from the timely adoption of new crops, relying on the foundation laid by the Ming populace without fully harnessing it. Such a waste of resources, Changsun Wuji observed. The proportion of the population engaged in agriculture has significantly declined. With rampant rebellions occurring, Ing Zheng remarked, indeed, they are inept. Had I access to such excellent crops, the pace of unifying the realm would have accelerated considerably, and the Qin would have been free from famine henceforth. Dorgan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had believed this would be their chance to demonstrate superiority over the Ming, yet it had turned him into a target of criticism. However, he had no rebuttal, for the reality of their concern over food scarcity in the Central Plains had clouded his long-term vision. Yet, even if they did gain control, what would it matter? The Han people, regarded as inferior, ought to unconditionally contribute everything to the Qing. At that moment, a comment captured Li Shimin's attention. Princess Changle. Father, everything here is so wondrous. Am I still within the Tang? Li Shimin. Lizi, where are you now? Princess Changle. I am not quite certain, but it is so marvelous here, with much glazed pottery and broad, bustling streets. By the way, I have been captured by the locals. Li Shimin. What? Who is so audacious? Gao Ming commented. It seems highly likely that this is genuine. Gao Ming glanced at the comments, feeling increasingly confident about the identity of the captured Princess Changle, though confirmation was still needed. If true, the future could hold unpredictable developments. Li Shimin, did you capture the princess of the Tang? Who are you? Gao Ming. For not. Our dragon kingdom cherishes peace. As long as one harbors no ill intent, we will not impose any hardship. Li Shimin, are you the sovereign of the first-ranking dragon kingdom? Huang Chao replied, indeed, the achievements of our sovereign far surpass those of the Qin and Han. Even His Majesty Taizong could scarcely compare. I implore you to show greater respect for our monarch. Although Huang Chao was born during the twilight of the Tang dynasty, he held a profound admiration for Li Shimin of the early Tang. His disdain was reserved solely for the decayed remnants of the dynasty. Li Shimin, a ruler far surpassing the likes of Qin Wang and Han Wu, one would hope that as a sovereign, you would uphold your promises. Otherwise, the iron cavalry of our great Tang shall surpass even the notorious tyrants of history. Is this a reference to benevolent strategies? If so, it is hardly significant. Yet the might of Han Wu continues to exert its influence over the Li Tang dynasty to this day. In the Dragon Kingdom, the capital, Princess Changlu, despite being captured by local soldiers, remained unperturbed. Instead, she sat leisurely in her carriage, lifting the curtain to observe the sights along the streets with great interest. Her youthful visage, appearing around 13 or 14, was alight with wonder. Even though the Tang dynasty currently flourished in strength, its splendor paled in comparison to this locale. What magnificent houses! Although somewhat smaller, they resemble royal gardens. Such precious glazed tiles are used as windows. You must be exceedingly wealthy. The streets are spacious and pristine, devoid of beggars and brimming with unfamiliar sights. The inhabitants appear to be in high spirits, and it is this joy that captivates Princess Changlu the most. In the depths of the Tang dynasty, few among the lower classes wore smiles as frequently, yet here, it is commonplace, with some even waving warmly to her. How miraculous! Surely, this must be an emperor of extraordinary prowess, akin to my father. What a delightful aroma! What place is that? Princess Changlu suddenly twitched her delicate nose. No comment, replied the leading general, his expression impassive. You must have seen the message in the sky. I am no spy, merely a lost traveler who has stumbled upon this place. Your emperor has assured me that I shall not be troubled. A food street. The leading general hesitated. Considering the matter was not of great secrecy, he answered her inquiry. May I sample the delicacies? No, I must ask you to understand your situation. Very well then. Is that your emperor? He appears quite youthful. Princess Lizzie suddenly found her attention drawn to the sky. At that moment, the celestial screen began to showcase the kingdom renowned for its bountiful harvests. A young man, dressed somewhat oddly, stood at the edge of a field, looking somewhat bewildered. An elderly farmer, disheartened by insufficient rainfall leading to poor harvests and rising prices, lamented his plight. His eldest son had already paid the tax with last year's yield and enlisted in the army. Now, without the means to provide the tax, he was at a loss. Thanks to Mr. Lee, I have been able to eat. Although we are not yet in the prime season for harvest, some crops have indeed sprouted. I wonder if this grain is recognized here. With droughts and conflicts rampant across many lands, anything edible, as long as it sustains life, would surely find an audience. However, have you farmed? I see no evidence of your toil, and you possess no land to cultivate. The old man scrutinized Gao Ming with suspicion. I have cultivated on the barren land behind the mountain. I cannot solely rely on the villagers for sustenance. What have you planted? You have never requested seeds from the villagers, have you? Come with me, and you shall see. Ying Zheng, is this not the monarch of the Dragon Kingdom? Why does he appear to be a mere peasant? Li Shimin, another farmer ascends to the throne? Truly, the rulers of later generations are remarkable talents. Zhu Yuanzhang, could it be that we have influenced them? Judging by their discourse, could it be that this monarch also hails from a time of turmoil? The scene shifts to the rear mountains of the village, where an elder gazes upon the low, shrub-like terrain. Our village has kindly taken you in. You cannot be jesting with this old man, for where is the food here? The flicker of hope that had briefly illuminated the elder's face now darkens into despair. Gao Ming says nothing, merely approaches and gently parts the dry soil with his hands, revealing fist-sized sweet potatoes, a cluster of them thriving abundantly. Food growing underground? Such a bounty from a single plant? This appears to span 3 or 4 mu. How much food could there be? This is a high-yield variety, known as Sushu number 32 in our region, with a yield of 8,000 to 10,000 jin per mu. However, it will take some time. Yet reaching the minimum yield of 8,000 jin is certainly feasible. How much? Are you speaking the truth? This is 2 or 3 dozen times the amount of food we currently possess. The elder is utterly astonished. Equally astonished are the figures from various dynasties. Ying Zheng, how much? Li Shimin, nearly 10,000 jin per mu. How can this be possible? Wasn't the yield for the Ming and Qing only 2 or 3,000 jin? Is this the same crop? Zhu Yuanzhang, inconceivable. Inconceivable. If this is true, then will there be no more famine in the future? Naturally, a product of the system must be. Allow me to demonstrate. These can be consumed raw, boiled, or roasted, and they are quite nutritious, perfectly suitable as a staple food. Gao Ming plucks a sweet potato, wipes off the dirt, peels the skin with his teeth, and takes a hearty bite, the crispness accompanied by juices. It is truly edible. Seeing Gao Ming's demeanor, the elder is assured of its safety. He follows suit, tasting one and finding it indeed palatable. I no longer wish to witness anyone perish from hunger, nor do I want to starve myself. I am aware that the food in the village is quite scarce, yet you still share some with me. Gao Ming remarks with a smile. Even if each household contributes a little, for us, a meal or 2 will not make a significant difference. The elder responds somewhat apologetically. Yet it has saved me. I know that many from the neighboring village have already perished from hunger. Let us distribute all the food here among everyone. This way, they can surrender their current provisions and sustain themselves until the next batch of sweet potatoes matures. Gao Ming states generously. How can this be? You have toiled to cultivate this, and it is so precious. I said, you provided me with sustenance. And now that you are in need, how could I stand idly by? Gao Ming speaks lightly, yet his resolve is unwavering. The elderly man, overwhelmed with emotion, found himself momentarily speechless. Before him lay provisions that could transform the fate of a family, a divine gift. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt to unearth these unfamiliar foods, cradling them in his hands as if they were treasures. How wonderful! Everyone would be saved. There would be no need to sell sons and daughters. This was merely the beginning. I alone had cultivated these few acres of barren land. If everyone joined in the endeavor and nurtured the crops with care, the yield could reach even greater heights. Moreover, in addition to sweet potatoes, I possess other superior seeds, all of remarkable quality, yielding astonishing results. As he spoke, Gao Ming produced potatoes, corn, and hybrid rice. A scene shifted, and months later, the once barren village was transformed into a golden expanse. Even the most arid soil, when turned, yielded bountiful harvests of sweet potatoes and potatoes. The hybrid rice produced an astonishing 600 pounds per acre. Corn yielded 800 pounds per acre. Potatoes yielded 9,000 pounds per acre. Sweet potatoes yielded an incredible 100 pounds per acre. Chapter 6. The Emperor most proficient in agriculture. The heavens have perished. The entire village under the influence of Gao Ming's innovative crops, has experienced an unprecedented harvest. The villagers are enveloped in the joy of this bountiful yield. Li Shimin, Ingzheng, and others stand in astonishment. Ingzheng, another yield of 7,000 jin per mu. If the Qin dynasty could achieve such agricultural output, would it not soar to greatness? Li Shimin, 8,000 jin, 9,000 jin. Zhu Yuanzhang, this is utterly astonishing. Is this even feasible? Even double crop rice can only yield 600 jin per mu, nearly tenfold of current standards. Even if the Qin court were to promote the same crops, such yields would take an entire dynasty to cultivate and improve before they are widely accepted. How could one individual possess so many new crop varieties? Zhao Kuangyin. Indeed, it is miraculous, as if divinely assisted. There are yields exceeding 10,000 jin per mu. I would proclaim this monarch of the Dragon Kingdom as the most skilled in agriculture. Liu Bang. Yet, with such an abundance of grain, can he truly safeguard it? He appears to be merely an ordinary man without any power. Upon hearing this, the emperors and high officials from various dynasties fell silent. They understood the implications of harboring precious resources. The Qing dynasty, as we know, were notorious plunderers. Even the Ming, under the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, who particularly valued the welfare of the people and agriculture, could not escape the emergence of corrupt officials eager to seize the fertile lands. There is a saying, when farming becomes profitable, the common people will find themselves without land to till. Such events have transpired throughout numerous dynasties. Liu Bang's concerns were not unfounded. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing numerous officials clad in court uniforms surrounding several neighboring villages that had also begun cultivating the new crops. The villagers gathered, and Gao Ming stood upon a platform. Fellow villagers, we merely wish to survive without succumbing to starvation. Is that a crime? When we are so impoverished that we cannot afford even a bun, has the court provided us with a single grain? We are compelled to surrender all our harvests. Under the pretext that unapproved crops cannot be cultivated freely, I ask them how we are to live without food. They tell me to purchase grain in the city. Do they even comprehend the price of grain now? If we could afford it, would we risk cultivating and consuming these unfamiliar crops? They demand our grain, which equates to demanding our lives. Can you agree to this? Disagree. Disagree. Well then, since we are already facing the blade, we shall revolt. The heavens have perished. It is time for the people to take charge. We shall rebel. Boom. In a mere few seconds. This scene profoundly shook the hearts of all emperors and individuals from every dynasty, especially those who, throughout any era, have always been on the fringes. Oppressed, listening to these words ignited their fervor. Deep within, something seems to be awakening. Is it the era where the people truly hold power? Zhu Yuanzhang, indeed. Well said. You have struck a chord with me. Damn it. After such a struggle to savor a full meal, these corrupt officials are already reaching out with their greedy claws. It is time to rise against them. This resonates profoundly with personal experiences. We are all compelled to resist the oppression of these petty officials. In this moment, recognizing the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom equates to acknowledging oneself. Ingzheng, this person possesses remarkable eloquence, such a unique and terrifying charisma and influence. Is this youth inherently destined for imperial greatness? Li Shimin, is he also a king who rose from a successful peasant uprising? Historically, there are exceedingly few leaders who have successfully led peasant uprisings to establish a monarchy. The majority are failures. Just recently, I learned that the Ming dynasty monarch is one such example. Could this be another? Li Shimin remained uncertain as they had yet to witness any details regarding Gao Ming's background. Li Lizzie gazed at the impassioned young man, whose fervor was palpable, and her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. A man must indeed embody such valor. Liu Bang, he certainly possesses audacity. Anyone who renders the populace unable to survive deserves to be executed. However, when facing external enemies, the sword must unite against them. Yet, once one becomes a leader, internal issues become the most daunting challenge. Li Shimin, indeed, throughout history, internal strife has proven the most difficult to resolve. Even he found it challenging to gain the unconditional support of the prominent clans for his various policies. Ordinary individuals might overlook this, but as a sovereign, he immediately recognized the root of the problem. As the scene shifted, Gao Ming was seen seated in the grand hall, grappling with this very dilemma. Below, the national master Zhang Xiao reported on the corruption arising from issues surrounding food and land across various regions. Zhu Yuanzhang, I am all too familiar with such experiences. Aside from execution, I cannot conceive of a better solution. Yet, the sovereign Gao Ming proposed an entirely different approach. The incessant emergence of corrupt officials ultimately stemmed from their ability to derive immense profit from grain. By redirecting their pursuit toward more valuable assets and reducing the price of grain to render it less valuable, everyone would then be able to afford sustenance. Li Shimin, to make grain worthless? But that would harm the farmers. Liu Bang, harm or not, if such a feat could be achieved, the landlords and nobility would cease to compete with the peasants for profit. With their agricultural skills, the farmers could indeed secure their sustenance. However, the question remains, is there anything more lucrative than agriculture in this realm? Since ancient times, the four classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, aside from power, have formed the most significant structure throughout dynasties. Regardless of their perspectives, they could not alter the content of the video. Vigorous promotion of commercial trade across various provinces. Robust encouragement and support for local farmers and landlords engaging in commerce. The construction of roads in each province would spur employment for the populace residing along those routes, fostering a harmonious coexistence of industry and commerce. For Gao Ming, this was not only the optimal choice presented by the system in response to the current challenges, but also a significant reform that had indeed transpired in his world. Although the commercial path of large enterprises has its drawbacks, it can be pursued when the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. In his world, numerous countries have adopted a development trajectory rooted in commerce and trade. Some nations have maintained this for hundreds, even thousands of years, with a few ascending to the status of global hegemons. This indicates that such a path is viable, provided it is appropriately regulated. The benefits it brings are beyond imagination, capable of overturning a traditional society and ushering in an entirely new era. Liu Bang, how can we vigorously promote commerce? If everyone pursues profit, will not the moral fabric of the realm be corrupted? How then can we restrain the populace? Ing Zheng, once engaged in commerce, people are prone to forget their original intentions for the sake of profit. Many emperors were opposed to the vigorous development of trade. Li Shimin, I do not share that sentiment. Our Tang dynasty currently enjoys frequent trade with various nations, as long as we remain sufficiently robust and maintain a proper balance. Perhaps we can witness a different transformation. Developing commerce is possible, but it must not be excessive. For them, merchants have historically held little status, which is the fundamental reason behind their reservations. The ancients had never experienced such a societal structure. In a society bound by moral constraints, the pursuit of profit is viewed as a slippery slope that can easily lead to moral degradation. They questioned their ability to govern a world driven by profit-seeking individuals. However, for Gao Ming, this was not an unprecedented occurrence, as there were tangible examples to draw upon. Thus, in the video, Gao Ming decisively implemented a foundational policy of protecting agriculture through commerce and industry. Under his command, roads were constructed, generating numerous employment opportunities and enhancing trade relations among various states. Even the most common laborers could effortlessly earn more than they would from farming. With the increase in commercial activities, the prices of goods from different regions began to decline. Items became increasingly affordable and profits grew substantially. Although it was still insufficient for everyone to lead a life of abundance, basic food security was no longer an issue. As merchants witnessed the substantial advantages brought about by commerce, they gradually shifted from the slow and meager returns of agriculture to more diversified commercial models. Few remained preoccupied with the meager harvest of the impoverished. Chapter 7. A World Without Hunger. Do not say it was not foreseen. Zhu Yuanzhang. Can it be that the age-old dilemma of ensuring the people's sustenance has been resolved without shedding blood? While it may not be absolute, who would drive the populace into desperation over trifles? Zhao Kuangyin. Although the commoners remain at a disadvantage, at least the vital sustenance is no longer coveted by many. They can now glimpse hope for a better future. A populace filled with hope will undoubtedly labor with greater diligence. Liu Bang. Without comparison, there can be no pain. I once believed that the Ming dynasty had sufficiently favored farmers. Yet I am astonished to find that the rulers of Longhua have nearly eradicated the plight of hunger and excessive oppression faced by the people. Ing Zheng. It seems we have been short-sighted. How many emperors throughout history have possessed the audacity to transform the very fabric of society? Li Shimin. This not only addresses the issues of food corruption and plunder, but also alleviates tensions with the nobility, satisfying all social strata. Truly remarkable. No wonder Longhua holds the top position on the food production leaderboard. I am curious about the extent of their agricultural yield. Fan Xianling, Tang Your Majesty. It is far more than that. Just now, on the screen, it was shown that the people are compensated for their labor and extensive road construction is underway. How much wealth has commerce brought them? Labor obligations across various dynasties have typically been unpaid. Many citizens even had to provide their own food and tools. To evade such obligations, some had to pay a certain amount of grain. Yet, Longwa extends such generous treatment to its populace. This would be impossible without ample wealth. Constructing so many roads might be feasible initially, but without profits from commerce in the long run, it could easily lead to a dynasty's downfall, rendering its people destitute. The Sui dynasty under Yang Guang stands as a prime example. Although we do not yet know the wealth of Longwa, it must be astonishing. Duruhui Tang, if all is managed appropriately, Longwa may indeed usher in an era of prosperity. Dorgan, the agricultural output of Longwa not only surpasses ours but is also remarkably affluent. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Dorgan's eyes. Amidst the astonishment, acknowledgement, and even admiration of the emperors, the dynasty leaderboard solidified, showcasing a scene of flourishing commerce and thriving agriculture. The leaderboard for the top agricultural dynasty concludes, revealing that those directly or indirectly engaged in agricultural production comprise 40% of the total population. Summary: increased arable land, promotion of new species, the birth of new trade models, comprehensive tax exemptions, land reforms, and every citizen owning private fields. The annual total agricultural yield is approximately 1.5 billion tons. As the leaderboard presented this summary, all present were wide-eyed, gazing incredulously at the data displayed. Zhi Yuanzhang, just how much grain is that? Li Shimin, 1.5 billion tons. That is several times the yield of any previous dynasty, and yet the proportion of those engaged in agriculture is less than half, indicating they have not fully devoted themselves to farming, as many have ventured into diverse commercial trades. Liu Bang, however, we cannot solely focus on the total output. What is the population of Longwa? Faced with this sensitive issue, no one from the Dragon Kingdom responded. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, regardless of the population, whether it be millions or even tens of millions, the yield of grain and the actual quantity reaching the hands of the common people is undoubtedly sufficient to fill their granaries. Fang Shenling added, in truth, every dynasty possesses ample food, yet it is concentrated in the hands of the nobility and landlords, resulting in the common folk suffering from hunger. However, he has perfectly solved this problem, if we were to measure it. The average grain distributed to each citizen might exceed that of the great Qing and Ming by several dozens of times. This is the hallmark of a sage ruler, indeed. Wei Zheng declared, this is a wise monarch. Du Ruhui wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, I completely concur. Su Did exclaimed, such a sovereign exists in this world. Ing Zheng proclaimed, with granaries overflowing, there shall be no famine across the land. Zhao Kuangyin expressed his astonishment, it is truly unimaginable. I did not expect this future monarch to be not only adept at agriculture, but also proficient in commerce. Zhang Jiao asserted, our Dragon Kingdom could undoubtedly elevate grain production even higher, yet we are already fully capable of meeting the needs of the entire populace. Any excess would be challenging to store and may lead to waste. A diverse dietary structure, ensuring the citizens' nutrition and longevity, is our Dragon Kingdom's ultimate goal. Gao Ming remained remarkably composed. For although the highest total yield of such high-quality crops in his world was merely 600 to 700 million tons in a prosperous commercial environment with only 15 to 20% engaged in agriculture, he now found himself in the Dragon Kingdom, where trade was not yet so flourishing and the agricultural ratio remained significantly high, resulting in even more impressive yields. Su Da inquired, Zhang Jiao, the esteemed sage of the late Eastern Han, how did you come to be in this Dragon Kingdom? Shouldn't it be the realm of the subsequent sovereigns of the Great Qing? Zhang Jiao replied, my sovereign possesses transcendent abilities. He did not confirm but merely expressed his thoughts. If these individuals shared the same world, it remained uncertain whether they would be foes or allies. Naturally, he would not divulge too much information for them to scrutinize. Ing Zheng pondered aloud, could it be that there truly exist immortals in this world? Divine beings? Zhi Yuanzhang remarked, indeed. The fact that he alone can produce such a multitude of new crops is extraordinary. The emperors and high officials from various dynasties could not help but grow increasingly curious about this monarch of the Dragon Kingdom, casting an air of profound mystery over the entire realm. The recent display merely revealed the tip of the iceberg regarding the Dragon Kingdom's grain production. What they had witnessed was but a fraction. Zhu Yuanzhang, with genuine sincerity, inquired, if this future sovereign and we truly inhabit the same world, might we procure these seeds from you? We too wish for our great Ming to be free from famine henceforth. His earnest words stirred the fervent hearts of all the emperors present. Who would not desire their nation to possess such bountiful crops akin to divine gifts? regardless of their current circumstances or the era they belong to. They are fundamentally rooted in an agricultural social structure. In a certain sense, grain is synonymous with wealth, an invaluable currency even more potent than gold or silver. They require an abundance of grain to enhance the well-being of their populace and to bolster their military might. The other sovereigns eagerly chimed in. Li Shimin remarked, "Our Tang dynasty is also inclined to establish a cordial relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, and we are willing to pay a handsome price for these high-yield crops." Ing Zheng declared, "I too am prepared to pay a considerable price, so that the citizens of the Qin may eat their fill." Liu Bang interjected, "But these provisions must not be sold to a tyrant. The laws of Qin are harsh and cruel. We cannot allow these grains to feed the Qin, lest the realm descend into chaos." Ing Zheng retorted, "It appears your opinion of me is rather significant. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" Liu Bang responded, "The tyrant of Qin is not merely my opinion." Before the first emperor, Liu Bang lacked the conviction to refer to himself as I. He had only glimpsed the emperor from afar during one of his tours, which had left a profound impact on his psyche. Li Shimin noted, "In truth, your descendants are as warlike as the king of Qin." Liu Bang exclaimed, "What? Could it be that such formidable figures have emerged from the Liu family? In previous dynasties, they would undoubtedly be deemed tyrants, yet in the context of his own lineage, the implications were vastly different." The video did not delve into the intricacies of farming or the necessary precautions. Furthermore, the nuances of trade for grain required further understanding. Establishing a direct relationship with the Dragon Kingdom would be most beneficial. Gao Ming stated, "In a sense, I am indeed a person of the future. The history I am familiar with contains your tales. Acquiring agricultural products from the Dragon Kingdom is feasible, but that depends on your sincerity." Dorgan remarked, "What of our Qing dynasty's dominion over the Central Plains? How does that reflect upon us?" Dorgan noticed the barrage of comments, where individuals from various dynasties engaged in dialogue. Yet the history of the Qing was notably absent. The claim of this future monarch to possess knowledge of all dynasties could not be overlooked. Gao Ming replied, "The Qing, while not devoid of merits, inflicted excessive slaughter upon the Central Plains. Your suspicion of the Han people surpassed that of foreign tribes, resulting in an unprecedented century of humiliation for posterity, with countless lives lost to various conflicts. I have little praise for you." Ing Zheng countered, "Is it truly the case that the century of humiliation is a reflection of the incompetence of the Ming dynasty's successors? After being conquered by foreign tribes, were they unable to reclaim their land?" Gao Ming responded, "It cannot be said so simply. Natural disasters combined with human misfortunes make it difficult for anyone to alter the course of events. The Ming is ultimately regarded by future generations as the dynasty with the most spirit." Li Shimin remarked, "Such a commendation is not to be taken lightly. Can you elaborate?" Gao Ming continued, "They did not cede territory, nor pay indemnities, nor engage in marital alliances, nor pay tribute. The emperor defended the borders, and the sovereign remained devoted to the state. From the founding of the dynasty to the last emperor, this principle was upheld. When the last emperor hanged himself, he left behind a message: 'Let the traitors divide my corpse, but may no harm come to the common people.'" In a single utterance, Gao Ming rendered the emperor speechless. Though brief, his words encapsulated a multitude of meanings. Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed, "Haha, excellent. Truly, this is the lineage of my forebears. Such spirit." Zhu Di, somewhat apprehensive, echoed, "Future generations. Well done. You have not tarnished the reputation of our Ming dynasty." Dorgan interjected, "This implies that our Qing dynasty indeed governs the Central Plains. Haha. Moreover, our reign persists for no less than a century. In this era, we are undoubtedly the victors." Gao Ming retorted, "It seems you can only hear what you wish to hear." He had not absorbed a word of the century of humiliation. Dorgan insisted, "Our Qing cavalry is invincible. Decline is merely a concern for the future." He continued, "As long as we exist in this world and locate your country's populace, acquiring methods for cultivation and grain should be a trivial matter." Zhao Kuangyin cautioned, "To act against the common folk of another nation is tantamount to declaring war." Ing Zheng remarked, "The agricultural yield of your era pales in comparison." Dorgan scoffed, "Who would ever consider having too much grain?" Gao Ming advised, "I urge this ambitious man to temper his aspirations lest he ignite his own destruction." Dorgan proclaimed, "No one has ever dared to threaten our Qing dynasty. Given that this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom harbored no fondness for them, should trade relations prove unfeasible, more extreme measures might be warranted when necessary." Gao Ming warned, "Do not say I did not forewarn you." Chapter 8. The Celestial Rewards, the Emperor's Madness. Gao Ming said little, for further words would bear no fruit. The rankings of the three kingdoms have been fully displayed. Now, let all cast their precious votes for the dynasty they recognize. The dynasty with the highest approval will receive the celestial rewards. This voting process is invisible and cannot be interfered with. As the luminous screen revealed the new text, 3 virtual buttons representing the dynasties materialized before every viewer. Each individual could select only once, and their choices remained concealed. Zheng. Compared to the Qing and Ming dynasties, there is no doubt that the Dragon Kingdom excels. Li Shimin. Indeed, be it the Ming or Qing. The processes of grain production and harvest have invariably been marred by bloodshed. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom has ingeniously resolved this issue, achieving astounding yields and ensuring a stable populace. This vote, I willingly cast in favor of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Kuangyin. An astonishing reform accomplished almost without conflict among these 3 kingdoms. I too endorse the Dragon Kingdom. Liu Bang. Perhaps it was not entirely without strife. Rather, these methods proved more effective and were thus prominently showcased. Nevertheless, it is evident that this ruler of the future is no tyrant. Zhu Yuanzhang. Can this truly bestow rewards upon others? If so, I hope the citizens of the Ming will cast their votes for us, and I shall lead them towards a brighter tomorrow. Zhu Yuanzhang had begun to place some faith in this celestial phenomenon. After all, it could vividly present events from the past. If genuine rewards were to be bestowed from above, it would not be unreasonable. Regardless of what it might be, he was unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. Su De. Indeed, throughout history, our Ming has treated its citizens with utmost benevolence. Su De naturally supported Zhu Yuanzhang, although he recognized the Dragon Kingdom's superiority in yield. His loyalty lay with the interests of the Ming dynasty. Dorgan. It seems you all wish to align with the Dragon Kingdom. Is it not merely to obtain their grain and discern their methods of profit? Survival of the fittest is the essence of the world. I concede this ruler possesses agricultural and commercial acumen. But if that is all, managing a nation will prove challenging. We shall seize what we desire ourselves. Kublai, you speak true. It is regrettable that our Yuan dynasty is absent from this ranking. Our iron cavalry and majestic eagles would not yield to any dynasty. Had this contest been one of military might, the Yuan would undoubtedly be listed. Zheng. My forces are not without merit. Dorgan. Our Qing boasts a formidable artillery. Your dynasties are perhaps unfamiliar with such weaponry. When it comes to military prowess, who has ever instilled fear in our Qing? I perceive the background of the Dragon Kingdom to be rather primitive. Do you possess cannons? Gao Ming. A test, is it? Gao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Dorgan was becoming rather audacious. Dorgan. No, I am merely curious. If you truly follow in the wake of our Qing and lack artillery, it would indeed be peculiar. Have you misplaced it? Zhang Jiao. It seems you harbor some thoughts about our dragon nation. What we fear the least are your ambitious and warlike factions. Dorgan, is that so? I would indeed like to experience it firsthand when the opportunity arises. Is plunder now a second nature to you? Gao Ming's gaze sharpened. In our dragon nation, every individual can become a soldier, and we are blessed with renowned generals. We fear no challenges. At this moment, within the various military camps of the dragon nation, several historical figures gazed at the sky, their eyes gleaming with cold determination. They had initially believed that once peace was established, there would be no wars to fight, yet unexpectedly, the Qing displayed considerable courage. A red-faced warrior, stroking his magnificent beard, chuckled, "Should war arise, I shall take the lead. I vow to earn great merit, determined to be acknowledged as the emperor's adopted son." A formidable man, leaning on a halberd, looked on with longing. Fengxian, at your age, it is rather inappropriate to seek the emperor's fatherly recognition. How many times has he declined your request? Those with ambition will ultimately succeed. The emperor will accept me sooner or later. Lu Ji, do we have another chance to engage? In another camp, a robust man, also wielding a long halberd, fixated on the heavens. Despite Dorgan and Kublai having differing opinions from the mainstream, the majority still supported the Dragon Nation. In a short while, everyone made their choices, and the luminous text transformed accordingly. Statistics complete. Recognition for the Dragon Nation stands at 90%. The Ming at 9.5%. The Qing at 0.5%. When the results were announced, no one was surprised that the Dragon Nation came in first, though they were taken aback by the support rates of the other two nations. Liu Bang. The Qing has not even reached 1%. Zhao Kuangyin. With violent plunder. It is naturally impossible to gain universal approval. I am even skeptical about where that 0.5% of support originated. Li Shimin. Perhaps it is from their own ranks, possibly some noble figures from the Yuan. Dorgan. A group of ignorant commoners cannot comprehend the greatness of our chain. Not even 1%. This left Dorgan feeling humiliated and furious. Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, the Dragon Nation claims the top spot. They have performed remarkably well, rewarding the dynasty with the highest recognition with 100 years of life, a 20% increase in national fortune, and significantly reduced natural disasters within the territory for a century. When this information appeared on the sky, everyone was astounded. Subsequently, they witnessed a beam of light descending vertically upon a distant location. In the image on the sky, Gao Ming's figure instantly appeared as the light fell directly upon him. Ying Zheng, a direct reward of 100 years of life? Does this not equate to living another life, perhaps even two? Liu Bang, natural disasters will be mitigated. Is this truly a divine blessing? To extend an emperor's life so significantly, if he is a wise ruler, to what heights could his dynasty ascend? Zhu Yuanzhang. Most dynasties last around 300 years. An additional 100 years of life is unimaginable. Furthermore, with reduced natural disasters, the populace can enjoy a stable environment. Future emperors, what are your thoughts? Gao Ming expressed with candor that he felt a remarkable surge in both spirit and vitality, as if he possessed the strength to vanquish a bull with a single blow. Although he remained unable to elucidate the phenomenon, the transformation within him was undeniably profound. Dorgan remarked in astonishment, "The rewards are indeed bountiful. Were I to live another century, many emperors and figures of great power found themselves in turmoil. At their elevated status, wealth and beauty ceased to be their ultimate pursuits. Instead, the prospect of longevity held far greater allure. Throughout history, countless emperors have been captivated by the quest for immortality, even in light of numerous cautionary tales. Their lingering hope for a longer life was palpable, illustrating the immense temptation that the passage of time held for them. Ying Zheng lamented, though my qin did not make the list this time. I refuse to believe that my unified realm has nothing to offer. If I could live another 100 years, my qin would surely not meet a second demise. This wondrous sky, I implore you to unveil the new rankings." The hearts of all emperors ignited with fervor. Chapter 9. A new ranking. The ambitious in action. Before Ying Zheng could utter a word, the content of the celestial screen transformed once more. The next ranking will be revealed in 3 days, featuring the Dynasty Wealth Rankings. Zhao Kuangyin remarked, "The next ranking won't be aired until 3 days later? The Wealth Rankings? Which dynasty boasts the greatest riches? Perhaps the Tang?" Zhu Yuanzhang countered. "Though the Tang is affluent, your Song dynasty is not to be underestimated." Kublai Khan added, "Indeed, the Song dynasty possesses considerable wealth." Suda mused, "I have a feeling that the Long Kingdom may also make an appearance on the list this time. While we examine commerce solely through the lens of grain, it is evident that their trade flourishes remarkably." Li Shimin inquired, "Can a dynasty truly appear on the list twice? Our Tang's trade is formidable, and with tribute flowing in from all nations, perhaps we too shall be recognized this time." Ying Zheng interjected, "Why does it seem none of these accolades belong to my chain? If it is a matter of warfare, my chain should undoubtedly have its place." The discussions echoed endlessly across the luminous screen. In private, however, the authoritative rulers of various dynasties began to mobilize. In addition to the reconnaissance units of the regular army, they instructed the Black Ice platform to swiftly explore territories beyond the chain. In case of an emergency, messages could be left directly on the celestial screen. Furthermore, they prepared their armies for impending conflict and dispatched individuals to search the luminous barrier previously observed. The loyal guards departed upon receiving their orders, leaving Ying Zheng to pace alone, burdened by a heavy heart. Even during the assaults on the 6 kingdoms, he had seldom felt such unease. The current situation surpassed his understanding. Yet one certainty lingered: the more factions that emerged in the world, the greater the strife would be. Thus, preparations must be thorough. Liu Bang, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, and others were engaged in similar actions. The Tang's elite cavalry, the Song's martial virtue division, and the Yuan's Qieshui all sprang to life. The first step was to explore this entirely new world. Although they had secured the central plains, the Yuan now boasted ample grain and population. They understood that in this shared realm, the Han people of other dynasties would eventually seek them out. They must be ready for war and establish contact with the Long Kingdom. Should hostilities ignite, it would serve as their most substantial resource for sustenance. The influence of the Han upon this land runs deep. The legacies of Qin, Han, and Tang persist. Some who had reluctantly submitted to the Yuan might still harbor rebellious thoughts. Perhaps a grand victory would be necessary to solidify the Yuan's dominion. Kublai Khan addressed his ministers, including Bayan, Ashit, Liu Bingzhong, and Su Mo. If conflict arises, it might not be wise to engage with later dynasties. they may possess a profound understanding of our strategies. We should consider making adjustments. Moreover, the Long Kingdom presently appears adept in both agriculture and commerce. It is unlikely that this sovereign of a later era is a polymath. History offers no examples of such emperors. Human energy and expertise are finite. Furthermore, as you can see, the granaries of the Long Kingdom are brimming. Capturing even a single city would sustain hundreds of thousands of troops for an extended period. Kublai Khan possesses his own criteria for assessment. Indeed, our great Yuan boasts a formidable military and robust national strength, fearing no adversary. Lion confidently asserts that it was he who led the army to conquer Linin and dismantle the southern Song dynasty. Moreover, at this stage, we are merely preparing. The specifics will require further observation. First, we shall gather all available forces. We shall postpone our southern advance and dispatch cavalry to swiftly ascertain the situation along the borders of the Qing. Additionally, another cavalry unit will be tasked with locating the position of the Dragon Kingdom, as I previously observed that the light column appeared to be relatively close. Let us search in that direction. Dalgan pondered aloud. The staggering figure of 15 billion tons of grain is truly astounding. Even capturing multiple prosperous cities under the southern Ming would not compare in value to such a bounty. With sufficient provisions, what endeavors could possibly fail? While the Dragon Kingdom has reaped benefits, that light column undoubtedly renders it the most easily exposed and detectable nation. My lord, it is unwise to engage in multiple fronts at this juncture. The priority must be to eliminate the remnants of the Ming dynasty and consolidate the world under our Qing banner, Fan Wensheng hastily suggested. Yet, in a bid to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Dalgan refrained from providing a definitive response, offering instead a vague reply. Suddenly, a comment caught the attention of Li Shimin. Princess Chonglu, can you see your son? At that moment, many began to take notice. After the food ranking list was revealed, the celestial screen focused on the imperial city centers of three nations. As Li Lizzie's carriage traversed the main thoroughfare, it fortuitously fell within the center of the celestial view. Upon seeing her carriage on the screen, she eagerly leaned out, waving towards the heavens. Li Shimin remarked, Lizzie, is this truly the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom? It is remarkably prosperous. With just a single glance, he was astounded. The Dragon Kingdom's imperial city spans a vast area, teeming with life, its windows crafted from exquisite glazed tiles visible everywhere. Numerous wide and well-kept streets bustled with traffic. A continuous flow of carriages, towering buildings, reminiscent of palaces, reached impressive heights. Yet, the passers-by were predominantly affluent merchants clad in splendid attire. The throngs of people were abundant. Yet there was no sense of congestion. Everything was impeccably organized. What profoundly astonished him was the exuberance of the common folk. A spirit he had never encountered before. Each person bore a smile, their faces aglow, their eyes exceptionally bright. It was as if every individual harbored an inexplicable confidence within their hearts. Such vitality was something he had only witnessed in the elite soldiers he had meticulously trained. Yet, these individuals were merely commoners. Li Shimin, having waged wars in the north and south, had seen the plight of the populace, numbness, emaciation, fear, and timidity. That was the true visage of the common folk. This was the first time he had encountered such a spirited citizenry. Ingzheng remarked. A city with such a vast population conveys a sense of comfort and order. It seems this future monarch is indeed adept at governance. Liu Bang, who had mingled among the peasant uprising forces, expressed disbelief. These are commoners. Are they not the elite warriors he has painstakingly cultivated? It is difficult to imagine that those seemingly radiant individuals are the common folk of a dynasty. Wei Jing remarked, it is evident that their construction techniques are remarkably advanced. Zhu Yuanzhang observed, upon closer inspection, even the horse-drawn carriages on the thoroughfare adhere to certain regulations, yielding to passing pedestrians. The refinement of these noble merchants is astonishing. Fang Xinling pondered, how has the Dragon Kingdom achieved this? It appears that, in some respects, there exists a sense of equality among all. The ordinary citizens perceive a bustling, magnificent city, replete with grandeur. Yet these emperors and powerful officials are capable of penetrating the surface to discern deeper truths, which elicits their profound astonishment. At this moment, they resemble country bumpkins, gazing in awe at the architectural aesthetics that elude their comprehension. Many of the structures tower above like small peaks. Yet they maintain an air of antiquity. They are reminiscent of Li Hongzhang during the late Qing dynasty, beholding Western skyscrapers for the first time. Chapter 10. The Princess of Chang'e and the Sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom. Suda, observe closely. The imperial city appears remarkably new. Have they renovated the entire town? This is exceedingly affluent. Dorgan, This may not necessarily be a positive sign. The more opulent the imperial city, the more it indulges in extravagance, often resulting in greater poverty elsewhere. Is it not said in your central plains that the wealthy's feast stink while the roads are lined with frozen bones? What surprise is there in the imperial city presenting a facade of grandeur? Li Shimin. Indeed, there exists such a possibility. Zhu Yuanzhang. I do not concur. From his prior willingness to bestow grain upon the villagers, he is unlikely to be a selfish tyrant. Dorgan. People can change. Those with power are not the same as those without it. Huang Chao. Do not regard our sovereign with such a mundane perspective. Li Shimin soon recovered from his shock and became acutely aware of the predicament of Princess Changle. Her retinue was being escorted towards the palace by a fully armed contingent of soldiers. Upon witnessing this, Li Shimin could not help but feel a pang of concern. Li Shimin. I implore the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom not to impose difficulties upon our Tang princess. The moment these words escaped his lips, the others instantly recognized a profound truth. They were indeed in the same world. Were it not for their ignorance of the precise location of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Shimin would have been inclined to dispatch a military force to retrieve Li Ji, Gao Ming, as long as they are not foes. The Dragon Kingdom will not trouble anyone. Li Shimin. Thank you. I shall promptly send individuals to locate the Dragon Kingdom and bring back our Tang princess. While the assembly was curious about the splendor of the Dragon Kingdom's capital, Li Lizzie was soon brought before Gao Ming. Gazing upon this maiden, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, adorned in a pale yellow robe yet exuding an air of nobility and grace, one could discern no fear in her eyes, only curiosity and vivacity. This stood in stark contrast to her dignified and regal demeanor. Upon merely catching her first glimpse, Gao Ming could ascertain that she hailed from a lineage of affluence. Her attire deviated from the current mainstream of the Dragon Kingdom. Coupled with her earlier exchange with Li Shimin beneath the celestial canopy, her identity was devoid of doubt. Yet, the reality of this historical figure standing before him evoked a complex mixture of emotions within Gao Ming. Nonetheless, he gestured for her to be seated. Please, take a seat. Princess Changle displayed no pretentiousness. She surveyed her surroundings and, finding neither a rope bed nor a low couch, only sat down at a piece of furniture resembling a low couch when prompted by Gao Ming's gesture. An astonishing sense of elasticity and comfort enveloped her instantly. How delightful! The table was adorned with an array of confections and fruits, some pastry she had never encountered before, emanating an irresistible fragrance. However, Princess Changle revealed no sign of surprise. Instead, she looked at Gao Ming with composure and grace. Is this truly the founding monarch? Observing this young emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, radiating approachability, her mind involuntarily conjured images of him from the videos, raising his arm to rally the villagers against tyranny. After exchanging a glance with Gao Ming, she nodded, forming an initial judgment in her mind. Despite her youth, her intellect was remarkably mature. She then posed the question that occupied her thoughts most. How did you arrive here? Gao Ming inquired. The princess of Changle momentarily lost her train of thought, only to regain it upon hearing his words. Having encountered the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, she confessed, I am uncertain. I believe I should have been outside Chang'an, but suddenly I was engulfed by a dense fog. When it dissipated, I found myself in your city. Fog, you say? It appeared out of nowhere. The unprecedented fog seemed quite plausible to Gao Ming. Where did you first appear? And is it possible to return from there? If it resembles a rift in time and space, perhaps we could establish contact with the Tang dynasty, which remains unknown in this world. When your people discovered my location, there was nothing there. They have already investigated. Do you know what transpired? The princess of Changle shook her head. She too wished to return to Chang'an but was at a loss for the way. So, you are saying you do not know how to return to the Tang dynasty? Indeed. Then let us remain here for the time being. As long as the Tang dynasty truly exists in this world, it won't be long before my people discover it. After all, it is an entire dynasty, a vast realm. Not difficult to locate, just requiring a bit of time. Then I shall impose upon you. The princess of Changle rose and bowed, expressing her gratitude. For she genuinely found herself in a predicament. To receive assistance from a sovereign in an unfamiliar land was undoubtedly the most efficient course of action. Could you tell me about your Tang dynasty? Gao Ming expressed a keen interest in the authentic Tang dynasty, given its profound influence. In his era, countless Chinatown districts still thrived. The princess of Changle hesitated, uncertain of how the dynasty regarded the Tang. She pondered whether revealing any information might jeopardize the Tang's interests. Of course, you need not answer any questions pertaining to military or political matters. I would not press you. Gao Ming took a sip of tea, observing the Princess of Changlu with calmness. He then lifted his teacup and took a sip as well. The Princess of Changlu furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing, savoring the exquisite flavor. She unexpectedly glanced down at her tea. It was warm, fragrant, with a bitter initial taste that transformed into a lingering sweetness, providing a refreshing sensation unlike the tea she typically consumed, which was flavored with scallions, ginger, and tangerine peel. Thank you for your understanding. What would you like to know? The Princess of Changlu was taken aback by the Emperor's affability. He bore no semblance of arrogance and sought her opinion despite his apparent authority. Let me consider. Thinking for a moment, Gao Ming proceeded to ask several questions that piqued his interest, most of which the Princess of Changlu answered with ease. However, there were a few questions she could not answer. Nonetheless, overall, their conversation was quite delightful. Gao Ming did not underestimate her youth and beauty. You previously mentioned the history of all your dynasties on the celestial screen. Is that true? The Princess of Changlu, unable to restrain her curiosity, finally inquired. Are you eager to know your future? Are you certain? Gao Ming chuckled, clearly unperturbed. Rarely do individuals find themselves in a position to uncover the fate that awaits them while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Indeed, the Princess of Changlu admitted, her gaze dropping shyly. Are you married? Gao Ming suddenly asked. The princess was taken aback. Why this abrupt inquiry? In feudal times? Such a question posed by a man to a woman often conveyed an alternative sentiment of affection. Could it be that this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom had taken a liking to her? Yet, this seemed rather too direct. He did not appear to be a lecherous ruler. Perhaps it was a means to forge a political alliance with the Tang dynasty? If that were the case, it would indeed be understandable. Not yet, just this year. Then you still have 11 years ahead of you. 11 years? The Princess of Changlu was momentarily stunned, realizing she would live only into her 20s. Chapter 11. A Solitary Emperor. Is this a celestial manuscript? Could you perhaps enlighten me on the manner of my demise? Did I indeed wed Chai Sun Chong? Historical records indicate that you passed away due to illness, possibly inheriting the malady of Empress Changsun, or perhaps due to other ailments. From your tone, it seems you are not particularly content with this union. What satisfaction or dissatisfaction could there be? This was decreed by His Majesty, the Emperor, replied Princess Changel with a serene smile. How does history perceive me? Graceful in appearance, astute in intellect, and gifted in literary composition. Quite commendable, remarked Princess Changel with a composed smile. You possess a rather optimistic outlook, however. It is evident that history has deviated significantly and the future remains uncertain. Perhaps, yet some matters are inherently immutable. Gao Ming chose not to pursue this line of conversation as he was disinterested in the topic. As their dialogue meandered, Gao Ming observed that Princess Changel was indeed well-read. She possessed considerable knowledge about her era, including many events and even secret tales, suggesting she had paid keen attention to matters beyond the palace walls. Perhaps she yearned for life outside. Otherwise, she would not have lost her way outside the city. Yet, amidst their engaging conversation, Li Shimin, who was anxiously monitoring the heavens, grew increasingly concerned. Despite the emperor's assurances, several hours had elapsed since the enchanting Li Ji had entered the palace, and she had yet to emerge. He could not help but worry that something untoward had occurred. What is there to worry about? A sovereign has made a promise before the entire realm. Nothing untoward should happen, reassured Empress Changsun. Li Ji, with such exquisite beauty, even if she were a ruler, remains merely a man. At that moment, Li Shimin exhibited none of the composure befitting an emperor. He resembled a father fretting over his daughter being abducted. I must inquire again. Li Shimin, Li Ji, how fare you? However, engrossed in conversation with Gao Ming, Princess Changel was oblivious to the growing concern until a report interrupted their dialogue. Princess Changel, father, I am well. Gao Ming arranged accommodations for Princess Changel, and after her departure, he turned to the screen and inquired, Master of State, what is your perspective? The astute and graceful princess of the Tang dynasty deftly sidestepped matters of state, yet one can discern the impending prosperity of the Tang dynasty. This emperor has nurtured such an exceptional princess and is capable of attracting tribute from myriad nations. His ambition and prowess should not be underestimated. Zhang Jiao pondered before offering his insights. Not only he, but also Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, Zhao Kuangyin, Zhu Yuanzhang. Who among them lacked ambition? The allure of unifying the realm is immensely tempting, and to many emperors, our Dragon Kingdom appears to be a succulent prize. I do hope for the coexistence of all dynasties, yet we must also prepare for the worst. Gao Ming sincerely wished to prevent the ambitions of emperors from subjecting the populace to further dislocation and hardship. especially in the context of killing Han people. One might unknowingly harm their own ancestors. What a needless endeavor. I understand. I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the hard-won peace of our dragon kingdom, Zhang Jiao resolutely declared. The palace maids led the way ahead. The vast imperial palace, however, imparted a sense of emptiness and eeriness to Changlu. Aside from the imperial guards, she scarcely encountered a single eunuch, and even the number of palace maids was limited. Was she being led to a secluded area? Or was it that the palace itself housed so few inhabitants? Judging by the layout, this location should belong to the consorts, or do the consorts not reside here? Changlu inquired with curiosity. Based on her previous conversation with the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, he did not strike her as the type to be overly cautious, one who would confine himself to a remote dwelling. In response, the maid explained, "Indeed, this is the residence of the consorts. However, our emperor has yet to take a wife or concubines, which is why it remains unoccupied." The maid spoke truthfully. "The emperor has stated that any request from Princess Changlu should be met to the best of our ability, as Emir maid possesses no knowledge of confidential matters." A puzzled guest might wonder why this is not a secret. Thus, it is permissible to answer. "What?" Princess Changlu exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Had she misheard? How could this be possible? This was the harem of a sovereign, not even a single consort? Regardless of how virtuous or disinterested in women an emperor might be in history, the harem could never be so desolate. This matter transcends personal preferences. It pertains to the foundation of the realm itself. "Are you certain?" Changlu asked, struggling to reconcile the information. "I do not mistake such facts. This is common knowledge across the realm," the maid affirmed. "But why? Could there be some preference for men?" Changlu questioned, her thoughts racing. No. Even if there were such inclinations, they could not be publicly declared. It was unfathomable that there were no consorts at all. The emperor had once remarked that women only served to slow his hand in battle. Changlu felt her mind becoming overwhelmed. What kind of reasoning is this? Is there not a department of royal affairs that manages the internal matters of the royal family? There is, but the emperor has dismissed all such arrangements. But what if misfortune were to befall your emperor? Would there not be chaos across the land due to a lack of succession? That will not happen. The emperor has his plans, and the realm shall remain in order. Furthermore, the emperor stated that should injustice prevail, or if a foolish ruler ascends, the people may rise in rebellion. This revelation left Princess Changlu wide-eyed, feeling as if her worldviews had been shattered. An emperor would utter such incendiary words encouraging rebellion. How audacious! What kind of resolve must one possess to speak thus? Throughout history, she had never encountered such sentiments. Regardless of the emperor, there had always been an unwavering intolerance for insurrection. At this moment, the maid added, "In truth, we are aware of the emperor's reasons for not yet establishing a harem. He seeks to bring an end to the strife in the realm as swiftly as possible. However, in this era of tranquility, the sovereign remains unconvinced. He has bestowed upon us unprecedented happiness, yet he remains solitary." Princess Changlu gazed upon the palace maid, her eyes devoid of fear, instead filled with genuine admiration and affection, as well as a profound pity for their emperor. Indeed, it was pity. Princess Changlu had never witnessed a palace maid who could empathize with their monarch. Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable within the grand halls of the Tang dynasty palace. Whether maidservants, eunuchs, or even concubines, all navigated their lives with utmost caution. A mere misstep could lead to dire consequences. Princess Changlu found herself deeply moved by the earnest emotions emanating from this humble maid. An idea involuntarily surfaced in her mind: a solitary emperor. She could not precisely articulate this sentiment. Was it admiration, or something else? She felt an irresistible urge to learn more about the exploits of this sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom. "Could you share the tale of how your emperor has journeyed to this point?" she inquired. The maid hesitated before responding. "I can only relay what is widely known, Your Highness." Princess Changlu nodded in agreement, recognizing her limited options. And thus, their conversation became an unceasing flow. Initially, Princess Changlu listened with a casual demeanor. However, as the narrative unfolded, her astonishment intensified. By the end, she could not help but exclaim in disbelief. During the most tumultuous times, the realm was divided into 24 nations by feuding princes, rebellious factions. And yet, he unified these 24 nations. Apart from the mysteries beyond the seas, all lands on the continent bowed to the Dragon Kingdom. An army of 200,000 set forth, while another 200,000 returned in triumph. Am I to believe I am hearing a tale from the heavens? Chapter 12. A population of 1,400,000,000. The nation that commands thunder and the city that never sleeps. Princess Changlu expressed profound skepticism regarding this. She believed it to be a form of political maneuvering, perhaps to extol the virtues of the Dragon Kingdom's emperor. Yet was this not an excessive promotion? Qin unified the 6 states, yet the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom has conquered all kingdoms on land. May I dare inquire about the population of your Dragon Kingdom? 1,400,000,000. The palace maid proudly responded. How many? 1,400,000,000, which is 1,400 million. A score of times that of our Tang, nearly 100 times. By this calculation, perhaps the claim of 24 nations is not an exaggeration at all. Such remarkable achievements have never been recorded in history. Princess Changlu was left in a state of shock, unable to regain her composure for a long while. If all this is indeed true, then the Dragon Kingdom must not be underestimated. An emperor capable of conquering 24 nations. Who would dare to question his martial prowess? As night fell, the palace maid made her way to a corner and illuminated the room. What is this? Why is it so bright? Is it a luminous pearl? No, it is an electric light. Electricity? You can control electricity? Princess Changlu was stunned. This is no earthly realm, but resembles a divine kingdom in the heavens. Such methods are simply inconceivable. At the same time, other dynasties began to take note of this phenomenon. Your Majesty, it appears that there are sorceries afoot in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city. What sorcery? While scrutinizing memorials under the flickering oil lamp, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by the frantic report from his attentive eunuch. Your Majesty, if you step outside, you will see. The night in the Dragon Kingdom is ablaze with light, as bright as day, surpassing the stars above. Could it be that today is a significant festival? Li Shimin speculated as he exited the Hall of Two Instruments. Yet, upon stepping outside and gazing upon the celestial realm of that dynasty, astonishment graced his features. The imperial cities of the Great Qing and the Great Ming were but scattered lantern lights, enveloped in a shroud of silence. In stark contrast, the Dragon Kingdom radiated like a sun, exuding brilliant warmth. The entire city was aglow. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, even more than during the day. Some strolled leisurely. Others haggled, while many gathered at various food stalls. Li Shimin, what are those things in the streets? How can they be so bright? And, does the Dragon Kingdom not enforce a curfew? Most dynasties typically imposed a curfew, as the darkness of night rendered it exceedingly difficult to solve crimes when they occurred. The Tang only lifted the curfew during significant festivals. Huangqiao, what a fuss. This is merely our daily routine in the Dragon Kingdom. It is no festival. Yingzheng, just daily life. This is extravagance. It's already past dinner time, and yet there are still provisions for supper. In the Great Qing, due to inadequate productivity and food shortages, people could only afford 2 meals a day. Midnight snacks were a luxury reserved for nobility. Wei Zhang, what a scene of prosperity and peace. Your Majesty, you must strive harder. Li Shimin, why must Wei Duoduo use this moment to spur him on? He could not fathom how the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom could be so brilliantly illuminated. Struggling to find a way to exert oneself, Zhu Yuan'an exclaimed, the abundance of grain is indeed a sign of a prosperous era devoid of hunger. In my lifetime, can we cultivate the Ming dynasty to such an extent? Suda remarked, their diet appears remarkably diverse. I have seen many commoners able to afford meat. How enviable. I recall that during our military campaigns, enjoying a single meal of meat was a luxury beyond compare. Such opulence. It surpasses even the splendor of Beijing. This is truly a paradise on earth. If only this belonged to our Qing dynasty, how wonderful it would be. Upon witnessing this scene, Dorgan was left speechless. Kublai Khan mused, I suddenly feel that the lives of some nobles in our Yuan dynasty cannot compare to those of the commoners in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps it is indeed essential to acquire the grain of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a lifestyle is something he finds himself somewhat envious of. Not that a sovereign of the Yuan dynasty lacks sustenance, but the prosperity represented by this flourishing era is hard to resist. Even if the Dragon Kingdom possesses formidable military strength, what does it matter? The might of the Yuan is unparalleled, having subdued many neighboring nations. This night felt interminable for all. Even the radiance of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city ignited a yearning in many nobles and commoners alike. A world where every citizen is well-fed seems far too extravagant and alluring for many. Regrettably, they do not even know where the Dragon Kingdom lies. Moreover, it remains to be seen whether the Dragon Kingdom can establish a firm foothold in this world of coexisting dynasties. Should it truly secure its position, there will inevitably be those who cannot resist taking action. The following 2 days passed without significant events. Each dynasty busily prepared, bracing for any potential troubles. The emperors of various dynasties sought to understand one another's histories. Zhao Gao, Hu Hai, Liu Bang, Xiangyu, the destroyers of Qin. The first emperor of Qin gathered the fragments of words from the heavens. Your Majesty, this is slander. Perhaps individuals from other dynasties, driven by their own wolfish ambitions, have misled you into executing loyal ministers. I implore you, Your Majesty, to discern the truth and restore my honor. Zhao Gao cried out in protest. At this moment, he could indeed withstand scrutiny, which rendered the first emperor somewhat uncertain. Yet, even if he refrained from delivering a swift punishment, he ensured Zhao Gao was under strict surveillance. On the third day, as everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the new rankings, a single piece of news ignited a frenzy among all present. In the early morning, Dorgan, having just emerged from the embrace of women, lingered in bed, savoring the softness of Han women, when his personal guard intruded forcefully. Dorgan was about to unleash his ire. But a single statement extinguished his fury. My lord, a vanguard team led by Lord Duoluo has located the whereabouts of the Dragon Kingdom. What? What is happening? Take me to see at once. Yes, my lord. Juan Tower, Lord Duo, we have discovered a nation suspected to be the Dragon Kingdom. The attire of its citizens bears a striking resemblance to that of those in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city. We kindly request your further instructions. Duo. The brother of Dorgan and the leader of the Plain White Banner was among the most valiant and skilled generals of the early Qing dynasty. Upon hearing this news, all the emperors were roused from their reverie. Could it be that the Qing dynasty had indeed found the Dragon Kingdom? Dorgan was equally astonished by the swiftness of this revelation. This indicated that the Dragon Kingdom was not far from them. If it were not for the favor of the heavens, he would hardly believe it. It seemed as though fate had decreed that the Qing dynasty was destined for greatness. The first step was to gather intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom, should their military strength prove inferior to theirs. They would seize a few cities to procure vast amounts of grain and secure their hold on these territories. Subsequently, they would assess the situation and extract further benefits from the Dragon Kingdom. Dorgan, let us not reveal ourselves just yet, Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. How about we engage in a transaction? Dorgan felt he had discerned the location of the Dragon Kingdom while they remained oblivious to his presence. This granted them a distinct advantage, allowing them to seize the initiative, a form of intangible intimidation. War is seldom spontaneous. Even though Dorgan believed that the iron cavalry and artillery of the Qing dynasty were invincible, there was a significant likelihood that the Dragon Kingdom stemmed from a subsequent dynasty. Caution was warranted. He needed to ascertain the situation and gradually probe their limits. At present, what ignited his envy the most were those seemingly divine, extraordinarily high-yield crops. The emperors observed these seemingly tranquil yet laden with menace words, each intently focused, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. Simultaneously, they summoned their ministers early to devise solutions should any situation arise. They too were eager to witness how this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom would respond. Chapter 13. Polar Reversal. Elbu's Expedition. Gao Ming, what do you desire? Dorgan, our great Qing is also in dire need of abundant grain. Indeed, the numerous emperors were not the slightest bit surprised. Such crops represent not merely sustenance, but also the potential to yield unimaginable wealth. Gao Ming, dare I ask, what if I refuse? Dorgan, then, I fear certain occurrences neither of us wish to witness may transpire. Gao Ming, it seems you have not heeded my previous words. My suggestion is, perhaps you might wait a while longer? Dorgan, wait? What do you mean? Dorgan appeared perplexed. Did this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom not comprehend the implications? Why was he so composed? Ing Zheng, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, and other emperors shared his confusion. In an utterly unfamiliar world, being discovered first signifies the enemy's imminent threat at one's doorstep. Yet, they remained oblivious. However, the very next moment, understanding dawned upon them all. Junta, oh no. We have been discovered. Damn it, how did we expose ourselves? Lord Duo, Lord Dorgan, save us. The barrage of messages abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Duo, Junta, what is the situation on your end? Respond swiftly. You have dozens of cavalry. As long as you do not encounter a large-scale army, self-preservation should not be an issue. Speak up. Yet despite Duo's urgent inquiries, the messages from his capable subordinate Junta vanished without a trace. This rendered Duo's countenance dark and grim. Since entering the pass, his White Banner forces had been invincible, having only ever slaughtered others. This was the first time he had lost dozens of riders without any knowledge of the enemy's strength. Gao Ming, what was it you just said? The Qing court underestimated the quality of a populace that had only recently emerged from turmoil. It was no exaggeration to claim that the Dragon Kingdom had a citizenry ready for arms. When outsiders discovered the location of the Dragon Kingdom, what led them to believe they would remain undetected? Once a single individual caught sight of their tracks, Gao Ming was confident that information would be relayed to local authorities. Indeed, if their numbers were not substantial, local security forces would suffice to deal with them. Observing Gao Ming's nonchalant retort, Dorgan felt as if he had swallowed a swarm of dead flies. Useless. Useless. How could dozens of riders fail to even glance up at the sky? Had they been instantly slain? Was it mere misfortune, stumbling into a military stronghold? Dorgan seethed with rage. Li Shimin, what has transpired? The reversal is too swift. Ing Zheng, they must have been eliminated. Zhao Kuangyin, that seems unlikely. A nation-S border cannot be heavily guarded at every turn. Furthermore, he mentioned cavalry. To incapacitate or slay them in an instant without even allowing them a moment to glance at the sky, they must have encountered elite forces. Dorgan, should you dare harm even one of my Qing, we shall surely trample the Dragon Kingdom. Release them at once. Dorgan, we, the people of the Great Qing, have not attacked your Dragon Kingdom. We merely discovered your location. It was you who drew your weapons first. Do you wish to declare war upon us? Dorgan's anger was genuine, yet he seized this opportunity. To plunder another nation without provocation and to instigate war would undoubtedly cause unrest among the populace. However, if lives were lost, his ambition to claim the Dragon Kingdom would be justified. Zhu Yuanzhang, how impatient. Someone is in a hurry. Wei Jing, the actions of the Qing court are unjust. Villager of Hongqi village, who says there was no attack? Your men slaughtered my dog outside our village, leaving it to die in the wilderness. Do you truly believe that we of Hongqi village are easy to bully? Your Majesty, we have spared one survivor. We request nearby soldiers to accept this hostage. We have covered his head and will ensure he does not speak out of turn. This message stunned the crowd. Had the villagers of the Dragon Kingdom managed to defeat a regular cavalry unit? Even if it comprised merely dozens of men, it was still beyond belief. Chief of Hongqi village, had it not been to minimize casualties, we would not have waited until now to act, nor would we have needed to set an ambush. Dodo, do not confuse the issue. No matter the circumstances, our brave warriors of the Great Qing could never be subdued by mere villagers. This is but a display of bravado, intended to intimidate us. Zhu Yusong, the cavalry of the Qing court is renowned for its ferocity, known in history as invincible. Though it may seem inappropriate for the emperor of Southern Ming to utter such words that bolster the enemy's morale, the might of the Qing court was widely acknowledged. Simultaneously, it served as a reminder to other dynasties not to underestimate the Qing, lest they suffer great losses, especially with the founding emperor present in this world. It was essential for him to have an objective understanding of the Qing's strength. Kublai Khan, oh, such powerful cavalry still exists in later generations? Li Shimin, invincible? Such a reputation in history is likely rare. Ing Zheng, invincible? Such small foreign tribes speak boldly. At this moment, Gao Ming praised the actions of Hongqi village. Gao Ming, you have done well. Anyone who infringes upon the sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom may be slain. Dorgan, if you do not provide the Great Qing with an explanation, we shall not let this matter rest. Gao Ming, an explanation? Once we extract the location of your Great Qing, I believe it is you who must provide an explanation. Dorgan, humph. Dorgan had not anticipated that the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom would yield not an inch. Dorgan, Dodo, take your men and scour the last possible locations of the Zhuan Tower, digging 3 feet into the ground. I wish to see who discovers whom first. Gao Ming merely observed the messages with calmness. Good counsel cannot dissuade the damned. If they seek death, let them come. Hongqi village, a part of Hongqi city, now falls under Fingshten's jurisdiction. I truly wish to avoid him. Each time he insists on recognizing me as his adoptive father. Can such a title be casually granted? Gao Ming contemplated for a moment before closing his eyes, invoking the connection between the summoned entities, the system, and himself. He had the ability to communicate with them at any time and from any place. This capability was one of the reasons he emerged unscathed and victorious in numerous battles. The real-time information and coordination on the battlefield provided a decisive advantage in a world where communication lagged significantly. Should any enemy dare to invade the Dragon Kingdom, they would face merciless retribution. Indeed, Your Majesty, Feng Xian shall never let you down. My long spear is eager for action. Troops, rally with me towards Hongqi village. Lu Bu promptly began to assemble his forces, redirecting the army's course. They advanced toward the border where Duo Air was stationed, intending to exert some pressure on the arrogant Dragon Kingdom. After pondering for a moment, Dorlan also made a new decision. Following this brief interlude, the sky began to shift. The ranking of dynasty wealth is about to be revealed. The nations making this list are Chapter 14, The Wealth of the Tang Dynasty. Rarely seen throughout history, yet inferior to the Dragon Kingdom? Immediately, troops were assembled to head towards the location where Junta and others had mysteriously vanished. Following the directive, Duo also sprang into action. Each small team had its search areas and directions meticulously planned. The specific site of the disappearance required careful investigation. Yet the general direction had already been firmly established. Given that they had discovered the towns of the Dragon Kingdom, what could possibly be so elusive? In an effort to swiftly restore dignity to the Qing, Duo rapidly mobilized nearly 3,000 cavalrymen, alongside numerous servitors at their disposal, to hasten towards the location of Junta's disappearance. He recalled how, with 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers of the plain white banner, he faced a Ming army 10 times their number yet still managed to send them fleeing in panic. In his eyes, the Qing were the mightiest warriors in the world. A confidence built upon successive victories. As long as it was not a fortress, merely a small town, how many troops could it possibly muster? Surely, it could be easily subdued in no time. Even if it were a fortress, with the maneuverability of their cavalry, what could the Dragon Kingdom possibly do to him? If he failed to reclaim this dignity, not only would his elder brother, Dalgan, hold him accountable, but even the recently conquered, yet unstable, Central Plains dynasty could experience upheaval. This would undoubtedly jeopardize their foundation within the Central Plains, a scenario that was utterly intolerable. It was essential to demonstrate their strength to intimidate the Han people and compel the Dragon Kingdom to submit, thereby obtaining what they desired. The sound of iron hooves echoed as dust billowed in their wake, exuding an imposing grandeur as if to trample the mountains and rivers. Galloping on horseback, Duo looked up to behold the emerging wealth rankings of the top 3 dynasties. Third place, the Tang dynasty. Second place, the Song dynasty. First place, the Dragon Kingdom. His eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of avarice. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom not only boasted an astonishing grain reserve but also ranked first in wealth? It seemed this expedition would yield considerable rewards. The extent of the Dragon Kingdom's riches, however, remained uncertain. In recent days, the lifestyle within the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city had captured the world's attention. Beyond the use of paper currency, they observed that gold and silver formed the hard currency foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. The more he contemplated, the more restless he became. After all, both the Tang and Song dynasties were historically renowned for their affluence. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom could surpass these 2 dynasties suggested an astonishing level of wealth. As soon as the ranking was announced, people from various dynasties erupted in excitement. Yingzheng, the Dragon Kingdom, again ranked first. Zhu Yuanzhang, my Ming has failed to even make the top 3 this time. However, this is all due to the brutality of the Yuan, leaving behind a chaotic mess from frequent wars. During his reign, the realm had already been lost to the Han for several centuries. Centuries of foreign rule, combined with the turmoil of the late Yuan period, meant that the time required for development was excessively long, unlike the Tang's Li Shimin, who had a solid foundation, or Zhao Kuangyin, who minimized internal conflicts in the Central Plains over a cup of wine. The foundations of these 2 dynasties are significantly more profound than that of the Ming dynasty. This defeat, it seems, is not as intolerable as one might expect. Li Shimin, indeed, a nation can ascend the rankings once more. And with the Dragon Kingdom's strategy of supporting agriculture through commerce, its prosperous development likely guarantees a place on the leaderboard. However, I did not anticipate it would secure the top position once again. Zhao Kuangyin. Yet, occupying the first position does not necessarily ensure the rewards of the heavens. The paramount consideration remains the recognition of the populace. In comparison to other matters, he might lack confidence. Nevertheless, in terms of wealth, he is quite assured. Over the years, the economy of the Song dynasty has been steadily ascending. Wei Zhong, to be first in both categories, is truly unimaginable. Fang Xianling. It is improbable that any nation could achieve this again. Possessing a singular advantage that surpasses all previous dynasties is remarkable enough. Yet to excel in 2 domains is surely the limit. Yingzheng. Alas, this is not a strength in which our Qin excels. Yingzheng believes that Qin's greatest prowess lies in military conquest. Kublai Khan. Given the astonishing grain yield, it is already under scrutiny. If wealth does indeed eclipse that of the Tang and Song, it may not bode well. Kublai Khan's words abruptly silenced the previously lively assembly. This cautionary sentiment pertains not only to the Dragon Kingdom, but to every dynasty. Gao Ming. I urge everyone to refrain from harboring unfounded thoughts. While our Dragon Kingdom cherishes peace, we possess the means to defend ourselves. Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, the emperors felt an odd dissonance. If the earlier incident were indeed true, one must ponder, which peace-loving nation could swiftly mobilize a regular cavalry unit in such a brief span? A force potent enough to obliterate an old dynasty. To this day, they are inclined to believe that the unfortunate cavalry unit merely encountered a critical stronghold and fell victim to an ambush, resulting in their swift annihilation. However, the progress of the rankings remains unaffected by their speculations. The wealth leaderboard reveals the Tang dynasty in third place. Following the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Shimin ascended to the throne. Seated upon his imperial throne, the scenes of court deliberations shift repeatedly as commands are dispatched to every corner of the realm. He allocated land to the populace, ensuring the basic survival of farmers. His land grants were not restricted to male citizens. Even widows, servants, and merchants received plots. This initiative more than doubled the arable land compared to the end of the Sui dynasty. Concurrently, he imposed stringent penalties on the powerful who illegally seized others' land and mandated that land transactions require official approval to curtail the expansion of aristocratic families. In the early Tang period, the widespread adoption of the curved plow in the southern regions tripled agricultural efficiency. In this primitive social structure, advancements in agriculture directly translate to economic growth. Based on the foundation of this equal land distribution system, a rental and taxation system was implemented. Notably, it allowed citizens to offset their service obligations with monetary payments, granting them the freedom to choose between serving or providing goods, resulting in an effective tax burden approximately half compared to previous dynasties. Simultaneously, the flexibility of choice liberated the labor force, allowing the populace to reduce their service time and engage in other occupations. In the realm of commerce, he abolished the Sui Wuzhu currency, reminted the money, and achieved monetary unification, thereby promoting trade among various provinces. Notably, he placed great emphasis on the Silk Road, constructing relay stations to strengthen connections with other nations. Utilizing the influence of the Tang dynasty, trade flourished between the East and West, with an influx of foreign merchants. This prosperity was further augmented by the exchange of silk, porcelain, and other artisanal products for glass, spices, and various goods from the western regions. He streamlined and prioritized the management of the Ministry of Revenue, focusing on the production of silk, porcelain, and weaponry. Additionally, he exempted private artisans from taxes to facilitate commerce, thereby advocating for trade to some extent. As a result, the shops in the western market of Chang'an burgeoned to tens of thousands, with nearly one-third belonging to foreign merchants. Consequently, during this period, the streets of Chang'an were replete with a multitude of exotic peoples from beyond the borders of the Tang dynasty. Although the Tang had yet to reach its zenith, it already exhibited the grandeur of an era where nations flocked to pay homage. Zhao Zheng, I never anticipated that the Tang dynasty would place such importance on commerce, nor that its political influence would be so extraordinary, attracting so many foreign traders to the Central Plains, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere that suggests the presence of a wise ruler. Liu Bang. It appears that commerce is indeed a means for a nation to rapidly amass wealth. However, even this emperor, later revered as the eternal sovereign, failed to leverage this industry to safeguard the lands of the common folk from covetous eyes. Otherwise, the previous grain rankings might have also included the Tang. Zhao Kuangyin. The ambitions of that Dragon Kingdom sovereign were indeed audacious. Our Song dynasty also promotes commerce, yet we do not dare to implement such sweeping reforms in agriculture. Wei Zheng. There seems to be a discrepancy. I recall that some matters are still in the preparatory stage, yet the celestial screen has already begun its display. Is it possible that this narrative encompasses not only the present but also the entire epoch associated with the current emperor? Perhaps even notable measures from both preceding and succeeding eras? Zhu Yuanzhang. There is nothing peculiar about this. Moreover, from our perspective, you are already history, and these events are destined to unfold within the annals of established history. Zhu Yuanzhang, Dorgan, Zhao Kuangyin, and others found no fault in this notion. After all, if the events of the past could be portrayed, then matters concerning the Tang or the Qin were merely remnants of history. Of course, this seemed to operate within certain parameters, confined to the temporal scale of contemporary emperors, with deviations being minimal. Kublai Khan. Regardless, some blemishes are difficult to erase. I observe that Tang Emperor Li Shimin, in his diligent governance, may also harbor suspicions of attempting to absolve himself from infamy. Zhu Yuanzhang. The Xuanwu Gate incident, fratricide, and imprisonment of his father, indeed problematic, yet, from a historical perspective, he may have been justified. Even after the Tang, there are scarcely any instances of an era where nations came to pay tribute. Zhu Di. Indeed, history confirms that the Tang Emperor was a wise sovereign. As Zhu Di uttered these words, he was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. While Li Shimin felt gratified by the recognition of his accomplishments, he was also acutely aware of his own burdens. Were it not for the 5 prominent families and the 7 noble clans firmly grasping the myriad lucrative avenues, he would not have been so constrained by the aristocratic houses during the early years of his reign. Why, then, would he resort to such perilous measures, fervently promoting commerce? After all, he advocated for governance through virtue. Yet, commerce is the most susceptible to moral decay. The scene then shifted to the imperial harem of Li Shimin, revealing a spectacle that left emperors of preceding dynasties utterly astonished. Chapter 15. Zhu Di, Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Speak for me. Speak for me. In the stillness of the night, when one would expect the weary Li Shimin to be resting, he instead sat under the flickering light of an oil lamp, diligently reviewing memorials. Time turned relentlessly. For several days and nights, Li Shimin had deprived himself of rest. The imperial harem, though bustling with activity, bore no semblance of extravagance. The palace maids and eunuchs outside the halls moved about infrequently. He championed frugality, leading by example, reducing the ranks of over 20,000 maids and concubines from the previous dynasty to a mere 300. This significantly curtailed expenditures. Zheng, an emperor with only a little over 300 attendants and maids, how remarkably frugal compared to subsequent rulers. In this regard, even the first emperor felt a twinge of inadequacy. After all, he had employed over 700,000 laborers for the construction of the Apang Palace, incurring considerable costs. Each of his grand tours across the realm was also a spectacle that drained the treasury. Liu Bang, truly shameful. I initially advocated for thrift, yet I occasionally succumbed to the allure of indulgence. The diligence of the Tang monarchs is a rare feat indeed. Kublai Khan, it is merely a show for the public's eyes. Zhu Yuanzhong, nonsense. Attempt to reduce a significant number of palace maids yourself. Regardless of the initial intention, if he succeeded, he would undoubtedly set a commendable precedent for future generations. The ethos of frugality during the Tang dynasty flourished, leaving a profound impact on many even to this day. Zhu Di, my father speaks truly. The scene continued to unfold. Li Shimin's daily meals consisted of no more than 4 dishes. He halted the construction of the Qianyang Palace, refusing to burden the populace with unnecessary expenses, allowing them to rest. Even when suggestions arose for the construction of a summer retreat, he categorically rejected them, asserting that he would not impose labor upon the people for his own pleasure. His approach to tomb construction also emphasized economy. Li Shimin's dragon robe was laundered thrice, while Empress Changsuan's garments were devoid of ornate embroidery. He led the harem in a life of austerity, serving as a paragon for the people. It was precisely because Li Shimin set such a commendable example, eschewing lavishness, that many beneath him emulated his ways, leading even the aristocratic families to temper their excesses. Coupled with the commercial exchanges along the Silk Road and advancements in agricultural reforms, the treasury of the Great Tang gradually swelled. Zheng, practicing frugality and restraining one's desires indeed, marks him as an admirable emperor. Zhu Yuanzhong. Few emperors in later dynasties have managed to embody such principles. Zhu Yuanzhong, reflecting on his own capabilities, acknowledged his inability to achieve such restraint. After enduring hardship, who would wish to revert to a life of struggle? Thus, he held the historically renowned sage king in high esteem. As Li Shimin observed these comments, a sense of comfort enveloped him. The lingering thorn of the Xuanwu Gate incident remained embedded in his heart, driving him relentlessly, as he dared not indulge in pleasure for fear of leaving a lasting stain on his legacy. Yet, he pondered, from the celestial tapestry above, the number of merchants among the common folk appeared far greater than he had anticipated, and trade flourished more robustly. Why then, had the treasury's income over these past few years not shown a more pronounced increase? Of course, not everyone wholly endorsed this view. Dorgan, in my opinion, Li Shimin's diligence stems from a fear of posthumous criticism. His restraint of desires seems less a principle and more a calculated effort to cleanse his reputation. In such tumultuous times, how can these Han people still possess a sense of belonging and honor? The Qing dynasty has only just begun to govern this central region, and the hearts of the populace are in disarray. Suddenly, an abundance of dynasties has emerged, and the Tang dynasty is showcased in a remarkably positive light. Coupled with its favorable historical evaluation, once the people discover the location of the Tang, there is a high likelihood of a significant exodus of commoners from the realm under their rule. This is no baseless conjecture. During the journey to the borders of the Tudor, it was observed that certain cities had already witnessed a considerable disappearance of their populace. Upon inquiring with the local servants, the response was revealing. They had all departed in search of the site of the Ming Taizu. Some sought the location of the Tang, while others yearned to find the Dragon Kingdom. The surrendered Han officials trembled in fear. They found themselves in a predicament. Having believed that the Qing's unification of the Central Plains was an unstoppable force, compelling them to submit for the sake of survival. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of the Taizu Emperor? The war-weary commoners, already deeply resentful of the harsh policies such as the head-shaving edict, were eager to abandon this place, and no one could restrain them, were it not for his recent submission to the Qing. He feared that seeking out the Ming Taizu would also result in retribution. Even he himself longed to flee. Cursed commoners! Cursed heavens! Is it possible that our Qing must rule over a barren Central Plains dynasty? Henceforth, anyone who dares to leave their city without permission will face execution upon discovery. The world must recognize the might of my 8 banners, and they must not dare entertain any rebellious thoughts. If necessary, we shall not hesitate to slaughter entire cities. However, before that, the issue of the Dragon Kingdom must be resolved. Utilizing the Dragon Kingdom to establish our authority would be most advantageous. Watching the barrage of comments from Dorgan, Li Shimon's countenance darkened. For what he stated was not entirely without merit, leaving him momentarily speechless, yet a surge of murderous intent welled within him. Wei Zheng, nonsense. Throughout history, in the struggle for imperial power, has there ever been a lack of casualties? A sovereign, as long as he can ensure national stability and prosperity for the people, is deemed to have achieved more good than harm. Wei Zheng, does the motivation truly matter? Do you assert that the Emperor of the Tang is diligently striving to absolve his own sins? Then I ask you, did Qin Ershi Hu Hai, in collusion with Zhao Gao, conspire to murder Prince Fusu with a false edict, and did Hu Hai, as a result, endeavor to bring the Qin to a golden age? Wei Zheng's words left Dorgan momentarily speechless. Zhao Gao? Slander. Slander. Please, do not slander me further. I am but a humble and pitiful little eunuch. How could I possess such power? Oh, grant me mercy. Zhao Gao dared not imagine what thoughts the emperor might harbor upon seeing this barrage. Why must you involve me in your discussions? Li Shimin, Wei Zheng. You. Li Shimin was taken aback that Wei Zheng, who had often voiced dissent regarding his actions, would choose to support him at this moment. Had he truly become a worthy emperor in Wei Zheng's eyes? Li Shimin lowered his gaze to the distance, where, having concluded the court meeting, Wei Zheng sat at the entrance of the grand hall, gazing up at the sky. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotion. Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and others instinctively looked towards Wei Zheng. Oh, you Wei Zheng, always nitpicking the smallest details. Who would have thought that in a critical moment? You would be so adept at flattery. Dorgan, Wei Zheng, you are indeed eloquent, but I shall not engage in a verbal dispute with you. The fact that Li Shimin killed his own brother is a historical truth recorded in the annals. You are no loyal minister. A true loyalist would not serve 2 masters. Your allegiance lies with Li Jianqing, and when he fell, you should have perished alongside him. Wei Zheng, as long as I am true to the common people at dawn, I have a clear conscience. Why should I explain myself to you, a small, unorthodox foreigner? Dorgan, old fool, you seek death. The audacious Wei Zheng dared to deny the legitimacy of their Qing dynasty. Zhu Di, well said. The emperor's faults should be judged by the well-being of the people. Dorgan, what is so commendable about that? You are not a paragon either. You, a rebel prince who succeeded in usurpation, are no different from Li Shimin. Your later actions bear his shadow. The so-called Zhongli era of prosperity is merely a facade for your insecurity. Damn it. Unable to counter Wei Zheng, now I must contend with you. Zhu Di? Li Shimin, did you also kill your elder brother? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly felt less alone. Many things are not feared for being imitated but for being singular. That is something one cannot evade. Zhu Yuanzhang, what did you say? The 4th has ascended the throne? Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Zhu Di and the other princes returning to the capital to visit their family. Zhu Di instantly panicked, hastily clarifying under the heavens. Zhu Di, nonsense. Father, do not listen to the words of this treacherous Qing bandit who seeks to ruin our Ming emperor. Don't frighten the 4th. I refuse to believe he is such a person. Queen Ma soothed the increasingly enraged Zhu Yuanzhang. Sister, it is not that we do not trust the 4th. It is just. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang realized he seemed to have overlooked something. Meanwhile, Dorgan continued to stoke the flames, bringing forth what he had neglected. Dorgan, am I speaking nonsense? Did not your Zhu family name your offspring strictly by lineage? What was the name of the emperor who hanged himself? Did you not see it earlier? Zhu Yuyin. Zhu Yuanzhang posed a significant threat to the Qing dynasty. If this could incite turmoil within Zhu Yuanzhang's dynasty, any future confrontations would be considerably easier. Zhu Di. No, how could I possibly usurp my elder brother's throne? Then how do you explain the name of the future Ming emperors? Zhu Yuanzhang's furious gaze fixated on Zhu Di. Zhu Di felt a chill run down his spine. This Zhu Di had no idea how to explain. To him, these were events yet to unfold. Dorgan, who said you usurped your elder brother's throne? You seized the throne of your elder brother's son, Zhu Yuan. Only the nephew? Li Shimin felt a pang of disappointment. Zhu Di. Zhu Yuanzhang's fury intensified. He was furious that even his elder brother's son had usurped the throne. In his wrath, Zhu Yuanzhang had no time to ponder why it was Zhu Yuan who ascended the throne instead of his own heir, Zhu Biao. Zhu Di, I refuse to believe this. Let the descendants of the Zhu family come forth and clarify. Zhu Youcong, founder, he speaks the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang, what more do you have to say? Old Zhu had already begun to search for the long-forgotten family heirloom, the willow branch. At this moment, even Empress Ma and Zhu Biao were at a loss on how to intervene. The furious Zhu Ba was beyond any attempt to restrain him. Zhu Di had retreated to the entrance, showing signs of wanting to flee. He truly did not wish to endure an inexplicable beating. What kind of situation was this? Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. He quickly left a message in the comments. Zhu Di, no, I refuse to believe it. The capital of the Ming has already been breached. Perhaps the descendants of the Zhu family are under the control of the Qing bandits. I trust no one from that era. By the way, Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, you previously claimed to know the affairs of all dynasties. Speak on my behalf. Tell my father that all of this is false. Chapter 16. Light and Darkness. The wine in the cup resembles the blood of the common folk. Zhu Di continues to struggle. The Great Qing and the Dragon Kingdom are evidently at odds. It has become apparent that the location of the Dragon Kingdom has incurred losses. They now find themselves in a state of tense opposition. The words of the Dragon Kingdom hold the most authority and remain unaffected by the Qing court. Gao Ming, indeed. It is true. Zhu Di, arg. Zhu Di received a sound beating from Zhu Yuanzhang. You wretched child. Father, allow me to explain. Zhu Di shouted as he fled. Explain. What is there left to explain? Do you dare to run away? Today, we shall put an end to you. This rebellious son, to prevent future calamity upon your brothers and sisters. The scene of Zhu Di being pursued and beaten by Zhu Yuanzhang was witnessed through 3 smaller frames beneath the grand tapestry of the Tang dynasty. A hush fell over the crowd. Zhu Di's plight is truly tragic. He is being subjected to a vicious beating for events that have yet to unfold in his era. It is entirely possible he could be beaten to death. Gao Ming, however, Zhu Di's rebellion was a matter of necessity. With the early demise of Crown Prince Zhu Biao and Zhu Yunwen's ascension, the eagerness to diminish the princely power indirectly led to the demise of many princes, forcing Zhu Di into rebellion. Gao Ming, upon rising to power, he ushered in one of the 3 great flourishing eras of the Ming dynasty, the Yongle era, undertaking 5 campaigns in the northern deserts, ultimately dying on the battlefield, living a life of frugality and diligence, surpassing even the emperors of Tang. Father, see. I am compelled. I am no tyrant. Do not attempt to argue. Look up at the heavens. We shall witness your downfall. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang was in no mood to heed such words, as the bamboo rod descended upon him. Ultimately, it was Empress Ma and Zhu Biao who could no longer bear to watch, and felt Zhu Yuanzhang had vented enough of his wrath. They hurriedly stepped forward to halt Zhu Yuanzhang, and informed him of Gao Ming's commendation of Zhu Di. Zhu Di, I am grateful to the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom for his righteous words. We shall not spare those who dare to destroy my Ming dynasty. If we can ascertain your location, I will personally lead an army to trample the Qing court. They shall never again harbor thoughts against you. Zhu Yuanzhang, you still wish to command troops. Zhu Di, he had forgotten he was a candidate for rebellion. Alas, it seems the days ahead will be fraught with difficulty. Brother, you must take care of your health and absolutely must not fall ill. Only then will father be willing to believe I have not rebelled. What did you say? Zhu Yuanzhang's ears perked up. So, my dear fourth, my elder brother's rebellion is unacceptable, yet our rebellion is permissible. Arg, I said nothing. Zhu Di again faced a merciless beating. Empress Ma fell into deep contemplation. Could there be some ailment afflicting Biao? Summon the imperial physician to examine him, she commanded her maidens. Yes. Although Gao Ming's explanation alleviated much of Zhu Yuanzhang's fury, he soon furrowed his brow again, pondering the early demise of his Biao. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could delve deeper to uncover the truth, the scenes from the Tang dynasty suddenly shifted from the palace to the common folk. The source of wealth transitioned from the realm of light to the shadows of darkness. With the implementation of the equal land distribution policy by Li Shimin, the widows who were initially allocated parcels of land fell prey to the local elites. These powerful figures coerced the widows into remarrying, stripping them of their inheritance rights. and relegating them to the status of prostitutes. The wealth generated from their toil never reached their hands. Instead, it was entirely siphoned into the coffers of the affluent. The tribute of silver ascended layer by layer, ultimately landing in the hands of the aristocratic families. The scene shifts once more. Near the Silk Road, a band of robbers is ambushing a merchant caravan. "Who are you?" The caravan leader, despair etched upon his face, inquires. "Consider yourselves enlightened. The salt trade is to be monopolized by the Wang family," the masked leader proclaims, swiftly severing the merchant's head, blood splattering across the ground. "Hang their corpses for all to witness. Some matters are beyond reach. They will know who committed this act, yet none will dare seek vengeance." The Wang family of Taiyuan exudes confidence. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, there was no stringent regulation on the salt and iron trade. As commerce flourished, many individuals ventured into these lucrative industries. However, those who began to prosper in the salt and iron businesses often faced purges orchestrated by the aristocratic clans. This suppression was not confined to a single industry. In addition to salt and iron, the Chui family of Qinghe monopolized the slave trade. Following the Tang campaigns against the Turks and Goguryeo, numerous prisoners of war were sold into slavery. As the situation stabilized, the number of captives dwindled. Consequently, individuals who bore resemblance to neighboring nations were falsely accused of various crimes. The slave trade thrived in the Tang dynasty, with even the Kunlun slaves not being uncommon. "I am not a foreigner. I am a citizen of the Tang. You cannot revoke my household registration. My family has defended the borders for generations. How could I conspire with Goguryeo?" For the sake of profit, many became victims of the slave trade. Such scenes are not isolated incidents, they number in the hundreds, if not thousands. The aristocratic families, as nobles, enjoyed numerous tax exemptions. They amassed vast fortunes through monopolies and various trades, yet contributed less than 5% in taxes. Blood-soaked images flooded the entire main screen. Among these, one scene depicted the stewards of several aristocratic clans gathered for a lavish banquet. Courtesans graced the occasion, and the feasting was of such opulence that it surpassed even the royal banquets. They reveled in the gold, furs, jewels, and glassware acquired from Silk Road trade. Such exquisite glassware is something even the royal family might seldom possess. These barbarians truly lacked discernment, such fine gold exchanged for mere tea and ordinary silk. One steward remarked, "We owe our fortune to their ignorance. Otherwise, we would have long since slaughtered them for their flesh." This wine from the western regions. "Let us all drink to this toast," a junior steward of the Wang family declared with grand ambition, raising his cup. The swirling liquid, in the eyes of Li Shimin, resembled the congealed blood of countless innocent people. "Cheers." The guests were all adorned with radiant smiles. "Li Shimin, look at the commendable deeds you have accomplished." Li Shimin was consumed by fury. He was aware of certain matters. Yet these aristocratic families included high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty, even chancellors. Their connections with other nobility, including his only clan, were too intricate to untangle. He hesitated to take decisive action against them, opting instead for occasional admonitions. However, he was taken aback by the extent of their transgressions. A substantial fortune had found its way into their coffers, yet they contributed little in terms of taxation to the Tang dynasty. Astonishingly, numerous clandestine murders had transpired along the Silk Road and the borders of the grasslands. The aristocratic families wielded immense power, completely disregarding the authority of their emperor. While he led a life of frugality, these noble clans indulged in extravagance to an alarming degree, reducing him to a figure akin to a jester. At last, he grasped the reason why the increase in tax revenue over the past few years had been insufficient. Chapter 17. General Huang Chao of the Dragon Kingdom. Treading upon the bones of the nobility. Wang Gui, Your Majesty, this must be someone impersonating a member of the Wang family. If there were indeed such a deranged individual among us, I would personally take care of him. Wang Gui of the Taiyuan Wang family never anticipated that his subordinates would act with such brazen audacity. While he was aware of certain matters, he had chosen to disregard them. He never imagined that a mysterious force could one day unveil long-hidden truths before the world. At this moment, he needed to dissociate himself from these affairs. Chui Dunley, if there were such scoundrels in the Chui family, we would naturally cleanse our ranks without your majesty's order. Lu Chiqing, indeed, our great Tang shall not tolerate these lawless lunatics. The speakers at this moment were all prominent figures from the noble families of the Tang dynasty. Some were the crown princess mentors, while others held the position of chancellor. Li Shimin observed their declarations and chose to refrain from further comment. He understood that these individuals would provide him with an explanation. However, The influence and menace posed by these noble clans were alarmingly substantial. A more effective means to restrain them was essential. Otherwise, the realm of the Li Tang could easily be undermined. Dorgan, haha. What a splendid display of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, who, when faced with trouble, quickly distanced themselves. Dorgan mocked, clearly relishing the instability within the major dynasties. Ideally, they would all engage in conflict, for perhaps one day, the Qing might emerge triumphant, becoming the sole victor in this world. Suda, the Silk Road. A pathway paved with the blood of countless innocents. Zhao Kuangyin. Indeed, whether it be grain or commercial wealth, it is invariably accompanied by bloodshed. And the plunder of this wealth is even more brutal and savage. Ingzheng, such is the essence of this world, to minimize slaughter and bloodshed. We must strive for unified governance. Huang Chao. The noble families have never been virtuous from the inception to the decline of the Tang dynasty. Wang Gui, cease your nonsensical ramblings, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Li Shimin dismissed their comments, questioning their significance. Did they truly believe they could manipulate the noble families at will? At this juncture, Dorgan fully embraced his role as a disruptor. Dorgan, gentleman of the Central Plains. If this individual is indeed the historical Huang Chao and not merely a namesake, you ought to be cautious. He is known as the butcher of the noble families, who, during the late Tang uprising, shattered countless noble bones in Chang'an. The 5 surnames and 7 lineages, including the royal Li clan, suffered innumerable casualties, with many noble families severing their lineage due to the slaughter, resulting in over 30,000 noble deaths in Chang'an alone. Dorgan, he even composed a poem. If I recall correctly, let me think. As this dialogue unfolded, Fan Wenqing hastily provided assistance. Dorgan, the unsuccessful poetess afterthought on chrysanthemums. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, my blossoms bloom while 100 flowers perish. The fragrant aroma rises to the heavens, enveloping Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Upon hearing these words, both Li Shimin and the noble families of the Tang dynasty turned pale. The poem bore a heavy sense of bloodshed. Moreover, if what Dorgan spoke of holds true, then Huang Chao undoubtedly stands as their formidable adversary. Lu Chiqing, can what you say truly be believed? Dorgan, without a doubt. Simply inquire with any descendant of the Tang dynasty, and you shall find it easily verifiable. Why would I deceive you otherwise? Dorgan was quite pleased with their response. The more discord and conflict among them, the greater his profit. He sought to prevent their unification against the Qing dynasty. The noble families of the Tang dynasty fell into silence. Outside the court, representatives from the 4 esteemed clans, Cui Dunli of the Cui family from Qinghai, Lu Chiqing of the Lu family from Fanyang, Wang Gui of the Wang family from Taiyuan, and Zheng of the Zheng family from Xingyang, lowered their heads imperceptibly. Yet, amidst the exchange of glances, a silent understanding seemed to emerge, as they slightly nodded in greeting. If this dragon kingdom harbored such hostility towards them, they would need to reassess the threat it posed. Even the direct descendants of the Li family from Longxi, under Li Shimin, wore expressions of discontent. Huang Chao had indeed slain numerous dignitaries. Huang Chao. It is regrettable that I did not encounter His Majesty of the Dragon Kingdom sooner. Otherwise, I would not have squandered half my life struggling to manage the righteous army. I would not have lost control. Zhu Yuanzhang, could it be that before us a similar gathering of dynasties occurred? Did he yield to the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom at that time? Suda, it is quite possible. Who can guarantee that we are the first dynasty to arrive in this unfamiliar world? Earlier, we even encountered Zhang Jiao, Lan Yu, Ming, such historical figures, such zealots, willingly submitting to the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, seemingly regretting the time lost. The Emperor possesses such charisma? Wei Jing, merely by increasing agricultural output and ensuring the well-being of the populace, he could be deemed a capable sovereign. Huang Chao, it appears some are still unfamiliar with me, so allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Huang Chao, the Grand General of the Dragon Kingdom. Holding the title of General of the highest rank, I specialize in eliminating all who oppose the Dragon Kingdom. At this juncture, the summary of the wealth rankings of the Tang dynasty has also been released. The third dynasty's wealth ranking has concluded, summarizing factors such as actual purchasing power, per capita disposable wealth, and fiscal health. Summary: implementation of the equal land system, promotion of the corvée and tax system, flourishing trade along the Silk Road, rise of handicrafts such as porcelain and silk, thriftiness, and the emergence of slave trade. Annual income approximates 7 million taels of silver. Duo, how unfair. Nearly 7 million taels, hardly surpassing our Qing dynasty. Kublai Khan. It seems that our Yuan dynasty's income is not inferior to that of the Tang. Zhu Yuanzhang, spare us the embellishments. We may not know much about the Qing, but given the vast population of future generations, how could their living standards compare to those of the Tang? Furthermore, in the early Yuan period, monetary chaos and poor purchasing power diminished the value of wealth acquired through plunder. Ingzheng, have they even included the meager income from the slave trade in their calculations? It appears this celestial canopy lacks any discernment. Zhao Kuangyin, 7 million taels of silver, you say? Although the purchasing power of different dynasties varies, the current silver purchasing power of the Song dynasty is commendable. Could it be that our great Song is on the verge of experiencing an era of flourishing relations with all nations? Zhu Yuanzhang, an era of flourishing relations? How can this possibly be associated with your Song dynasty? Su Dowell, Dorgan, he. Upon witnessing the reactions of future generations, Zhao Kuangyin was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of unease. Could it be? Would he, too, suffer the same fate as the previous Qing dynasty? Seemingly second, yet in reality, unable to even surpass the third. Zhao Kuangyin, our Song dynasty is currently thriving, and the people live in peace and prosperity. Could it be that what I perceive is merely an illusion? Why is everyone silent? Can anyone speak about the current state of our Song dynasty? Chapter 18. The corruption of hearts by wealth. The original sin of riches. Amidst Zhao Kuangyin's unease, the Grand Song dynasty, ranked second in wealth, commenced its narrative. The opening scenes depicted the previously familiar land policies. Zhao Kuangyin occupied the throne, while the visuals transitioned seamlessly. Edicts were disseminated across the realm. He decreed the liberation of wastelands for cultivation, offering a 5-year tax exemption to entice the displaced populace. Born from the chaos of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, back to agriculture, thereby unleashing greater productivity. He even sanctioned the free trade of land. The introduction of double-cropping Kampa rice commenced, oppressive taxes were abolished, the Yellow River was managed, and irrigation systems were developed, resulting in a significant surge in grain production. In the realm of commerce, he relinquished the long-held doctrine of prioritizing agriculture over trade, steering towards a balanced approach between agriculture and commerce. The earliest seeds of capitalism began to germinate. He dismantled the market regulations, permitting street-side shops and legalizing night markets, which invigorated commerce and stimulated consumption. He established the Maritime Trade Office, leading to the emergence of the Maritime Silk Road, flourishing even more than the Central Asian Silk Road of the Tang dynasty. The improvements in grain transportation drastically increased shipping capacities while having costs, enabling the rice from the south to reach Kaifeng directly. In the handicraft sector, the adoption of the overglaze technique tripled porcelain production. These exquisite porcelain wares and silk were exchanged for spices and jewels. In mining, wet copper smelting reached its pinnacle, causing a dramatic rise in copper output. Concurrently, he appointed transport officials to ensure that over 80% of tax revenue was directly controlled by the central government, eliminating the previously autonomous economic management by local warlords and reinforcing central authority. As commerce thrived, the heavy iron coins became cumbersome, prompting merchants to issue paper credit certificates, the precursors to the promissory notes. This greatly facilitated inter-regional trade and marked one of the earliest forms of paper currency in the world. Following Zhao Kuangyin's death, the robust commercial foundation gave rise to the world's first official paper currency, the jiaozi. Ingzheng. It seems that the wealth of the Song dynasty soared precisely because of its vigorous support for commercial development. The night markets bear a striking resemblance to the bustling city of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that the path to national prosperity lies solely in commerce? Ingzheng pondered deeply. In his view, military might was the cornerstone of a nation's strength and wealth. Yet, the prosperity of subsequent dynasties appeared to stem largely from commerce. If that were the case, should his Qin dynasty also consider pursuing this path to affluence? Li Shimin, I have not accorded sufficient importance to commerce. How is it that the Song enjoys such commendable public order? They have even legalized night markets, allowing shops to operate along the streets instead of confining them to designated market areas. The commercial landscape of the Tang dynasty was commendable, and Li Shimin quickly grasped the operational strategies of the Song. Suda, Zhao Kuangyin wields all military power, so he need not harbor excessive concerns. Moreover, the influence of the Tang dynasty still lingers. The 5 prosperous eras of the Tang were closely linked to flourishing trade, with this historical precedent. Future rulers certainly have a direction for their endeavors. Kublai Khan, rather than speak of direction, it seems more prudent to worry that prominence in other areas may threaten the governance of the soft underbelly of Zhejiang. Zhao Kuangyin, what do you mean by that? The already anxious Zhao Kuangyin suddenly became attuned to Kublai Khan's remark. If he remembers correctly, the heavens proclaimed that the Song dynasty was annihilated by the Yuan, and this individual is none other than the emperor of the Yuan. Thus, he ought to possess a more profound understanding of the Song dynasty than anyone else. Kublai Khan, you should be more aware than anyone else. Do you not recall how you ascended to the throne? Zhao Kuangyin gazed at the barrage in astonishment. In a fleeting moment, he sensed that he had grasped a crucial point, yet it vanished in an instant. Liu Bang, can the relentless advancement of commerce truly remain untainted by avarice? They were not oblivious to the benefits that commerce could bestow. However, the detrimental consequences were all too apparent. With the lure of profit and advantage, governance becomes increasingly lax. Zhu Di, that depends on the contextual circumstances of the time. If wealth is necessary to pacify civil officials and military leaders, leading them to indulgent pleasure without ulterior motives, then the flourishing of commerce may not be entirely unwarranted. Yet, this issue cannot be trivialized. Zhao Kuangyin, what exactly is the problem? At present, the content displayed in the heavens seems devoid of any adverse implications for the Song dynasty. The cargo ships are incessantly arriving, and rice fills the granaries. The streets are lined with bustling merchants, with iron coins, shoe brocade, porcelain, and tea flowing in torrents of trade. Zhu Yuanzhang. It is because the Song dynasty established a precedent of trading wealth for peace, leading future generations to perceive it as a dynasty that, though affluent, was exceedingly feeble. Zhao Kuangyin. What? Zhao Kuangyin found it hard to believe that as an emperor of military origins, his descendants could be deemed spineless. Before anyone could respond to Zhao Kuangyin's inquiry, the imagery on the heavens shifted, transitioning from a positive portrayal to a darker facet. With the emergence of commercial capital, the pursuit of profit began to dominate the era. Moral standards plummeted. In a bid to amass greater wealth, the government and merchants resorted to usury, preemptively siphoning off the earnings of many who had yet to acquire wealth. This drained the economic vitality of numerous regions. The free trade of land, while ostensibly beneficial, facilitated the coercive buying and selling by affluent merchants, resulting in farmers becoming displaced and enslaved laborers. In the realm of handicrafts, collusion between the government and merchants led to craftsmen being enrolled in guilds, binding them to these registrations for generations. They labored for over 10 hours daily, receiving only meager rations as compensation, resulting in numerous deaths from overwork and injuries. The chasm between rich and poor became increasingly pronounced. This stark disparity, which offered the common folk a glimmer of hope, also incited a relentless pursuit of wealth, precipitating numerous acts of betrayal and deceit. Counterfeit and fraudulent practices became the prevailing tone of society. Among these, the trafficking of individuals and the emergence of the sex industry flourished. In the imagery, the bustling marketplace showcased wealthy merchants clad in splendid attire, lavishly spending their fortunes. Meanwhile, in the corner, a beggar, clad in straw, shivered from the cold. Perhaps one morning, upon awakening, the corner would bear yet another lifeless body. In another frame, within a fervent workshop, the craftsman's products thrived in overseas markets. Yet the wife and daughter languished at home, their stomachs growling with hunger, yearning for their man to return with a greater bounty. In another scene, the courtesans in the brothel pointed and mocked the beggars on the street. Witnessing these sights, Zhao Kuangyin's countenance darkened significantly. Though devoid of the bloodshed and brutality characterizing the darker aspects of the Tang dynasty's wealth, the implications felt far more severe, strikingly disheartening. How had the moral fabric and integrity of this flourishing Song dynasty deteriorated to such an extent? Despite the rampant exploitation and a decline in ethical standards, the centralization of power and the role of the transport commissioner instilled a degree of restraint among merchants and officials who dared not evade taxes. Consequently, the economy of the Song dynasty indeed soared. Liu Bang remarked, "I have always asserted that the path of commerce cannot be devoid of detriments. The decline in morality and the self-serving nature of individuals who will guard the homeland." Wei Zhang added, "Commerce is indeed a double-edged sword. It can satiate hunger and enrich the nation, yet it also robs individuals of many admirable qualities, potentially sowing the seeds of calamity." Li Shimin expressed his distress. It is acceptable for all to be impoverished, but once those of similar status gain wealth, they eagerly chase after profit. Is it not possible to foster prosperity alongside an elevation of moral standards? Must affluence invariably be accompanied by suffering and bloodshed? It feels like a curse. Li Shimin was troubled, as the Tang dynasty was on a similar trajectory and currently in a phase of ascent. Observing the Song dynasty felt like peering into the future of the Tang. Perhaps the only solution lay in regulating commerce judiciously. Yet, such regulation would inevitably deplete the national treasury, rendering many initiatives unfeasible. It was indeed a paradox. Was there no solution that could harmonize both interests? Zhu Yuanzhang lamented. It is exceedingly challenging. Once everyone is ensnared in the vortex of profit-seeking, how can one impose constraints? Were it not for this, we would not have prioritized agriculture. Ingzheng pondered aloud. Will no future monarch manage to address the adverse effects stemming from economic prosperity? His words cast a profound silence among the emperors and ministers of successive dynasties. If such a solution existed, why have so many dynasties collectively favored policies that prioritize agriculture over commerce? Your inability does not imply that our dragon kingdom is equally powerless. Huang Chao, observing the silent heavens, scoffed to himself. Were it not for the fear of mistakenly uttering a misstep, he would have proclaimed this sentiment to the skies. Meanwhile, gazing at the seldom recorded dark side of the Song dynasty, Dorgan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems advantageous to extract benefits from the dragon kingdom may be easier than anticipated. Profit seekers, consumed by fear of death, are unbound by morality and thus susceptible to our bribery and subversion. If such conditions exist even in the second-rate Song, the foremost in wealth must face even graver issues. The wealthier they become, the greater the internal disparity between rich and poor. Chapter 19. The Dynasty of Waste, the wealthiest yet the weakest. Contemplating this, Dorgan couldn't help but voice his thoughts under the celestial canopy. Dorgan, regardless of the dynasty, the greater the wealth, the heavier the sin of blood. The dragon kingdom is indeed the foremost. This foremost was certainly not a compliment. Suda, an unsolvable dilemma. Where there is gain, there must also be loss. Kublai Khan, for the sake of national development, certain sacrifices are acceptable. Only with a robust nation can we acquire more. In Kublai Khan's perspective, if the interests of the lower classes could be sacrificed to bolster the nation, it was a small price to pay, especially since their current state was acquired by conquest. Zhu Yuanzhang, nonsense. Should the common people simply perish? Should they be exploited? If the farmers suffer, can there be any stability in this realm? Li Shimin, indeed. The people are like water. Water can carry a boat but can also capsize it. Kublai Khan, then. Can you propose a method that simultaneously enriches the nation and its people? Li Shimin, there are no insurmountable challenges in this world. We simply have yet to discover the solutions. Zhu Yuanzhang, precisely, while no solution is absolutely perfect, it does not hinder us from resolving the issues that arise, thereby improving our circumstances. Li Shimin, great minds think alike. Zhu Yuanzhang, you flatter me. The assembly watched in silent amusement as Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged compliments on the screen, yet it was undeniable that their insights bore substantial merit. These emperors were neither outdated nor confined to their respective eras. Rather, they exhibited rapid progress, adeptly aligning with the ever-evolving circumstances. The broadcast on the second dynasty of the wealth ranking has concluded. This wealth chart summarizes factors such as actual purchasing power, per capita disposable wealth, and the true fiscal health of the dynasty. Summary: promotion of rice cultivation in Kampa, land consolidation and transactions, maritime Silk Road, flourishing handicrafts, dismantling of the workshop system, establishment of night markets, emergence of paper currency propelling the monetary economy, regulation of grain transportation, centralization of authority, population trade, and cultural industries. Annual income approximating 21 million taels of silver. Upon this revelation, those unfamiliar with the Song dynasty or its history were taken aback. Li Shimin, how much? 21 million taels of silver. From the celestial canvas, the purchasing power of the Song's gold and silver is on par with that of the Tang, astonishingly. In the early stages of their dynasty, their income is thrice that of the Tang. Liu Bang, this is truly astounding. My Han dynasty currently only generates an annual income of 5 million taels of silver. He suddenly felt that such a cost might be bearable, for the lure of that income was irresistible. Ingzheng, a full treasury can accomplish all. Yet, why do later generations harbor doubts about this dynasty? Is it due to moral decay stemming from economic prosperity? Even so, it cannot be devoid of merit, can it? Zhao Kuangyin, indeed. Although our Song dynasty's flourishing commerce has brought numerous challenges, at least in terms of basic livelihood, the number of refugees has significantly diminished. Why did you all previously seem reluctant to address this? The emperor of the Ming dynasty, what did you mean earlier by exchanging wealth for peace? Zhu Yuanzhang, there exists merit in this notion. Historical records indicate that the economy of the Song dynasty was, without dispute, the most prosperous in the world at that time. Few subsequent dynasties have achieved such an economic stature. Zhao Kuangyin, then why? Zhu Di, my father fears that should he speak of it, certain individuals may set their sights upon your Song dynasty. especially considering the moral and utilitarian tendencies that have already been displayed upon the celestial screen. Can you, even now, assure the combat effectiveness of your forces? We would not wish to witness the historical narrative of your Song dynasty replayed in this world. Zhao Kuangyin, I implore this future monarch to elaborate. Zhu Di, no, I am not a monarch. Do not mischaracterize me. I kindly impart this information to you. So why would you seek to harm me? Zhu Di trembled slightly, gazing fearfully at the stern-faced Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhao Kuangyin, I sincerely apologize. I had forgotten that the time has not yet come. Please, do continue. Zhao Kuangyin spoke with courtesy, and his choice of words clearly indicated that he regarded Zhu Di as an equal in this discourse. After all, he was a sovereign who had once ushered in a golden age. A touch of politeness is hardly misplaced. Zhu Di, this all traces back to your story of relinquishing military power over a cup of wine. Since your reign, the emperors of the Song have adhered to a governance philosophy that prioritizes culture over martial prowess, which is not inherently wrong for a dynasty emerging from chaos. However, therein lies the issue. The reliance on civil governance, coupled with a thriving commercial atmosphere, led the Song to consider, when faced with external threats, not to confront the enemy, but rather to purchase peace. Li Shimin, if the situation is unfavorable, it is not without merit to temporarily yield and weather the storm, subsequently redeeming the honor. Zhu Di, the crux of the matter lies here. Typically, in any dynasty, when faced with such bullying, one ought to reflect and adapt. Yet the Song did not. Instead, the power of the civil officials grew increasingly dominant, while the military generals were progressively marginalized. The actual combat capability of the military plummeted. During the wars against Liao, Song Taizong still had the courage to lead his troops, and although he faced defeat, it had not yet reached the point where purchasing peace was deemed necessary. In the northern expedition of Yongxi, the renowned general Yang Yi, upon being captured, chose to starve himself rather than surrender. After all, many of these were your former subordinates or individuals influenced by you, possessing both valor and strength. However, in the first year of Kongding, approximately 30 years after your passing, the Liao forces again invaded the Song, and by then, few within the dynasty possessed the will to fight. Following negotiations, the Song was compelled to pay Liao an annual tribute of 100,000 taels of silver and 200,000 bolts of silk, marking the purchase of peace as a national policy since the Treaty of Chanyuan. In truth, Liao did not cease its pillaging, seeking peace. The Song's annual tribute gradually increased. Such indignities did not compel the Song officials to reinstate military leaders, resulting in an increase in nominal forces but a significant decline in actual combat effectiveness. Once this breach was opened, other nomadic tribes recognized the opportunity and began to invade the Song. In the Battle of Sanchuankou, the Song was again forced to sign the Qingli peace agreement, and tribute was also paid to Xixia. Such instances have pervaded the history of the Song dynasty for over 3 centuries. Either we engage in combat, risking financial loss due to inadequate military strength, or we refrain from battle and pay. Numerous foreign tribes perceive the Song dynasty as a plump target for sustainable plunder. Zhao Kuangyin's blood pressure soared with every word he heard. Enough, he exclaimed. Please, I implore you, cease your lamentations. In less than 30 years, the valiant men of the Song dynasty have become so feeble, so frightened of death. Is it the flourishing commerce that has led our leaders to revel in indulgence, rendering them timid in warfare? Or have our military generals been excessively suppressed? Zhao Kuangyin pondered. Yet, the incessant turmoil of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms stemmed from the overwhelming power wielded by the military. Have I truly erred? It was not only Zhao Kuangyin whose blood pressure surged. Those unfamiliar with the history of the Song dynasty felt similarly incredulous. I find it hard to comprehend, remarked Li Shimin. If the populace suffers, the economy falters, and defeats abound, that is one matter. But you possess both wealth and manpower. How can you fail to muster a formidable army? How can you be so bullied? This dynasty is utterly pathetic, exclaimed Cheng Yojin. It lacks any semblance of backbone, reduced to being treated like livestock. Zhu Yuanzhang asserted. The power of the civil officials has grown excessively, rendering the military generals utterly powerless. While civil officials are necessary, they must not reign supreme above all. Zhu Di commented bluntly. To put it frankly, any dynasty with your level of wealth, should it fail to proactively confront its foes, ought to count itself fortunate. Useless, Ing Zheng declared. How can such a dynasty claim dominion over the Central Plains? It would be better for it to perish sooner. No wonder future generations hesitate to mention this dynasty. Even its enemies hold it in contempt. Liu Bang remarked. Dorgan observed, there is certainly a measure of self-interest at play. For you know well how this realm was acquired. Naturally, you would be wary of the military's influence, yet do not lament too much. The Song dynasty's reign is still quite extended. The Song dynasty exists in this world, and should the opportunity arise, the Qing would not hesitate to take a bite. After all, an annual revenue of 21 million taels of silver is an enticing prospect. So what if it lasts long? Ing Zheng retorted. Is it preferable to be a turtle that endures for centuries, rather than a hero who thrives for a mere decade? Such a stifling history should be as brief as possible. Faced with these scornful remarks, Zhao Kuangyin found himself at a loss for words. It was unfathomable that merely decades after his demise, the military prowess of the Song had deteriorated so drastically. No, perhaps I cannot alter the history that has transpired. But in this world, there is still time. I beseech you all, do not entertain inappropriate thoughts. Zhao Kuangyin swiftly comprehended the implications of Zhu Di's words. A dynasty devoid of martial strength yet brimming with wealth is unlikely to escape the predatory gaze of others. Would the Mongols strike at them once more? Would other wealth-seeking dynasties remain idle? With such astonishing wealth ranking second, what of the Dragon Kingdom? Liu Bang inquired. Now it appears that an abundance of wealth may not be entirely advantageous. Money can corrupt one's virtue. Li Shimin observed. Dorgan added. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom is assuredly more severe. And thus, the celestial screen began to showcase the wealth ranking of the Dragon Kingdom, the foremost in riches. Chapter 20. What is the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom doing? Liu Bang, is it true that the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom is built upon the suffering and toil of the masses? Li Shimin, if that is the case, it is indeed a pity. The emperors are currently at a loss for solutions to the moral decay brought about by commerce and the vicious cycle of profit-seeking. They naively believe that the prosperity of a few equates to the prosperity of the nation, which must, without doubt, be constructed upon the tears and anguish of countless underprivileged souls. Village chief, should we still seek out the Dragon Kingdom? In the wilderness of the great Qing dynasty, a group of refugees has paused, their resolve wavering. Let us observe for a while longer. If it proves futile, we shall head to the Tang or Song dynasties. Surely that would be preferable to the current dominion of the barbarians. The scene in the sky shifts. In the year 288 of the Great Qian, the desolate border town of Hongling emerges before them. At first glance, an overwhelming sense of despair characteristic of a dynasty in decline envelopes the spectators. As the camera zooms in, a lifeless city unfolds, where the streets are sparsely populated, many doors are tightly shut, and the biting cold ravages the air. Among the ruins, numerous shivering individuals huddle together, frozen and desolate. Upon witnessing this scene, those who initially harbored a favorable impression of the Dragon Kingdom are left disheartened. Yet for the emperors, such an outcome is hardly surprising. Dorgan, it seems my judgment was not amiss. The splendor of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city is built upon the backs of other nations. Huang Chao, if one cannot comprehend the passage of time, they should refrain from making hasty judgments. Li Shimin, time? The year 281 of the Great Qian? Are you not from the Dragon Kingdom? Is this not from a previous dynasty? Has your nation's wealth been accumulating since then? Ing Zheng, their emperor led the people's uprising. Thus, it is not surprising that there were preparations made in the previous dynasty, as some matters are not conveniently exchanged with grain. Dorgan, and so what? These individuals are clearly impoverished refugees. If someone were to set their sights on them, it would undoubtedly be to barter their worthless lives for wealth. I boldly speculate, human trafficking? Liu Bang, most of these people are not young adults. Even if captured for sale, they would hardly fetch a good price. Li Shimin, indeed. It is perplexing how the wealth ranking of the Dragon Kingdom could be associated with these individuals. Confusion envelopes the group. In the scene, the snow intensifies, and some begin to lose consciousness. Grandfather, please sell me. Selling me would provide money for my sister's treatment. If I fall ill, I will be worthless. A small boy, trembling from the cold, beseeches his grandfather. The frail old man hesitates. He is the only male descendant in the family. His son has perished in battle or succumbed to starvation. If he were to lose this boy, he knows not how he could face life thereafter. He glances towards the tightly shut door nearby, battling his final internal conflict. That door leads to a place where children are traded. It is a refuge for the servants of affluent families. In this era where human lives are valued less than grass, they sought servants. With numerous stipulations, the sick were unwelcome, and those without male heirs were equally undesirable. The attractive girls, possessing the potential for beauty, had already been gathered by the wealthy landowners. In contrast, Male offspring in this ancient society represented the last flicker of hope for many families shattered by misfortune. If they did not sell their only son, even if they managed to endure this harsh winter, they surely could not survive the next. Yet, selling him would leave them without a future and yield little monetary gain. At best, it would merely extend their existence by a few days, rendering even the prospect of dying together a luxury. Wizhing limited, alas. In times of chaos, it is the common folk who suffer the most. The expressions of many emperors remained relatively composed. Those present had largely witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties and had seen too many inhumane acts. Nevertheless, a flicker of sentiment lingered within their hearts, especially stirred by the actions of the young boy who sought to save his sister. At the very least, Ernio had a glimmer of hope for survival. The old man murmured, struggling to rise against the crumbling wall. At that moment, from the still street, two figures gradually approached. A middle-aged man clad in a simple linen robe held an umbrella over a similarly dressed youth. Suddenly, the young man halted. The old man, sensing this, immediately tensed and assumed a defensive stance. "What do you want?" he demanded. They were not the only refugees in the vicinity. In their desperation, some might resort to anything. "Are you hungry?" the youth asked blandly, and his words sent ripples through the area. Many weary heads emerged from other alleyways. "Is there food? Is the government setting up a porridge stall?" The old man trembled, inquiring. "Not exactly, but I can ensure you have plenty to eat, provided you are willing to work for me." "Do not trust him. He might be a trafficker," someone immediately retorted. "You have nothing left. What do you think you possess that I could deceive you with?" Is that true? If we could just have a morsel to eat, we would be willing to do anything." The old man clutched at this final straw of hope as if he were a drowning man. "Is that a willingness I hear?" "Willing," numerous voices responded. As Gao Ming had noted, many of them had long lost even their worth for deceit. A moment later, "It's thick porridge. There's meat paste. How warm it is. I feel as if I have been revived." Many wept tears of gratitude. However, once their strength returned, unease settled in. They wondered what tasks this seemingly delicate and noble young man would require of them. Most were elderly, frail, or ill, unable to perform heavy labor. Perhaps he was merely a kind-hearted soul. After this meal, they feared there might not be another. Li Shimin remarked, "The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom embodies great righteousness." Kublai Khan, "It appears that our Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed a benevolent soul. He is neither part of the government nor do these individuals possess any significant value. The worth of such provisions during this period likely surpasses the price of all children combined." Liu Bang, "Indeed, utilizing these grains to procure every child with potential would be entirely sufficient." Dorgan, "Foolish, utterly foolish. These refugees, in a sense, have transcended humanity and become a calamity. To provide them with sustenance out of momentary compassion is one matter, but to then take them in? How shall they be sustained? Even if food were abundant, he is not yet an emperor. He may very well be a rebel. Otherwise, why would he appear here under the cover of night? What land could he possibly cultivate?" Zhu Yuanzhang, "I cannot fathom the intentions of this Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Is it truly out of genuine goodwill? Kindness is not to be dismissed. However, it must be exercised judiciously." In the ensuing days, Gao Ming ensured that these refugees were well fed, and thus commenced his grand scheme for amassing wealth. Chapter 21. The Many Emperors, is that so? How is it that you seem to know everything? The refugees were settled in small workshops, where the elderly, women, and children began to busy themselves. Initially, not only did the refugees struggle to comprehend their tasks, but even the founding Emperor Zhao Kuangyin, prior to the Song dynasty, could not fathom what Gao Ming was orchestrating. He merely observed as Gao Ming had carts of materials delivered, lard, wood ash, and various spices. Ing Zhang remarked, "Indeed, these refugees have been mobilized. But what exactly are they creating?" Li Shimin noted, "The expense of sustaining such a large group daily is substantial, especially in tumultuous times when grain prices are likely to soar. If they cannot generate value, sustaining them will soon become untenable." Zhu Yuanzhang speculated, "These materials seem familiar. Could they be manufacturing soap?" Soap, referred to as Inzi in ancient times, had its nascent form by the Mid-Song dynasty. By the Southern Song, the technology had matured for mass production. Subsequently, it was utilized throughout various dynasties, with recipes having become public knowledge over centuries. Those who lived after the Song were not strangers to it. Zhu Di exclaimed, "How clever! Although this product is not particularly valuable today, being the first to manufacture and sell it exclusively would yield significant profits. Moreover, this endeavor does not necessitate particularly robust laborers. Even the elderly and children can contribute." Zhu Yuanzhang's conjecture was accurate. Under the prevailing circumstances, soap was a low-cost product with the potential for rapid profit. It was also one of the few items that many time travelers could create without the aid of a system. "What is this?" inquired Zheng. Judy responded. "It is a product for cleansing the body and clothing, with exceptional efficacy. Since the Song dynasty, it has been in continuous use across subsequent eras. In fact, this practice persisted into the era of Gao Ming's original world, maintaining a significant presence among various cleansing products. This underscores its practicality and outstanding cost-effectiveness. Soon, numerous palm-sized bars of soap filled box after box. The principle seems straightforward. It appears not difficult to produce," mused Zheng. Suda interjected. "Isn't it said that the Dragon Kingdom is a dynasty that arose after ours? This product should have been widespread already, and it is not particularly challenging to make. What substantial profit could there be within this? Without sufficient profit, sustaining this group would be precarious." Zhu Yuanzhang offered insight. "In truth, there is a profound misconception regarding history. Many believe it progresses linearly. However, due to wars, dynastic changes, and other factors, many things and technologies can be lost, leading to a potential regression of societal civilization." Li Shimin remarked, "While the product has been created, how shall we sell such a large quantity? The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is likely reclusive at this time. Considering his previous actions in that village, it is not difficult to infer that he is now a wanted criminal, unsuitable for public exposure," Liu Bang suggested. "Perhaps he has turned to banditry, coming here to gather funds." No one from the Dragon Kingdom spoke, for the reality was indeed as he stated. He was a wanted man, seeking to amass wealth and further his own endeavors. The singular distinction lies in their lack of necessity to resort to banditry. By that time, the realm had descended into chaos. After fending off several attempts to eradicate them, the authorities found themselves incapable of mounting further offensives against them. Li Shimin mused. "Will there be buyers?" In tumultuous times, people prioritize sustenance over all else. If one produces goods that remain unsold, the losses can be substantial. For these materials come at a cost. Once the treasury collapses, even the most capable individuals may find it difficult to achieve their aims. Judy countered. "I firmly believe there is profit to be made. You are overly immersed in the present circumstances and have forgotten that this is a realm of wealth," indicating they must indeed be turning a profit. In truth, this was indeed the case. Amid the turmoil, Gao Ming addressed the issue of marketability with a mere phrase, "You are locals. Summon those you know who cannot afford food and are unlikely to abandon us after a meal. The more, the better, even in chaotic times. Survival necessitates the acquisition of daily necessities. Particularly among the petite bourgeoisie and aristocrats, there may even emerge a retaliatory consumption behavior, driven by their ignorance of which calamity or tomorrow will arrive first. The local populace, unable to afford sustenance, gathered at Gao Ming's workshop, lured by their fellow townsfolk, eager for a meal. With their familiarity of the local city, the market rapidly opened up. Ordinary soap was sold to petite bourgeois households, while soap infused with various fragrances was marketed to the wealthy and noble citizens of the city. As this product was unparalleled in the Great Qian dynasty and held epoch-making significance, it soon became a sensation throughout the city. The modest wealth trickling from the fingers of the affluent was sufficient to sustain numerous refugees. Before long, Gao Ming expanded his recruitment beyond local refugees, perpetuating the emergence of a new industrial chain. Once a stable customer base was established, he facilitated door-to-door delivery within the city. Though the efficiency paled in comparison to that of his original era, it represented an unprecedented convenience in this world. Gradually, from Hongling City, these products and the delivery model expanded to several neighboring cities, employing the same methods to recruit the destitute and hungry. Countless silver coins converged into torrents of wealth. The West City generated an income of 300 taels of silver, the East City, 500 taels, the central urban area, 5,000 taels, and the North City, 10,000 taels. Judy remarked, door-to-door delivery resembles the services of a courier or post stations, albeit for these minor goods. Typically, this would incur exorbitant costs. However, since they are all refugees, the expenses do not diminish but rather remain manageable due to their sheer numbers. Moreover, he does not merely ensure their sustenance, they receive wages every week. Zheng interjected. This is overly benevolent. It is already a stroke of fortune for the refugees to have a meal. Providing them with wages entirely disregards one's own interests. A ruler of benevolence may be more suited to a relatively peaceful dynasty, but such a disposition is ill-fitted for these turbulent times. Li Shimin, the pace of development is alarmingly rapid. Once the soap is deciphered or the markets of nearby cities become saturated, what will become of the multitude of vagrants? A more measured approach might allow us to seize the markets of other cities, yet he is too hasty. Venturing into distant and unfamiliar cities entails navigating numerous complexities. Huang Chao, Your Majesty, we cannot afford to squander precious time. The sooner the realm achieves peace, the fewer lives will be lost. Kublai Khan, indeed. He could have amassed considerable wealth through this method with the soap, but his greed has led him to recruit tens of thousands of vagrants, primarily the elderly, weak, and women. Inciting rebellion among these individuals for plunder is futile. The situation is already spiraling out of control. The most prudent course of action now is to sever ties with them. He has already reaped the profits. Cutting his losses would be wise. After all, these individuals would have perished from starvation regardless, so one could argue that he has merely prolonged their existence. Liu Bang, withdrawing now is indeed sagacious. Yet this decision will undoubtedly bring hardship to those he has enlisted. Just as everyone believed Gao Ming's rapid expansion was nearing a bottleneck, he astonishingly unveiled several new products: cold-resistant artifacts, honeycomb coal, perfumes, colored glass, and high-proof liquor. As Gao Ming conjured forth these unprecedented items, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Ing Zhang? Li Shimin? Zhu Yuanzhang? Wait, how is it that you possess such diverse knowledge and resources? Chapter 22. The Terrifying Wealth. The emperors were astonished. Previously, the grains were astonishing, and now an abundance of high-yield crops has emerged. This commerce, too, showcases items that have eluded countless dynasties. Even those that do exist in some eras pale in comparison to what he presents. What sorcery is this? Were it not for his ordinary appearance, devoid of flight or the ability to summon storms, they would genuinely suspect that he is a reincarnation of some celestial being. It is utterly inconceivable. The sheer volume of lucrative commodities overwhelmed them. Let the merchants across the land become our distributors, and we shall send our representatives to guide them. Under Gao Ming's orchestration, a brand new commercial model and market have been established. In an instant, the entire commercial sea of the Great Qian was stirred into tumultuous waves. Such potent liquor, widely acclaimed. The demand is astonishing, with merchants flocking from all corners. Such exquisite, lustrous glassware rivals the finest jade. This perfume is fervently sought after by the daughters of nobility. Whatever quantity you have, we will acquire. And the soap as well. We desire as much as you can provide. What? This strong liquor is not only for drinking. It can also be used for disinfecting wounds. We in Lianzhou require 10,000 jars. Can your Dragon Rising Commerce supply it? No problem. We can provide as much grain as needed. Dragon Rising Commerce publicly offers the method to produce honeycomb coal, simple, inexpensive, and a miraculous cold-resistant material that has saved countless lives. The most conscientious merchants of the Great Qian. Soap generated an income of 400,000 taels. Perfume earned 500,000 taels. Liquor amassed 2 million taels. Glassware brought in 2 million taels. Wealth was seized by Gao Ming at an astonishing pace. During this time, the first family rescued by Gao Ming, particularly the boy who once spoke of selling himself, displayed remarkable talent and acumen in business. Despite his tender age, he adeptly navigated the streets alongside adults, bargaining with finesse. Due to his outstanding performance, his remuneration equaled that of the adults. This left a profound impression on the onlookers regarding the child named Li Ernia. Li Shimin, this is utterly insane. Is earning money truly this simple? In our great Tang, though we claim to be a nation welcoming all, our earnings pale in comparison to those of the Dragon Kingdom. Dorgan, it seems as if he has concentrated the profitable endeavors of numerous historical dynasties into his era. Is the technological gap of his civilization truly that severe? Dorgan was enviously green with longing. Ing Zheng, the profits are staggering. A single industry's monthly income surpasses the annual fiscal revenue of the chain. Judi, just how vast is this market? How many people do they possess to consume such quantities of goods? Zhao Kuangyin, this is the confidence bestowed by ample grain. Without surplus grain, brewing and many other endeavors become impossible. Ing Zheng, with grain, one can do as one pleases. Although Ing Zheng envied others, one should not overlook his unification of the realm. Yet, due to years of warfare, the vitality of the entire nation has yet to fully rejuvenate. Chang Eugene remarked, is that white liquor truly so delightful? I too wish to partake. Li Jing added, beyond its culinary merit, it can also be applied to wounds, preventing infections. In these tumultuous times, such a discovery could be deemed a veritable cash cow. Princess Changla gazed at the spectacle above, filled with reverence. Not only did he save countless refugees, but he also provided them with sustainable employment, ensuring that many would not succumb to the bitter cold of winter. Had it not been for the chaos of the era, the common folk might have lived in relative comfort. Who was it that claimed profit must be stained with blood? Their inability to achieve such does not equate to his incapacity, Dorgan proclaimed. It appears that internal strife is imminent. Zhu Di retorted, I see your envy. You cannot bear to witness others thriving beyond your reach. Although this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom may not excel in warfare, in agriculture and commerce, he surpasses all from ancient times to the present. Dorgan contended, am I speaking in vain? Look at the Tang and Song dynasties. Wealth has always been accompanied by bloodshed. To speak plainly, in such dire circumstances, whoever provides sustenance for the destitute will undoubtedly earn their unwavering loyalty. However, once wealth is amassed, the chasm of inequality arises. And the destitute, witnessing such profits, will find little reason for loyalty. You have observed that the production techniques for these goods are not intricate. They have long since learned them. Will they not venture out to seek their fortunes? Even if he offers them wages, human nature is inherently selfish and greedy. Mark my words, a violent clash will surely occur between the destitute and those aligned with the Dragon Kingdom. Dorgan continued, moreover, such astonishing wealth will certainly entice the powerful of this world. External conflicts are unavoidable, yet they can be managed. However, the true source of the malevolence of wealth lies within. This wealth ranking may not directly pertain to warfare, but the dark underbelly of internal wealth, as evidenced by the previous Tang and Song dynasties, will undoubtedly manifest. Time will reveal the accuracy of my predictions. Dorgan's analysis rendered the assembly silent. Indeed, there are far too many instances of shared hardship but not shared fortune. From emperors to commoners, all have encountered or witnessed such examples. Once survival is secured, ambition flourishes. Commercial interests invariably lead to a decline in morality. As wealth amassed in this place, the entire city of Hongling underwent a profound transformation. With the passage of time, the scene rapidly evolved. A city that once suffocated in its decay now thrived with the rise of commerce. As the foundation of the Longting Trading Company, the place soon underwent a remarkable transformation. In the first year, the entire city was renovated, shedding its dilapidated appearance. By the second year, the changes were substantial. The old houses were demolished, and the roads were meticulously repaired. During this time, an unexpected development occurred. The government office of Hongling City became the residence of Lord Gao Ming. The scene shifts to a workshop. Education? Surely that must be expensive. We cannot afford such luxuries. A worker paused upon hearing this news. Those who could barely make ends meet dared not entertain such extravagant thoughts. Education was a privilege only for families of considerable means. I cannot read. At my age, it is too late for learning. I should focus on earning more to support my family. Securing a job is a hard-won achievement. A simple-minded giant scratched his head. But Lord Gao Ming declared it would be free. Moreover, he promised that our working hours would be used to impart knowledge to us, which means we would be earning while we learn. What? Such a wonderful arrangement exists. Indeed, when has Lord Gao Ming ever deceived us? Not only for us, but he has also proclaimed that every household's eligible children will receive free education in the future. Lord Gao Ming is exceedingly kind to us. I must erect a longevity tablet in his honor. Ernyo, stop pondering over that broken stove. Grandfather, I want to earn money, replied the half-grown boy Li Ernyo without turning back. When has there ever been a time to not earn money? As long as your grandfather is able. Education will lead to the wealth you will earn in the future. If you dare to neglect your studies, I shall break your dog legs. Understood, grandfather. Meanwhile, the emperors gathered beneath the heavens displayed expressions of disbelief. Let the workers receive education, and it is free. Furthermore, all eligible children of the workers will also be educated at no cost. Chapter 23. He has created a miracle. It is truly unimaginable, so audacious and reckless. If everyone were to awaken their intellect, the challenges of governance would be insurmountable. No ruler desires a populace that is difficult to manage. Of course, such thoughts are never uttered aloud by emperors. They remain concealed within their hearts. Kublai Khan, this cannot possibly be true. Surely, it is merely a ruse to deceive the gullible masses. Since time immemorial, the resources required for education and enlightenment have been considerable. Let alone the fact that he is not yet the sovereign of a nation. Even if he were, the cost would be staggering. As Kublai Khan spoke, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. His assertions lacked conviction. The Dragon Kingdom indeed possesses an astonishing wealth. Although a comprehensive assessment of their riches has yet to occur, it is estimated that their total revenue is tenfold, if not 20 or 30 times that of the Song dynasty. Especially as the celestial broadcast continues, showcasing rapid expansion across various industries. While there are certain matters that emperors cannot articulate, there are those who, in their arrogance, disregard the sentiments of the Han people. Dorgan, If everyone across the realm were literate, would there be peace in the land? Without strict control over the number of scholars, how can we prevent an increase in disloyal subjects? Wei Zheng, nonsense. According to your reasoning, would that mean that all written words are culpable? Do not project your own ambitions onto the scholars. If one day, someone could enable everyone to read and write, their achievement would rival that of the sages. This is a magnificent endeavor to enlighten the populace. Judy, the vision is monumental. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom possesses a grand vision. Reflecting upon the Tang and Song dynasties, those individuals only sought their own pleasures while the common people suffered greatly. Yet he returns the benefits to the people, providing sustenance for all, and now they have books to read. Zhu Di, still a passionate and ambitious young man, felt his heart swell with fervor upon witnessing this scene. His admiration surged like an unending river. In Zheng, such resolve is rarely witnessed throughout history. He himself could not achieve such a feat. In order to prevent the remnants of the Six Nations from causing further unrest, he burned the books of various states, thereby suppressing the enlightenment of the people to some extent. Liu Bang, it seems this Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom harbors grand ambitions. Is this the moment he has begun to aspire to conquer the realm, preparing for future endeavors? Wei Xing, regardless of the motives behind it. This is an unparalleled achievement. The celestial broadcast continued. In the imagery, alongside the workshops, new schools were being established. The resounding voices of children reciting their lessons inspired the workers in the workshops to toil with greater vigor, their smiles growing brighter. Yet, when it came time for them to learn, they encountered difficulties. Fortunately, Gao Ming set modest expectations for the older individuals, as long as they could master basic literacy. That sufficed. This scene, however, evoked envy in others. Zhu Yuanzhang, why did we not have such good fortune back then? If only at that time, sigh. Wei Jing, what a splendid and harmonious scene. Such a person, if not destined to become a sovereign, would pose a problem for the entire realm. It is unacceptable to work merely 4 hours a day, with an additional hour allocated for study, as it significantly diminishes productivity. We cannot allow adults to suffer. Should we offer unpaid overtime? Certainly, but such a practice was met with vehement opposition from Gao Ming. He forbade anyone from working overtime, expressing his desire for everyone to thrive not merely for survival but to truly live. He encouraged spending quality time with family, and if boredom struck, he envisioned a future where, once peace prevailed, tourism would flourish, allowing everyone to appreciate the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. Wei Zheng remarked, "This is the essence of a ruler who cherishes his subjects as his own children." Princess Changle could only respond with disbelief. It is indeed rare for one who possesses such vast enterprises to place such importance on the lives of the common folk, engaging with them on equal footing. It is remarkably gentle. Zhu Di proclaimed, "Look to the Tang and Song dynasties. They should take heed." Li Shimin and Zhao Kuangyin remained silent, acknowledging that they indeed had much to learn. Zhao Kuangyin mused. He volunteers for overtime, yet he seems reluctant. Is the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom excessively benevolent? Liu Bang added, "At this moment, public sentiment is favorable, yet he fails to capitalize on it, missing the opportunity to bolster his commercial empire. He is rather overly gentle." Dorgan remarked, "Such a temperament may hinder his potential. Even as emperor, it seems challenging for him to effectively govern a nation." Huang Chao, Zheng Jiao, Elbu, and Xiang Yu observed the judgments cast upon Gao Ming, their expressions turning peculiar. Kindness and gentleness. These rulers appear to harbor a profound misunderstanding of their sovereign. When addressing adversaries, even the first emperor would have hesitated to declare himself tyrannical, Huang Chao mused. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. For in matters concerning the populace and development, His Majesty Gao Ming is indeed gentle. Despite Gao Ming's prohibition on overtime, productivity surged remarkably. Since he would not allow us to work extra hours, we could not let him suffer losses. I have heard that paper has become quite expensive. With no option for overtime, we must double our efforts within the limited hours. Indeed, starting today, let my wife add more meat to our nightly meals." The populace seemed to hear the clinking of silver coins cascading into the treasury. Years passed beneath the heavens, and the boy known as Li Ernie gradually matured into a promising young merchant of the city. Today, the Dragon Kingdom is officially established. Our city of Hongling has been renamed Hongqi, in honor of our border's iron-blooded military. Li Ernie joyfully announced this news to everyone in the city, and an uproar of cheers erupted. Following the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, all previously clandestine businesses emerged into the open, ushering in an unprecedented period of commercial prosperity. This once humble border town expanded exponentially, transforming into a colossal metropolis and shining as a brilliant gem upon this land. From this elevated vantage point, one can behold a mesmerizing scene. On the canal, an array of sails stands erect, while in the city, broad thoroughfares are lined with bustling shops. The carriages traverse endlessly, stretching for miles until they reach the outskirts. A plethora of entertainment industries has emerged, elevating the vibrancy of the locale to unprecedented heights. Li Shimin remarked. A border town so dilapidated has now transformed into a metropolis more splendid than my own Chang'an. Ying Zheng expressed his disbelief, saying, were it not for the illustrious Tang and Song dynasties preceding me, I would find it hard to fathom such a dramatic transformation in this city. Zhu Yuanzhang admitted, indeed. It is difficult to believe that such a miraculous city exists, its development over a mere decade seemingly spanning numerous dynasties. Zhu Di added, the celestial canvas continues to unveil its narrative, and it is yet to conclude. What other lucrative industries could the Dragon Kingdom possibly possess? The combination of agriculture and these industries is already astonishing. Zhao Kuangyin praised, the commercial acumen of the Dragon Kingdom's sovereign is truly commendable. However, Dorgan cautioned, what follows may not bode well, as an intriguing scene unfolded on the celestial canvas. In the dead of night, a gathering of merchants convened discreetly at the behest of the prominent trader Li Erniu. Chapter 24. The quality of the citizens is remarkably high. In that instant, the hearts of all who beheld the celestial canvas were seized with trepidation. The atmosphere was palpably unsettling. In the stillness of the night, merchants congregated, and with their very first utterances, an intricate sensation permeated the air. What did General Lu have to say? Upon the words of Li Erniu, the other merchants solemnly shook their heads, their expressions grave. He likely harbors reservations, but his reluctance is his own affair. This matter must be addressed. Li Shimin, is it truly the case that the curse of wealth intertwined with blood cannot be shattered? Even the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, with such exceptional commercial acumen, is powerless? Liu Bang, even should some bloodshed occur, it might be tolerated. After all, perfection is a rare commodity in this world. Li Shimin, indeed. Achieving his level of success is commendable. He has not exploited the populace, but rather, issues arose among his subordinates, which is entirely acceptable. Zhu Yuanzhang, yet, I wonder what their intentions are. Do they aim to bribe this so-called General Liu and oppress the virtuous? If such a situation were to arise, how would he react? Zhu Di, initially, I held great hopes for this young man named Li Erniu. I believed the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom had rescued a worthy individual. Is he now to betray his benefactor? Or does he intend to prey upon the impoverished? However, the subsequent exchanges within the celestial display took everyone by surprise. General Liu, who had triumphed over 18 cities in the war for statehood and suffered considerable losses, is now the guardian of our red flag city. Set to enter the city tomorrow. How could we not extend a grand welcome? Those soldiers have fought for over a decade, and many sacrificed their lives, leaving no kin behind. In time, they may be forgotten. I believe we ought to take action to convey our sentiments. Yet, General Liu had preemptively sent word, resolutely prohibiting any ostentation. How could hosting our valiant soldiers be deemed wasteful? Since I initiated this, I shall take the lead by contributing 500,000 taels to ensure the soldiers are well-fed and well-clad, alongside erecting a monument in honor of the martyrs, so that future generations may never forget those who laid down their lives for the nation. Such an act of benevolence. I shall contribute 300,000 taels. I shall contribute 200,000 taels. I will provide the land at the city's heart. Furthermore, there remain many bandits to be eradicated, should the state require it. I would willingly donate my entire fortune. Without any negotiation, without coercion or temptation from any higher authority, these individuals clamored to express their commitment. From their unwavering gazes, the world could perceive their heartfelt sincerity. Du Ergun, what is this? I sought to witness a tale of betrayal, a river of blood. This cannot be right. Shouldn't they embody the ethos of the wealthy being uncharitable? Are their moral standards truly this elevated? How is this possible? Zhu Yuanzhang. These merchants willingly donate to the military. Such a level of ideological awakening is unprecedented. If it were merely a handful of individuals, Zhu Yuanzhang could understand. After all, there are always patriots. However, the number of merchants is considerable, and no one has raised any objections. During times of turmoil, armies historically plunder the wealth of nobles and wealthy merchants, serving as military resources. Those with a modicum of conscience would extort and coerce them into willingly relinquishing a portion of their riches. Such behavior, which is explicitly forbidden by others, and yet they are genuinely inclined to engage in it, is exceedingly rare. The moral caliber of these affluent citizens is astonishingly difficult to fathom. Li Shimin mused. Such an atmosphere is indeed enviable to others. When he reflects upon the aristocratic families of his Tang dynasty, he thinks to himself that even if they do not voluntarily contribute, as long as they do not oppress the common folk, he would be content. Yet, in reality, there are times when the state's finances are strained, and even if he condescends to approach them, he may not extract much wealth from their pockets. In stark contrast, these equally prosperous individuals are so eager and proactive in offering their resources. The disparity is glaring. Wei Zheng remarked, at this juncture, the benefits of literacy are becoming evident. As the literacy rate rises, people acquire more understanding, thus valuing rituals, recognizing integrity, and grasping the concepts of honor and shame. They comprehend the larger picture, Liu Bang added. If this is the case, enhancing education would serve to mitigate the adverse effects associated with wealth accumulation to the greatest extent. Zhu Yuanzhang countered, it is not absolute. Consider those aristocratic families during the Tang and Song dynasties that harmed the populace. Did they not receive an education? They too abused the commoners. Wei Zheng conceded, indeed. But enlightening the populace must play a significant role in this context. I am curious about what literature and knowledge are imparted in the Dragon Kingdom. If we knew, we might uncover the reasons behind the elevated moral standards of its citizens. Ing Zheng observed, if there are subsequent education-related rankings, the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly be listed. Perhaps then, we would discern the answers. Li Shimin mused, education is indeed a direction worth exploring, but how many dynasties have managed to provide free education to all people? Zhu Yuanzhang replied, this. I fear very few dynasties have accomplished such a feat. At least none in the historical record we are aware of. Even during many so-called prosperous eras, the common folk at the lowest rungs barely managed to stave off starvation, with only a few succumbing to hunger. The notion of everyone being able to afford an education is nothing short of fantastical. This stirred within Zhu Yuanzhang a rare feeling of inadequacy. Some solutions are plainly visible, yet they lack the qualification to even attempt imitation. Suda remarked, if everyone could afford an education, the talent pool of the Dragon Kingdom would be truly formidable. Dorgan interjected, the Dragon Kingdom has only achieved this to a limited extent in its own region. It is impossible to implement nationwide. What a fortune that would require. Zhao Kuangyin suggested. Wait, we have now observed the methods by which the Dragon Kingdom has prospered, and the detailed steps of the technology are displayed in the celestial sphere. We can certainly emulate them. Zhu Yuanzhang concluded, since we are aware, the entire world is now aware, what remnants of profit can there possibly be? We have explicitly forbidden it. Yet the technology of numerous products is not particularly complex, making it easy for the public to imitate and disseminate. This cannot be effectively prohibited. Zhu Di remarked, so, we merely gazed upon this celestial canopy, and now the entire world is reaping immense benefits? Is it true that the Dragon Kingdom has indirectly conferred blessings upon us? Indeed. The existence of the Dragon Kingdom is a boon for the world. Zhu Yuanzhang, albeit finding Zhu Di's reasoning compelling, could not help but think the rebellious child was perhaps a tad too exuberant. The mutual support between the military and civilians has led soldiers to fervently defend their possessions, significantly minimizing the wealth losses typically incurred during warfare. Oftentimes, breaking even can be considered a form of profit. Subsequently, the celestial imagery transitioned from the Red Flag City to the Imperial City, revealing a landscape of ruins and devastation. In the first year of the Dragon Kingdom, Gao Ming stood atop the palace, addressing the citizens of the Imperial City, encircled by a grand army that filled every main thoroughfare, their banners fluttering in the wind. The populace raised their hands high, clutching bundles containing money, provisions, and all essentials for survival. Upon witnessing this scene, Dorgan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The moment he longed to see had finally arrived. What army does not engage in plunder? This is the swiftest means of accumulating wealth. There is no more efficient method of development. Li Shimin exclaimed, is this the former Imperial City? Ing Zheng questioned, is this celestial canopy not mistaken? Could this possibly be the eternal Imperial City? The contrast was striking. The current Imperial City radiated prosperity, evoking a sense of a divine city in the heavens. Yet, the presented Imperial City appeared exponentially more dilapidated than the former Red Flag City. Describing it as a city reduced to mere ruins would not be an exaggeration. Zhao Kuangyin pondered, what kind of warfare has wrought such destruction upon the entire city? Liu Bang inquired, why do the citizens clasp their possessions and provisions with both hands? Kublai Khan observed, it is evident that this is a consequence of plunder following the transition between the old and new dynasties. Such actions should be quite familiar to you all. Chapter 25, The astonishing cohesion. Of course, it is familiar, whether it be Zhu Yuanzhang or Liu Bang. During the early stages of their uprisings, they frequently employed such tactics to extract wealth from the landlords. Other rulers have exhibited similar behaviors as well, albeit with varying degrees of directness. Some were overtly brutal, while others opted for a more subtle approach. However, plunder during wartime is, without a doubt, a commonplace strategy. Especially in light of the current scene, could there be any alternative? Wei Zheng. Is it truly a case of robbing the common people of their wealth? Wei Zheng felt a pang of reluctance at witnessing this spectacle. He was disheartened to see such an exceptional figure, one who held the potential to become a paragon of an ideal nation, stained by such a blemish. Princess Changlu, perhaps it is not necessarily so. Ing Zheng, war is inherently cruel, and during times of transformative change, calamities and man-made disasters occur with alarming frequency. Zhu Di, the Dragon Kingdom should recognize that the common people are innocent. Dorgan, when war breaks out, the notions of innocence and guilt become irrelevant. Only victors and vanquished remain. Zhu Di found it difficult to accept this perspective. He had begun to view the Dragon Kingdom through a lens of bias. He instinctively believed that a ruler who showed such compassion towards refugees would not unjustly vent their wrath upon the populace. However, if these individuals belonged to an opposing faction, having participated in the city's defense, then the notion of wealth plunder becomes understandable. After a city's fall, acts of slaughter are not surprising either. Moreover, if the military were facing financial strain, all of this would make perfect sense. Gao Ming's London commerce was indeed lucrative. Yet he was also known for his lavish expenditures. The distinction between improving a local region and enhancing an entire nation is a profound one. It was particularly evident that a recent battle had just concluded, with it being the first year of the Dragon Kingdom. They must have just proclaimed the advent of a new era amid the ruins. As Gao Ming subsequently stated, this only seemed to validate his suspicions, ladies and gentlemen. The finances of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed strained. Dorgan, what more is there to discuss? Though his tone may seem courteous, demanding money is tantamount to demanding lives. Such demands will inevitably lead to conflict. Dorgan felt a sense of satisfaction, as his predictions were finally materializing. If the radiant and magnificent aspect of the Dragon Kingdom were to continue being showcased to the world, one could only speculate how many common people the Qing dynasty would lose. The world appeared to foresee an imminent great cleansing, an extraordinary plunder about to unfold. Yet, the words that followed from Gao Ming, positioned high within the palace, left everyone momentarily speechless. However, I cannot accept your money. It is the responsibility of the state's ministers to address the nation's issues. Our finances have not yet reached a point where we require your personal contributions. Ing Zheng, what do you mean? Does this imply that these common people are voluntarily offering their wealth? Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhao Kuangyin. I have contemplated various outcomes for such a scenario, yet I never imagined the truth would unfold in this manner. Kublai Khan. Impossible. How could such an absurd situation exist under heaven? It is evident that this situation has been orchestrated, accompanied by threats. Li Shimin contemplated. Could it be that before he captured this city, he had already gained the trust of all its inhabitants? And not just any trust, but a trust profound enough to compel them to dedicate their entire fortunes? Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Shimin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The citizens of both opposing sides, not even wielding swords against each other, could extend such unimaginable trust to the assailants? Even in warfare, strategies that allow one to seize an enemy city without bloodshed typically involve persuading the defending soldiers to surrender or disrupting the order within the inner city. The goal is to operate within the confines of enemy sentiment, ensuring that the populace unconditionally places their trust in them. Throughout history, instances of such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Upon observing the expressions on the faces of the citizens, Li Shimin discerned excitement, admiration, and determination. Yet there was a conspicuous absence of fear. This indicated that his astonishing hypothesis might indeed hold truth. Your Majesty Gao Ming, we have contributed nothing in this battle. We are utterly ashamed. And now that our nation is in peril, how can we remain indifferent? Indeed, I have heard that neighboring states wish to attack us while you have yet to secure your reign over the great Qian. Though we are merely common folk, we know who treats us well and who does not. If your Majesty does not accept our intentions today, we shall remain kneeling. Indeed, we shall not rise. As these words echoed, millions of citizens knelt in unison, their hands raised high. This scene profoundly shook all those present. These were the citizens of the opposing side. They were neither their own subjects nor refugees. This was undoubtedly a spectacle for the ages. Wei Zheng, the hearts of the people are with you. The hearts of the people are with you. A sign of a sage ruler. Dorgan, The hearts of the people? If the hearts of the people mattered. Could the Qing dynasty have ever established its dominance over the Central Plains? The only reliable force is that which lies within our own armies. Fan Wenqing, witnessing this, contemplated speaking, yet seeing Dorgan in a fit of anger, he hesitated. Nevertheless, an involuntary thought emerged. Indeed, the barbarians remain as they are. Many emperors fell silent, their hearts brimming with conflicting emotions. What virtue or capability does this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom possess to inspire such unconditional trust from the people? In that fleeting moment, time seemed to halt. Gao Ming, observing this scene from above, took a deep breath. Soon, his resonant voice rang out. In that case, I shall not feign modesty. I accept your goodwill on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. However, I kindly ask each of you to assist in recording this. Once the finances of the Dragon Kingdom stabilize, every penny owed to you shall be repaid in full. Furthermore, I solemnly promise you here, the Dragon Kingdom shall unify the world. We will standardize written language and transportation. We shall ensure that the elderly do not send off the young to war. We will light the lamps of reunion in every household. True peace shall come. Dorgan, hypocrisy, indeed, is overwhelming. It is evident that he seeks to amass the wealth and provisions of the entire city while putting on such a grand faade. Kublai Khan, the flattering term is borrowing, yet in such circumstances, which nation would acknowledge the debt? It is merely a colossal deceit to compel them to relinquish their riches. Li Shimin, at the very least, no bloodshed has occurred, which is a positive outcome. Liu Bang, indeed. Many wars result in uncertainty for survival after a city falls. What value do material possessions hold then? No emperor has ever believed that the state would return what it has taken from the populace, especially when it is voluntarily provided by the people. They are even mentally prepared for this reality. Kublai Khan, is he attempting to emulate the first emperor of Qin? Are there, in fact, other nations beyond the Dragon Kingdom? It has long ceased to exist. Princess Changlu mused quietly as she observed the comments. Yet she dared not disclose the situation here to anyone. He remains within the imperial palace of the Dragon Kingdom. Such knowledge is common sense to its citizens, yet rare intelligence to other dynasties. She feared that should she voice her thoughts, she might meet a swift execution. Yingxing, I am not alone. Only through unifying the realm can we minimize warfare to the greatest extent. Future generations would still uphold his philosophy. This signifies that his Qing dynasty possesses many commendable attributes. It is also a veiled affirmation of the achievements of this great emperor, a recognition that has yet to be accorded by other rulers until now. Zhao Kuangyin, the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, does not appear to be a warmonger. Does he truly aspire to emulate the first emperor of Qin and wage war against other nations? Had this been in the past, they might have deemed Gao Ming somewhat arrogant. However, witnessing the astonishing abundance of the Dragon Kingdom's grain and wealth, one might argue that the emperor now surpasses even the tyrannical first emperor. Presently, the common folk exhibit a formidable sense of unity. What then is there to fear in achieving great endeavors? This is the debt the nation owes you. The receipts you hold are termed government bonds. Please keep them safe, Gao Ming stated earnestly. Dorgan, why emphasize this now? Are you not afraid that the greater the hope given to the populace, the harsher the backlash? Zhu Yuanzhang. He reiterates this point, and with such gravity, could he truly intend to repay the debt? Zhang Jiao, is it not a fundamental principle that debts must be repaid? How has it become, in your discourse, an inherent deprivation of the people? This perhaps delineates the disparity between other emperors and their sovereign. Li Shimin, are they genuinely repaying? The heavens would soon provide an answer. Chapter 26. The History of Spoilers. The Qing army approaches the Dragon Kingdom. With ample funding, the royal city swiftly transformed from ruins into an impregnable fortress. Initially, the populace did not anticipate the possibility of reclaiming their contributions, nor did they intend to. It was their act of benevolence towards the nation. However, to their astonishment, merely 3 years later, the Dragon Kingdom established a dedicated department to address this matter. One day, a street vendor selling snacks looked incredulously at the officials before him. What? Is this money meant for me? Why are you giving me such a sum without cause? This is the money you lent to the state? Have you forgotten? Here's the receipt from our Ministry of Finance. Please verify this bond, and if all is in order, simply sign here. The vendor, overwhelmed with surprise, took the receipt from the official's hand and examined it. Indeed, the amount was correct, but this was merely a token of goodwill towards the nation. As long as the amount is accurate, we thank you for your assistance and trust in the state, the official replied with a smile, directing others to count the silver for the vendor. The vendor did not count it himself, but upon receiving the silver, he found it weighed considerably more than what he had initially lent. This cannot be right. I did not lend the state this much. This weight appears to exceed my original loan by about half. That is correct. The emperor later issued a supplementary statement, indicating that the state cannot borrow from you without recompense. There will be an annual interest of 25%. You may not have paid much attention to it at the time. It is quite fortunate you came to redeem it, saving us the trouble of seeking each one of you. However, this is a special case. Future purchases of national bonds will yield only about 8% interest annually. Have I struck it rich? No, this cannot be. How can I accept the nation's money? You have saved our lives and even provided us with housing. The vendor remained in a state of bewilderment, yet he still felt a deep sense of loyalty to the Dragon Kingdom, believing he should not accept this. Take it. This is what His Majesty promised from the beginning. If you do not accept it, how can I report back to His Majesty? Well, if you insist. This news spread rapidly. If I had known earlier, I would have sold my old house and donated everything to His Majesty. I lost my receipt, and I never believed the state owed me anything. Fear not. The Ministry of Finance keeps records. As long as you have no objections to the receipt retained by the ministry, we can exchange it as usual. Zhu Yuanzhang, they have truly repaid it, not only the principal, but also with such high interest. Li Shimin, even if the state is wealthy, it cannot treat money so lightly. Even if the common folk deposit their money in a bank, they must pay a fee, yet this has interest. And it's quite high. Wei Zhang, they have kept their word, placing the interests of the people first. Zhu Di, Qing bandits, step forward and speak. Did you not feel disheartened by the bloodshed? Dorgan, you seek death. Dorgan was equally perplexed. How could wealth amassed amidst turmoil truly be returned? There seemed to be no necessity for repayment at all. Even the common folk did not anticipate that the Dragon Kingdom would repay its debts. Once the people's basic needs were met, the focus shifted towards enhancing the quality of life, disregarding expenditures, and fostering the development of agriculture and handicrafts. The goal was to ensure that every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom could afford meat and enjoy a better life. To achieve prosperity, the roads must first be constructed. Your Majesty, national roads? This would incur an unimaginable expense. It matters not. The initial investment will yield returns in due course. Let the market economy thrive first. Once it flourishes, the entire Dragon Kingdom shall embark on the path of affluence, faced with seemingly endless expenditures while others hesitated. Gao Ming resolutely slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Indeed, thus commenced a remarkable era of economic expansion for the Dragon Kingdom. The kingdom borrowed 10 million taels of silver from private lenders, then 30 million, and ultimately 100 million taels. With interest, the populace was eager to lend their money to the kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom swiftly invested the borrowed funds into various short and long-term projects. As the kingdom grew increasingly affluent, numerous industries entered a phase of rapid development. Infrastructure construction emerged as the primary task, giving rise to many related sectors, such as building materials and real estate transactions, all flooding onto the commercial stage. However, Gao Ming did not allow housing prices to soar excessively. The Dragon Kingdom possessed too many profitable industries to warrant such risks. As wealth spread, the use of copper coins and silver as everyday currency began to feel cumbersome. Thus, under Gao Ming's encouragement, a series of related industries, including banks and paper currency, were established. Following these significant initiatives, the initial economic growth of the Dragon Kingdom was still negative. Yet, with many derivative industries and short-term projects in place, the kingdom began to reap immense profits in its second year. Billions of taels of silver flowed into the national treasury, achieving the true essence of a strong nation with prosperous citizens. Simultaneously, numerous regulations were enacted to limit the merchants' power, strictly controlling monopolies and corruption, leading to a society where even amidst disputes, bloodshed was virtually non-existent. Many matters were resolved amicably under the premise of maintaining the law's fairness, propelling civilization forward in leaps and bounds. Li Shimin remarked, "What monumental infrastructure has created tens of millions of jobs and stimulated numerous industries." Zhao Kuangyin added, "What is most astonishing is that their currency still possesses remarkable purchasing power." Ying Zheng noted, "Many aspects bewilder me. Yet one thing is certain, the people are increasingly prosperous." Zhu Yuanzhang stated, "When it comes to wealth and governance, I am in awe." Zhu Di proclaimed, who claimed that wealth must be shrouded in darkness. The Dragon Kingdom has shattered that curse. Here, wealth and justice coexist. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had little to say. Indeed, in the realm of wealth generation, the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was beyond reproach. Admiration is a natural sentiment. Dorgan, the ranking is far from over. Dorgan found himself at a loss for words, resorting to stubborn retorts. It was utterly inconceivable for him to admit his errors. Wei Zheng. Even the most destitute citizens benefit from the state's welfare policies, affording them shelter, sustenance, and education. This is a realm of idealism. Were it not for his allegiance to the Tang dynasty, he might have sought out a more enlightened sovereign. Alas, the Dragon Kingdom was not his domain. His current endeavor lay in drawing inspiration from the Dragon Kingdom to elevate the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin, there is no curse at play. It is merely that an individual's capabilities fall short. Wei Zheng, do you think my reign as emperor has been a failure? Li Shimin cast a despondent glance at Wei Zheng in the distance. This, Your Majesty. How many dynasties can boast such an extraordinary emperor? As the ancients say, in a group of three, one can always find a teacher, follow the virtuous and amend the flaws. Our Tang is still in its youth. And having such an exemplary figure before us should indeed be a blessing. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Wei Zheng refrained from chastising Li Shimin, instead offering encouragement. He keenly sensed the shift in Li Shimin's heart. Taken aback, Li Shimin burst into hearty laughter. You, Wei Zheng, possess a way with words. Yet, there is merit to your argument. Come forth. Record every detail displayed on the celestial screen regarding the Dragon Kingdom, so we may later discern what aligns with our Tang's circumstances and can be emulated. As you command. He had merely experienced a momentary setback, yet did not anticipate the depth of Wei Zheng's insight, which resonated profoundly within him. Upon witnessing this, Empress Changsun was about to speak when she suddenly succumbed to a violent coughing fit. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. The Empress's ailment has flared again. Li Shimin immediately grew anxious. Cough. I am fine. Empress Changsun continued to cough incessantly. Recently, the Tang had broadcast significant updates, with real-time images focusing on Chang'an and other affluent cities. Each time a pivotal development was revealed, the celestial screen would shrink the image and place it below, showcasing the current state of that city. Just as the grain ranking had concluded with a similar display, the public witnessed this scene. Zhu Yuanzhang, noticing, hastily interjected. The two had formed a modest camaraderie. Zhu Yuanzhang, Brother Shimin, do not underestimate this issue. It is imperative to take it seriously and consult the imperial physicians frequently. Empress Changsun is only 36. Li Shimin, what? Is what you say true, Brother Yuanzhang? Li Shimin was taken aback. Does this mean the Guanyin maid has only 3 years left? How could this be? The courtiers, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of horror. Empress Changsun paused momentarily, then reconciled with the reality. Life and death are decreed by fate, beyond human intervention. She had suffered from this ailment since childhood. The imperial physician had visited countless times, each occasion yielding only minor adjustments without any hope of a cure. She had somewhat resigned herself to fate. Was there truly no other recourse? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's gaze dimmed instantly. No. Perhaps in the past there was no solution. But now an unprecedented transformation has occurred. Perhaps this is our opportunity. Li Shimin raised his eyes to the heavens, hope rekindling within him. Zhu Yuanzhang, having offered his reminder to Li Shimin, turned his attention to Empress Ma and Zhu Biao, particularly Zhu Biao. Previously, upon learning of Zhu Biao's early demise, he had become immediately concerned. He had even sought information from Zhu Yoxing in the celestial realm regarding the time and cause of Zhu Biao's passing. It was said to be due to a severe cold, yet Zhu Biao had always maintained good health. There must be some underlying mystery, or perhaps an undisclosed ailment that necessitates thorough investigation. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke grimly to the physicians. Indeed, we shall spare no effort. Great ancestor, please do not blame me for not mentioning the late Empress Xiaozi, Empress Ma. I feared the burden of grief might overwhelm you, harming your spirit. The emperor of the southern Ming, Zhu Yoxing, muttered to himself, somewhat apprehensive. Meanwhile, as the economy of Longwu thrived across various sectors, numerous scenes unfolded. As the crowd observed, a particular message suddenly appeared, intensifying the atmosphere. Duo, we have arrived at the location where the Zhuanggu has vanished, and we have witnessed this city. It is indeed Hongqi City, as splendid as depicted on the celestial screen. It must be among the wealthiest cities in Longwu. Chapter 27. You call this commoners? The armies of the Qing have already located the Dragon Kingdom, and it is precisely at the pivotal commercial hub that had just been revealed at the top of the wealth rankings. An immense concentration of wealth resides in this place. The relationship between the Qing and the Dragon Kingdom is notably fraught with tension, a matter evident to all emperors. Durangan, initially shrouded in a gloomy mood due to the absence of his anticipated discovery, suddenly felt rejuvenated. Durangan, well done. Although the wealth rankings of the Dragon Kingdom have yet to be compiled, The mere acquisition of a single red flag city may yield treasures surpassing the plunder of the entire Ming dynasty. Durangan gazed at the barrage of comments with a smile. Feeling no urgency, he awaited the response of the Dragon Kingdom's emperor. Indeed, it was the Qing army that first located their whereabouts. Now, he anticipated the Dragon Kingdom's emperor to come forth and negotiate. Once the emperor concedes, he could extort a substantial sum without bloodshed, at least several tens of millions of taels of silver. Would he remain indifferent with a sword hanging over his head? However, as the comments from Duoer appeared, many began to voice their thoughts, yet the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom seemed oblivious. Liu Bang, will war be declared? Zhao Kuangyin, who would relinquish meat that is already within reach? Moreover, judging by previous snippets, this Regent Durangan seems quite confident in his own strength. Durangan, it appears many of you have reservations about us. Let us not forget, it was the Dragon Kingdom that first annihilated our Qing cavalry. Zhu Di, were you not the ones who sent envoys to intrude upon Dragon Kingdom territory? Durangan, that was merely a friendly visit. Zhu Di, how shameless. A friendly visit that resulted in the death of foreign citizens. Durangan, he was merely a commoner who clashed with our valiant Qing warriors. His death is inconsequential. It was the Dragon Kingdom Emperor who captured my Qing cavalry, which is the true act of war, regardless of the circumstances. Durangan firmly believed the fault lay with the Dragon Kingdom, and only with them. Zhu Yuanzhang, let us uncover this fellow's dynasty. We must clear obstacles for future generations. Durangan, the times have changed. Do you still think you are invincible? Lanyu, arrogance. Suda, do you think my Ming is without defenders? Zhu Di, locate their position. I shall be the first to march. Durangan, then I would not mind extinguishing all of you. In the face of the Ming, Durangan displayed no restraint or courtesy, for the Ming had fallen to the hands of the Qing. Once they discovered each other, the possibility of peaceful coexistence was utterly non-existent. This urgency to extract more wealth and provisions from the already discovered Dragon Kingdom was one of Durangan's motivations. With riches and supplies, there would be manpower, and with manpower, there would be confidence. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom had yet to finish speaking. Yet the Qing and Ming had already begun their verbal skirmish. However, at this stage, it was merely a battle of words. Currently, apart from the Qing, the only dynasty with a semblance of understanding was the Dragon Kingdom, due to the approximate location indicated by the earlier beam of light. As Dorgan discovered, the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as even a general from the realm, remained utterly silent. What could be the reason for this? Had the forces led by Duo instilled such fear in the Dragon Kingdom that they were now consumed by anxiety and busyness? It seems that a life of affluence has made everyone increasingly cherish their existence. If that is indeed the case, it is truly disappointing. However, with the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom not uttering a word, how could Dorgan extract wealth from the kingdom at the least possible cost? Dorgan inquired, "What? Does the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom have nothing to say?" Upon hearing this, many sovereigns instinctively narrowed their eyes. The aggression of this regent was indeed formidable. Duo remarked, "Given that the Dragon Kingdom previously annihilated my subordinates, should we not seize this city now? I beseech the regent for his wise judgment." Outside the city of Hongqi, on a densely wooded hillside, a force of nearly 10,000 lay in wait, among which 3,000 were elite cavalry of the White Banner, while the remainder consisted of Han troops and servants. Standing at a height, Duo gazed longingly at the magnificent and prosperous Hongqi city, his eyes brimming with insatiable greed. He saw no need for a surprise attack. At this distance, if the enemy had yet to notice, it would soon be too late. Their cavalry could breach the city within moments. As for the gates, he had brought along a few ready cannons. Though limited in number due to the urgency of the situation, they were surely sufficient to demolish the gates. The reason for awaiting Dorgan's orders was to seek greater advantage. If the Dragon Kingdom, pressed by their threat, wished to negotiate and allow them entry into Hongqi City, they could seize it without incurring any cost. "Fengxian, have you permitted them entry?" At that moment, Gao Ming was not preoccupied with Dorgan's presumptuous intimidation but was inquiring about Elbu's specific situation. "Indeed, Your Majesty. Once they cross the hillside, we can ensure that the enemy has nowhere to escape, and our formation will inevitably lead to total annihilation. Furthermore, advancing further, our troops will enter the range of the immediate celestial canopy. What a deterrent it would be for anyone harboring ambitions against our Dragon Kingdom." Elbu replied confidently and respectfully, "As long as you are aware, do not allow these invaders to harm my subjects. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have already secured the citizens outside the city within its walls." Dorgan, feeling the sting of being disregarded, was engulfed by humiliation. With the eyes of the world upon him, if he showed no sign of response, how could the Qing dynasty establish its presence in this realm? Seize this city for me. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Duo's eyes gleamed with a terrifying, murderous intent. Seize the city. No respite for 3 days. Yet, as he ordered the advance and they entered the range of the immediate celestial canopy, their position was promptly revealed to the world. Li Erniu exclaimed, East City. The enemy has appeared in the direction of East City. Fellow compatriots, join me in defending our homeland. Although the means by which they evaded General L's pursuit remain a mystery. One thing is certain, the invaders must not be allowed to wreak havoc upon the territory of our Dragon Kingdom. Li Erniu, the prominent merchant of Hongqi City, immediately issued a rallying call. He swiftly summoned his well-prepared household guards to hasten towards the eastern city wall. While the main screen of the Celestial Dome continued to display the further development of various industries on the Dragon Kingdom as wealth list, it was the smaller image positioned below that captivated the audience's attention. They too were eager to witness the military prowess of this future dynasty, as it could very well pose a challenge they would soon confront. Liu Bang, it appears that the soldiers of Hongqi City are rather few in number. Li Shimin, from Li Erniu's words, it seems that a portion of the city's defenders have ventured out to pursue. Yet these Qing forces have managed to evade them. It appears these Qing troops possess some skill. Zhu Yuanzhang, the vigilance of the Dragon Kingdom is still alarmingly inadequate. They have left so few soldiers to guard the city, though the merchant's household guards exhibit the courage to face the enemy. As Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, he suddenly froze, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Observing the swift transformation unfolding in Hongqi City, he found himself momentarily stunned. Zhu Yuanzhang, is this what you refer to as commoners? Chapter 28. The local customs are truly fierce. Li Shimin, no, I must be mistaken. Liu Bang, surely, this isn't an ambush. Zhao Kuangyin, what on earth is happening? The other emperors also wore expressions of disbelief. However, their reactions were understandable, for they witnessed Li Erniu posting a rallying cry in the barrage, which transformed the calm sea into a tempest. First, the household servants from his estate surged forth. Each servant donned full armor in the blink of an eye, their robust physiques enabling them to mount magnificent steeds. In an instant, they appeared as formidable generals. Meanwhile, the doors of every home in Hongqi City swung wide open, with the male heads of households emerging, brandishing gleaming weapons. Even more astonishing, many of these men possessed tall, noble steeds, clad in armor and rushing fiercely towards the city walls. By any measure, these were elite soldiers. A battalion of fierce warriors. And for those without horses, they were not lacking in swords, armor, and other weapons. How could this possibly be the work of commoners? Was this a farce? Dorgan, have we fallen into a trap? Are there hidden forces in the city? A wave of intense unease washed over Dorgan. Li Shimin, even if it were an ambush, the number of armored men and horses is astonishing. At a glance, there appear to be at least 10,000, and their ranks continue to swell. It is essential to remember that throughout history, prior to the advent of modern weaponry, every dynasty in the Central Plains faced severe shortages of iron implements and steeds. A cavalry of 10,000 armored soldiers is formidable in any era. Even in the time of Gao Ming, during the rise of a new dynasty, there were countless efforts to gather various metals for smelting. In the era of the Tang dynasty, a significant loss was suffered in the wars against the Turks due to a lack of cavalry, culminating in the signing of the Wei-Shui Treaty, which he considered a disgrace. After several years of development, the Tang cavalry had expanded from 30,000 to 100,000, finally erasing that humiliation just a few years ago. Yet now, in this city of the Dragon Kingdom, there were indeed over 10,000 cavalrymen. Even if they were military forces or an ambush, it was still astonishing. Zhu Yuanzhang, no, this is not right. They're not ambushes. Look closely, though they are well equipped, there is no one commanding them. When they encounter each other on the road, they merely exchange greetings and then resolutely head towards the city walls. Moreover, if they were ambushers, they would be far more organized. Zhao Kuangyin, how is this possible? Which emperor would permit the common folk to privately possess such a plethora of steeds and arms? Furthermore, how could commoners be so physically robust? There is no way they could have such access to mate. As Zhao Kuangyin spoke, he faltered, nearly forgetting that the Dragon Kingdom was not lacking in grain or wealth. This seemed not entirely implausible. Additionally, the scenes of the commoners departing had begun to cast doubt on Zhao Kuangyin's earlier judgments. Wei Zhang, could it be that the precursor to the Dragon Kingdom was a nation predominantly based on the steppes? How else could there be such an abundance of war horses? War is the affair of the military. I have faith that General L will safeguard us. Must you venture forth? The wife, burdened with concern. Brings forth horses for her husband. Defending our homeland is a duty for all. The man mounts his steed, riding away without a backward glance. The wife turns back to the house, retrieves a bow and arrows, and hastens towards the city walls. They indeed lack a commander. Their actions are entirely spontaneous. Ingzheng mused, is the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's populace truly so formidable? Meng Tian questioned, are these weapons and equipment truly possessed by commoners? Li Shimin, astonished, rose abruptly. If these were soldiers, then given the financial resources of the Dragon Kingdom, it would indeed be feasible to sustain them. However, for commoners to possess such arms seemed rather absurd. Princess Changlu instinctively glanced at the maid beside her. Yes, even the servants possess a modicum of archery skill. Horses are not exorbitantly priced in our Dragon Kingdom. Our vast lands and flourishing pastoral industry make them commonplace. Yet, even now, there remains scarce. Approximately 1 in 10 households owns a horse. Just a means of transportation? Princess Changlu was taken aback. These were evidently war horses. Yet they were but ordinary transportation for the common folk of the Dragon Kingdom. In the Tang dynasty, only the affluent could afford such steeds, and most could not even attain the quality of war horses. Indeed, having horses would facilitate travel for all. Princess Changlu fell into silence. In the Tang dynasty, a fine war horse could purchase a multitude of slaves, and even a beautiful courtesan could be exchanged for a considerable number. Yet here, they were merely ordinary means of transportation. The nature of your populace seems rather fierce. Fortunately, the maid continued, in tumultuous times, His Majesty desires each individual to be battle-ready, even if one falls. Countless others will rise. We are all part of this nation. The words lingered in Princess Changlu's mind. Meanwhile, under the heavens, the war horses from various corners of the city gathered along a main thoroughfare. There was no chaos despite their status as commoners. Instead, they moved with remarkable order. As if trained, those without horses formed a line behind, halting automatically, while others joined in succession. They coalesced into small squads, ready to head to battle. Ingzheng observed. Such orderliness and discipline. How can they not be elite soldiers? Meng Tian countered. No, these individuals have undoubtedly undergone formal training. There exists a unique understanding among them akin to that of military comrades. Li Jing concurred. Indeed, they are commoners, but perhaps they were once soldiers? Su Du agreed. That should be the case. If that were true, then their swift response and preparedness with armor and steeds would not be difficult to comprehend. Huang Chao interjected. What you speak of as soldiers, as elite, this is merely the militia training that our Dragon Kingdom-s citizens must undertake. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Militia training? Huang Chao explained. It is merely a precautionary measure against natural disasters and human calamities. Dorgan, since they are not true soldiers, there is nothing to worry about. They are merely a group of well-equipped commoners. Once the blood is shed, they will scatter like leaves in the wind. Observing the behaviors and dialogues of these civilians under the canopy, Dorgan concluded that they were indeed not a regular army. However, he was taken aback by the wealth of the Dragon Kingdom, where so many commoners possessed war horses and armor. Did he not fear a rebellion from those below? Outside the Red Flag City, the warriors of the Qing urged one another, let us exert ourselves to capture this city. Such a victory shall bestow upon you a lifetime of wealth and honor. The drums resounded. Duoe ordered the servants to stay behind, for he had already dispatched scouts to survey the area multiple times while still outside the city. They assessed that the defensive forces were merely a few thousand. The soldiers at a single city gate numbered only around 1,000. The enemy was utterly oblivious to their approach. Therefore, there could be no hidden troops within the city. Any forces present would be outside. Now, concentrating their might on a single gate, they prepared for a surprise attack, likely not needing the red artillery for breaching the city walls. Hearing Duoer's motivating words, all Qing soldiers shouted in fervor, spurring their horses into a frenzied gallop. The wealth of the Dragon Kingdom loomed over them like a tantalizing promise, far more enticing than any verbal assurances. Thousands of riders thundered forward, the collective sound of iron hooves creating a deafening roar. In less than a quarter of an hour, the outlines of Red Flag City became increasingly distinct, approaching their range for mounted archery. As the Qing cavalry drew near, they readied their bows and arrows, preparing to shoot while charging. However, as the distance closed, Duo suddenly noticed that the soldiers on the city walls displayed no signs of panic. They merely gazed at them calmly, showing no inclination to draw their bows. Were they stunned? But then, unexpectedly, a line of fully armored soldiers emerged from the previously sparse defensive ranks. The sheer number was staggering, possibly amounting to tens of thousands. Duo was left dumbfounded at that moment. Hidden Troops. Chapter 29. A Destructive Onslaught. The Might of Elbu. Stop, commanded Duo, immediately ordering a halt. The sound of gongs resonated, and all the warriors tightened their reins, swiftly ceasing their charge. Liu Bang, the orders are to be obeyed without exception. To achieve such discipline in the midst of a rapid charge and maintain formation in such a brief span is indeed the hallmark of elite troops. Li Shimin, although those hastening to the city walls to assist are not true soldiers, as long as they hold their ground and do not succumb to fear. These thousands, no matter how fierce, will be unable to breach the city. Zhao Kuangyin, indeed, with the subsequent soldiers numbering merely around 10,000. It is truly challenging to seize Red Flag City. Duo gazed upon the sudden influx of Dragon Nation soldiers atop the city walls, perplexed by the unfolding situation. In his moment of uncertainty, he instinctively looked up at the sky, where he caught sight of the latest directive from Dorgun. Dorgun, advance directly. The majority atop the walls are merely commoners, not to be feared. Almost fell into your trap. They were mere commoners in disguise. Duo, believing the words without doubt, realized that he could not simultaneously observe the front and the sky while charging. Yet those who gazed at the sky could discern all that pertained to the territory of Red Flag City. Li Shimin, alas, Red Flag City has appeared in the sky, becoming a source of intelligence for them. Dorgun, thus, heaven's mandate is with our great chain. Heaven supports us. No sooner had Dorgun's words fallen than Duo was prepared to launch a renewed assault. Yet, he was suddenly met with the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs. An ambush. From either side of the city gate, two contingents of Dragon Nation cavalry surged forth from the slopes that curved around the city. Flags fluttered in the wind, their crimson backgrounds emblazoned with soaring golden dragons. Their speed was akin to lightning, crashing forth like a turbulent tide. In an instant, the distance between the two forces narrowed dramatically. Retreat. Duo recognized the formidable number of enemy troops and instantly realized he had indeed fallen into a trap. A chilling sensation gripped his heart, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Prior reconnaissance had failed to reveal these cavalrymen, indicating that they were visible while the enemy remained concealed. His every move had likely been under constant surveillance. Only in this manner could they have perfectly evaded the scouts he had dispatched. Now was not the time for combat. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Since we have come this far, let all remain for this general. As Duo prepared to retreat in the direction from whence they came, yet another cavalry unit charged down from the slopes. At the forefront was a towering figure, with a countenance as noble as jade, adorned with a three-pronged purple-gold crown, wielding a Fangtian painted halberd. His steed was notably grander and more formidable than the average horse. As they galloped forward, Duo's subordinates and a handful of Qing cavalry attempting to block their path were effortlessly pierced through. In an instant, severed limbs and blood flew through the air. The cavalry struck from behind the infantry, and the leader was none other than a legendary general known throughout history for his unparalleled ferocity. Throughout the ages, people have condemned him for his fickleness, labeled him a treacherous servant, and criticized his lack of foresight. Yet, one truth remains universally acknowledged. He is unmatched in valor. According to the historical records of the later Han, Elbu possessed the courage of a ferocious tiger but lacked the strategic brilliance of a true hero. Li Shimin once remarked that although Elbu was valiant, he was not employable. Sima Guang categorized him among the notorious villains. The Han soldiers, having surrendered, were spared from execution. However, those who stubbornly resisted were mercilessly slain. Elbu's murderous intent surged, his gaze fierce and unyielding as he fixed it upon Dodo. In his plans, the Qing army was never meant to reach the city walls, for he intended to eliminate all invaders beforehand. Moreover, he was eager to demonstrate his prowess before the emperor. Leading the charge, Elbu wielded his halberd, its cold gleam flashing incessantly. Those who stood in his path, be it the Qing cavalry enforcing discipline or the Han infantry attempting to resist, were systematically cleaved apart, their bodies and steeds shattered alike. He was both valiant and brutal. Liu Bang exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this truly a general of the Dragon Kingdom? How fearsome!" In that moment, he recognized Elbu among men. The ferocity and terror of his martial prowess evoked memories of an old acquaintance, Xiang Yu. He never expected to witness such an unparalleled warrior in his lifetime. Zhu Yuanzhang observed, "His appearance bears a striking resemblance to someone from the annals of history." Wei Jing noted, "Elbu? I have seen his portrait. This man closely resembles the historical Elbu." Li Shimin pondered, could it truly be Elbu? Or merely a likeness? Dodo watched as Elbu, leading 1,000 cavalrymen, charged forth with an imposing presence. The overwhelming aura of menace and skill instilled an unprecedented sense of dread within him, a seasoned warrior who had faced countless foes. He would have relished the opportunity to engage in combat, but the circumstances were clearly unfavorable. Other cavalrymen from the Dragon Kingdom surged forward with fierce tenacity. Dodo had presumed that even if surrounded, the valor of the Qing soldiers would facilitate their breakout. However, reality proved otherwise. The cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom was too formidable. Well-equipped, predominantly heavy cavalry clad in armor, they were resilient against arrows, their warriors brimming with muscle and valor. The most terrifying aspect was their weaponry. When their arms clashed with those of the Qing cavalry, they created gaping breaches. A single strike from a stronger dragon cavalryman could effortlessly sever their weapons. The Qing cavalrymen, gazing at their broken blades, were gripped by horror, only to be swiftly felled in succession. A mere handful of Qing cavalrymen managed to hold their ground, yet their weapons, even blunt instruments, failed to penetrate the heavy armor of the dragon cavalry, which appeared to possess some form of shock-absorbent layer. Ingzheng remarked. The dragon cavalry exudes a fierce aura. They are undoubtedly elite among elites. Li Shimin questioned, what divine weaponry is this? How can it sever iron swords? Zhao Kuangyin concluded. It seems the Dragon Kingdom has long been prepared. Their heavy cavalry is designed for this moment of harvest. Lu Bang proclaimed, the Qing army is doomed. After being ambushed, they are outmatched in weaponry and numbers against the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, well struck. In mere moments, countless Qing cavalrymen were slain, their formations utterly shattered. How could the cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom possibly be stronger than that of the Great Qing? Dorder found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. He gathered the nearby troops, instructing them to disregard everyone else and retreat from another direction. In haste, Dorder abandoned his original plan of retreat. Incompetence. How dare you harbor any thoughts against our Dragon Kingdom? Where do you think you can escape to? Seeing Dorder's intent to flee only with his personal guards, Elbu spurred his steed, the horse rearing and whinnying as if sensing its master's resolve, charging forward with a final surge of speed. Is he mad? No matter how valiant, how can one man dare to charge into hundreds of cavalry? Exclaimed Lan Yu. Has he lost his mind? Suda added. He is indeed exceptionally brave, yet lacks strategy. At this juncture, we should merely tighten the encirclement and proceed cautiously. Victory is assured. However, should a general take such risks and fall, the hard-won triumph may swiftly turn to misfortune, Li Jing remarked. How exhilarating, you dead souls. I am Elbu of the Dragon Kingdom, he declared. When you descend to the netherworld, do not forget who sent you there. Elbu plunged into the ranks of the Qing cavalry, his halberd cleaving through soldiers as he felled dozens with unyielding vigor. The remaining Qing cavalry, gripped by terror, began to retreat in disarray as the bodies piled up around them. They were consumed by fear, their courage shattered. This was no mere man. He was a demon risen from the depths of hell. Flee. The first to break, others soon followed suit. Come back, Dorder cried in fury. But before he could make an example of anyone, Elbu unleashed his unparalleled fury, cutting down the cavalry before him, seeking death, with no path left to retreat. Dorder's ferocity surged as he drew his sword to parry. Yet Elbu's halberd exceeded anything he could have anticipated. As it came crashing down, Dorder instinctively raised his weapon to block, but his steed could not withstand the force and collapsed beneath him. Bloodied hands nearly lost their grip on the sword as he staggered back, yet Elbu relentlessly followed up with strike after strike. Dorder continually dodged, searching for an opportunity to exploit the advantages of close combat. However, Elbu was equally swift, altering his tactics to land another blow on Dorder's weapon. With a resounding crack, the weapon shattered, sending the hilt flying. In the next instant, the chilling blade of the halberd was pressed against Dorder's throat, forcing him to his knees. The enemy leader has been captured. Elbu's voice echoed through the heavens. The onlookers beheld the spectacle of Elbu capturing Dorder amid the throng of soldiers, leaving them in a state of profound shock and disbelief that lingered long after. Chapter 30. The Divine cannot compare to His Majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. From the moment Elbu made his entrance to the capture of the enemy leader, a mere quarter of an hour elapsed. For a battle involving tens of thousands, it concluded with astonishing swiftness and brutality. Zhao Kuangyin, is it truly Elbu? Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, before us, other dynasties have already arrived in this realm. Cheng Yaojin. Good heavens, I once thought the historical accounts of Elbu were exaggerated. Yet here we witness his remarkable valor, though he too was a formidable warrior. The feat of a single man boldly confronting hundreds of elite cavalry and capturing the enemy leader is a rarity in the annals of history. Li Jing. So this is what the Qing refers to as invincible? It seems rather lackluster. Li Shimin. Do not underestimate them. Based on their responses and combat performance, they indeed exhibit great strength, but they fell into an ambush, compounded by the ferocity of our Dragon Kingdom's generals. Once the battle commenced, our morale seized the advantage. Dorgan was equally astonished. The once invincible Qing cavalry was swiftly vanquished in such a brief span. Even if they had been ambushed, their collapse was unexpected. Scarcely a few managed to escape the encirclement. As the other Qing soldiers witnessed their general's capture, uncertainty gripped them. They contemplated surrender, yet with Dorgan still able to command them through the celestial screen, they were not entirely leaderless. Thus, they resisted stubbornly while frequently glancing at the heavens. Awaiting fresh orders. We were unable to contribute, lamented Ernie to atop the city walls. Suda, why does he appear somewhat disappointed? As a merchant, with no loss of wealth and no need for them to fight, is this not the most favorable outcome? Suda found himself perplexed. For it was not justly Ernie who bore such a regretful expression. Even the common folk displayed a similar demeanor. Were they unafraid of death? Did they yearn so desperately for battle? They were merely civilians, and surely they did not believe that donning armor would truly enable them to clash with elite forces. Ernie, all my life, I have longed to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, even at the cost of my own life. Many were moved by Ernie's declaration, though some remained bewildered. How could one with such immense wealth show such disregard for life? Cheng Eugene, this battlefield has little to do with you commoners, does it? Ernie, it is intrinsically related. When my parents perished from hunger and illness, when our family faced despair, when the authorities turned a blind eye to our plight, when my prayers to the deities went unanswered, only His Majesty offered us sustenance. In my eyes, the divine pales in comparison to our emperor. All who seek to disrupt our nation's peace, every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, bears the duty to resist foreign foes. Ernie's resolute stance profoundly stirred the hearts of all present beneath the celestial screen. A mere merchant, yet possessing such lofty ideals, truly commanded admiration. If I, a citizen of the great Tang dynasty, should one day take pride in my homeland and possess such patriotic fervor, then perhaps that would signify the true flourishing of the Tang era. Li Shimin could not help but exclaim, Zhu Yuanzhang, we can understand. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Should our two nations establish diplomatic relations in the future, I am confident we would collaborate harmoniously. Zhu Yuanzhang deeply empathized with Ernie's sentiments. During the times when his parents and brothers suffered from hunger and disease, he would have been willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of a benefactor. What surprised Zhu Yuanzhang was the unexpected abundance of individuals like Ernie in the Dragon Kingdom. Was it a nationwide phenomenon? Or was it merely the case that such qualities arose solely in the realm of this dragon emperor? If it were the latter, that would be acceptable, however. If it were the former, Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated to envision such a reality. Surely, no one could embody the former. Dorgan, stop. Stop. Although Dorgan was filled with both rage and astonishment, he swiftly issued a barrage of messages. Duo was a talented leader, not merely a warrior or a brute. He was indeed a rare asset to the Qing dynasty and, moreover, his own brother. How could he bear to watch him perish? Dorgan, release him. You may set the terms. Though he was exceedingly reluctant, the tide of defeat was undeniable. It was wise to yield appropriately and preserve as much of their forces as possible. Gao Ming, do you possess anything that could sway me? Dorgan, what is it that you truly desire? Gao Ming, that depends on your attitude. However, your current demeanor is rather displeasing. Thus I hope the invaders receive their just punishment. Upon reading this message, Elbu grinned broadly and raised his weapon high. Duo, brother, save me. Duo looked up at the weapon above him and the messages raining down from the sky. The shadow of death immediately enveloped him. In that moment, he realized that he was not as fearless as he had imagined. They had just conquered the Ming dynasty, and a promising life awaited him. How could he allow himself to perish here? Dorgan, is there truly no room for negotiation? Do you genuinely wish to engage in full-scale war against my Qing dynasty? Do not be misled into thinking that winning a minor ambush indicates our Qing strength is limited. He now acknowledged that the Dragon Kingdom possessed some military might. Yet he felt no fear. This was merely a loss of opportunity, having fallen into the enemy's encirclement. Anyone can triumph in favorable conditions. Furthermore, lacking sufficient intelligence. He had not anticipated the presence of a historical general like Elbu in the Dragon Kingdom. However, through this battle, he could preliminarily assess that the Dragon Kingdom's military prowess was likely comparable to their own, albeit with superior weaponry. Yet, had they been able to leverage their cavalry's archery advantage earlier, the outcome could have been entirely different. After all, siege warfare was not their forte. They could have easily engaged the Dragon Kingdom from a distance. And as for Elbu, even if he were an unparalleled warrior, Could he truly withstand the might of the ready cannons? Those spontaneously organized civilians, they had merely yet to witness bloodshed once they encountered it. Their true nature as a disorganized mob would surely emerge. Thus, Dorgan remains imbued with confidence, firmly believing that the military prowess of the Qing dynasty will not be vanquished by the Dragon Kingdom. The current setbacks are merely minor skirmishes. Even many emperors assessing the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom arrive at conclusions akin to Dorgan's. The Dragon Kingdom indeed possesses some capability, yet it does not appear significantly stronger than themselves. The cavalry that previously besieged Duo numbered no more than 10,000. The sole aspect that gives them pause is the Dragon Kingdom's remarkably superior weaponry and the spontaneous organization of its civilians, which instills a sense of caution in them. Gaoming, are you threatening me? Dorgan, I am merely stating the reality. Should any misfortune befall Duo, our Qing dynasty shall not rest until justice is served. Gaoming, it seems you have not abandoned your aspirations towards our Dragon Kingdom. Thus, there is little left for us to discuss. Upon hearing this, Dorgan became furious. Yet at that moment, Fan Wenqing hastily intervened. Lord Dorgan, please remain composed. The Dragon Emperor's unwillingness to release him is of little consequence. The one who currently holds Duo is not the Dragon Emperor, but rather the historical figure Elbu. Elbu is known for his capricious nature. Perhaps we could exploit this to our advantage, or even potentially win him over directly. Dorgan, initially intent on threatening the Dragon Emperor and applying pressure, found his perspective illuminated by these words. Indeed, if it truly were Elbu, then it would be worth attempting. Chapter 31. The Loyal Minister Elbu. The prejudices in people's hearts are mountains. Duoluan, General L. Should you choose to show mercy and spare my valiant warriors of the Great Qing, I am prepared to honor you as the foremost champion of our dynasty. Wealth, beauty, and power shall be at your disposal. All that the Dragon Kingdom can offer, we of the Great Qing can provide as well. Duoluan, I trust that you gleaned some understanding of the Great Qing's fundamental circumstances during the previous grain ranking. Since our ascendance to the Central Plains, we govern a population exceeding 100 million, with vast lands and abundant resources. Everything you desire can be fulfilled. Upon hearing these words, the world was momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon their thoughts began to stir. Indeed, historically, while Elbu was valiant, he was also capricious and lacked substantial strategy. If he could be brought to 1's side, would it not augment 1's forces with a fierce warrior? Although the risk of betrayal loomed. In such an uncertain situation, where conflict with other dynasties could erupt at any moment, having such a formidable general to charge into battle would undoubtedly outweigh the potential drawbacks. Even if the attempt to recruit him failed, there would be little loss. After all, it was the Great Qing that made the initial proposition. Even if the Dragon Kingdom disapproved, the ensuing discord would likely be directed toward the Qing dynasty. Thus, the various emperors swiftly seized this opportunity. Zhu Yuanzhang, rather than joining the Great Qing and clinging to such a petty legacy, why not align yourself with my Ming dynasty? Li Shimin, my Tang dynasty is also inclined to recruit General L. I believe the historical accounts of you are somewhat biased. In chaotic times, many actions taken in the pursuit of survival are entirely understandable. Liu Bang, General L, since you hold the Han dynasty in esteem and aspire to revive its glory, why not charge forth once more for our great Han? The world may misinterpret you, but I shall not. Liu Bang spoke with sincerity, convinced of his own superiority over others. Previously, when Elbu was recognized, some had summarized Elbu's life in the comments, granting these emperors a deeper understanding of him. Liu Bang was acutely aware of the immense role such a peerless warrior could play in warfare. Xiang Yu served as a living example of this truth. Regardless of whether Elbu's aspirations to save the Han were genuine or not, at least there existed a semblance of legitimacy in his claim. Should he genuinely wish to pledge his allegiance, aligning with himself would silence the whispers of the world and yield both fame and fortune. Ying Zheng, such a fierce warrior should serve as a champion of my Qin dynasty. Our environment is far more suited for a warrior of your caliber, free from the constraints of scholarly conventions, allowing you to showcase your talents. Zhao Kuangyin, my Song dynasty is in dire need of valiant warriors like yourself. We are sufficiently affluent and will ensure that your quality of life remains high. Armed with the information previously broadcasted and the insights shared by representatives of various dynasties, Zhao Kuangyin realized the urgent necessity of enhancing the military prowess of the Song dynasty and could not afford to overlook Elbu. Duoluan, you all. Duoluan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. The proposal he had initiated was being seized by these emperors. Moreover, each word they uttered was more flattering than the last. These emperors are not benevolent individuals. Whenever it serves their interests, they are willing to lower their dignity to recruit the historically infamous Elbu. Chang Yaojin, did he not refuse, but instead bow his head in contemplation? Suda, his shoulders quiver with excitement. Indeed. The collective invitation from the emperors can be seen as a way to redeem his tarnished legacy. Yet, in the next moment, Elbu, with his head bowed, suddenly raised it to the heavens and let out a thunderous roar. This is intolerable. How dare you humiliate me so? I, Elbu, would never betray his majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. You dare to insult me like this. Deching, Dorgan. I, Elbu, vow here and now to dedicate my life to slaying you. Elbu's fury was palpable, his voice resounding like thunder. His frenzied demeanor was even more terrifying than when he charged into battle moments ago. How dare these scoundrels treat him with such disdain? For many years, His Majesty has wholeheartedly revered him. No one understands him better than His Majesty. He had intended to make a grand display today and earn great merit. Yet these individuals have unearthed his past embarrassments of not serving a wise ruler. If His Majesty were to take offense, when could he ever realize his aspiration to call the Emperor his adoptive father? With such a display and such a roar, silence enveloped the heavens. The assembled emperors and ministers felt utterly bewildered. If they did not agree, so be it. They had anticipated this outcome. After all, they stood to lose nothing. But why such a loud outburst? It made them feel as though they were his father's murderers. Dorgan's composure began to fray. The invitation was clearly a collective one. Why was he being singled out? This general of the Dragon Kingdom is truly intolerable. Cheng Eugene, is this not a good thing for you? Elbu, a good thing? This is the greatest humiliation of my life. I, who have wandered aimlessly, finally encounter a wise ruler, and yet you mock my loyalty with past grievances. His Majesty is correct. The prejudices in one's heart are an immovable mountain. Cheng Eugene, your loyalty? Good heavens, am I still dreaming? His demeanor does not suggest jest. His eyes are red. And there is no hint of insincerity in his expression. As an emperor, Li Shimin possesses exceptional discernment. Does this mean Elbu has transformed into a loyal subject? Li Jing found it hard to believe. It was truly unimaginable what the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom had done to win Elbu's unwavering loyalty. One would expect a man of Elbu's valor, yet questionable character, to be quite selfish. After much contemplation, Li Jing could not fathom the reason behind this transformation. He wondered if the heavens might produce a ranking of those who have experienced the general's past. Other emperors and ministers, aware of Elbu's history, were peculiar expressions. Increasingly curious about the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, a man notorious throughout history has seemingly been completely subjugated. How could this be achieved? Yet they remained silent. For Elbu was currently in a state of rage. They certainly do not wish to attract his attention, akin to how Dorgan was scrutinized. Your Majesty, it is inappropriate for us to extend invitations through the barrage. People possess their dignity, even if he harbored such intentions. How could he publicly confess to harboring treachery against his sovereign? The Minister of Rights and Chief Imperial Censor, Wang Gui, suddenly interjected. What do you imply? Li Shimin inquired, gazing at Wang Gui with keen interest. The future situation remains uncertain. Although our Tang dynasty is robust, having formidable generals like Elbu is undoubtedly advantageous. The grain and wealth of the Dragon Kingdom would yield unimaginable benefits for our Tang. Wang Gui articulated his proposal. In recent days, upon learning of the Dragon Kingdom's astonishing grain yield, the influential families, apart from the Li clan, had engaged in numerous clandestine discussions. They all aspired to partake in the extraordinary agricultural output of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, with prospects of unimaginable wealth at stake, they could no longer remain idle. Even a fraction of it would suffice to satiate their appetites. Wang Gui, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that our Grand Tang should stoop to become an invader of another nation? Wei Zhang's countenance darkened immediately upon hearing this. The Dragon Kingdom had neither troubled the Tang nor disrupted the previous era of prosperity and peace, which was the ideal realm in the hearts of loyal subjects. He could not bear to see such beauty ravaged by war. To recklessly mobilize against another nation was indeed unwise. Li Shimin also held reservations. Any action must be justified to earn the people's support. No, you misunderstand me. I do not advocate for war, rather. I propose that we engage in mutual exchange with the Dragon Kingdom. This is indeed worth considering. Though we must first ascertain the location of the Dragon Kingdom and welcome back Princess Changle. Li Shimin was well aware of the true intentions harbored by these noble families. Faced with such immense profit, even he found it difficult to resist. Establishing a trade relationship with the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly hasten the prosperity of our Tang. He merely hoped that these noble families would not resort to underhanded tactics behind his back. Dorgan, regardless of the circumstances. The Dragon Kingdom must ensure the safety of my Qing warriors. Dorgan had grown weary of the proposals put forth by Fan Wenqing. They seemed utterly unreliable, rendering him a mere laughingstock. Gao Ming, since it has come to this, then let us kill him. Dorgan, do you dare? With a swift motion, enraged Elbu received the precise command, showing no hesitation. The spear struck, and Duodwa's head fell to the ground, his face still etched with disbelief. Unable to comprehend his hasty demise, Dorgan stared at the severed head of Duo, his mind exploding with shock. The other emperors also narrowed their pupils in astonishment. Did they just slay the opposing general? Chapter 32. Which dynasty can endure such trials? Logically speaking, barring a profound enmity, it is uncommon to execute a captured enemy general outright. Firstly, such an act would incite the enemy's ferocity and thirst for vengeance. Secondly, a living adversary holds greater value than a deceased one. It appears that this emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is not as benevolent as he seems in the rankings of grain and wealth. He possesses a fierce and tyrannical side. Dorgan, Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, my Qing cavalry shall surely bathe your lands in blood. Dorgan was taken aback by the Dragon Kingdom Emperor's unconventional approach. As he effortlessly severed the head of his own brother, his demeanor exuded an unwavering refusal to engage in dialogue. Gao Ming, I have offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it, showing not a trace of remorse. If it is battle you seek, then let it be so. Gao Ming, I trust all dynasties will remember that our Dragon Kingdom cherishes peace. If you come as guests, you are welcomed. If you harbor ill intentions, we possess the means to safeguard ourselves. Gao Ming issued yet another warning to all dynasties. However, this message bore a different weight than the first. Imbued with a newfound intensity, by expressing his stance, he aimed to draw the hearts of the populace closer to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, under the heavens, the world was watching. Future encounters were inevitable. Should the hearts of the people from other dynasties align with the Dragon Kingdom, Gao Ming would be poised to maintain the initiative, regardless of unfolding events. Dorgan, when my Qing cavalry enters the imperial city, I shall offer your head as a sacrificial tribute to my brother's spirit. Elbu, prepare your neck for me to claim your head. Dorgan, all banners, heed my command. Mobilize your forces to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom with utmost speed. No Qing warrior shall surrender. Expend your final strength to annihilate the enemy. The adversary was formidable, showing no semblance of mercy. Dorgan, who had long harbored ambitions to conquer the Dragon Kingdom, now disregarded all else. Even if it meant sacrificing the Central Plains dynasty, the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom made it all worthwhile. To retreat now would inevitably lead to the disintegration of the Central Plains dynasty. Many remnants of the Ming dynasty were already discontented, having been subdued by force. They could not afford to appear weak, lest the flames of rebellion consume the Central Plains. In an instant, leaders of the Qing armies responded in unison. Following the death of Hong Taiji, Emperor Fulin ascended the throne, yet he was still young. Dorgan, as the regent, was undoubtedly the true power behind the throne. Ingzheng, the war has begun. The other emperors remained largely silent. The Dragon Kingdom's treatment of its citizens was commendable, garnering the approval of many commoners and officials alike. Even if they harbored ambitions, they could not provoke war against the Dragon Kingdom without cause. However, should the Qing attack or conquer the Dragon Kingdom, they could raise the banner of justice to uphold righteousness and peace. Thus, they would have a legitimate reason for their actions. From this perspective, they were, in fact, inclined to witness the Qing's declaration of war. Undoubtedly, Dorgan was aware of this sentiment, yet he had no choice but to reveal his fangs, to instill a sense of trepidation in those who seek to reap the benefits without effort. It is essential to swiftly conquer the Dragon Kingdom and assume control over its defenses. This would ensure that those with ulterior motives return empty-handed. Just after Dorgan had orchestrated these plans, reports from other scouts ventured forth, bearing the latest news. Regent, we have located the territory of the Great Yuan dynasty. What? Dorgan was taken aback. Zhao Kuangyin remarked, as for the remaining Qing forces, those who perish shall perish, and those who surrender shall surrender. Zhu Di interjected. Look at the celestial display. The wealth of the Dragon Kingdom continues to surge, and the emperor has unveiled numerous lucrative ventures. However, an abundance of wealth may not necessarily be a boon. Human nature is frail and prone to testing. Wei Zheng, at this juncture, found little cause for elation. The aristocracy of the Great Tang, unable to contain their ambitions, began to stir. Should the riches continue to proliferate, it would incite madness across all dynasties. The stark disparity between the affluent and the impoverished would render other kingdoms akin to beggars. Could these beggars remain indifferent before the golden mountain that is the Dragon Kingdom? It seems rather implausible. What dynasty could withstand such a trial? If presented with an opportunity, even the emperor of the Great Tang might not remain apathetic. They would invariably seek justifications to intervene in the internal affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, particularly now, as all sovereigns would undoubtedly issue similar commands to swiftly ascertain the location of the Dragon Kingdom. What to do upon discovery would depend on the specific circumstances. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom possesses great merit, but if it were to fall into the hands of foreign tribes, it would be better for it to be under my dominion. Yingzheng directed Meng Tian to intensify the search efforts. This new world may indeed require unification. Suda, what is your perspective? Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Suda. Suda immediately discerned that Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply captivated by the affluence of the Dragon Kingdom. After careful contemplation, he responded, "We must first locate the Dragon Kingdom." Yet in the current scenario, the Dragon Kingdom enjoys the favor of the people, and there are likely many within our Ming dynasty who aspire to and support it. However, there is no necessity for us to take action against the Dragon Kingdom. We can seize from the Qing what they have plundered from the Dragon Kingdom, thereby winning public favor while simultaneously curbing the Qing's ascent, achieving two objectives with a single endeavor. The approval ratings during the grain rankings have already validated Su Da's assertions. As for the wealth rankings, no dark undercurrents have yet been revealed. The approval must surely remain high. It would be unwise to confront a populace-supported Dragon Kingdom directly. Yet, to strike against the Qing would garner unanimous support from the realm. Even if there were dissent, this course of action would be unavoidable. After all, it concerns the annihilation of our Ming dynasty's adversary. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. You and I are in accord. However, Zhu Di presented a contrasting viewpoint. Why do you assume that the Qing will undoubtedly gain advantage in the Dragon Kingdom? Fourth son, I believe you are blinded by your fervor. Setting aside whether the overall military prowess of the Dragon Kingdom surpasses that of the Qing, even if it is slightly inferior in times of war, the attacking side is not guaranteed to completely seize the Dragon Kingdom, but the loss of several cities and territories is a common occurrence in warfare. Do you truly believe that a dynasty capable of extinguishing my great Ming would be unable to capture even a single city of the Dragon Nation? This was indeed a lapse in my judgment. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Di found himself at a loss for a response. Yet, for reasons unknown, he harbored an inexplicable sense of the Dragon Nation's unfathomable depth. Particularly, the earlier General Huang Chao hailed from the Dragon Nation, as did Elbu. How many more generals does the Dragon Nation possess? In the vast expanse of the heavens, the Dragon Nation was experiencing an era of rapid economic development. Gao Ming unveiled numerous initiatives aimed at stimulating civilian consumption and fostering growth across various industries. Simultaneously, geological surveys were conducted to exploit a multitude of metal mines. Innovations emerged, including cement, asphalt, advanced methods for breeding new varieties of warhorses, and improved agricultural tools, alongside numerous unassuming yet practical inventions. As metals ceased to be scarce, new creations began to materialize, such as the bicycle. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "The livestock industry is remarkably advanced. No wonder the Dragon Nation possesses such an abundance of warhorses." Wei Zhen commented, "The speed at which the Dragon Nation constructs roads is astonishing. In just a few short years, they have built so many expansive thoroughfares. This cement and asphalt truly are miraculous materials." Li Shimin observed, "In an era, so many practical products that promote civilian consumption have been produced." Zhao Kuangin questioned, "What methods has he employed? It seems he finds those mines with uncanny precision." Yingzheng mused, "It is truly unimaginable. If given the opportunity, I would love to engage in a candlelit discussion with such a prodigious talent. How can one person be so adept at generating wealth and concocting such a plethora of innovations? The system is indeed a remarkable entity," Gao Ming mused to himself. "The rewards bestowed by the system lack any discernible pattern, characters, items, technologies, a veritable cornucopia. To maximize their potential, it is incumbent upon Gao Ming to contemplate and orchestrate their use." As the numerous lucrative industries of the Dragon Nation were unveiled, the shadowy aspects of its wealth came to light before the eyes of the world. However, upon this revelation, the onlookers were left with expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 33. Let us embrace the darkness. Beneath the vast sky, in a workshop, a dozen workers toiled day and night, laboring tirelessly to complete a batch of garments demanded by their employer. In the midst of their fervent efforts, they scarcely find a moment to indulge in a warm meal. Under such intense pressure, it is no surprise that some collapse from exhaustion. Yet, urged on by their employer's incessant reminders of the delivery deadline and its significance, The remaining workers grit their teeth and persevere. Finally, on the eve of the deadline, they manage to finish the goods. However, the employer suddenly renounces his obligations. Overtime pay? What overtime pay? Do you have any idea how much I would have lost had you failed to deliver this batch? You should consider yourselves fortunate that I'm allowing you to continue working without seeking compensation, Zhao Kuangyin. Indeed, some matters are ultimately unavoidable. Liu Bang, nevertheless. It is somewhat fortunate that, even without overtime pay, their regular wages are still quite respectable, thus not significantly affecting their quality of life. It is no novel occurrence for the common people to be exploited. Wei Jing, while the impact may not be substantial, it is, after all, their rightful earnings that have been unjustly stripped away. Li Shimin, enduring some losses is acceptable, at least their lives remain intact. Such incidents are all too common. Not only in the Tang dynasty but across any dynasty. The lower class is often fortunate to have even a morsel to eat. How could these individuals dare voice their grievances against their employer? Would they not fear losing their livelihoods? In truth, the mere act of these commoners demanding their overtime pay is already a remarkable defiance. In other dynasties, such boldness could lead to severe consequences, lashes at best, or even disappearance at worst. Previously, in the visual depiction of the wealth of the Tang nobility, such exploitation was rampant among the aristocratic families. Just when everyone presumed the matter would dissipate without resolution, these workers, filled with indignation, brought their grievances to the authorities. Liu Bang, such a decision is ill-advised. Those who engage in business typically possess their own connections in the locality. Liu Bang is quite astute regarding these matters. Wei Zheng, there is no fault in bravely asserting one's rightful interests. Cheng Eugene, such naivety. What was once merely a financial loss now threatens their very lives. Commoner A of the song, let it be, let it be. Making a fuss will only harm ourselves. Here, we had someone whose farmland was seized. And after appealing to the authorities, his entire family perished overnight. Losing a bit of overtime pay is hardly worth the risk. Suda, such actions could easily lead to job loss. Wei Zhong, jobs in the Dragon Kingdom are not difficult to find, which emboldens them to confront these merchants. Taking matters to higher authorities is no simple task. For many emperors, such occurrences do not shake the foundation of the state. Even we outsiders perceive this as a trivial affair. Consequently, most emperors merely observe in silence. Yet the outcome is unforeseen. Dongxing Textile has violated Article 44 of the labor law of the Dragon Kingdom. The judgment is as follows. Dongxing Textile is mandated to compensate the defendant with the rightful remuneration, in addition to an extra tenfold in damages, and to cease operations for rectification. Li Shimin, have they been compensated? Wei Zheng, the verdict is indeed severe. The laws of Longwu are surprisingly comprehensive and just, even stipulating explicit regulations for overtime compensation. Yingzheng, governing by law, they attend to even such minor matters with meticulous care. Far more detailed than the legal framework of my chain. Commoner A of Longwu, this employer is exceedingly foolish. Did they not study labor laws diligently while conducting business? Alas, what a pity. If only I could encounter such a foolish boss. I would demand at least several dozen times in compensation. Worker B of Longwu, I have been too kind. Previously, when my boss violated regulations, I only sought 5 times the compensation. Observing the comments from the common folk of Longwu, the expressions of the emperors and ministers were peculiar. Goodness, such overtly unfair exploitation incidents. Others pray to avoid them, while these citizens seem to eagerly wish for encounters with the dark side. This is truly unfathomable. Zhu Di, Longwu indeed faces some issues, but they are not significant, as they have been perfectly resolved. There is no flawless nation in this world, yet having channels for resolution when problems arise is what renders a country nearly perfect. Zhao Kuangyin, indeed, if this is deemed darkness, then what should we call our Song dynasty? Hell, perhaps? Wei Zheng, if this is darkness, it seems few would actually fear it. Suda, not only do they lack fear, but look at how eagerly the Longwu people flock to it. They seem to desire more unscrupulous merchants. Li Shimin, it is indeed somewhat difficult to comprehend. Having corresponding policies is normal, but what is remarkable is the effective implementation. Such darkness is not isolated. Fraud, counterfeit goods, and other malpractices have proliferated with the rise of commerce. However, Longwu has corresponding laws in place to regulate these matters. Moreover, their enforcement is quite thorough, particularly when one case related to food safety came to light. It immediately captured Gao Ming's attention. He promptly instituted penalties that could reach the death penalty, effectively eliminating the occurrence of similar incidents in the future. This fostered a favorable business atmosphere. Additionally, due to stringent oversight, various businesses adhered to regulations. Actions initially intended to undercut workers' wages to evade taxes and exploit them were significantly curtailed. Consequently, the national tax revenue from commerce increased, becoming one of Longwa's stable sources of wealth. Commoner of the Song, it would be wonderful to become a citizen of Longwa. Commoner of the Qing, on my way to Longwa, I feel that only in Longwa do they regard us lowly folk as human beings. Commoner of the Qing, it is unfortunate that the exact location of Longwa remains unknown. Many subjects from various dynasties gazed at these scenes, inevitably feeling a sense of yearning. However, the expressions of the emperors were somewhat grim. This not only negated their achievements but also posed a latent crisis. Population decline is a profoundly serious issue. Fortunately, the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom has been brought to attention, provoking contemplation among many without any subsequent action. Commoner of the Tang dynasty, is it truly safe to venture there now? Aren't they on the brink of war? Commoner of the Ming dynasty, if only the Qing dynasty did not exist, the Dragon Kingdom appears to be a veritable paradise. Kublai Khan, it seems the Dragon Kingdom poses a threat to all major dynasties. In the face of this evidently divisive and sensitive topic, the emperors remained collectively silent. Kublai Khan, silence at this juncture serves no purpose. If you do not take action against the Dragon Kingdom, do you truly believe they will refrain from striking against you? Kublai Khan yearned to witness their conflict, pondering how to extract profit from the ensuing chaos. Yet, no one responded to him. Each emperor harbored their own calculations. What concerned many of the emperors was not the welfare of the common people or the extravagance of the noble families, but rather how to fortify their own reign. A significant exodus of the populace was an intolerable notion for them. However, such sentiments were not suitable for public discourse. Suddenly, a comment from Zhu Di piqued the curiosity of the assembly. Zhu Di, have you all noticed a particular issue? Chapter 34. Zhu Di, I wish to study abroad in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Kuangyin, what seems to be the issue? Zhu Di, whether it is the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom or the flourishing Red Flag City, as well as any other cities that emerge related to commerce. They all possess vast territories and a considerable population density. It is merely the wide and pristine roads that prevent immediate notice of this fact. Zhu Di had previously observed that the scale of commerce and the market in the Dragon Kingdom were extraordinary. However, at that time, he had seen too few cities to make any substantial estimations. With Zhu Di's reminder, the assembly turned their gaze once more to the various images displayed on the celestial screen. They indeed discovered that there were numerous populous cities beyond just the imperial city and Red Flag City of the Dragon Kingdom. Other cities currently showcasing the welfare of workers were equally immense, with substantial populations. Zhao Kuangyin, although those cities may not rival the imperial city, the level of prosperity and population density in any one of them is by no means inferior to that of our capital. Just how large is the population of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhu Di, I suspect it is at least several times that of the Great Qing. Perhaps 300 million or even 400 million. Ing Zheng, that cannot be possible. Even if the Dragon Kingdom has an abundance of food and good treatment of its people, judging by the emperor's age, he does not seem very old. Especially after the previous turmoil. The population cannot be that vast, whether it be 300 million or 400 million. Such figures were unfathomable to Ing Zheng. After unifying the realm, his population had not exceeded 30 million, even when accounting for estimated displaced persons. If the Dragon Kingdom indeed had 300 or 400 million people, even with ample food, how could such a large population maintain the quality of life depicted on the celestial screen? Their numbers exceeded his by more than tenfold. Yet they lived better than he did. How could that be achieved? A population of 10 million was the utmost he could contemplate. Elbu, the population of my Dragon Kingdom is 1,400,000,000. Elbu, witnessing their underestimation of the population of the Dragon Kingdom, felt a surge of discontent. 300 million, 400 million. Who did they look down upon? Long before the emperor's uprising, he had fervently encouraged the people to procreate on their own territory, for a population is indeed a vital resource. Zhu Yuanzhang, how many? Ing Zheng, impossible. The figures of 3 or 400 million already felt unrealistic to him, and now hearing of 1,400,000,000? Li Shimin, 1,400,000,000? Zhu Di, he had initially thought that guessing 3 or 400 million was audacious enough, only to find the estimate multiplied several times over. Dorgan, nonsense. Do you think that by exaggerating your nation's population, you can intimidate us? Do you even comprehend the concept of 1,400,000,000? Even if you are embellishing, there should be limits. Do not treat the world as fools. Elbu, whether you choose to believe it or not, The affairs of my dragon kingdom require no explanation to others. Elbu's demeanor, rather than inciting disbelief, instead garnered a modicum of credence among the emperors. Judy, if this is indeed the case, does it mean that the quality of life for all the people in the Dragon Kingdom is as affluent as depicted in the preceding video? Elbu, for those with eyes, look for yourselves. My Dragon Kingdom shall surely ascend the rankings once more. Suda, if this is the case, achieving such a standard of living will be at least 10 times more challenging than we previously thought, perhaps even dozens of times more difficult. The more people there are, the harder it becomes to manage. The contradictions will only multiply. How can we mediate this? Zhu Yuanzhang, could it be that the population exceeds that of all our dynasties combined? Is this not tantamount to ruling over their entire empire collectively? Would it not be simpler for the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom to govern alone? This notion proved somewhat difficult for him to accept. Dorgan, why did you not mention this before? Why wait until we are in conflict to bring it up? What is your intention? Haha. Even if we take a step back and assume you truly possess such a vast population, that would be even better. I refuse to believe that everyone would be as loyal to you as those affluent cities. Currently, the Qing dynasty is overwhelmed, managing over 100 million people of the Ming, struggling to maintain order and quell revolts. With a population of 1,400 million and a newly established dynasty that has barely emerged from turmoil, there must be numerous contradictions and hidden dangers. For those about to enter the Dragon Kingdom, this could indeed be advantageous. Dorgan's words served as a reminder to many, suggesting that this could be a strategic revelation by the Dragon Kingdom aimed at deterring nations with intentions against them. It is not surprising, in many wars, armies numbering only in the tens of thousands have boasted figures in the hundreds of thousands. Sometimes, the truth matters less than whether the enemy believes it, for that alone achieves the objective. If this is the case, it seems the Dragon Kingdom is still wary of the Qing forces. However, the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom has previously been so aggressive. Without a confrontation, it would be difficult to reach a resolution or pursue subsequent negotiations. Ingzhang, if the population truly reaches 1,400 million, and the world has only recently been pacified, then the prosperity we witness in the Dragon Kingdom may indeed be fleeting. Even the newly unified Qin, with a population of less than 30 million, struggles to win the hearts of its people. The remnants of the 6 states harbor treacherous intentions, and I myself have frequently faced assassination attempts. Elbu had grown weary of awakening those who interpret the Dragon Kingdom through their limited understanding. In truth, had he not risen alongside His Majesty Gao Ming, he too would find it hard to envision how His Majesty could unify the myriad nations and increase the population so significantly within a mere 13 years. Moreover, the initial generation of Dragon Kingdom citizens is now approaching the age where they can contribute. This new wave of talent may elevate the Dragon Kingdom to unprecedented heights. The Assembly remains skeptical of Elbu's assertions, with some firmly believing them impossible, while others considered the possibility of their truth. Nonetheless, if true, the internal issues within the Dragon Kingdom could be substantial. Yet, what is currently presented is a tableau of wealth, obscuring the conflicts between various interest groups. Judy gazed blankly at the heavens. Father, if I were to discover the location of the Dragon Kingdom, might I be permitted to journey there for study? Judy suddenly inquired of Zhu Yuanzhang. His father now seemed to suspect his ambitions, and given the undeniable allure of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be wise to seek an opportunity to visit, both to quell his father's suspicions and to explore the kingdom's wonders. Moreover, he also yearned to journey to the Dragon Kingdom to delve deeper into the knowledge that could lead to the prosperity of his nation. Dia, Empress Ma discerned at a glance that Zhu Di sought to distance himself from any potential blame. However, with the civil and military officials present, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. What? Are you now fearful? Afraid that we might harm our own son? No, it is not fear, rather. Regardless of whether the Dragon Kingdom experiences a fleeting glory or a lasting peace, there are invaluable lessons to be gleaned from them. It is imperative that we send someone to engage and learn. If I were to go, would it not be more reliable? Yu Di articulated his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang fell into contemplation, yet he did not provide a definitive response. We shall discuss this later. For now, we do not even know the whereabouts of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, Zhu Di responded with a countenance brightened by hope. Such an attitude, coupled with the absence of an outright refusal, indicated that his father had, in his heart, tacitly agreed with his proposal. Everything now awaited the arrival of an opportune moment. However, Zhu Di had not anticipated that this opportunity would soon present itself. Chapter 35, The Great Benevolence of the World. The Emperor is mad. In the celestial expanse, the esteemed Gao Ming, seated upon the sovereign throne, issued a decree to ensure that all citizens of the realm have access to medical care, thereby eradicating quackery and superstitious treatments. Consequently, funded by the treasury of the Dragon Kingdom, classical edifices, predominantly white, began to rise across the land. Physicians from every corner of the Dragon Kingdom were summoned. Dorgan, are those individuals truly physicians? Are they intent on profiting from the ailments of the patients? This time, Dorgan refrained from hasty judgment, instead opting to impart an objective account of all that unfolded before him. He perceived the Dragon Kingdom as exceedingly extraordinary, with numerous occurrences defying logic. What was the true nature of this situation? He deemed it prudent to observe further before reaching a conclusion. Li Shimin, they are constructing medical institutions nationwide, and at the state's expense. Sun Simiao, the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, indeed cares for the populace. Merely the establishment of medical institutions and the recruitment of physicians from across the realm is no trivial endeavor. This initiative will undoubtedly facilitate access to healthcare for the masses. In matters pertaining to medicine, the renowned divine Dr. Sun Simiao, celebrated since the early Tang dynasty, could not restrain himself from joining the discourse. He had been summoned to the palace during the early years of the Jingguan era but declined the invitation from Li Shimin to serve in the imperial court. Instead, he roamed the vast Tang territory, healing the sick and aspiring to treat a greater number of individuals. The emperor's actions resonated deeply with his ideals, compelling him to break his silence, particularly regarding the superstitious remedies he sought to eradicate. It pained him to witness the ignorance of many who attributed ailments to malevolent forces, exacerbating conditions or missing the optimal time for treatment, resulting in untimely deaths, tragedies that could have been averted. Sun Simiao, the emperor's approach is indeed a great boon to the people, an act of profound benevolence. Li Shimin, divine Dr. Sun, I wonder where you currently reside. The condition of the empress has grown increasingly dire. Historical records suggest she has but 3 years left. I implore you to return to Chang'an at your earliest convenience. Sun Simiao, Your Majesty, I had examined the national mother's condition many years ago. It is a congenital ailment, beyond remedy, only manageable through care. Should her condition deteriorate, I fear there may be little I can do. Upon receiving this response, Li Shimin's countenance darkened further. He had anticipated this outcome long ago, however. With the passage of years, he had hoped for a different reply. Yet, disappointment washed over him once again. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Had all hope truly vanished? The celestial view swiftly transitioned into one of the newly erected buildings. In the corridors, groups of distressed citizens bore sorrowful expressions. Inside the rooms, one could hear the anguished groans of patients lying in bed. Where is the family of patient 23? Please settle the medical fees promptly. Doctor, I have no money left. Could you possibly make an exception? We will certainly repay you later. My father is barely holding on, pleaded a young relative of a patient, desperation evident in their voice. The elderly physician at the forefront sighed deeply. Your father's illness necessitates the use of precious medicinal materials to potentially reclaim him from the clutches of death. The land and house have already been sold. The family of the patient wears a visage of utter despair. Kublai Khan, what is the situation? They have sold their land and home? Are they exploiting the funds of these patients, enriching the populace elsewhere, only to strip them bare when it comes time for medical care? Dorgan, the Dragon Kingdom is indeed ruthless. They understand that when one falls ill, their psychological defenses are exceedingly fragile, and at such times, regardless of the cost of treatment, individuals would willingly part with their money. So this is how the Dragon Kingdom plunders the hard-earned money of the common people. Sun Simiao, this assertion is misguided. Spending money on medical care is inherently justifiable. Without funds, from where would the physician procure their remedies? Do physicians not need to provide for their families? Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, one cannot expect the state to cover the costs of one's own medical treatment. Suda, I have never heard of such a thing. Dorgan, while spending on medical care is certainly acceptable, if it leads to the ruin of families, it would be better not to seek treatment at all. Li Shimin, yet it also depends on the ailment. Some diseases cannot be treated even with wealth. Dorgan, let us not forget, according to previous patterns, what we now witness is the dark underbelly of the Dragon Kingdom's wealth. And it surely cannot be as glamorous as it appears. Dorgan could not fathom that he would err when faced with such an undeniable truth. Once uttered, the words left the assembly speechless, for indeed, there exists such a pattern in the heavens. Ingzheng, illness. Previously, the comment suggested he had perished on the 5th pilgrimage. Does this imply that his current health is faltering? However, after being examined by the imperial physicians, No significant issues were found. Should he request the sorcerers to concoct more elixirs to fortify his health? Within the celestial realm, the despairing family member strides towards the room. He gazes at another patient on a nearby bed. That patient's family is also preparing to depart. The wound has become infected, and there is no hope left. Let us return home. The elderly father supports his injured son as he speaks. Just as they are about to leave, they are spotted by the visiting physician. What is happening here? What are you doing? We have arrived too late. Previously, we had sanitized the wound with strong spirits, but it has still become festering. The elderly father, hunched over, speaks with eyes full of despair. Who says that infection means there is no hope? Do not use your outdated perceptions to judge the medical practices of the Dragon Kingdom. Here, we possess a substance known as penicillin, capable of treating infected wounds. Really? The elderly father is suddenly overcome with joy. Indeed, your homemade concoctions are ineffective, failing to fully eliminate pathogens, and the damp environment is conducive to infection. However, this is not a concern in our Dragon Kingdom. Splendid. Please, you must save my son. The elderly father exclaims with fervor. The young family member who has just entered looks on enviously. Others have found salvation, but he has not. If there were wealth, perhaps his family could have rescued him. But alas, there are no ifs. Li Shimin, has this wound rotted to such an extent? Is it still treatable? Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. As a seasoned warrior, he was no stranger to such injuries. Generally, a wound in this state offered little hope beyond awaiting death. However, if this were indeed true, the medical prowess of the Dragon Kingdom must far surpass that of their Tang dynasty. Just as the young family member, lacking funds, was about to take the patient away, a relative of another patient suddenly dashed down the corridor, visibly agitated, running while shouting, "Good news! Good news! The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom has declared that from this day forth, regardless of our national origins, we can all benefit from free medical care. The Emperor has also developed several new medicines for respiratory ailments, to cleanse the body of toxins, and even cures for terminal illnesses." What? The relatives of the patients in the room were overwhelmed with joy. Even the sovereigns beneath the heavens, upon hearing this proclamation, were astonished and rose to their feet. Yingzheng, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, and other emperors felt a tumultuous wave surging within their hearts. Their eyes fixated intently on the heavens above, brimming with fervor and excitement. Chapter 36, an epic-making divine artifact. The divine physician has gone mad. The medical expertise of the Dragon Kingdom is astoundingly high. Just as in the realm of agriculture and commerce, they have remarkably unveiled an array of new remedies. Is there a cure for the ailments of the spirit? Can the affliction of Guanyin S may be alleviated? Li Shimin could hardly contain his inner excitement. Just moments ago, the preeminent physician of the Tang dynasty, Sun Simiao, had pronounced a death sentence upon the empress. Li Shimin had steeled himself for such a grim reality. Yet, upon witnessing the groundbreaking advancements in medical science from the Dragon Kingdom, along with the emergence of various novel medicines, hope surged within him to the extent that he felt compelled to make a personal visit. No, he must not act in haste. He must refrain from revealing his desires too quickly. He needed to ascertain the efficacy of these medicines. He must observe whether the grievously wounded individual in the celestial screen could be healed. If healing were indeed possible, it would affirm that the medical expertise of the Dragon Kingdom far surpassed that of the Tang dynasty. The medical practice in the Dragon Kingdom is astonishingly advanced. Problems that the imperial physicians could not diagnose might very well be unraveled by the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the celestial screen, then at Zhu Biao. This was the next emperor of the Ming dynasty, his most favored son. How could he bear to witness his untimely demise? He even began to suspect that the imperial physicians might have been secretly bribed. Did they resent him for rising from humble origins to the throne? Feeling envious of his position? If the Dragon Kingdom could uncover the nature of Biao's illness, he would not hesitate to journey there himself. The Qin dynasty must not fall in its second generation. As long as he drew breath, he was confident in guiding the Qin toward a brighter future. The medical prowess of the Dragon Kingdom is so advanced. Even if immortality is not attainable, extending one's lifespan would be a great boon. Yingzheng's heart was also filled with longing. Historically, emperors had looked down upon him. His Qin dynasty might never gain their acknowledgement, nor receive the celestial screen's rewards. Thus, he must forge his own path. Beyond the three emperors yearning for supremacy, other monarchs and ministers were equally stirred. Who could guarantee their health would remain unscathed? Who would not desire to live a little longer? However, from the perspectives of wealth's light and shadow, they worried that this might merely be a ploy by the Dragon Kingdom to exploit the populace. Ultimately, It hinged on whether the patient displayed in the celestial screen could be cured. If earlier, the sovereigns harbored a desire to see the dragon kingdom falter, that sentiment now transformed. They fervently wished for the dragon kingdom to excel in medicine, for they each harbored personal stakes and loved ones to protect. They would exhaust all means to procure medical resources from the dragon kingdom. If all else failed, waging war would not be out of the question. Wealth can sway hearts. What more, then, is the allure of one's health and longevity? Zhao Kuangyin, the medical expenses of the dragon kingdom are completely waived. Sun Sima, if this is truly implemented, then solely based on this, it would be a blessing for the populace. To say it is an immeasurable virtue would not be an exaggeration. Li Shimin, from the cries of that individual earlier, it seems they may be subjects of another nation, which implies that the Dragon Kingdom must have already achieved this milestone. Kublai, it sounds quite promising. But can it truly be realized? As far as I know, no dynasty has ever achieved such a feat throughout history. Zhao Kuangyin, while it is indeed a noble endeavor, the expenses are exorbitant. Is the Dragon Kingdom truly affluent to such an extent? Previously, education was free, and now healthcare is as well. With a staggering population of 14 million, no amount of wealth can sustain such extravagance. They may consider themselves wealthy in the Song dynasty, yet they remain unqualified to partake in either of these benefits. It is not merely a matter of desire, but a stark reality that renders it unattainable. Suda, if the Dragon Kingdom had implemented such measures early on, it would explain why they occasionally face financial constraints. These initiatives are incredibly costly. Dorgan, it is merely a means to win the hearts of foreign nations. How could one possibly ensure that every individual enjoys such privileges? Judy, even if you offer concessions to win loyalty, what difference does it make? Can you truly achieve this? Aside from slaughter and oppression, what else have you accomplished? If I were a subject of an enemy nation, would their preferential treatment compel me to submit? Dorgan, you lack any backbone. In this world, unreserved benevolence and kindness are of little value. Only the power in one's hands is tangible. Regardless of wealth or favorable treatment, what does it matter? Are you not already aware of the history of the Song dynasty? Zhao Kuangyin, what does this have to do with the Song dynasty? He is still alive. I will never allow our dynasty to be labeled as weak. Is this fellow coveting my kingdom? Truly a greedy mad dog. It seems I must remain vigilant against him. Ing Zheng, though his words are harsh, they do carry some truth. Without formidable military strength, one cannot safeguard their wealth. Under the celestial dome, the patients who heard this news were overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling fervently towards the location of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city, fervently bowing their heads. Marvelous! Marvelous! We are saved. The grace and virtue of His Majesty shall be eternally remembered. This scene moved the world, and everyone could empathize with the feeling of being rescued. After all, who among us has not faced illness in life? Meanwhile, the situation of the infected patients quickly yielded results. In just a few days, the infected wounds were under control. The patients no longer suffered from fever, and the wounds ceased to worsen. Days later, the patient's wounds began to exhibit self-healing abilities. Another week passed, and the patients were nearly fully recovered, ready for discharge. The impoverished patient, on the day the policy was enacted, no longer had to bear any expenses. The doctors devoted themselves to his treatment, and he soon recovered as well. Sun Sima, a miraculous remedy. That patient was on the brink of death. Yet in such a short time, he has made a complete recovery. Could the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom truly be a legendary healer? I wonder if His Majesty would be willing to share the formula for this medicine. My apologies, I should not make such an impertinent request. What must one offer to obtain this recipe? Sun Sima spoke in excited disarray. In cases of infection, if detected promptly, amputation could still offer a chance of survival. However, the level of infection akin to that found in the celestial canopy is utterly insurmountable. Even amputation would prove futile, rendering death inevitable. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom has nonchalantly addressed this dilemma. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking elixir. Li Jing, if this substance exists, perhaps many lives could be spared. It is indeed a divine artifact of the battlefield, while spirits serve as a preventive measure. This drug known as penicillin possesses the remarkable ability to cure already infected wounds. The renowned war god of the Tang dynasty, Li Jing, instantly recognized the unimaginable value of such a discovery. Upon confirming the tangible efficacy of a particular medicine, especially with the endorsement of the legendary healer Sun Sima, the emperors could no longer contain their eagerness. Li Shimin, I wonder if the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom would be willing to sell a portion of this medicine to our Tang dynasty. Chapter 37. The Encounter of Multiple Dynasties. Emperor Li Shimin sets forth. Upon hearing the demands articulated by Ing Zheng, Zhu Yuanzhang, and others, Li Shimin's audience ceased to barrage the screen with similar messages, choosing instead to await Gao Ming's response. In Li Shimin's estimation, even if this particular medicine was not intended for the treatment of ailments, its intrinsic value was immeasurable. He intended to first gauge Gao Ming's stance. Gao Ming, there is nothing wrong with equivalent exchange. However, the Dragon Kingdom never engages in trade with its enemies. Upon reading this message, Dorgan's expression soured considerably. Was this not a blatant affront directed at him? Dorgan, rather than relying on others and being beholden to them, it is preferable to seize control of one's own destiny. I shall see how long you can maintain your pride. He subsequently commanded an urgent march forward. Li Shimin, we have no intention of becoming adversaries with the Dragon Kingdom. Should the Dragon Kingdom require assistance, we of the Tang dynasty are willing to extend whatever aid is within our capacity. These words caused Dorgan's heart to plummet. Although he felt no fear, it was undeniable that Li Shimin was a formidable figure in history, a usurper who had established a new dynasty. His ranks were filled with valiant generals, and he was currently at the zenith of his power. Should he intervene and align with the Dragon Kingdom, it would surely complicate matters significantly. Yet, why was this emperor of the Tang so irrational? Why was he so quick to express his stance? Should he not remain a mere spectator? Though he did not specify the nature of the assistance he would provide to the Dragon Kingdom, such a disposition was sufficient to instill trepidation. Li Shimin had originally planned to remain an observer. Nevertheless, the Dragon Kingdom's advanced medical technology compelled him to take this risk. As long as there was hope to heal the Guanyin maid, he was willing to accept a reasonable measure of risk. Dorgan, I advise the Emperor of Tang to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern him. If the Tang were to truly intervene, he must swiftly secure control over the Dragon Kingdom, for the difficulty would only escalate thereafter. Fortunately, they currently possessed a geographical advantage, as the Qing Empire was in close proximity to the Dragon Kingdom. Li Shimin, are you instructing me on how to govern? He had never been particularly fond of this dynasty, especially since he, Li Shimin, was not of pure Han descent. The Qing, as a distinctly foreign regime ruling over the Central Plains, perpetually made him feel uneasy, as though someone were constantly reminding him of his impure lineage. Presently, he was merely extending a gesture of goodwill towards the Dragon Kingdom, and yet the Qing had an objection? Was this not an overreach? As the illustrious Emperor of Tang, a general of heavenly strategy, a heavenly Khan, must he yield to a foreign regent? From previous encounters, it was evident that the Qing did not possess a military prowess that could be deemed revolutionary. Should war arise, what fear did he have? Li Jing alone had a record of annihilating nations. At this juncture, regardless of which dynasty he clashed with, Li Shimin harbored confidence in his ability to contend. Dorgan, I merely wish to convey to the Emperor of Tang that there are multiple avenues to obtain what one desires. Li Shimin, my actions require no one to dictate. Dorgan, humph. The audacious Emperor of Tang truly believed that his past achievements in this era would enable him to stand against the Qing? The nature of warfare has transformed numerous times. An outdated relic. Nevertheless, in light of potential uncertainties, perhaps I should seek an ally capable of restraining the Great Tang. Dorgan is not foolish. Should he initiate hostilities against the Dragon Kingdom, he must take into account the myriad unstable factors at play. Contemplating this, Dorgan turned his gaze towards Fan Wenqing. How's the engagement proceeding over there? Recently, their emissaries have pinpointed the location of the Great Yuan and dispatched envoys to their court. However, in the interest of secrecy, they have not utilized the celestial canopy, and it will take some time to receive a response, Fan Wenqing replied. Urge the envoy to expedite their journey and inquire whether the Emperor of the Great Yuan desires a share of the spoils from the Dragon Kingdom. At present, we are the sole possessors of the Dragon Kingdom's location, and our proximity to it serves as our greatest bargaining chip. After deliberation, Dorgan issued his command. At this stage, he would not disclose the location of the Dragon Kingdom to the Great Yuan. They likely would not exert much effort. Fan Wenqing hesitated. They need not exert themselves. A mere declaration of support at the opportune moment would suffice to instill caution in the Great Tang. Understood. Meanwhile, Li Shimin was also making arrangements. Sheng Eugene, I am here. Prepare a cavalry unit at once. Upon confirming the location of the Dragon Kingdom, I shall personally lead the expedition there. Upon hearing this, the officials of the Great Tang were visibly alarmed. Your Majesty, do not act impulsively, the Empress Changsun urged hastily. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The officials echoed in unison. Our princess of the Great Tang remains in the Dragon Kingdom. Should it not be my duty as her father to bring her back? The Qing is like a rabid dog. If the Dragon Kingdom cannot withstand their iron cavalry, who will ensure the safety of our princess? The inner turmoil within Li Shimin was profound. His journey to the Dragon Kingdom would also include Guanin's maid. Firstly, to seek remedies. Secondly, to indeed retrieve the princess of the Great Tang. Thirdly, to observe the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom up close, to discern his true character. And fourthly, to devise a means to acquire high-yield crops and innovative technologies. This venture promises not only to benefit the nation but, if successful, would elevate his personal prestige to unprecedented heights. His rule over the Great Tang would become remarkably secure. This potential gain fully justifies the risk he is willing to take. However, you are the sovereign, a figure of immense value. It is unwise to gamble, for the Great Tang has many formidable generals who can undertake such tasks, argued Fang Xianling and others, still unconvinced. After all, a nation's ruler bears the weight of the realm's foundation. What? Am I already so old? With esteemed generals at my side, can we not ensure my safety? Is the Great Tang so feeble? My decision is resolute. You shall draft a decree promptly. Li Shimin declared with finality. The officials fell silent. While His Majesty often listened to their counsel, he was, after all, the emperor. Once a decision was made, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. At this moment, only the fearless Wei Zheng dared to offer further counsel. Under the watchful gaze of Fang Xianling and Cha Sunwuji, the attention of all present instinctively gravitated towards Wei Zheng. However, no one anticipated that Wei Zheng's subsequent response would surpass all expectations. I believe it is indeed feasible. The Dragon Kingdom possesses numerous aspects from which we could glean valuable insights. As they are also a sovereign nation, Your Majesty's personal visit would undoubtedly convey greater sincerity. However, I have one request. What request? Li Shimin inquired, turning his gaze towards Wei Zheng. Please, Your Majesty, allow me to accompany you. At this demand, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Wei Zheng would present a formidable challenge to dissuade him, perhaps employing a strategy of retreat to advance. To his surprise, Wei Zheng's request was straightforwardly accepted. Fearing that Wei Zheng might reconsider, Li Shimin promptly acquiesced. Very well. Thank you for your gracious favor. The civil and military officials exchanged bewildered glances. Oh, Wei Zheng, such a matter could potentially undermine the very foundation of our nation. You have consistently opposed similar propositions. Who would have thought that in this critical moment, you would behave so untrustworthily? Surely, you do not intend to seek refuge in the Dragon Kingdom? Since even Xianxing sees no issue, my esteemed ministers need not voice further objections. As you command, the officials could only concede. By the way, what is the situation at the borders? Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that the nation bordering us is indeed the Great Qin. Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of the civil and military officials immediately turned grave. Chapter 38. The Emperor of Gods. Has Yudi lost his mind? Regardless of their public disavowal of the achievements of the first emperor, much of this is often driven by political necessity. In truth, one cannot underestimate a sovereign who once united the six kingdoms and established an enduring imperial system, regardless of whether he is perceived as a tyrant. The martial spirit of the Qin dynasty rivals, and perhaps even surpasses, that of the Tang. Should the Qin harbor any intentions against them, the emperor would be unable to leave Chang'an under any circumstances. What news from Li Jing? No recent updates have been received, however, according to the emperor's previous directives. It is a matter of if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. A coded message should be devised to communicate via the celestial canopy, ensuring immediate awareness of border conditions. Understood. Li Shimin immediately recognized the advantages afforded by the celestial canopy and its capability to provide timely intelligence regarding the borders. Li Shimin. Apothecary, Li Jing. What is the situation at the borders? Li Jing. The Qin harbors no intentions of infringing upon our Tang territory. I have contacted General Meng Tian, one of the 9 ministers of Qin. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Li Shimin. Maintain the status quo. Li Jing. As you command. Meng Tian, Your Majesty. Meng Tian too sought to ascertain the will of the first emperor. Ying Zheng. Avoid conflict with the Tang. Clarify for posterity the specifics of my Qin's downfall. Meng Tian. Understood. Observing the unfolding dialogue, Zhao Gao grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Princess Chang Lu, noticing Li Shimin's favorable disposition towards the Dragon Kingdom, understood her course of action. She paid another visit to Gao Ming. Finding him reclining in the pavilion, gazing at the celestial canopy with an air of exceptional tranquility, this perplexed Princess Chang Lu. Hadn't the Qing officially declared war on the Dragon Kingdom? Why did he exhibit no tension or gravity? Having slain the brother of a powerful regent, surely retaliation was inevitable. Was he not the least bit concerned? Were there no affairs of state to attend to? Upon encountering the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom, Princess Changlu gracefully offered her salutations. However, this time she was not alone. There was also a serene and unassuming Taoist figure whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to someone from the forbidden texts she had encountered. Coupled with the earlier appearances of the Dragon Kingdom's people, it was not difficult to deduce his true identity. Having met the national master of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Jiao smiled and nodded slightly, exuding an aura of harmlessness. "Are you settling in well?" Gao Ming inquired politely. "Somewhat novel," Princess Changlu replied candidly. "Please, have a seat. I presume you have come to inquire if the Dragon Kingdom possesses any remedies to treat your mother's asthmatic condition?" Gao Ming instantly discerned the purpose of her visit. "Indeed, I humbly beseech His Majesty of the Dragon Kingdom, in light of my filial devotion, to grant the request of a foreign minister. Should you have any demands within reason, I shall not hesitate to fulfill them," Princess Changlu generously acknowledged. "Our nation does indeed possess medications effective against asthma. However, without having seen the patient, even the most skilled physicians in our country cannot provide an accurate diagnosis. If conditions permit, it would be prudent to bring your mother to the Dragon Kingdom for a consultation. As for requests, there are none of significant importance. It is simply the case that foreigners must bear the expenses for medical care," Gao Ming stated with a calm demeanor. "This is only natural." "I sincerely appreciate your Majesty's kindness," Princess Changlu promptly responded. It was unexpected to find such a congenial and approachable emperor in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, it is precisely such a benevolent ruler that the great Qing intends to wage war against. One wonders if he can withstand such a challenge. "The foreign ministers will not forget your Majesty's grace. Upon my return to the Tang dynasty, I shall certainly persuade my father to provide military assistance on your behalf," Princess Changlu declared, biting her lip as she made a promise she could not unilaterally fulfill. Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone so appreciative. "Do not worry, Princess Changlu. Matters of the Dragon Kingdom will resolve themselves, and your goodwill is sufficient," Gao Ming replied with composure. Observing Gao Ming's confident demeanor, Princess Changlu felt perplexed. He must be aware of the Tang dynasty's history and should recognize their martial prowess and undeniable military strength. If he were to receive military support from the Tang, would it not bolster their defenses against the threats posed by the Great Qing? She had even contemplated the worst-case scenario. Would the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom be willing to exchange her for some military assistance or armaments from the Tang? To her surprise, when she broached the subject, he did not acquiesce. Just as Princess Changlu was about to voice her thoughts, she noticed the astonished expression of Sun Simiao on the screen. "Sun Simiao, a new type of medicine, what is this? Such remarkable assistance for external injuries?" The celestial screen depicted the Dragon Kingdom's free medical initiatives spreading to the conquered territories, resulting in a continuous outpouring of wealth. Simultaneously, the emergence of numerous new medicines, offered free of charge, signified substantial expenditures. Elbu, merely a modest Yunnan Biao. Sun Simiao, a marvelous remedy, a miraculous drug. Some recognized the Dragon Kingdom, and thus acknowledged His Majesty. Elbu may grumble, but should there be acknowledgement of a future father figure, he would surely lend his unwavering support. Suddenly, the celestial screen became agitated, revealing a seemingly remote town. "This is dire. A plague has erupted. This is disastrous. We must flee. This place will surely become a graveyard. Will the Dragon Kingdom assist us? How can they? Our nation has only just surrendered to the Dragon Kingdom, and this is a plague. Li Shimin, a plague. Zhao Kuangyin, a natural disaster. Ing Zheng, it appears the Dragon Kingdom is beset by calamities. Zhu Yuanzhong, this is smallpox." As the image of the afflicted villagers appeared on the celestial screen, Zhu Yuanzhong's pupils dilated in shock. Throughout history, such disasters have often led to quarantines, leaving people to fend for themselves, resulting in near-total devastation. Yet, just as Zhu Yuanzhong and the world believed this to be the inevitable outcome, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The physicians of the Dragon Kingdom formed a medical team, resolutely entering the plague-stricken area despite the infectious nature of smallpox, and subsequently commenced their efforts in treatment and isolation. Li Jing remarked, "Are these doctors from the Dragon Kingdom mad? Contracting the plague is akin to receiving a death sentence." Li Shimin countered, "Such fearless dedication by these healers is truly commendable and worthy of emulation. Yet, it appears unwise." Wei Jing observed, "They seem to have taken some precautions." Suda added, "Precautions are futile. The most terrifying thing is a person devoid of hope, capable of anything. If they inadvertently contract the disease and are brought outside, the death toll will escalate. Li Shizhen from the Dragon Kingdom reassured, there is no need for concern. Our citizens have been vaccinated against smallpox well in advance and will not be infected. Ying Zheng exclaimed. What? This plague can be controlled? Li Shizhen pondered. Has the medical expertise of the Dragon Kingdom reached such unparalleled heights? Li Shizhen affirmed, not only can we prevent it, but we can also treat those who have not yet succumbed to severe illness. Zhu Di inquired, is this yet another new remedy developed by your emperor? Zhu Di has even learned to anticipate answers. Li Shizhen replied, indeed. His response reverberated, leaving many incredulous. The capability to prevent and treat smallpox was astonishing. The heavens soon validated Li Shizhen's claims. With the intervention of the Dragon Kingdom's medical team, the number of smallpox infections was swiftly controlled. Furthermore, under their diligent care, many were brought back from the brink of death. Among them, a special remedy invented by Gao Ming proved to be the greatest contributor. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed. It has truly been accomplished. What else can the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom not achieve? Could he truly be a reincarnation of a deity? Sun Simiu reflected. It appears there are still numerous ailments in this world that can be healed. Knowledge knows no bounds, and medicine is no exception. I have been but a frog at the bottom of a well. He continued, regardless of the cost, I must seek the Dragon Kingdom, if I find it. Will the Emperor allow me to study in these hospitals? No, I implore you to accept me. Otherwise, I shall remain kneeling. Observing Sun Simiao's fervent and desperate demeanor, everyone was left in stunned silence, gazing at the heavens. The medical prowess of the Dragon Kingdom had rendered even a legendary healer so humble. Yet, considering the remarkable new remedies just witnessed, it was indeed formidable and beyond belief. Li Shizhen, watching this scene, felt a pang of sorrow. Ah, Sun Simiao, when I first ascended the throne, I offered you high office and wealth, but you refused to remain. Yet now, the Dragon Kingdom has not extended an invitation to you. And you are so eagerly and humbly seeking to approach them, even before they have consented. Zhu Di suddenly exclaimed with fervor, I understand. I comprehend everything. His outburst left Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, and the other esteemed officials of the Ming dynasty puzzled and concerned. Had this child lost his mind? How could the Prince of Yin display such a lack of composure? What had he come to understand? Simultaneously, the southern Ming Emperor Zhu Yozong was equally stirred. For the future of the Ming, for the ungrateful descendants, some matters must be endured in advance. After all, the royal secrets record that your grandson, Zhu Xiong, met his demise due to smallpox. Chapter 39, Heart-Stirring. The ill-fated Zhu. Cheng Yaojin, what have you understood? Observing the fervor in Zhu Di's words, one could not help but inquire. Zhu Di, indeed, this represents the dark underbelly of the Dragon Nation's wealth. The nation's finances are relentlessly expended without any profit, indicating a lack of value appreciation for wealth, or at least an imperceptible increase, which constitutes a negative impact on wealth. Zhu Di. Furthermore, in terms of income, the negative impact on wealth here surpasses that of both the Tang and Song dynasties. After all, those corrupt officials would symbolically remit some taxes. Yet the Dragon Nation's healthcare system merely incurs costs without yielding returns, thereby hindering overall wealth growth. Zhu Di. While this is undeniably detrimental to the national finances, for the people of the Dragon Nation, it is akin to a heavenly blessing, a divine gift. Zhu Di. Moreover, if healthcare and education are free, and basic necessities are resolved, what remains is the pursuit of a better quality of life and the fulfillment of spiritual needs. Would you not desire to raise the next generation? Not only living in happiness and ease, but also alleviating concerns over the conditions in which children are born. And one could say that children born in such an environment are destined for comfort. Zhu Di. Thus, it is not surprising that the Dragon Nation boasts a population of 14 million. Zhu Di's words enlightened many. Ying Zheng, being born into comfort, with parents unburdened by worry, indeed stimulates population growth. Li Shizhen. Moreover, free healthcare can significantly reduce child mortality rates. It also ensures the health of adults, prolonging the age suitable for childbirth. This is an exceedingly vital factor. In many dynasties, a severe cold could prove fatal. Typically, out of 4 or 5 children, only 2 or 3 might survive. The infant mortality rate generally ranged from 30 to 60%. Yet, the healthcare system of the Dragon Nation has managed to reduce this figure to an unimaginable degree. Sun Simiao, the Emperor of the Dragon Nation, deserves greatness. A sage indeed. His achievements rival the heavens. Observing these comments, The hearts of the masses remained restless for a long time, simultaneously imbued with profound envy. Zhu, Your Majesty, the great founding emperor, if you intend to send emissaries to the Dragon Nation, I implore you to take Empress Xiaozi and Xiongning along to witness it. Zhu Yuanzhang, what do you mean by that? Upon reading this comment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sudden pang of unease. Zhu Yozong, it means. Zhu Yozong hesitated momentarily. Dorgan, some individuals may seize the realm, yet fail to gain the approval of heaven. Zhu Yuanzhang, you lost your father, mother, and brother in childhood, your wife and grandson in middle age, and your son in old age. Suda, what? Lan Yu, the damned Qing. How dare they curse our Ming emperor? Li Shanchang, the Qing traitors must be eliminated. The esteemed ministers of the Ming, upon witnessing this comment, immediately launched a verbal onslaught against Dorgan. Other emperors observed Dorgan's comment and noted Zhu Yozong's hesitation. If this were indeed true, then the life of the Ming's founding emperor could not merely be described as fraught with hardships. This is indeed rather tragic. Dorgan, you need not harbor such animosity towards me, Lan Yu and Li Shanchang. In the end, it was Zhu Yuanzhang who brought about your demise. Seizing the opportunity, Dorgan began to sow discord. This, of course, is a phenomenon well documented in history. Lan Yu, nonsense. To annihilate my Ming, you now fear the retribution of our great dynasty. Do you wish to sow discord among us? Dorgan, am I truly speaking in vain? Can you not fathom the reality, or do you simply dare not? Zhu Yuanzhang's remarkable heirs, his sons, grandsons, and wife, are all deceased, yet you still draw breath. Could he possibly allow you, the founding heroes, to remain? Are you to wait for your opportunity to usurp the throne? Dorgan's words rendered Lan Yu, Li Shanchang, and other high-ranking officials speechless. If this were indeed the case, it does not seem entirely implausible. To solidify his rule, many sacrifices could be made. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened. Hearing this, Zhu Di could not help but inquire further from Gao Ming. He did not trust the Qing, but had faith in the Emperor of Longhua. Zhu Di, Emperor of Longhua, did my father truly endure so much? Gao Ming, the cycle of life and death is a fundamental aspect of existence. However, that belongs to the annals of history. The future lies within your grasp. Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, Zhu Di, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Lan Yu were struck as if by lightning. This was tantamount to acknowledging the historical narrative espoused by Dorgan as truth. With Longhua and the Qing now at odds, it was inconceivable for Dorgan to speak on their behalf. Thus, only the reality remained as a possibility. An atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the assembly of Ming's sovereign and ministers. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang was the first to regain his composure, discovering a point of resolution. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Yusong, did you say our sister, Brower, and which grandson have perished? Do not fret about our circumstances. Zhu Yusong, Your Majesty, it is as such. I feared you might not bear the weight of this news all at once. Hence, Zhu Yuanzhang, get to the point. Zhu Yuzong, in the 15th year of Hongwu, Empress Xiaozi Gao fell ill from overexertion, suffering from chronic cough, and passed away in August. In the same year, your eldest grandson, Zhu Xiongning, succumbed to smallpox in April. However, Your Majesty, did not Longhua possess a vaccine against smallpox? If only we had administered that vaccine to Xiongning in advance, he might have been saved. Biao, Xiongning. The news of her own death did not faze Empress Ma as much. However, first hearing of Zhu Biao's untimely demise, and now the beloved grandson who passed even earlier, left her reeling. Her vision darkened, and her already frail body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang steadied her. Sister, do not panic. Is everything not well now? Longhua has the means to prevent smallpox. Ensure Biao undergoes a thorough examination, and no harm shall come to anyone. In that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang demonstrated his formidable mental fortitude. His words were also directed toward Lan Yu and the others. As long as Zhu Biao remained alive, certain calamities would be averted. Revered 8. We must ensure that Mark and the others remain unharmed. How young is Xiongning at this moment? Empress Ma, disregarding all decorum, directly referred to Zhu Yuanzhang by his former name. Rest assured, I shall do so. As soon as we ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Nation, we will personally embark on a journey there, Zhu Yuanzhang resolutely affirmed. Meanwhile, the wealth rankings of the Dragon Nation reached their conclusion. The celestial tapestry continued to unveil various medical expenditures. Through a series of visual transitions, it became increasingly evident to the onlookers that the medical services in the Dragon Nation were indeed universally accessible and entirely free of charge. Zhu Yuanzhang's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Previously, he had considered the notion of paying for medical care as an unquestionable norm. However, the Dragon Nation had transformed this fundamental expectation into a reality of gratuitous service. In an environment where everyone could afford medical attention, and where physicians congregated to discuss and enhance their skills, it was nearly impossible for medical practice not to advance. Ingzheng, is it true that this hospital earns not a single coin? Elbu, certainly not. There are still some profits, albeit minimal. Judi, but isn't it all free now? How can they possibly make money? Chapter 40. Ordinary citizens who make even the emperor envious. The words of Elbu left many perplexed. Medical care is entirely free. Yet there are profits to be made? Beneath the vast sky, a wealthy young lady disfigured by an accident in her childhood. Throughout her life, she has endured the scorn of others. She seldom steps beyond her threshold. Now approaching the age for marriage, yet she remains unwed, much to her parents' distress. The young lady possesses a kind temperament, yet one unfortunate incident in her youth has cast a shadow over her existence. Yar, I have splendid news, exclaimed her father, who had been deeply troubled about his daughter. Father, have you gone to propose for me again? You haven't concealed my true situation again, have you? Of course not. Last time, I was merely confused, resulting in an unfortunate outcome. But I am anxious. Your age is advancing. He sighed. It is the ignorance of the world that fails to recognize true worth, limited as they are by superficial appearances. They do not understand how exceptional our Yar is. However, there is no need for concern this time. The first hospital of Pan City has recently launched a self-service beauty program. I heard of a person with extensive burn injuries who, after a series of treatments and cosmetic procedures, now bears no trace of their past scars. Is this a hospital program or merely a charlatan's trick? You haven't been deceived again, have you? Her father had suffered greatly in his attempts to heal her facial scars. Of course not. Come, I shall take you to the hospital at once. But perhaps remaining unmarried and staying by your side is quite wonderful. Linya hesitated. She felt it impractical, fearing yet another empty hope. Whether you marry or not is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that your mother and I wish for you to face this world with greater confidence. Now that Long Kingdom is actively promoting tourism, and you adore the beauty of nature and culture, yet you do not wish to venture outside. Therefore, moreover, it is said that this is a new drug and technology developed by His Majesty. Even those who are not particularly troubled are eager to enhance their beauty. His Majesty is strongly supporting this? Linya's eyes brightened. Indeed, he likely wishes to generate some revenue for the hospital. So why not give it a try? Her father urged with heartfelt persuasion. They soon arrived at the hospital. Promptly, a specialized medical esthetician tailored a beauty plan for her. As the scene shifted once more, a scar was eradicated, revealing a perfectly restored beauty before all. The stark contrast between the before and after evoked an overwhelming sense of wonder. Ingzheng, is this some sort of magic trick? This young lady, once marred by scars, now looks as if reborn, unrecognizable from her former self. Wei Zheng, yet the body and skin are bestowed by one's parents. How can they be altered at will? Cheng Eugene, you are being rather rigid. This is not a matter of inherent traits. Moreover, do you see her parents allowing her appearance to draw undue attention? Zhao Kuangyin, regardless of whether it is natural or not, everyone deserves the pursuit of beauty, even if one should not judge by appearances. However, in reality, considering numerous grand occasions, the act of judging others based on appearance is not uncommon, leading to the unfortunate oversight of many talented individuals. Wei Zheng remarked, indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang responded, quite so. In the past, Taoan may not have been striking in appearance, yet he was a distinguished contributor to our great Ming dynasty. He proposed the strategy of fortifying our defenses, accumulating grain, and delaying the declaration of kingship, which has greatly benefited us. It is indeed unwise to judge based on looks. Taoan was scholarly and virtuous. Had we overlooked such talent due to his appearance, it would have been a true loss. As the medical technology in the Dragon Kingdom advances and becomes increasingly remarkable, Zhu Yuanzhang feels a growing sense of reassurance. He pledges his unwavering support for all developments in the realm of healthcare. Suda noted, indeed, certain flaws in one's appearance can cause distress. The motivation behind cosmetic enhancements is commendable, as it is a matter of personal choice rather than coercion. As long as it does not involve a complete alteration of one's appearance, but merely minor adjustments and scar removals, I find it acceptable. Liu Bang countered. But can such measures yield significant benefits? Li Shimin affirmed, while the benefits may not be vast, They serve more as a project aimed at benefiting the populace. Reflecting on the chaos of war, how many have been left with scars due to inadequate medical treatment? If one recovers, they will undoubtedly feel more confident and vibrant. Moreover, the implications extend beyond just cosmetic enhancements. The scene shifts to a workshop where wages are being distributed. A middle-aged man of ordinary appearance exits the workshop. His face alight with joy, he strides with vigor towards the entrance of a school. Father, a little girl with a backpack waves eagerly. The middle-aged man hastens towards her, his smile growing ever brighter as he embraces his child. Moments later, the girl asks, Father, are we not home? Are we going out again? Confused, she looks at her father. I am taking a trip to the hospital with your grandfather. Is grandfather ill? The little girl inquires. Concern etched on her face. Ing Zheng remarked, in this era, can women also attend school? Previously, they had only observed men and adults and had not paid attention to this detail. Elbu replied, in our dragon kingdom, there is no distinction between men and women. Both are entitled to equal access to the resources of our land. Dorgan scoffed, huh? Your dragon kingdom is indeed affluent without knowing how to spend its wealth. What purpose does educating women serve? In times of war, they are merely lambs to the slaughter. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, you know nothing. True capability knows no gender. Without his sister as support, Zhu Yuanzhang might have met an untimely demise, as she has aided him greatly in many matters. Elbu taunted, a lack of maternal guidance. Perhaps? Dorgan, flustered, replied, you. In a moment of anger, Dorgan struggled to respond. Elbu continued, it seems you truly have none, for your speech lacks coherence. Dorgan threatened, you treacherous servant. I shall end your life. Elbu confidently declared, I await your attempt. As Lu Bu's ire surged, the celestial canopy continued to unfold. Grandfather was not unwell. Rather, the hospital had recently introduced a nourishing dietary package. Your grandfather had suffered from lingering ailments in his youth, and with today's paycheck, Father decided to procure some nourishing herbs to restore his health. Will grandfather then be able to live for a long, long time? The little girl's eyes sparkled with hope. Certainly. This is a wellness package widely recognized by all. Wonderful. I also wish to live for many, many years. Always by grandfather's and father's side. All right then, father will buy some more. The middle-aged man chuckled amiably. Upon arriving at the hospital, the staff tailored medicinal recipes to suit the elderly man's specific needs. He had endured much hardship in his early years, leaving his body considerably depleted. However, with the aid of the nourishing dishes and proper care, he could gradually regain his strength. Thank you, doctor. The scene shifted. It's a bit bitter. Father is deceiving me. It doesn't taste good at all. Oh, little glutton, it isn't even fully cooked yet. Soon, the dining table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, 2 of which were meat dishes. The sight of the steaming white rice made many a passerby salivate. Not to mention the richly prepared medicinal chicken stew and a generous platter of braised pork. Eat more meat. Don't be picky, but if I eat too much meat, I'll get fat. The little girl expressed concern, rather than humility. In the past, father couldn't even afford to eat meat. Then you should eat more. Oh, you silly girl. Father, where shall we travel during the National Day holiday this year? This time, we shall venture further. I have saved enough to afford a carriage. We shall partake in the popular trend of self-driving tours. Don't waste money, the wife chided playfully. Yet her face bore a smile. Hooray! The little girl exclaimed joyfully, her bell-like laughter ringing throughout the courtyard, like the wind stirring flowers. The laughter released a sweet fragrance that permeated every heart. This ordinary scene provided the world with a more tangible understanding of life in the Dragon Kingdom, showcasing aspects like food, education, healthcare, and living conditions. Ing Zheng, ordinary citizens can indeed live so well. Although Ing Zheng was an emperor, he had also lost much. The harmony of such a family, the abundance of material life, and the prospects for the future, how could one not yearn for and envy such a life? This was a lifestyle that the young hostage prince had found difficult to comprehend. Zhu Yuanzhang, is this not the home of a landlord? They have grown tired of meat? Where can they possibly travel? It is noteworthy that many citizens of the Ming dynasty still could not afford meat, let alone become weary of it. The living standards of the common people in previous dynasties could hardly reach such heights. Li Shimin, they are even delving into the art of nourishing health. Liu Bang, what a splendid life. Is this what life is like after escaping poverty? Truly enviable. Zhu Di, although the realms of aesthetic medicine and health-preserving dietary practices yield some profit, they remain insufficient to fill this void, representing an aspect of financial darkness and negativity. Wei Jing, What you describe is not a dark and negative facet at all. It is, in fact, a beacon of hope for the common people. Sun Simiao, I would rather be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom than serve as an official in another land. Sun Simiao further offered an endlessly profound commendation. Amidst the envy and incredulity of the crowd, the heavens also underwent a transformation. The presentation of the wealth rankings of the foremost dynasty has concluded. This wealth ranking encompasses factors such as the actual purchasing power of the era, per capita disposable wealth, and the genuine health of the finances. Chapter 41. A Thousandfold Astonishment. The Wealth of the Dragon Kingdom Exposed. As the barrage of comments erupted following the conclusion of the Dragon Kingdom's wealth ranking, it jolted the onlookers back from the envy-inducing warmth of daily life in the Dragon Kingdom. Before the next comment could appear, the first one had already ignited a flurry of imaginations. Ingzheng, the wealth of the Dragon Kingdom is about to be revealed. How much do you all perceive it to be? Zhao Kuangyin, from what we've seen, the industries generating revenue for the Dragon Kingdom are truly countless, and many of them are revolutionary products. However, with voracious money gobblers like healthcare in play, I suspect the actual annual income might be dozens of times that of my Song dynasty, perhaps even more. Zhao Kuangyin felt that it could potentially exceed 100 times, but refrained from voicing such a dramatic claim. Li Shimin, if it's dozens of times for you, then ISNT it over 100 times for my Tang dynasty. Upon this realization, Li Shimin was immediately engulfed by a sense of suffocation, as if he were gazing upon towering mountains of gold and silver, leaving him in awe. Zhu Yuanzhong, it's beyond calculation. I simply cannot fathom it. Zhu Yuanzhong, not well versed in arithmetic, felt utterly incapable of making sense of the figures. Yet, when the wealth was ultimately summarized, everyone momentarily ceased breathing. Summary: the emergence and promotion of high-yield crops, liquor, soap, glass, cement, asphalt, a thriving handicraft industry, prosperous animal husbandry, advancements in metallurgy, the advent of government bonds, the birth of paper currency, the inception of tangible financial transactions, a refined commercial system, increased taxation, healthcare. The annual income is approximately 12 billion taels of silver. 12 billion taels. 1714 times the annual income of the Tang dynasty. 571 times that of the Song dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin, how much? 12 billion taels. How is that even possible? Given the vast population of the Dragon Kingdom and the numerous free services provided, it must have consumed an extraordinary amount of wealth. He had imagined an income 100 times that of the Song dynasty to be unfathomable, yet here it was, an astounding 12 billion taels. Over 500 times. This figure is an astronomical sum unimaginable for any existing dynasty. Lu Bing, is this truly exaggerated? Ingzheng, how many years would it take my Qin to amass such wealth? Dorgan, is this feasible? Does the entire Dragon Kingdom even possess this much silver? Kublai Khan, it's hard to say, but since the Dragon Kingdom has invented paper currency, as long as it holds value, it equates to possessing this vast wealth. Li Shimin, it's over 1,700 times the income of my Tang dynasty. While the Dragon Kingdom has a larger populace, potentially generating dozens to hundreds of times more wealth, my Tang is still in a developmental stage, with hopes of increased income in the future. However, this disparity seems insurmountable. For a nation with such a large population to achieve prosperity is undoubtedly more challenging than for the Tang dynasty. With so many people, merely addressing basic needs is an accomplishment. Yet, in reality, the Dragon Kingdom has not only met basic needs but has also flourished. From another perspective, perhaps a prosperous city in the Dragon Kingdom could rival the annual income of most dynasties present, especially considering that much of the wealth in the Dragon Kingdom circulates among its populace. Are you suggesting that seizing a major city in the Dragon Kingdom could render one immensely wealthy overnight? This singular assertion from Fan Wensheng ignited a glimmer of greed in Dorgan's eyes and stirred an undeniable fervor within many hearts. Perhaps when the Dragon Kingdom and the Great Qing inevitably clash, they need not contemplate the feasibility of conquering the entire nation. Rather, capturing a few cities would yield sufficient riches to elevate their entire realm. The prospect of acquiring immense wealth at a minimal cost is indeed a tantalizing allure, difficult to resist and impossible to ignore. Yet, it is the Great Qing that has first succumbed to temptation, acting swiftly upon the realization of the Dragon Kingdom as potential. Other dynasties, however, remain preoccupied with their own pursuits, thus managing to restrain their impulses for the time being. But how long can such restraint endure? This remains an enigma. After all, kingdoms are driven by interests, and should others seize wealth and swiftly advance, what will they do then? Failing to act could lead to stagnation. rendering them inferior to other dynasties. Once weakened, must they then plead for mercy from their adversaries? Is that even a possibility? The current situation reveals that the wealth of the Dragon Kingdom is astonishing beyond anyone's expectations, engendering an insatiable greed and an overwhelming sense of crisis. A vivid analogy would be akin to the revelation of the world's foremost martial arts manual. Whoever practices it could ascend to unparalleled mastery. If your rival trains, will you remain idle? At this moment, a brief silence enveloped the discussions, not due to indifference, but rather from an acute awareness of the gravity of the situation. A deafening silence resonated in the minds of the emperors. This is a matter that demands careful consideration from any sovereign. Princess Changlu, filled with concern, reflected on the scenes of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens living in prosperity, evoking a sense of admiration and reverence within her. Yet, it seems that the Dragon Kingdom might face threats not only from the Great Qing but from all dynasties. She instinctively glanced at Gao Ming, only to find him remaining unfazed. Calmly addressing Zhang Jiao, it appears we must brace ourselves for the worst and prepare for a conflict with all the kingdoms of the world. Zhang Jiao's expression grew serious. Indeed, should they wish to engage in peaceful relations and adopt mutually beneficial approaches, it would surely be a win-win scenario. However, if anyone succumbs to the temptation of a shortcut and seeks war, then we shall fight. We shall fight until victory is ours. Gao Ming's gaze sharpened, conveying a clear understanding. The exchange between the two reverberated in Princess Chang Li's ears like a thunderclap. How dare they exhibit such audacity? This is tantamount to opposing multiple kingdoms. Moreover, their confidence is palpable. Could it be that the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom is formidable? Yet, it does not appear so. Presently, the Dragon Kingdom resembles a nation founded on commerce. Nevertheless, it undeniably possesses the foundation for cultivating a powerful army. The hearts of the people, wealth, and sustenance are all abundant. Yet, even with formidable strength, how can a nation fend off the invasions of others? Once an adversary captures a few cities, they can swiftly develop using the plundered riches. The strategies of warfare differ vastly among nations, each excelling in various domains, encompassing an extensive array of complexities. However, such matters lie beyond her influence. They are not within the purview of a mere princess. At times, her father, considering the intricacies of the Tang dynasty's circumstances, might be compelled by the powerful clans to undertake actions she would rather not witness. Once the wealth rankings are revealed, it signals the moment of recognition by the celestial curtain. The rankings of the top 3 kingdoms have been announced. Now, let all cast their precious votes for the dynasty they acknowledge. The dynasty with the highest recognition will receive the celestial reward. Zhao Kuangyin. Although our Song dynasty ranks second in wealth, truth be told, in terms of quality of life and wealth distribution, we fall short compared to the Dragon Kingdom. Li Shimin. Our Tang dynasty also feels inadequate. The Dragon Kingdom not only possesses abundant riches but also shares its wealth among the populace. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, as their wealth is overly concentrated within the aristocratic families. Despite the Dragon Kingdom also having wealth concentrated among a few, it is relatively more equitably distributed. Moreover, observe how those who control the wealth of the Dragon Kingdom are deeply concerned for their nation. They willingly provide various forms of assistance to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the emperors of the 2 ranked nations feel a sense of inferiority. Unsurprisingly, the Dragon Kingdom once again garnered the highest recognition, achieving an astounding 98%. The remaining 2% was divided between the Tang and Song dynasties. Only those exceptionally loyal patriots who ardently desire the fortification of their own nations would cast their votes for their homeland. The emperor of the dynasty with the highest recognition will receive perfect physical attributes and a 20% blessing on their territory after cultivation. The yield from the blessed land will triple. Boom. A familiar beam of light descended from the celestial curtain upon the Dragon Kingdom, enveloping Gao Ming, and subsequently spreading throughout the entire realm. This endowment granted 20% of the land with celestial attributes. This occurrence was distinct from the previous one, following the initial event. Numerous dynasties had already dispatched scouts to search in the general direction of where the first beam of light had shone. Now, witnessing the light illuminate once more, the dispersed scouts from various nations could more accurately ascertain the location of the Dragon Kingdom. Ming Dynasty Scout, Your Majesty. We have spotted the light beam and can confirm the location of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Dynasty Scout, Your Majesty, we have also located the Dragon Kingdom. It lies not far from our position. Qin Dynasty Scout, Your Majesty, we can preliminarily determine the location of the light beam and will dispatch personnel for further investigation. The emperors of the great dynasties were instantly stirred. Soon after, the celestial curtain announced the next ranking list. However, upon its release, it elicited an instinctual reluctance among the various kingdoms to be included, for this ranking was indeed rather unexpected. Chapter 42, The Undesirable Weaklings Rankings. Next ranking broadcast in 7 days. Content: Battle Loss Ratio Rankings. Ingzheng, Battle Loss Ratio Rankings? What sort of list is this? Is it related to warfare? Upon seeing the announcement of the upcoming ranking, Ingzheng's heart ignited with fervor. At last, a list pertaining to military prowess was on the horizon. Li Shimin. Does this refer to the casualties in battles? As Li Shimin sent messages, he remained fixated on the image of Long Country in the celestial screen. His mind somewhat distracted. The next ranking would not air immediately, but with Long Country already in view, he knew it was time for action. Zhao Kuangyin. No, this ranking is not to be taken lightly. Wei Zheng. What do you mean by that? Zhao Kuangyin. If this is based on the lowest casualty rates from battles, then it would indeed be an opportunity to showcase one's military strength. However, if it is calculated by the highest casualty rates, does that not indicate a lack of military capability and poor leadership? Given the previous rankings, it appears they will take the highest values, such as the most grain or the greatest wealth, which implies that they will be assessing based on the highest casualty rates. Zhu Yuanzhang. So, to be on this list means the higher the rank, the weaker the combat capability? While Zhu Yuanzhang was concerned about the ranking, he too kept his gaze on the current images of Long Country displayed above. According to reports from scouts at the borders of the Ming dynasty, Long Country was not far off. Zhao Kuangyin, indeed. The emperors were astute individuals. From just a name, one could surmise much. Although this was related to military matters, upon further analysis, it became evident that this was merely a list of the weaklings. Such a ranking was indeed undesirable, especially if it were to showcase a battle with the highest casualty rate to the world. Would that not signal to the wolves of the realm, our nation's combat strength is lacking, come conquer us? Though they did not believe themselves to be weak. The prospect of attracting unwanted attention, particularly from familiar future dynasties, was troubling. They would lose a significant intelligence advantage, and other dynasties might seize the opportunity to benefit from their misfortune. Dorgan, will Long Country make it onto the list? If so, they would have an opportunity to glean insights into Long Country's military capabilities before launching an offensive. The reason for Mu Tuo's demise lay primarily in insufficient intelligence about Long Country. This had been considered earlier, yet thinking their cavalry could withstand adversity led them to believe their safety was assured. Little did they expect to fall into an encirclement and be publicly executed by the 3 surnamed vassals. Should Long Country appear on this list, any detailed battle report would enable them to more accurately gauge its strength. The encounter with Mu Tuo revealed too little about Long Country, after all. It was a carefully laid ambush. He would not repeat such an error. He would deploy scouts in a 50-mile radius, ensuring that Long Country would not have the chance to ambush them again. Zhu Di, is it true that the Dragon Kingdom has suddenly emerged within everyone's sight? He had previously contemplated visiting the Dragon Kingdom to learn from its wisdom. Little did he expect that, upon the announcement of the rankings, the precise location of the Dragon Kingdom would become known to so many. Kublai, do not speak recklessly. Our great Yuan has yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Kingdom. The imposing figure of a middle-aged man, clad in a dragon robe, with a robust physique, a bearded visage, and an air of authority, appeared increasingly grim. Numerous nations had unveiled the treasure that was the Dragon Kingdom, yet the great Yuan remained oblivious. This was an ominous sign. Did this imply that the Dragon Kingdom was distanced from them? Were they separated by the Great Qing? Perhaps it was time to contemplate an alliance with the Qing to prevent other dynasties from taking action. He could not afford to be a mere bystander in this matter. If only the Qing had been the sole discoverer, it would have been manageable. However, with so many dynasties now aware, the situation had transformed entirely. Suda, what does this reward from the Dragon Kingdom's emperor signify? I can comprehend the blessings, but do the physical attributes imply enhanced health? Li Shanchang, it is likely a similar notion, longevity and robust vitality. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, he may hold his throne for quite some time. Yet, regrettably, an unexpected event has transpired. The greater the value of the Dragon Kingdom, the more covetous the various factions become. Dorgan, it also implies that whoever claims the Dragon Kingdom's blessed land could see their yields triple. It is akin to possessing a hen that lays golden eggs. Such a rare paradise is truly exceptional. Kublai, the flesh of the Dragon Kingdom has grown ever more succulent. Elbu, if you are not afraid of death, come forth. Currently, Our regular army stands against you. Zhang Jiao, tread carefully. Dorgan, ha. Spare us your theatrics. Li Shimin. The rankings of the top 3 dynasties have been released, and this time, the next list of dynasties has also emerged. 3rd place, the Han Dynasty. 2nd place, the Qin Dynasty. 1st place, the Dragon Kingdom. Dorgan, I told you, you were merely posturing. The highest battle losses belong to your Dragon Kingdom. Haha. Did you not wish to claim 1st place? And here you are, once again in the lead. Are you pleased? The moment Dorgan beheld the rankings, his initial trepidation regarding the Dragon Kingdom dissipated significantly. The authority of this ranking had firmly taken root in the hearts of many. Kublai, this makes sense. How could an emperor excel in all realms? To devise such abundant agricultural products and popular commodities is already quite remarkable. If he were also adept in warfare, how unjust would the heavens be? To seize a dynasty and become its founding emperor often occurs amidst great turmoil. In such times, anyone with wealth and provisions could potentially rise as the new ruler. Furthermore, there are instances like Zhao Kuangyin, who, under duress, ascended to the throne with minimal effort. Naturally, they believed Gao Ming should possess military acumen. An emperor entirely ignorant of military matters seems implausible. To aspire to become a founding monarch is nearly an impossibility. At the very least, one must excel in the art of utilizing talent. For instance, one might win over a formidable general like Elbu, renowned for his prowess in warfare. However, it is unlikely that anyone has achieved the pinnacle of excellence in agriculture and commerce to the point of inspiring awe. As long as such achievements remain absent, what fear could they possibly harbor? Ing Zheng, I harbor doubts regarding this ranking. Are not the valiant warriors of my Qin dynasty formidable and courageous? Li Shimin, the Qin dynasty merely appears strong on the surface. It is precisely because of their reckless militarism and tyrannical actions that, should they suffer a defeat in battle, do you believe the victors would spare them? Engaging in numerous conflicts without timely recovery will inevitably lead to their decline. Liu Bang, are we of the Han dynasty feeble? I refuse to accept this. Perhaps this ranking is not as accurate as you presume. Liu Bang also expressed his dissatisfaction. Are the dynasties of later generations truly so powerful as to render their predecessors weak? Yet if the ranking holds veracity, then it seems there is but one possibility. Zhu Yuanzhang. The specifics will become clear in 7 days. For now, as the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, we, representing the Ming Dynasty, formally seek an audience with you. What say you? Upon witnessing this, Li Shimin could not contain himself. Li Shimin, I too shall personally visit the Dragon Kingdom. I humbly request an audience with His Majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. Both Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin adopted a notably humble stance. These 2 statements sent ripples of shock through the various factions. The monarchs of both nations were set to personally visit the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 43, Conquering the Dragon Kingdom. Elbu, Huang Chao, and Zhang Jiao all laughed. Such audacity, even if there is a need for the Dragon Kingdom. The personal visit of a sovereign showcases their respect for the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Jing, Your Majesty, is this not imprudent? The Dragon Kingdom may soon be in turmoil. Li Jing, stationed far at the borders, expressed his concerns. In his view, the Dragon Kingdom and the Great Qing were merely succeeding dynasties, well understood by the Tang. Any conflict could entail significant risks. Li Shimin, my mind is made up. And with the beautiful Li Ji still in the Dragon Kingdom, the more perilous the journey, the more imperative it is for someone to go and fetch her. Gao Ming, I reiterate, the Dragon Kingdom welcomes all those who come with goodwill. Dorgan, with a frosty demeanor, observed the scene. If it were merely the Tang's involvement, it would be inconsequential, for there were currently no substantial conflicts of interest. However, if the Ming were to join, preparations for potential warfare with them would be necessary. Despite his reluctance to show weakness, he still made his stance clear to Li Shimin. Dorgan, our Great Qing targets only the Dragon Kingdom. As long as you do not fight for them, there will be no danger, even if we conquer the Dragon Kingdom. We can ensure the safety of your Tang princess. Elbu, conquer the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Wang Chao, ha ha ha. Zhang Jiao, indeed, somewhat amusing. Dorgan, laugh, laugh. You may only find joy in this moment, a collective of historical failures. Failures. No matter how fierce, what can they withstand against cannons? They did not possess such weapons capable of ending formidable warriors in their time. Elbu, I hope you can remain so defiant when the time comes. Li Shimin, in that case, I thank you. Li Shimin responded courteously to Dorgan. Yet both understood the superficiality of their exchange. Should the situation escalate, whether the other party would seize Li Ji as leverage remained uncertain. Let Wu Sangwe's troops rendezvous with us swiftly. If we have the chance to capture Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin, the Great Qing would gain two powerful cards. Though such opportunities are seldom easily attained, they must be prepared if they dare to venture forth. Dorgan turned to his personal guard and instructed him to urge Wu Sangwe's troops. Although the Dragon Kingdom was geographically adjacent, only a day's journey away, the mobilization of substantial forces, even with minimal supplies, would likely require 6 or 7 days to assemble. This is due to the current instability. All armies remain in a perpetual state of readiness. Otherwise, swift mobilization would not be feasible. Upon reaching the Dragon Kingdom, they would first seize several cities. As the land is abundant in grain, alleviating any concerns regarding provisions, he had initially intended to prepare more thoroughly, but time waits for no one. If other dynasties were to act before them, they would lose the initiative. Father, do not forget to take me along, Zhu Di reminded Zhu Yuanzhang. This journey truly requires your presence. Zhu Yuanzhang did not refuse. After Dorgan spoke of Lan Yu, Li Shanchang, and his own affairs, even if they now appeared without issue, the seed of suspicion had already been sown. Without trusted leaders among his troops, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a profound unease. The celestial stage of events had reached a temporary pause, with various dynasties stirring restlessly. After engaging in light conversation with Princess Changel, she gracefully withdrew. Gao Ming took a sip of tea, shaking his hand as he felt a surge of vitality, with his senses markedly heightened. He then closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Had the esteemed General Hua Zubing set forth? In his mind, Gao Ming reached out to the general. Your Majesty, we have already departed. Shall I stir trouble for the Qing border troops first? No, came the reply. Let Fengstan handle it. I am quite curious to see the expression on Dorgan's face when he discovers his homeland has vanished. A faint, icy smile graced Gao Ming's lips. I shall not fail in my mission. Hua Zubing resolutely affirmed. Victory shall be ours, but we must proceed with utmost caution, minimizing casualties. Our Dragon Kingdom is populous, yet unnecessary losses must be avoided at all costs. Understood. Do they truly believe that only they have discovered us, and that we cannot extract their locations? Gao Ming mused. Zhang Jiao, observing Gao Ming's demeanor, easily deduced his contact. In truth, the generals could communicate amongst themselves, a capability bestowed upon them by the emperor. The world underestimates us. Having permitted the common folk to possess armor, one should anticipate our superior equipment, Zhang Jiao remarked with a smile. It is no wonder they are confined by their historical perceptions in the present moment, while the future remains an enigma to them. We represent that future. Moreover, greed often blinds human reason. Yet, the advent of certain innovations is not always beneficial. I have hesitated about large-scale production. While the technology exists, our facilities are still lacking. Our Dragon Kingdom has enjoyed peace, yet it seems imperative to possess sharp swords. Whether or not to employ them is a separate matter. A depth of contemplation flickered in Gao Ming's eyes as he retrieved a volume from the system's rewards, a comprehensive guide to basic industry, and handed it to Zhang Jiao. Locate the weapon sequence and have the Ministry of Works consider it for expedited mass production. Understood. Zhang Jiao accepted the tome with both hands, already accustomed to such circumstances. In the ensuing days, a chilling stillness enveloped the atmosphere. On the celestial canvas, alongside the capitals of the Tang, Song, and Dragon Kingdoms, images of previously mentioned cities from the wealth rankings were displayed for all to see. The following day, Emperor Li Shimin departed from Chang'an, escorted by the valiant Cheng Yaojing. Their procession was not grandiose. They aimed to reach the borders with utmost swiftness. Upon arrival, they would rendezvous with the formidable army led by Li Jing before advancing towards the Dragon Kingdom. On the third day, the official road to the border echoed with urgency. Hurry, Emperor Li Shimin remarked to Cheng Yaojing and Wei Zheng, urging them to proceed with caution. However, when addressing the palace maids attending Empress Changsan, his tone shifted dramatically. Please do not burden them, he implored. Observing his repeated commands, Empress Changsan questioned, do you desire them to hasten or to proceed slowly? Li Shimin found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he yearned to reach the Dragon Kingdom swiftly, while on the other, he feared that Empress Changsan might not withstand the pressure. His hesitation was not due to a lack of composure, but stemmed from the multitude of tasks awaiting him. Do not worry, Guanyin, he assured with calm resolve. I shall ensure everything is arranged properly. After stepping outside for some fresh air, he felt rejuvenated and decided to expedite their pace. Empress Changsan understood that this was also a race against other dynasties, particularly the Qing. Li Shimin aimed to arrive in the Dragon Kingdom before the Qing initiated hostilities, intending to address his affliction without becoming entangled in their conflicts. Your Majesty, an aide reported. We are halted by someone ahead. Who is it? Li Shimin inquired, his expression darkening. It is Sun Simiao, the divine physician. His demeanor brightened instantly. Quickly, invite him up. This road was the sole official route to the border, and their movements were not difficult to predict. Yet, he was taken aback that Sun Simiao had come to them. A rare occurrence indeed. The allure of the Dragon Kingdom proved irresistible. Li Shimin surmised Sun Simiao's intentions. The physician undoubtedly sought to accompany him to the Dragon Kingdom, especially given the numerous uncertainties they would face on the journey. After a brief moment, he inquired, "What news?" Sun Simiao, having just finished taking the pulse of Empress Changsan, replied, "I remain at a loss, but should I have the opportunity to study the remedies for qi ailments from the Dragon Kingdom, even if they do not offer a cure, I believe I could facilitate some improvement. Then I am grateful for your assistance, divine physician," Li Shimin responded, naturally unwilling to decline such an offer. With such a healer by his side, there was a greater sense of reassurance. Even upon reaching the Dragon Kingdom, there would be professionals to handle specialized matters, and Sun Simiao was among the foremost of these experts. The group continued their journey, while unbeknownst to Li Shimin, the entourage of noble families occasionally convened among themselves. Upon our arrival in the Dragon Kingdom, we must procure some of their products, even if it means paying a premium, Wang Gui remarked, casting a glance at Lu Qingqing and representatives from other families. That is only natural. Might there be complications in the Dragon Kingdom? What troubles could arise? We are not here to seize anything by force. We intend to compensate, came the reply. Moreover, their focus is currently on the impending war. Will they truly concern themselves with such trivialities? Indeed, then let us proceed according to plan. As Li Shimin approached the border to meet with Li Jing, a scout hurriedly arrived with urgent news. Your Majesty, there is an unusual situation ahead. Chapter 44, Li Shimin arrives at the Dragon Kingdom. The new ranking is about to begin. Third update. What peculiar circumstances are at play? Li Shimin pondered. This is still in proximity to the Tang dynasty. What could possibly occur? Could it be that another dynasty has discovered the Tang? Or perhaps the Qin, the sole entity aware of the Tang, is taking action? We have discerned a strange mist in the dense forest ahead, reminiscent of the fog encountered during the previous celestial disturbances. The weather is clear, with only a small area enveloped in this mist. My subordinates dispatched individuals to enter, but they did not traverse through the fog. Instead, they arrived directly at an unknown location. What? Li Shimin exclaimed in surprise. Is it possible that this mist has not completely dissipated? He swiftly made his way to the location indicated by the scouts. Indeed, the peculiar white mist was as the scouts had described. It was a bright, cloudless day. Yet a narrow band of white mist floated between two trees. The mist was thin enough to reveal the scenery behind it. Yet those who entered seemed to vanish within its depths. Soon, those who had disappeared returned, reporting that it was an unknown realm. Such a wondrous place exists in this world. One wonders where it leads? Wei Zheng exclaimed in awe, recognizing this as a groundbreaking discovery. Li Shimin immediately understood that this was a type of passageway that defied current comprehension. It was likely how Li Shi had traversed to the royal city of the Dragon Kingdom so swiftly. He had not anticipated that remnants of it still existed. However, lacking knowledge of its destination, Li Shimin refrained from further investigation or any reckless ventures. Yet, he acknowledged the extraordinary value of this passageway. He dispatched a small team for exploration and instructed Li Jing to station a detachment in the area, strictly prohibiting civilians from approaching. In the event of any urgent circumstances, communicate with me using the agreed-upon signal in the sky. Li Shimin commanded a junior captain of the Imperial Guard who remained behind. Understood. In the Qin capital of Xianyang, officials observed the messages conveyed by Meng Tian on the celestial screen. They looked upon Zhao Gao, trembling before them, who had knavishly altered the imperial edict, driven to death Fu Su, and compelled Hu Hai to purge his own siblings, and worse yet, to confuse a deer for a horse. What a scandalous affair. The fury in Ying Zhang's eyes had reached a point where it seemed capable of devouring a person whole. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Zhao Gao protested vehemently. I am aware there is a possibility, yet many from various dynasties have made such claims. I cannot take this risk. You know what must be done. Aye. Zhao Gao stammered, too fearful to take his own life. Ying Zhang cast a glance at a nearby guard. The guard stepped forward, executing Zhao Gao swiftly. Ying Zhang's expression remained impassive. Hu Hai. Ensure he is kept under strict surveillance. Yet, in the face of Hu Hai and the events yet to unfold, Ying Zhang recognized the need for further confirmation. After all, the death of a eunuch carries a different weight than that of a son, a prince. Later historical records would state that I perished during my 5th Eastern expedition, mentioning my pursuit of elixirs. Could it be that the pills were flawed? However, the people of the Great Tang cannot ascertain with certainty. They lack the empirical evidence to demonstrate any issues with the elixirs. Yet, is it truly the case that there are no immortals in this realm? If not, how shall one explain the phenomena before them? Nevertheless, for the sake of the Great Qin's legacy, it may be prudent for me to journey to the Dragon Kingdom to assess my own condition. However, given that Great Qin has recently been listed, albeit on an unfavorable list, it may not be wise to depart at this moment, lest unforeseen events arise during my absence. Especially considering that the sentiments of future generations towards Great Qin are not particularly amicable. After much contemplation, Ingzheng instructed Ming Tian to arrange for envoys to visit the Dragon Kingdom to gauge their stance before making any further decisions. In the Great Song, Zhao Kuangyin has taken no significant actions. Although they have identified the location of the Dragon Kingdom, the immediate priority remains to reform their policies that undervalue military strength. They must consolidate the military capabilities that have languished over the years. At this juncture, the Great Song resembles a diminished version of the Dragon Kingdom, affluent yet perceived as vulnerable. Others have yet to take note of them. Should they become aware? Who can guarantee that those dynasties won't test their blades against them first? It is fortunate that they are not currently embroiled in conflict. The notion of concerning themselves with others is misplaced. They must first stabilize their own affairs before contemplating external matters. Must we wait until we are required to act? Kublai Khan, with keen eyes, received a letter from Dorgan of the Qing dynasty. Although he has not directly encountered the Dragon Kingdom, he can glean insights through the Qing. With others spearheading efforts, he sees no harm in biding his time. When the opportunity for profit arises, their Mongol cavalry excels in long-distance incursions. On the 6th day following the wealth ranking, Dorgan appeared near the borders of the Dragon Kingdom with a substantial cavalry force. The Qing military presence is not extensive, approximately 60,000 Manchu bannermen, supplemented by Mongolian and Han forces. Upon entering the region, Wu Sangui surrendered with 40 to 50,000 cavalrymen. Others, such as Kong Yud and Jiang Yan, also capitulated, contributing an additional 30 to 40,000 troops. Their effective combat strength ranges between 150,000 to 200,000. However, to better govern the Central Plains, they are swiftly recruiting new soldiers and integrating local Ming forces, planning to establish a Green Standard Army, albeit not yet officially formed. They are cautious about deploying these recruits extensively, having currently enlisted fewer than 100,000. In total, they possess around 300,000 combat-ready troops. For this expedition, Dorgan has amassed a force of 180,000, along with over 200,000 subjugated serfs and commoners, who serve as fodder. These numbers do not count towards actual combat strength, but are accounted for in external communications, culminating in a grand total of over 400,000 troops stationed at the Qing borders. Among them, the elite Manchu bannermen number 45,000, with just over 10,000 remaining in the recently relocated Beijing. My lord, when shall we commence our actions? Shall we begin with Hongqi City? Inquired Tula, a trusted general of Dodo, with utmost respect. There is no need for haste. Although launching an offensive from Hongqi City will undoubtedly showcase the might of our Qing dynasty to the world, the recent incident involving Dorgan will surely compel the Dragon Kingdom to exercise heightened vigilance. We shall first dispatch Han individuals disguised to infiltrate the various border cities of the Dragon Kingdom, gathering all pertinent intelligence. Then, we shall assess the following day's rankings to discern the specific strategies employed by the Dragon Kingdom. Dorgan, mounted upon his steed, surveyed the fortifications of the Dragon Kingdom and issued his commands. Upon witnessing this, Fan Wenqing felt a considerable sense of relief. Though Dorgan's wrath burned fiercely, he had not yet succumbed to complete irrationality. Every city appeared grand, undoubtedly thriving in its own right. Dorgan mused with a cold smile as he gazed at the Dragon Kingdom's strongholds. The task of infiltrating the border cities of the Dragon Kingdom shall be entrusted to us, declared a robust middle-aged man, his muscular arms exuding strength and determination. Then we shall rely on you, King Pingxi, Dorgan replied, holding a deep respect for his opponent. Wu Sangui, who commanded tens of thousands of elite cavalry, even if it was merely for appearances. This was a crucial instrument for them in the Han strategy against the Han. Is it true that the emperor of the Tang dynasty has already arrived in the Dragon Kingdom? Fan Wenqing suddenly inquired, gazing at the sky. It seems they are not far from the Dragon Kingdom. Dorgan's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Li Shimin and his companions, who had just arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, were left astonished by the sights and experiences encountered along their journey. Chapter 45. Are they arrogant and foolish, or indifferent? Is this the city of red flags beneath the canopy? Such a bustling metropolis truly exists in the world. Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, Changsun Wuji, and others gazed in awe at the magnificent city before them, unable to suppress their admiration. This place could indeed be deemed a land of dragons. Its vast expanse rivals that of a dozen or even 20 Chang'ans, and its prosperity far surpasses that of Chang'an itself. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "Why do they seem utterly mesmerized? Haven't they already seen this city from the canopy?" Zhao Kuangyin responded, "Viewing from the canopy is vastly different from experiencing it in person. The sights and sensations are not the same." Many observers were astonished that the Tang dynasty would enter the Dragon Kingdom from the direction of the City of Red Flags, suggesting that the Tang and the Qing were relatively close in proximity. "Your Majesty, look at the vessels navigating the canal. They come and go in an endless stream, seemingly unaffected by the looming shadow of war." Wei Zheng pointed incredulously at a rushing river alongside the City of Red Flags. Despite the impending conflict, everything appeared to be in perfect order, as if they held their adversaries in complete disregard. Changsun Wuji began to question whether he had been hasty in their journey, wondering if he was experiencing an illusion. The potential for war loomed, yet an eerie sense of relaxation enveloped the atmosphere. Perhaps the ships transporting military supplies are merely disguised as merchant vessels, Li Jing speculated. This appears to be an artificially dug canal. Upon closer inspection, Changsun Wuji and the others discerned clear signs of human craftsmanship throughout the waterway. Previously, their focus had been on the changes within the city, and they had given little thought to the outside. The only images they had seen were those of the city, captured in the broadcasts. However, the canal had existed even then, leading them to mistakenly believe it to be a natural river. Yet now, confronted with the evidence of human intervention, they were struck with astonishment. Such an engineering feat would require the collective effort of the entire Tang dynasty, and even then, the outcome might mirror the past, burdening the populace and incurring blame on the present generation. This canal was even grander than that constructed by Yang Guang, which had drained the resources of the people and contributed to the fall of the Sui dynasty. In stark contrast, the Dragon Kingdom flourished and prospered. This was indeed the golden age of the Dragon Kingdom. Wei Zheng, abandoning his usual composure, gazed longingly at the City of Red Flags, resembling a country bumpkin witnessing marvels for the first time. "Where's the hospital?" Sun Simiao exclaimed, his impatience palpable. "There's no need to rush, Elder Sunday. Let us first proceed to the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom, where the finest talents of the nation are surely gathered. It may take us 3 or 4 days to reach the imperial city, and we cannot predict when the Qing will strike. Thus, reaching the Dragon Kingdom's capital swiftly is our safest course," Li Jing advised. At the city gates, Elbu, mounted on a majestic steed and accompanied by several soldiers and officials, awaited the arrival of Li Shimin and his entourage, exuding an aura of confidence and nobility. At this moment, it seemed to overshadow the legendary General Li Jing of the Tang dynasty and the fierce warrior Cheng Yaojin. Just by a glance, Li Shimin could not help but express such sentiments. What an extraordinary general! Neither Li Shimin nor his companions had ever anticipated witnessing historical figures come to life before their eyes in their lifetime. The feeling was incredibly complex, beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Elbu dismounted and, out of courtesy, clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor calm and composed. In his eyes, apart from a hint of curiosity towards a future emperor, there was nothing else. "Welcome, Emperor of the Tang dynasty, to the Dragon Kingdom. You have traveled from afar, please. Take a moment to rest. Thank you for your kind offer, but resting is unnecessary. We wish to reach the capital of the Dragon Kingdom as swiftly as possible." Li Shimin replied, getting straight to the point, his expression steady, exuding the unique confidence and natural authority of an emperor that commanded respect. Elbu regarded him thoughtfully, not insisting on a delay. "Follow me. I shall escort you to the western city." He remounted his horse and gestured for Li Shimin and his entourage to follow. This left Li Shimin and his companions momentarily perplexed. It was Li Jing who broke the silence, inquiring, "How will our troops be arranged?" "Do not worry. Bring them all along. It will provide you with peace of mind, will it not?" Elbu replied with a slight smile, waving his hand dismissively. Even the seasoned Li Shimin felt a jolt of surprise at these words. Li Jing and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Did he truly comprehend what he was saying? On this journey, they commanded a formidable force of over 20,000 elite Tang cavalry, seasoned warriors capable of breaching armies of 100 or 200,000. Without fortified cities to defend, they could plunge into the heart of a nation, causing chaos and upheaval. Was Elbu not concerned? Those monitoring the situation in Hongqi City were equally taken aback by Elbu's response. Liu Bang, does the Dragon Kingdom truly underestimate the treachery of human nature? Or are they oblivious to the devastation that an iron cavalry of 20,000 can wreak within a nation's borders? Zhao Kuangyin. In such circumstances, typically, the main forces remain at the border, with only a handful of personal guards proceeding, both to demonstrate goodwill and sincerity and to express trust in the host nation. Dorgan. Is it folly or sheer arrogance? Dorgan felt a deep sense of imbalance. Had he known it was so easy to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, he would have suggested taking a more submissive approach, crossing the borders under the guise of a visit. Would that not have allowed for unchecked actions within the Dragon Kingdom? General L, are you certain? Li Jing asked, convinced he had misheard. A total of 325 men. There is no mistake. Follow me. Let us not waste time. You are busy, and so am I, Elbu stated, causing Li Shimin and his entourage's eyes to widen in alarm. Though the Tang dynasty shared a border with the Dragon Kingdom, vast wilderness lay between them and the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Had they already been thoroughly assessed before even entering? When did this happen? How had they remained oblivious to it? Was it accurate to such a degree? This scouting ability is rather formidable. Without allowing others a moment to react, Elbu turned and strode into the Red Flag City. Observing this, Li Shimin and the others hastily followed suit. Liu Bang remarked, it seems that Red Flag City is not as relaxed as it appears on the surface. They are fully prepared for war. Zhao Kuangyin added, their soldiers are already within the city, numbering in the tens of thousands. Kublai Khan noted. The emperor of the Tang dynasty has not taken any measures to conceal his presence along the way. It is hardly surprising that our numbers have been discerned. However, there was a fleeting yet subtle shift in the expression of the Tang emperor just moments ago. Perhaps the reality is not as it seems. Ingzhong, in that instant, precisely captured the nuance in Li Shimin's countenance. Indeed, Li Shimin had been discreet during their journey, deliberately avoiding encounters with anyone outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Striving to obscure their movements, their cavalry was divided into two segments, one overt and one covert, until they reconvened upon reaching the Red Flag City. Otherwise, how could their arrival have been met with such astonishment, even bordering on terror? Upon entering Red Flag City, they were immediately enveloped in a cacophony. Citizens went about their business as usual, and shops remained open. All of this was evident under the vast sky. Li Shimin and his companions were not surprised. Yet, what transpired next shattered their preconceived notions. Chapter 46, A Paradigm Shift in Understanding. To hang the emperor's head? Before them rode Elbu on a magnificent steed. Leading the way, the road was broad, clearly delineated into paths for horses and pedestrians. The common folk along the route greeted Elbu with fervent waves and cheers, their faces illuminated by genuine smiles, some even exhibiting fervent adoration. They shouted, General L, could you grant me an autograph? General L, may I become one of your soldiers in the future? General L, here, taste this freshly made soybean milk. General L, would you like a wife? For a moment, Li Shimin and his companions felt enveloped in a tide of the people's voices, observing the heartfelt excitement and admiration on the faces of the populace. Li Shimin sensed that the man guiding him was not the infamous Elbu of historical records, but rather a beloved general, akin to a sagacious ruler. Indeed, even he, Li Shimin, would not garner such enthusiastic adulation if he strode through the streets of Chang'an, unless the crowd had been orchestrated in advance. This was a complete departure from their previously held perceptions of Elbu. Am I dreaming? Exclaimed Qing Yujin, dramatically rubbing his eyes. The scene rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Every outing had its complexities. Elbu scratched his head in frustration, feeling that he had done nothing extraordinary, merely following the emperor's command. As the years passed, this was the outcome. Thus, he typically preferred to remain within the confines of the city's defenses and the military barracks. However, this visit was from a sovereign, and out of courtesy, it was essential for a general to extend a proper welcome. Observing the perplexed Elbu, Li Shimin and the others found themselves at a loss for words. They could not help but feel that this did not resemble mere complaints. Rather, it bore the semblance of an unspoken pride. Dorgan, this is absurd. How could Elbu possibly be adored by the populace? What manner of man is he? Capricious, treacherous, short-sighted, selfish, morally corrupt. This must be orchestrated. This spectacle not only shattered the long-held beliefs of Li Shimin and his companions, but also transformed the understanding of many present beneath the heavenly canopy. Kublai, indeed. This is a plausible scenario. Throughout history, emperors have traveled along roads where local officials prearranged the populace to display a facade of peace and effective governance. Many emperors were well aware of this practice, primarily for safety reasons, often clearing the area and selectively informing the citizens. Otherwise, there would not be so many emperors opting for incognito visits throughout the ages. Judy, no, it could very well be genuine. Have you forgotten the merchants who previously financed their endeavors? If a general were inadequate, they could easily support another commander. Why specifically Elbu? It remains a mystery what transpired after he submitted to the Dragon Kingdom, enabling such a notorious figure to become so beloved by the people. Judy found himself utterly perplexed. Elbu, a figure already characterized in history, was not known for his benevolence towards the common people. His inherently self-serving nature often led him to adopt a dismissive attitude towards the populace. Wei Jing interjected, "No, I was present at the scene. Perhaps your view from the heavens lacks authenticity, but I felt the emotions of these people were genuine and heartfelt." Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "If this is indeed the case, the methods employed by the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom to govern are unimaginable." Dorgan scoffed, "It is merely a ruse to deceive the ignorant masses. Even if their sentiments are sincere, they are simply being led astray." A commoner from Hongqi City retorted, "Do not slander General L. He has led armies to vanquish 2 nations, rescuing us from dire straits. How dare you, an invader, defame him?" Another commoner exclaimed, "You thief! Care to test the sharpness of my butcher's knife?" Yet another declared, "Come and fight. Right now, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball." The once quiet citizens of Hongqi City began to voice their opinions one after another, drowning out Dorgan's commentary. Across the expanse of the sky, the fervent indignation of the people was palpable. Li Shimin observed, "Indeed, the spirit of the citizens of this Dragon Kingdom is formidable. I wonder if this is due to Hongqi City being the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom's emperor, or if the entire nation shares such vigor. If it is the latter, such a nation would be truly formidable." He scrutinized the people in the streets, noting their defiant gazes towards the sky, filled with anger. This sentiment could hardly be feigned. Their faces bore none of the typical signs of commoners' humility or apathy. Instead, they radiated vitality. Even when they glanced at the emperor of the Tang dynasty, there was no trace of reverence, only curiosity. Some audaciously whispered among themselves. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Li Shimin faintly heard someone remark, "This Tang emperor appears rather amiable, not the tyrant one would expect. A tyrannical emperor would have their head displayed at the city gate. It seems he shall not become the 3rd emperor's head in Hongqi City. Did I mishear? Perhaps the long journey has fatigued me." Li Shimin rubbed his temples. Zhao Kuangyin proposed, "Is it possible that this Elbu is not the same as the historical Elbu?" Wei Zheng countered, "Impossible. Our Tang dynasty retains images of Elbu, also known as Elfonxian. While the names may be the same, their appearances and martial prowess surely cannot be identical." Zhu Yuanzhang concluded, "It can only be said that changes we are unaware of have transpired. In light of this, the prospect of winning Elbu over seemed increasingly challenging." Ingzheng mused, "Vanquishing 2 nations?" Amidst the flood of comments assailing Dorgan, he caught sight of a fleeting message that caused a slight tightening in his chest. Elbu remained indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. Not only were they speaking out, but even among his own generals in the Dragon Kingdom, particularly those surnamed Yu, there had been lingering wariness towards him in earlier years. Accustomed as they were, Elbu continued to advance. Li Shimin, along with his companions, followed suit, their hearts laden with complex emotions. As they traversed the bustling streets of Red Flag City, it was evident that the populace was thronged in great numbers. Yet, there was no need for anyone to maintain order. A solid line demarcated the carriageway from the pedestrian path. Despite the palpable excitement among the citizens, they adhered to this boundary with remarkable discipline. This level of civic responsibility stirred a mixture of admiration and envy within Wei Zheng and Li Shimin. They pondered when the subjects of the Tang dynasty might attain such refinement. "Your Majesty, every street is impeccably clean, and the air is devoid of any unpleasant odors. It is truly remarkable. In Chang'an, aside from the quarters of the nobility, it is rare to find places free of foul scents. The entire city exudes a sense of comfort," Cheng Yaojin whispered as he rode up to the window of Li Shimin's carriage. Though Cheng Yaojin appeared robust and burly, his thoughts were remarkably astute. This indicated that the cleanliness and order of Red Flag City were not mere superficialities, but rather the result of well-established infrastructure for waste management, signifying a more advanced construction industry in Longwa compared to their own. It implied that the local government was indeed effective in its duties. "Jijia, do you not find that Longwa is a rather formidable nation?" Li Shimin inquired earnestly, casting a thoughtful glance at Cheng Yaojin. Chapter 47. The Astonishment of Li Shimin. The world underestimates the Dragon Kingdom. What? Cheng Yaojin was momentarily taken aback. On the verge of speaking when a hurried passerby abruptly emerged from the corner of the intersection ahead, shouting, "Where's General Liu? Where's General Liu?" He stumbled forth recklessly, glancing around anxiously, nearly colliding with El Bu's warhorse. El Bu hastily reined in his horse. "What on earth are you doing?" he inquired in a low voice. The onlookers beneath the sky were instantly captivated. "By you. Poor fellow, he is surely in for a beating." "Suda, it may be more than that. Given that this is a visit from a foreign emperor, confronting him could warrant severe consequences." Zhao Kuangyin. In such unexpected circumstances, a person's true nature is revealed. If it were the historical El Bu, it would not be surprising for him to strike down with a spear at this moment. Such was the consensus among the crowd. The ingrained notions of hierarchy and indifference towards the lives of commoners were deeply etched into their beings. To most, the authority of the imperial nobles seemed insurmountable. In such a scenario, it would be unsurprising for the offender to cower in fear or even faint from fright. However, to their astonishment, this passerby, after repeatedly apologizing, did not kneel or beg for mercy. Instead, he made a request. "General L, I am terribly sorry for my haste. I could not stop in time. Would you mind granting me an autograph?" The passerby sheepishly produced paper and a pen. Such courage! At this moment, rather than pleading for forgiveness, he was concerned with obtaining an autograph. Cheng Yaojin was left speechless. Although he was aware of the fierce spirit of the people from Hongqi City, he had not anticipated it to be to this extent. What further astonished him was that El Bu accepted the paper and pen, swiftly signing his name. He then pointed at the intersection, stating, "You ran the red light. Make sure to pay the fine later." Of course, of course." The passerby nodded repeatedly, cherishing the autograph like a treasure as he departed. "Kublai, is that it?" Zhu Yuanzhong. Kind-hearted El Fengxian. Zhao Kuangyin. I am beginning to believe El Bu has indeed changed. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom's methods were truly enigmatic. The Dragon Kingdom ought to provide us with an explanation. Wang Gui expressed his discontent. How could a commoner confront their nobility and imperial authority without any repercussions? The lack of even a proper reprimand felt excessively lenient. Indeed, to challenge the sovereign's dignity is most disrespectful, Lu Qingqing concurred. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, found himself in a quandary. He personally did not care for such trivial matters, but when it came to imperial authority, his ministers were defending their own interests. It was not appropriate to openly criticize their actions in front of foreign dignitaries. El Bu cast a sidelong glance at the two speakers, showing no inclination to indulge them. Did they still consider the Dragon Kingdom akin to the ancient dynasties of yore? What a trivial matter. It was not intentional. Put away your lofty airs. The Dragon Kingdom has its own systems in place. We do not require anyone to dictate how we operate. If you find this place unsuitable for you, feel free to leave. Wang Kuei and Lu Qingqing's expressions darkened. How could El Bu afford them not an ounce of respect? Nevertheless, it was not a monumental issue. Observing their demeanor, Li Shimin promptly intervened. In truth, it was hardly a matter of significance. If it escalated, and they were truly expelled from the Dragon Kingdom, would his journey not be in vain? Indeed, Your Majesty. Although the two harbored some resentment, they refrained from further comment in light of Li Shimin's words. After a considerable time, El Bu escorted Li Shimin to the western gate, standing before the central gate among the three. "If you follow this main road straight ahead, you will reach the imperial city. I shall not accompany you further. Guides will be provided, but do endeavor to stay on the main route to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings," El Bu stated, gesturing towards the central gate. He then left behind a contingent of 100 soldiers to serve as their guides. "Understood. Thank you, General L, for your guidance," Wei Zheng expressed with a respectful bow. As El Bu departed, Li Shimin's entourage passed through the exceptionally grand central gate. Beyond this gate, they ventured into a realm no longer within the immediate visual range of the celestial screen. Those gathered before the screen felt a tinge of disappointment. They had hoped to follow Li Shimin's party and glean more about the conditions of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the celestial screen only depicted the imperial city and the major cities previously noted on the wealth index, merely a handful of cities, with many areas still shrouded in obscurity. Upon crossing the gate, Li Shimin beheld an expansive vista. 3 broad roads stretched into the distance, leading towards vast swathes of farmland. It was the harvest season, and the golden rice fields sprawled endlessly before him. The rice ears nestled closely together, their grains plump and swaying in the breeze, resembling a surging sea of gold. These high-yield crops appeared even more robust than those previously showcased on the celestial screen. Could it be that new varieties were being trialed? Gazing at this scenery, Empress Changsun felt her spirits lift considerably. Such flourishing growth and bountiful rice ears were sights unseen in the Tang dynasty. The rice there could not attain such stature. Moreover, the roads were wide and tidy, with other carriages traversing alongside them, evoking a picturesque ambience. As they continued their journey, their astonishment deepened. They had already traveled at least 100 miles from Hongqi City, yet the roads remained impeccably clean, clearly maintained by someone. Surely, this entire route, nay, even the several intersecting roads they had previously encountered, were similarly cared for? They had even carved their mountains. How was this accomplished? In places where it was impracticable to bore through, the concrete road wound its way up the mountainside. Just how much manpower and resources were required for such an endeavor? They traversed effortlessly through the muddy thickets. Even the broad river posed no obstacle. A grand bridge had been erected directly across it. They marveled at the broad concrete road, which either cut through mountains or spiraled upwards, and when confronted by rivers, bridges were constructed. Every few dozen miles, there were relay stations. Various services are provided, including places to rest and dine. Initially, they believed that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to reach their destination. However, after merely half a day, inquiries with the leader of the Dragon Kingdom revealed that they had already completed a third of their journey. At this pace, they would arrive at the royal capital of the Dragon Kingdom by tomorrow. This left Wei Zheng and the others utterly astounded. They had previously been aware of the extensive infrastructure development taking place in the Dragon Kingdom, but it had only flickered across their minds. They had assumed it was merely the construction of some official roads. To their surprise, the network was so densely interconnected. Your Majesty, the Dragon Kingdom is far more formidable than we had imagined. No, it is stronger than anyone could envision. Once conflict arises, the armies from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom could provide swift support in all directions. Li Jing immediately perceived the immense military utility of this infrastructure. His mood grew gravely somber. Wang Gui and others, however, viewed the situation through the lens of the Dragon Kingdom's affluence. The cement roads were indeed convenient. Most importantly, the Dragon Kingdom was exceedingly wealthy, having even constructed roads up the mountains. Along their journey, they encountered numerous individuals, particularly merchants traveling between various locales, as well as common folk with their families traversing the highways in horse-drawn carts. The people of the Dragon Kingdom appeared prosperous and leisurely. When would the subjects of the Great Tang enjoy such a life? Hearing Wei Zheng's musings, Li Shimin fell silent. Are we not on the brink of war? Are you not concerned? Li Shimin questioned the wandering citizens in perplexity. It is merely a nation. It seems less powerful than the former Great Eastern Kingdom. I doubt they could even breach our Dragon Kingdom. One citizen boldly asserted. If they do invade, I shall be the first to confront them. Li Shimin was once again rendered speechless. The casual remarks of a mere commoner revealed a profound sense of duty to defend their homeland, coupled with an unwavering confidence. Unafraid of death, were all individuals as resolute as the citizens of Hongqi City? That would be truly daunting. Your Majesty, there is a city ahead. We can take a brief respite. Very well. As Li Shimin drew ever closer to the Dragon Kingdom, the entourage keenly observed a phenomenon. Between Hongqi City and the Dragon Kingdom, they would pass through several cities. Aside from Hongqi City, 2 other cities had previously been highlighted on the celestial map. Yingzheng, Zhu Yuanzhong, and others noted that upon arriving at Hongqi City, Li Shimin had exuded confidence and grace, embodying the essence of an emperor. Yet, upon passing the second city illuminated on the celestial map, Li Shimin appeared contemplative. By the time they reached the third city, they discerned a sense of dejection in his silence. Zhu Yuanzhong, why do I sense that Brother Shimin's demeanor seems somewhat deflated? It appears as though he has suffered some setback. Lu Bang, surely not? Could something transpire in those cities we cannot see? Kublai Khan, you think too much. Perhaps he is simply fatigued from the long journey. However, when Li Shimin met with the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom the following day, his demeanor and sincerity astonished everyone present. Chapter 48. If you are being controlled, just blink. At last, I have the honor of meeting you in person, Dragon Emperor. Your presence truly embodies both grace and remarkable ambition. During this time, I am sincerely grateful for your care and attention. It is indeed a privilege for me, Li Shimin, to have you personally welcome me. Li Shimin wore a warm smile, his demeanor radiating sincerity as he performed a respectful bow. Outside the imperial city gates, Gao Ming, accompanied by the ceremonial retinue of the Dragon Kingdom and Princess Changlu, came forth to greet Li Shimin. After all, the visitor was an emperor, regardless of acknowledgement. As long as there was no hostile intent, every visitor deserves a warm reception. As the host, Gao Ming was obliged to extend his welcome. This is a small token of my esteem from the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin declared, gesturing for his attendants to bring forth boxes filled with gold, silver, and rare treasures. Even without opening them, one could surmise the substantial value and heartfelt sincerity of the gifts. Gao Ming gazed at the imposing figure of the emperor before him, who exuded not only a noble presence but also a refined scholarly air, complemented by distinct mixed heritage features. He was momentarily taken aback. Historical accounts depicted Li Shimin as one who valued talent and treated others with respect. Yet, he was not merely a guest in Li Shimin's court. He was now a sovereign representing the entirety of the Tang dynasty. Such lavish gifts seemed excessively cordial. Logically, Li Shimin ought to display a more composed and restrained demeanor to uphold the dignity befitting the emperor of Tang. He should be more vigilant rather than presenting an impression of two long-lost friends reunited. Such familiarity and earnestness, did he not fear inciting misunderstandings among other dynasties? Regardless of whether this warmth was genuine or merely superficial, the current attitude of the Tang emperor was undeniably agreeable. However, this display stirred a sense of unease among the emperors observing the celestial expanse. Zhu Yuanzhang, Brother Shimin, what is this? What has transpired? Zhao Kuangyin, the Tang emperor's demeanor is surprisingly humble. Hubalai, it seems there is more to this than meets the eye. The Tang emperor's behavior warrants careful consideration. Ing Zheng, he appears drastically different from when he arrived in Hongqi City yesterday. Lan Yu, both being emperors. Is it not acceptable to show some courtesy? Su De, under normal circumstances, that would be acceptable. But given that the Qing dynasty has declared war on the Dragon Kingdom, which now stands as the only sovereign state exposed before all dynasties, every action of the Tang emperor signifies the future direction of the entire Tang. At this juncture, Lan Yu belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. In such circumstances, Li Shimin should have maintained an air of professionalism, even ensuring a respectful distance. Only by doing so could he safeguard his own interests. As an emperor, one who could be deemed a timeless sovereign, he could not possibly be unaware of the implications of his every action. Yet, he chose to proceed thus. Dorgan, Tang emperor. What does this signify? Dorgan's expression darkened ominously. Initially, he believed Li Shimin's earlier response indicated at least a superficial agreement of non-interference. Now, what was the meaning of this overture towards the Dragon Kingdom's emperor? Are you not afraid of dragging the great Tang dynasty into the whirlpool of the Dragon Kingdom? For Dorgan, he is unperturbed by the prospect of becoming the vanguard against the Dragon Kingdom. He is confident in his ability to conquer it. Even if he encounters obstacles and formidable resistance, occupying a few cities should pose no problem. The resources acquired would enable him to rapidly bolster the forces of the Qing dynasty. In times of chaos, the populace can be easily swayed to become soldiers with just the promise of sustenance. Otherwise, how could Li Ziqing have amassed such a formidable army in such a short span of time? At this moment, however, Li Shimin is engrossed in conversation with Gao Ming, completely disregarding Dorgan. His subsequent action further solidifies Dorgan's decision to launch an advance against the Dragon Kingdom. This is a highly esteemed calligraphy piece by Wang Shiji. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shimin opens an exquisitely carved, gold and silver inlaid rectangular box, revealing several unpretentious calligraphy works within. Father, exclaimed Princess Chong Lu in astonishment. Wang Shiji is highly revered by the emperor, regarded as the preeminent calligrapher of both ancient and modern times. Although these may not be the most treasured pieces in the emperor's collection, their inclusion in his travels signifies their extraordinary value. What could this gesture from the Tang emperor imply? Gao Ming, too, is taken aback, looking at Li Shimin in confusion. If the previous exchanges were still within the bounds of courtesy, the act of presenting such a cherished and precious original calligraphy piece by Wang Shiji transcends mere polite gestures. Could it be the famous Lantingyi Su? It seems unlikely, as it remains uncertain whether Li Shimin has acquired the Lantingyi Su. Even if he had, such a prized artifact would hardly be given away. Li Shimin remains silent, instead surveying the surroundings before gazing towards the heavens. Gao Ming immediately grasps his intent. He wishes to converse privately. Please follow me. Gao Ming is also curious about the underlying meaning of Li Shimin's actions. It appears he has not done anything to provoke him. Could it be that their previous rankings in grain and wealth have impressed the Tang dynasty, prompting a desire for further collaboration? However, a more rational course of action would be to remain an observer. Although the Tang dynasty is currently thriving, it has yet to reach the zenith of the Jingguan era. Faced with multiple rival dynasties eyeing the Dragon Kingdom, particularly with the Qing dynasty having declared war, there seems little advantage in drawing closer at this juncture. Ying Zheng, did you see something within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom? Li Shimin, I advise everyone that invading foreign lands is an act contrary to justice. Zhao Kuangyin, Kublai Khan, during your reign, Li Shimin, you were no stranger to warfare, seizing foreign territories for your own. Were it not for your benevolence towards civil officials in the establishment of the Lingyan Pavilion, allowing the Tang to flourish, your reputation would not be as untarnished. Given the incident at Xuanwu Gate, your standing may not be as commendable as you suggest. And yet, you now advocate for peace? Wan Yu, could it be that the Tang Emperor has already been compromised? Dorgan, it seems you are resolutely determined to align yourself with the Dragon Kingdom. This is not the demeanor of Li Shimin, who traversed through other cities with celestial screens during the day. How could he have transformed so completely overnight? Before the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, he displayed no trace of the majesty befitting a sovereign. Li Shimin, the heavens bestow benevolence upon all. You should all engage in less slaughter. Zhu Yuanzhong, Brother Shimin, if you are under some form of control, merely blink. Li Shimin, did you witness something? Indeed, he did. Li Shimin's thoughts drifted back to the city where they had briefly rested the previous night. After the sun had set, they found refuge on the outskirts of a city. The Dragon Kingdom had prepared a place for them to rest, and it was not in the wilderness. It appeared to be an old military camp of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this the source of light that illuminates the entire city? What is it called? An electric light? You have harnessed lightning? Li Shimin, along with Empress Chang's son, shared a look of astonishment that mirrored that of Princess Changle. In their minds, only celestial beings could command thunder and lightning. Is this running water? No need to fetch water from outside or dig a well. Simply turn this little device and water flows forth? How exceedingly convenient. Li Shimin observed the host who welcomed them, marveling at the myriad of wonders within the room. Chapter 49. Only we know the military acumen of the Dragon Kingdom? Erlang, this mirror reflects my image with such clarity, akin to a reflection upon water. Empress Changsun stood before a mirror, curiously scrutinizing her own reflection. Let us venture into the city, after all. The Dragon Kingdom has no curfew and imposes no restrictions on our movements, suggested Li Shimin, observing the Empress's inquisitive demeanor. He was inspired by the nearby city, ablaze with light, and proposed the idea spontaneously. It was previously believed that only grand cities like the Imperial City and Hongqi City could radiate brilliance throughout the night. To his astonishment, even this modestly sized city exhibited the same vibrancy. The novelty of it all struck Li Shimin, leaving him restless and eager to experience the nightlife firsthand. Did not General L advise us to refrain from wandering too aimlessly? Empress Changsun expressed her concerns. We have arrived here without deviating from the main road, and we have consulted with the local authorities, who assured us there would be no issues. Well then, let us go and explore, she acquiesced, her curiosity piqued. Upon stepping outside, Li Shimin spotted Wei Zheng, Sun Simiao, and Changsun Wujing gathered beneath a street lamp, engaged in a serious discussion. Their upturned faces gave Li Shimin the fleeting impression that they were reverently gazing upon a deity. The man just mentioned this thing called electricity, which absorbs sunlight and generates power through that iron plate. Did you all comprehend this? Wei Zheng inquired of the group. I do not understand. Could it be that light is stored within that iron plate? But how is this achieved? Changsun Wujing pondered, equally perplexed. They instinctively turned their gaze towards Sun Simiao, who had spent considerable time among the common folk and might possess a broader knowledge of such curiosities. Looking at me serves no purpose. I am a physician. Sun Simiao responded, somewhat bemused. Your Majesty, Wei Zheng was the first to notice the arrival of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. Upon learning of their intention to explore the city, Wei Zheng and the others promptly expressed their desire to accompany them. They had long harbored the wish to see this bustling city that never sleeps, yet had refrained due to their status in a foreign land, fearing unnecessary complications. Li Shimin decided to bring only a small contingent of guards into the city, as it was relatively safe within the Dragon Kingdom, provided they were not on the borders. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Li Jing had arranged for multiple groups of soldiers disguised as commoners to infiltrate the city, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. These hundreds of soldiers would buy time for reinforcements to arrive from outside the city. However, as Li Jing finalized his arrangements, they arrived at the city gates, where they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The gates stood wide open, guarded by soldiers, yet no inquiries were made, allowing the throngs of people to pass freely. Through the gates, the revelry and commotion within were undeniably palpable. It seems that there is a certain laxity in the air. During the day, one might overlook it. But now that night has descended, the time when crimes are most likely to occur, these soldiers display little vigilance and do not scrutinize those entering and exiting. As Li Jing cast his gaze upon the city for the first time, he immediately discerned numerous flaws in its defenses. With such inadequate fortifications, he felt that he could seize the city within a mere quarter of an hour. Could this complacency be attributed to the fact that it is not a border city? Yet that does not seem quite right. Previously, Hongqi City exhibited similar negligence. Surely, this would allow spies from various nations to infiltrate. I am convinced that multiple dynasties have dispatched covert agents into the Dragon Kingdom. Cheng Yujin shared a similar sense of confusion. However, in the next moment, their pupils abruptly constricted. They beheld a group clad in black uniforms, adorned with a red claw insignia upon their chests, emerging from beyond the city's walls. The carriage was a prison wagon, containing a number of individuals who appeared to be common citizens. The guards escorting them seemed harmless, displaying little expression. Yet, seasoned warriors such as Li Shimin and Li Jing could instantly sense the aura of bloodshed emanating from them, along with a peculiar, vibrant intensity in their eyes reminiscent of death warriors. Are they soldiers? Li Shimin's expression darkened. Indeed, and they are the elite among elites. Judging by the aura of malevolence surrounding them, it is likely that each one carries the weight of dozens of lives upon their conscience, rivaling even the finest of the Tang dynasty's forces, if not surpassing them. Li Jing spoke gravely, his inner alarm ringing louder than ever. Instinctively, he reached for the sword at his waist. The elite soldiers of the Tang behind him also felt a chill run down their spines. They were battle-hardened warriors, capable of sensing the presence of their kind. However, this terrifying aura of malevolence was something they had only previously felt emanating from their own generals. As the leader of the group approached them directly, their tension escalated. Having encountered the emperor of the Tang dynasty before, the leader clasped his hands in salute. Li Shimin inclined his head slightly, uncertain of the visitor's intentions. We are not here to confront you. There is no need for alarm. We have not harmed the 308 individuals within the city. We kindly ask you to manage your people and refrain from adding to our workload. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. They were confident that when they had dispatched individuals outside, no one had been watching them. Furthermore, those who had entered the city to scout and provide close protection for Li Shimin were astute and exceptionally skilled members of the Imperial Guard. Yet, just as they had entered, every single one of their comrades had been identified by the newcomers. Had there been no inspections conducted? Moreover, some of their highly skilled bodyguards had not even passed through the city gates. How could they have been discovered so swiftly? They had considered that even if they scattered into smaller groups, a portion of their presence might be detected. However, they had assumed that the safety of an emperor in a foreign land would be understood. They had never anticipated that not a single one would successfully infiltrate the city. In a bustling urban environment, particularly at night, with no inspections taking place, how was it that they had been so easily identified? This was indeed a far cry from their experiences during their wilderness campaigns. Finding hidden individuals among the populace is indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, the intelligence capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom are undeniably formidable. Judging by the fierce demeanor of these soldiers, their combat prowess is certainly not to be underestimated. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom possesses a remarkable aptitude for military governance. Yet, it is a common belief that humans cannot be omnipotent. Even with an understanding of military strategy, one would expect the reality to be less exaggerated. However, through this glimpse, a mere tip of the iceberg, the truth may be far more complex than it appears. This is only natural. We know what must be done. Li Jing hastily asserted, a flicker of frustration rising within him. These individuals are. Li Shimin inquired curiously, observing the seemingly ordinary citizens. They are all disguised agents who have infiltrated our nation. I shall not linger further. We must expedite the transfer of these spies to the imperial city tonight. The leader stated, passing by Li Shimin and the others. Watching this contingent depart, a sense of unease lingered in the hearts of Li Shimin and his companions, preventing them from fully relaxing. Li Jing addressed his personal guards. Bring everyone back. However, bring them back. If they have all been discovered, it would be detrimental to us, as they would serve no purpose. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. He never anticipated that his pride in his elite forces would be met with such inadequacy. Understood. What are your thoughts? Li Shimin turned to the others, seeking their opinions. Based on their appearances, physiques, and attire, these captured individuals likely excel in the art of disguise. From what we can ascertain, their language and script are fundamentally similar to ours. In such a densely populated night market, I cannot fathom how they were apprehended, Li Jing reflected before responding. Your intelligence capabilities are indeed impressive. Li Shimin stepped forward, commending the accompanying personnel from the Dragon Kingdom. Surely this isn't a deliberate performance stage for our benefit? Wang Guei remarked, sensing that the world is rarely so fortuitous. How is it that just as they are about to enter the city, they happen to encounter the Dragon Kingdom in pursuit of spies? Li Shimin and the others had considered this possibility, yet upon deeper contemplation, they deemed it unnecessary. If the intention were to showcase military strength, capturing spies would be less appropriate than staging a military display. The apprehension of spies must be a response to the complete exposure of their location. It appears manageable, the accompanying personnel replied blandly. You must have a considerable number of intelligence operatives, Li Jing couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, there are many. You could say that the entire populace of the city serves as our intelligence network. The accompanying personnel responded to Li Shimin and the others' inquiries with a confident, subtle smile. The entire city. Li Shimin and his companions were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the accompanying personnel. Chapter 50, A Dreamlike Illusion. Tang Emperor, your affairs have emerged. The accompanying personnel maintained a courteous smile, offering no further explanations, for explanations might not be believed. As they grew accustomed to such occurrences, they would no longer find them peculiar. Is it truly feasible to accomplish such things? Wei Zheng murmured to himself, pondering the keen insight of the common folk. Even if I were to be discovered in an unusual state, would they rush to inform the authorities? Is the credibility of the Dragon Kingdom's government genuinely so robust and reliable? As ordinary citizens, encountering individuals who seem somewhat out of sorts, it would be more natural to choose to avoid them and refrain from attracting trouble. Let us now experience the vibrant night market of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Shimin suppressed his apprehension and uncertainty, leading Empress Changsun into the heart of the city. Upon passing through the city gates, a plethora of enticing aromas enveloped them, and the spacious streets were bustling with activity. Laughter and chatter filled the air as families lingered at various market stalls. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the Lantern Festival. But no, there were even more people than during our own celebrations. I have never witnessed such a scene, Empress Changsun remarked with genuine delight. It is the Emperor of the Great Tang. The arrival of Li Shimin and his entourage momentarily stunned the throngs on the lively street. Previously, during the celestial display of the Great Tang, they had been introduced to this emperor. However, after the initial astonishment, they quickly returned to their routines. No one daring to intrude, though curious glances were cast in their direction. Your Majesty, there is lamb here that you might enjoy. It smells quite fragrant. Empress Changsun expressed her enthusiasm. Very well, Li Shimin acquiesced, for they had come merely to wander. The chief eunuch was about to step forward to taste the food for poison, but Li Shimin interjected. There is no need for that. We came on a whim. Who would have the audacity to poison me here? If the Dragon Kingdom intended harm, they would not have needed to warn us of our exposure. They could have simply seized us upon our entry. What boldness the Tang Emperor possesses. The accompanying personnel praised. Indeed, he has inherited a fraction of the Dragon Kingdom's sovereign spirit. Empress Changsun ordered a roasted lamb rib for Li Shimin, generously sprinkled with spices. Are these truly the fare of the common people? Wei Zheng observed intently, a hint of tension evident as he questioned the slightly anxious vendor. Many of these spices are reserved for merchants in the Great Tang. To use so many in one dish is something only the wealthy can afford. Some spices he had never even encountered. Would you like it spicy? Spicy? What do you mean by spicy? The vendor looked puzzled. Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others exchanged glances. Bewildered, they could only turn to their companions for clarification. The accompanying personnel were also taken aback, astonished that a sovereign had never tasted chili. It is a seasoning that imparts a fiery sensation to the palate. It sounds intriguing. Let us have a taste. Soon. The lamb rib was perfectly roasted. Sizzle. Upon tasting chili for the first time, Li Shimin's expression instantly transformed. Poisonous. The crowd was taken aback. I am unharmed. It is delightful, crispy on the outside, tender within, and of excellent sheep variety, with a rich blend of spices. This chili evokes a fiery sensation, yet it is irresistibly delectable. So tasty. Li Shimin waved his hand to indicate there was no need for alarm. He then took a few more bites. Being knowledgeable about sheep, he deemed it delicious. Wei Zheng and others were suddenly tempted. You need not remain by my side. Feel free to indulge in whatever pleases you. Today, we are not sovereign and subjects, but merely guests here. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng promptly left Li Shimin's side. leaving Changsun Wuji and his companions in a state of speechlessness. You truly took the liberty to act freely, they remarked. Why hesitate? His Majesty has assured us there are no issues. Qing Yaojin also boldly departed. However, they soon understood Wei Zheng's eager exit. They observed him rushing towards a small stall, eagerly inquiring, "Is this vinegar celery?" "No, this is cold-tossed celery. You may add vinegar if you wish. Would you like to try a portion?" "Try it." "How delicious. It rivals vinegar celery. Bring me another serving." "No, make it two." Wei Zheng quickly began to feast at the stall. This fellow is surprisingly spirited. Li Shimin mused, slightly taken aback. It was his first time witnessing Wei Zheng, who usually admonished him with utmost seriousness, displaying such eagerness. Indeed, the flavors were exquisite. And there were numerous, unfamiliar vegetables. The Empress Changsun and others also sampled some and soon praised it profusely. Even Wang Gui and other noble families nodded in agreement. The resources of Long Kingdom are truly abundant. Here, one can surely acquire immense wealth. A fleeting glimmer of greed passed between their gazes. This could be used for concocting medicine. It is rare. How could it be roasted as a vegetable? Sun Simiao also tasted a bit, only to feel increasingly pained with each bite. What is that, and why does it emit smoke? Suddenly, Empress Changsun noticed smoke wafting from a small box's crevice. Oh, this is ice, used to preserve certain foods. With the weather being warm, food spoils easily. Ice. Li Shimin and the others were collectively astonished. Is this for real? What could possibly be unreal about this? The vendor promptly opened the lid completely. Indeed, it was ice. Are you truly this extravagant? Li Jing could not help but exclaim. In the Tang dynasty, only the elite could preserve winter ice in cellars for use in summer. This small vendor could afford it. Moreover, it was not just one. Many vendors possess such boxes to chill drinks or preserve food. This is hardly a rarity. What luxury is there in this? The words of the vendor left them in a profound silence. As Wei Zheng continued to eat, he suddenly overheard a nearby conversation. Let me tell you. That female spy who pretended to be a destitute refugee once asked me for a meal and even sought my shelter. I could tell at a glance that she was no ordinary person. What refugees do we have left in our dragon nation? Is this not an insult to my intelligence as an honest man? Moreover, although that girl appeared filthy, the calluses on her hands from eating revealed extensive training. So, I promptly reported her. Well done, old Wang. Today you've truly outdone yourself. What is so impressive about that? I encountered an unconventional wealthy merchant who generously tipped me 20 taels of silver right off the bat, but I could immediately discern the purity of the silver was questionable. Initially uncertain, I asked him the price of a cup of the imperial jade liquor, and he shockingly replied that he didn't know. This is a wildly popular drink throughout our dragon nation. How could I not report him? Why Haven Tea, I encountered such fortune. You all have reaped 500 taels. I envy you. Can I claim that 500 taels? Reporting spies is a duty every citizen should fulfill. All right, well done. This round of drinks is on me. Don't lose heart. I believe those countries will continue to send spies, and we all have a chance. Wei Zheng listened, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of citizens are these? Treating enemy spies as mere currency? It seems the accompanying personnel's words were indeed true. Do spies truly have to contend with an entire city's populace? The credibility of the Dragon Nation's government exceeds my wildest imagination. Each individual is so eager to report unusual occurrences. Wei Zheng hurriedly sought out Li Shimin to inform him of this matter. Did you hear it with your own ears? Li Shimin looked at Wei Zheng with some disbelief. Absolutely true, Wei Zheng affirmed. Even old Sheng heard it. Your Majesty, this Dragon Nation, is indeed somewhat terrifying. The soldiers encountered at the city gates, such civil power working in unison, would yield unimaginable strength unless led by a fool. If only one red flag city were the case, one could find mercenaries everywhere. But if the entire nation is thus, it will be incredibly difficult to conquer. Even if conquered, the rule would not last long. Cheng Eugene, with a lamb leg in hand, was thoroughly indulging himself. So you were eavesdropping on my words. Li Shimin remarked, falling into contemplation. I just thought of it, Cheng Yaojin laughed. If only. I truly do not wish to see the Dragon Nation fall to that Qing dynasty. Although I am not particularly familiar with this Qing, their barbaric identity, with heads shaved and clothes changed, guarantees they cannot develop a nation as well as Dragon Nation. Wei Zheng, with insinuation, looked at Li Shimin and said, Xin Qing. Speak your mind. Li Shimin cast a somewhat resentful glance at Wei Zheng. It is evident that he would not allow himself to remain at ease. Furthermore, he understood that Wei Zheng was subtly hinting at the necessity to avoid conflict with the Dragon Kingdom. Your Majesty, it is upon your prompting that I express this sentiment. We should not covet the Dragon Kingdom, but rather strive to cultivate amicable relations with them. Without mincing words, Wei Zheng asserted his position. Many matters are beyond my purview. Establishing a profound cooperative relationship with the Dragon Kingdom at this juncture is exceedingly perilous. For other dynasties are keenly observing this coveted territory. If others take action while we remain passive, how shall we respond once they thrive? Li Shimin candidly articulated his thoughts. Such actions are unbecoming of a gentleman. Nevertheless, Wei Zheng remained steadfast in his convictions. This is a matter of national interest. Li Shimin replied with a grave tone. I implore your majesty to deliberate carefully. With a scoff, Li Shimin noted Wei Zheng's obstinacy and his inability to comprehend his considerations, leading to a sense of dissatisfaction. He promptly ceased further discourse. Yet, he was indeed contemplating this issue earnestly. At that moment, a group of individuals, garbed similarly to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom encountered at the city gate, approached them. Emperor of the Great Tang, your affairs have come to light. Chapter 51. How do they carry the firewood sticks? Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? Upon seeing those clad in dragon claw attire once more, he noted their unwavering vigilance. To him, they appeared to be an agency directly under the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, akin to the Qin dynasty's Black Ice platform. Just moments ago, he had seen a group depart, and now another had emerged, seemingly ubiquitous. Yet, Li Shimin could not fathom what was meant by one's own affairs have come to light. However, the next instant, comprehension dawned on him. Behind these individuals stood a dozen or so common folk, bearing a familiarity that struck him. They were the servants and guards who had entered alongside Wang Gui moments earlier. He was perplexed as to when they had changed attire and fallen out of formation. What trouble had they stirred? Wang Gui and his companions were expressions of unease. There was no need for such tension, if the intention were to eliminate you. Far more than justice would have arrived. Furthermore, the offenses committed by your people do not warrant the death penalty. Given your unfamiliarity with our laws, this first instance shall only result in a verbal warning. Subsequent occurrences will not be met with such leniency. With a gesture, the leading figure directed the infiltrators from the Tang dynasty to the forefront, revealing that within their chests and sleeves lay various seeds of high-yield crops. In our Dragon Kingdom, the latest varieties of agricultural seeds are protected by patent rights. Should you take some rice seeds from a roadside field, as long as you do not export them from the Dragon Kingdom, it would not be considered a crime. However, pilfering or hoarding without inquiry is punishable by imprisonment. Yet, in light of your ignorance of our laws, this first instance shall merely be a verbal admonition. After delivering the warning, the individuals in dragon claw garments departed without a backward glance. Li Shimin and his companions understood the gravity of what had been said. Despite the prevalence of high-yield crops in the Dragon Kingdom, accessible to all its citizens, such resources were strictly regulated for foreigners, particularly if neighboring nations harbored animosities. Would they freely gift the fruits of their labor to adversaries, enabling them to grow strong enough to turn against themselves? Protecting agricultural advantages, preventing the loss of technology, and sustaining the vitality of small-scale farming have been long-standing priorities. The control over seed varieties has existed since time immemorial. What astonished Li Shimin was the sheer magnitude of their yields. He had not anticipated that they were still engaged in research for new varieties. Indeed, in a nation so creatively fertile, how could progress ever cease? Everything occurring now may not represent the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate potential. They were continuously evolving, growing ever more formidable. Contemplating this, Li Shimin's thoughts became increasingly intricate. The agricultural advancements of the Dragon Kingdom had already placed it beyond the reach of all dynasties. And yet it continued to thrive. What heights might they attain in the future? The possibilities were utterly unfathomable. However, what truly surprised Li Shimin was his own inaction regarding such matters. With a stern countenance, he turned to the crowd behind him. Who will provide me with an explanation? Li Shimin glanced back at the ministers behind him. Wang Gui, Lu Chiqing, and others, stricken with guilt, immediately fell to their knees. Your Majesty, it was my blunder. The humble minister merely wishes for the granaries of our Tang dynasty to one day overflow. Thus, in a moment of folly, I committed such an act. Wang Gui lamented, tears streaming down his face. Li Shimin, however, gazed down at him with a sullen countenance. He was well aware of the intentions harbored by these noble families. They sought to enrich themselves through such schemes within the Tang. Should their plans succeed, it would greatly benefit not only the families but also him as the Emperor of Tang. Yet, alas, they had failed. These individuals were dispatched during their leisurely wandering. At that moment, Wang Gui and his companions believed that the intelligence operatives of the Dragon Kingdom had already departed. thus maximizing their chances of success. One must admit that the idea was indeed commendable. However, the intelligence apparatus of the Dragon Kingdom was impenetrable, impervious to infiltration. Li Shimin sighed inwardly. Yet, dealing with these powerful nobles proved to be quite a challenge. The intricate web of familial ties was such that pulling one thread could ensnare the entire system. It was truly an embarrassment to our Tang. Tell me, how shall I deal with you all? Li Shimin's voice turned sharp. I am guilty. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Wang Kuei instantly comprehended. The emperor's anger signified that the matter was not yet grave. What he feared was the emperor's silence. For it would be far more perilous when autumn arrived and accounts were settled. Indeed, the emperor was still very much concerned about the stance of these noble families. Do you think I dare not execute you? Li Shimin immediately detected the insincerity and overconfidence in Wang Kuei's words. Reflecting upon the constraints imposed by these families over the years, he mused that without their meddling, the Tang could have flourished even more. Anger began to genuinely swell within him. I do not dare. Wang Kuei trembled in fright, bowing repeatedly. What madness has seized the emperor? Why the sudden fury? It is not even a grave matter. At worst, you could execute a few of my personal guards. Would you truly condemn me to death? The emperor had become increasingly inscrutable, unlike when he first ascended the throne. Your Majesty, please. Wang Shizhong acted out of goodwill, albeit lacking consideration. His crime does not merit death. Changsun Wuji, sensing the discord in the atmosphere, hastily intervened. To brazenly steal grain from another nation while your Majesty was en route to visit them shows utter disregard for your dignity and the prestige of the Tang, indeed. It could even place your Majesty in peril. Such actions cannot go unpunished. Wei Zheng, however, held a differing opinion. The words of Duke Zheng are too harsh. Wang Shizhong was unaware of the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Even they expressed ignorance at first and issued only a warning. Why must we be so aggressive? This concerns the integrity of our nation. How is it so severe? How would the Dragon Kingdom perceive our Tang? Duke Zheng is being overly radical. The issue is not that dire. We should not jump to conclusions. Without establishing a positive image, how can we earn the respect of other nations towards our Tang? The debate between Changsun Wuji and Wei Zheng grew increasingly heated, neither willing to yield. Enough. Do you not find yourselves embarrassed enough? This matter shall be discussed further upon our return to Chang'an, Li Shimin said coldly, dismissing any further intent to linger. After returning home to rest, they set sail again the following day. During their journey, they passed through 2 cities, discovering that both had apprehended a few spies, primarily due to reports from local citizens. Each city and every street was flourishing and immaculate. The orderliness was so remarkable that Li Shimin found it hard to believe this was a nation with a population of 1,400 million. In truth, even until now, without witnessing tangible evidence, he could not fully accept this assertion. But what was it? Approaching a city at a bustling intersection, they observed 2 contingents of several thousand light cavalry advancing along another road. Was it the army of the Dragon Kingdom heading towards Hongqi City for reinforcements? No. That direction did not lead to Hongqi City. Li Jing focused his gaze and soon discerned the truth. This was their first encounter with the sin of war within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. What were they carrying? A firewood stick. Was it a weapon? They also had round, small objects fastened to their waists. What could those be? Such short weapons appeared devoid of blades and seemed lacking in combat capability. Were they mere laborers or auxiliary troops? Lu Chiqing and others were filled with confusion. With their strict discipline and imposing demeanor, they could not possibly be laborers or support troops. Their speed was remarkable, seemingly eager to reach a destination, yet at this moment, it seemed there was no sign of the Qing launching an attack. With just one glance, Li Jing provided a definitive answer. Please do not make this public. This is our Dragon Kingdom Special Operations Team, came the calm reminder from the Dragon Kingdom's accompanying personnel. Is this your formidable army? Lu Chiqing questioned, perplexed. For they appeared less powerful than the forces led by Elbu. If this was the elite army of the Dragon Kingdom, then perhaps it was not as fearsome as it seemed. Naturally, Li Shimin replied, as they were still within another's territory. It was only prudent to avoid actions that might invite trouble or leave a negative impression. However, Li Shimin had been profoundly moved by the prosperity of each city, the well-being of the populace, and the spirit of the people in the Dragon Kingdom. As Wei Zheng had articulated, a nation of this caliber undoubtedly possessed an influence far surpassing that of the Han dynasty at its zenith. Every individual took pride in being a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a nation could never be subjugated. Just before reaching the imperial city, Wei Zheng offered words that stirred Li Shimin's heart. Your Majesty. Providing assistance in times of need, is always more valuable than adding to someone's misfortune or merely embellishing their fortune. I shall ponder this carefully. Li Shimin reflected earnestly. Thus, although he did not explicitly state it, Li Shimin's demeanor radiated warmth and sincerity. Chapter 52. The Nightmare on the Soil of the Great Qing begins. Gao Ming escorted Li Shimin and his companions into the imperial palace. Please summon Mr. Li. Gao Ming instructed a nearby royal guard. Given Li Shimin's evident sincerity, Gao Ming was equally earnest in his dealings. Although the intentions of Li Shimin were not difficult to surmise, the atmosphere between them had improved. Yet, the emperors of various dynasties remained uneasy. Zhu Yuanzhang, will the Tang truly ally with the Dragon Kingdom? Zhu Yuanzhang set forth towards the Dragon Kingdom. But considering the intricate relationship between the Great Qing and them, as well as the current complexities surrounding the Dragon Kingdom, he consolidated the military forces stationed at the borders and near the frontier, amassing a formidable contingent of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers. Had he been granted more time, he could have easily multiplied this force several times over. The Ming dynasty currently boasted over 1 million troops, but due to the heavy deployment, they were only just nearing the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Zhu Yuanzhang's question remained unanswered, for it was a dilemma shared by all emperors. As he watched Li Shimin enter the chamber with Gao Ming, Dorgan could no longer contain himself. Prepare for battle at once, he commanded. Though the broadcast concerning the military rankings was about to commence, it would have been prudent to wait until after the airing to gain a clearer understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's strategies before taking action. However, the Tang Emperor's precarious attitude necessitated immediate action. Should a collaboration between the two powers materialize, the Great Qing would be confronted by the combined might of both nations. Historically, the cavalry and combat prowess of the Tang during this period were not to be underestimated. Let us commence our assault from these 3 cities, Dorgan declared, gathering several generals and Han officials around him. By the way, have we received any news from those who entered the city? Not yet, Wu Sangui replied, shaking his head. None at all. Did you perhaps miss their signal when they sent messages through the celestial screen? Dorgan sensed something amiss. No. I have dispatched men to monitor the celestial screen around the clock. I believe news will arrive soon, Wu Sangui assured him. That is good, Dorgan nodded, his expression turning cold and ruthless. He commanded the assembled soldiers, first, we shall feign an attack on this city. Should the Dragon Kingdom attempt to reinforce it, we will simultaneously strike the other 2 cities. If reinforcements fail to arrive in time, and we have the opportunity to seize this city, we shall advance relentlessly and capture it outright. Though only one of these 3 cities is prominently displayed on the celestial screen, it shall be sufficient to showcase the might of our Great Qing. When the rankings are broadcasted and the attention of all is captivated, that shall be our moment to ignite the conflict. Let this list ring as the death knell for the Dragon Kingdom, resounding in unison. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Dorgan, a dozen figures clad in camouflage, as agile as phantoms, traversed the wooded terrain. A contingent of Qing soldiers, under Dorgan's orders, began their march towards the designated target. Yet, as many passed by them, none perceived their presence. Once the entire troop had moved past, their voices of communication resonated. This must be the location of their main forces. They have finally arrived at the lair of that scoundrel, Dorgan. We must swiftly ascertain his precise whereabouts and report to General L. Acknowledged. They have already commenced their operations. According to our surveillance of their scouts, they are targeting the 3 cities we previously speculated. Bring the intelligence back. Understood. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Qing Empire, let us rewind 2 days. A contingent of 3,000 lightly armored cavalry, after days of relentless marching, has arrived near their initial destination. Based on the rough map provided by His Majesty and the information gleaned from slain Qing soldiers along the way, the Qing's rear base, Shenyang, lies just beyond 2 cities. We must sever their retreat, leaving them with no escape, and then storm into Beijing to claim the head of Emperor Fushun, a young and valiant general, mounted on horseback. Gaze towards the distant city of Tokyo. This is one of the 3 great capitals of the Qing. Shenyang, the former capital, had only recently changed. I had anticipated a few more days of travel. Little did I expect the internal decay of the Qing to be so profound. Allowing us to reach the vicinity of our first objective with minimal resistance, Wits Yubing lamented, his expression sharpening as he continued. The common folk are displaced, and bandits abound like locusts. A vast migration of people, countless refugees along the way, the populace, while filled with terror at our presence, did not report us to the authorities. No one believes in the new regime, and the internal power structure remains relatively chaotic. with numerous small uprisings such a familiar environment. In a nation where the government is so unstable, they dare to covet our dragon nation. If we do not extinguish the Qing, it would be a disgrace to the honor of our dragon nation's generals. We encountered only scattered garrisons. A few skirmishes resulted in their swift annihilation, proving to be no challenge at all. A cavalry battalion leader remarked with a fierce countenance. The heavens showed no reaction, presumably still believing those men were slain by local insurgents or bandits. Their judgment is utterly lacking. With no survivors, they cannot relay any messages. A cavalry company commander scratched his head innocently and responded, "General Hua, our rations are nearly depleted. A group of Qing soldiers has just emerged from the city ahead. Food is finally at hand." A troop of approximately 3,000 soldiers ambled out from Tokyo. Eliminate them all, without leaving a single one alive. Witnessing the plight of our fellow Han people only fueled Hua Xiubing's murderous intent. Indeed, while the regent enjoys himself in Beijing, he neglects our presence. And now that war calls upon us, we must mobilize over such a great distance. By the time we arrive, they may have already captured numerous cities, leaving us with little opportunity to reap the spoils. Thus, haste may prove futile. Let us see if we can gain anything along the way. It seems that the best cities have already been seized by others. We must now consider the issue of stability. The Han people are remarkably resilient. They are not easily subdued. Thus, it is only natural for us to encounter some rebellious factions. Indeed, the esteemed lord speaks the truth. Ha ha. Everyone shared a knowing laugh. Even those who had long been subjugated and assimilated, resembling the Manchus, joined in the sinister laughter. This segment of people displayed a ruthlessness towards their own kind that rivaled that of the Qing. Suddenly, the smile of their commander froze in time. A swift arrow shot from the shadows, instantly slaying the unsuspecting Manchu leader. Enemy attack. What is happening? Are we not on our own territory? Where did the enemies come from? The Qing troops were instantly taken aback. Yet before they could organize themselves, a cavalry unit, seemingly capable of shattering the earth, charged swiftly down a slope. A rain of arrows descended, claiming countless lives in an instant. The unprepared and slowly moving Qing soldiers became mere targets. The cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom showcased an astonishing prowess in archery and mounted combat. The first wave alone reaped hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. In the face of direct assault, nearly half of their number was lost. One Qing cavalryman, still in a daze, turned only to realize he was entirely alone. The cavalry charged fiercely, their gazes fierce as demons. The steeds were tall and robust, and each warrior was filled with murderous intent. As they plunged into the fray, blades flashed and blood sprayed, severed limbs flying. The horror was palpable. This Qing cavalryman had killed countless foes, yet upon witnessing the frenzied, bloodthirsty eyes surrounding him, and seeing his companions fall like ripe melons, he was instantly paralyzed with fear. A few of the Qing soldiers hastily attempted to relay the news of the ambush, but the messages from mere foot soldiers failed to capture anyone's attention. Even if seen, they would be dismissed as typical internal strife among the Qing. Only in Shijing did the esteemed brother Dorgan and Prince Ajij receive news from the city of Tokyo. The Commander Tuda has been annihilated? Not a single survivor left? Who could have done this? These were thousands of valiant Qing warriors. Ajij's immediate reaction was disbelief. This was their territory, cultivated over many years, not the recently relocated capital of Beijing. How could such an outrageous event occur? He promptly ordered all divisions to mobilize and unearth the culprits. However, Ajij could not have anticipated that this would mark the beginning of his nightmare. Returning to the present, in the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom, Gao Ming inquired after inviting Li Shimin into the council hall. Does His Majesty have something to discuss with me? Chapter 53. The list has begun. Dorgan, but my home is gone. In the grand hall, only the two of them remained. The others awaited outside. This was a dialogue between emperors, one in which even someone of Changsun Wuji's stature could not intrude. We, the Tang dynasty, are willing to engage in profound trade relations with the Dragon Kingdom. And at critical moments, we can open our borders to provide refuge for its people, Li Shimin earnestly declared as he fixed his gaze upon Gao Ming. This resolution was the fruit of Li Shimin's contemplations throughout their journey. Thus, they could avoid direct involvement in the conflicts of the Dragon Kingdom, while simultaneously establishing amicable relations and extending aid. Moreover, this approach would not provoke other dynasties that might pose a threat to the Dragon Kingdom. The cost of military intervention on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom was prohibitively high, and such an action would surely deplete the military strength of the Tang, a risk that Li Shimin was not prepared to undertake at present. He acknowledged that the military might of the Dragon Kingdom appeared commendable, though he was aware it was merely a partial view. What he truly admired was the formidable cohesion among its populace. He believed that even if they emerged victorious and seized the Dragon Kingdom from the Qing or another dynasty, genuine governance would remain elusive. Thus, he opted for a course of action that, while potentially antagonistic to other dynasties, would not place the Tang in jeopardy. Li Shimin anticipated that his proposal would be a timely boon for Gao Ming, a source of genuine surprise, especially since no dynasty had yet expressed solidarity with the Dragon Kingdom, despite some emperors acknowledging the talents of its ruler. The Dragon Kingdom was exceedingly affluent and the first to reveal itself to the world. Everyone yearned for a share, albeit through varying methods. However, to his astonishment, the proposal he deemed a gracious offer was met with a nonchalant response from the Dragon Emperor, devoid of the enthusiasm he expected. "Is that all?" "What do you mean, is that all?" Li Shimin questioned, perplexed. "You must understand that the threats you face extend beyond just the Qing." Li Shimin was baffled. Was this not sufficient sincerity? "I understand," Gao Ming nodded, indicating his comprehension. "Yet, your apparent lack of enthusiasm for your own proposal is perplexing. Your sincerity exists." Albeit in limited measure, Gao Ming's blunt observation left Li Shimin momentarily speechless. He grasped the implication. Gao Ming desired direct military support rather than this indirect assistance. As a sovereign, you must recognize that we bear not merely our personal preferences but the weight of our entire populace. I must consider the broader interests of the Tang, and cannot afford to become too deeply entangled in the affairs of your kingdom. Li Shimin sighed before continuing. It is understandable that the current proposal poses significant risks for you, especially since you do not yet have complete control over all the resources of the Tang dynasty. The influential families may not necessarily align with your interests. It appears that Emperor Gao Ming possesses a profound understanding of our Tang history. You must be aware that I genuinely wish to establish amicable relations with your Dragon Kingdom. I believe this to be true, however. It seems that this holds little tangible benefit for our Dragon Kingdom. How can there be no benefit? Li Shimin inquired. Is not a fallback option sufficient? Because our Dragon Kingdom shall not be vanquished by any force, nor shall we ever retreat. Thus, your proposal holds no value for me. To speak rather bluntly, our Dragon Kingdom's decision not to conquer the world should elicit gratitude from all. Gao Ming's words were delivered with an air of calmness. Yet they left Li Shimin visibly astonished. This emperor of the Dragon Kingdom exudes such confidence. No, if it borders on arrogance, it becomes hubris. These are not merely one or two nations, they are historically renowned powers, and we cannot ascertain if there are others who remain silent, merely observing. Should the worst-case scenario unfold, every nation might wish to carve a piece of the Dragon Kingdom for themselves. Do you still maintain your confidence to withstand such an onslaught? I believe the matter is not overly concerning, Gao Ming responded with serene composure. You underestimate the world at large. Have you considered that perhaps many ancient accounts differ from historical records? Much of what you perceive as history is composed primarily of narratives crafted by the victors. Li Shimin was taken aback by Gao Ming's unwavering self-assurance. This is indeed to be expected, Gao Ming affirmed. In truth, I do not necessarily require your Tang dynasty to dispatch troops. I am merely engaging in casual conversation. After all, meeting a figure of historical significance is an intriguing endeavor, primarily to discern whether your intentions are sincere or otherwise, and it seems there is, indeed, some sincerity present. Gao Ming smiled with a carefree demeanor. This left Li Shimin momentarily speechless. Were it not for the knowledge that he was conversing with an emperor, he might have mistaken him for a free-spirited poet. Does the other party truly have no demands of him? Or is it that his own sincerity falls short? Li Shimin leaned towards the latter. However, to demonstrate greater sincerity, he would need to wager the entirety of the Tang dynasty. Even as emperor, he could not afford to make hasty decisions. After all, those influential families often do not share his interests. So it seems, we have little left to discuss? Li Shimin queried, tinged with a sense of defeat. No. There are still some trivial topics worth discussing. In fact, I have always been curious about one question. What question? Is Wei Jing your accomplice? What? Li Shimin was taken aback, bewildered by the nature of the inquiry. What do you mean by accomplice? From that point onward, Li Shimin felt somewhat disoriented. The questions posed by the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom were so unconventional that he struggled to keep pace. Nonetheless, throughout their exchange, he felt that this emperor was indeed quite amiable. Though amiable and easygoing, perhaps I am simply unskilled in the art of war. Those who engage in battle should embody a certain grandeur and ferocity. Perhaps the mastery lies more in the art of utilizing talent. However, employing individuals carries inherent risks. Should a renowned general be swayed by the dynasty to which he belongs, the Dragon Kingdom may find itself in peril. Overall, although this exchange yielded no concrete results, both parties have attained a fundamental understanding of one another. By the way, you should remain here for a few more days. Just as Li Shimin was about to depart, Gao Ming suddenly interjected. Why? Were it not for the cordial conversation they had just shared, Li Shimin might have suspected that the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom intended to confine him. If all proceeds as anticipated, the Qing will likely launch an offensive against us today, and your return route lies within their striking range. I surmise that your previous demeanor conveyed a sense of threat to him. Perceiving your words, he may not relent easily. Taking a detour would considerably prolong your journey. The choice is yours. What? Li Shimin's heart quaked at these words. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom has already discerned the strategic intentions of the Qing. Yet, the Qing has yet to act. Could he possibly anticipate their next move? Even to the extent of pinpointing a specific city? Is such a notion feasible? Li Shimin found it hard to believe that the core strategic intentions of the enemy could be so easily divulged. Yet, observing Gao Ming's calm demeanor, as if stating a mere fact, Li Shimin ultimately hesitated to take risks. He was also curious to see if the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom truly possessed such astonishing abilities. Thus, he decided to linger a few more days. As Li Shimin stepped out of the Grand Hall, he looked up to see the sky bustling with activity. Zhu Yuanzhang, Brother Shimin, have you reached any form of cooperation? Li Shimin, nothing of the sort. Ingzheng, nothing at all? Do you think anyone will believe that? Li Shimin spoke the truth. But who would believe it? They had conversed for so long in the Grand Hall. Now to claim nothing transpired. Often, the absence of anything signifies a matter of great magnitude. Could it be that a unified military alliance has been formed? Kublai Khan, it seems the Qing is in trouble. Dorgan, heh. Amidst the crowd's skepticism, the broadcast of the battle damage ratio leaderboard commenced. The battle damage ratio leaderboard is now being displayed. Just as everyone eagerly awaited the unveiling of the leaderboard, or prepared to launch an offensive, a single statement from Gao Ming caused all eyes to widen in shock. Gao Ming, recently, numerous spies from various nations have insidiously infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom. It appears that my words have not been taken to heart. I now call for the execution of enemy spies demonstrating clear hostility towards my Dragon Kingdom. May you all take heed. After Gao Ming exited the Grand Hall, his message descended upon the sky. Hundreds of spies were paraded before the Grand Hall Square. Simultaneously, in cities depicted in real time on the sky, Dragon Kingdom soldiers disguised as ordinary citizens sprang into action. All spies concealed within these cities were swiftly apprehended by the nearby Dragon Kingdom soldiers. They were ultimately the last to be apprehended, to avoid alarming the serpent. All our people have been captured. Not a single one managed to send a message. Dalgan gazed at the scene, observing the sheer number of individuals. His expression was one of disbelief. How could it be that they were all taken? This was inconceivable. Those dispatched for such missions were experts in their field. If only a few had been caught, it would not have been surprising. But to have them all captured in one fell swoop was indeed chilling. Yet, what left him in a state of stunned silence was the next message on the screen. From his brother, Aji Gu, Dalgan. Return to Xingjing at once. Shijing has fallen. Chapter 54. I too wish to understand how home has vanished. In the fleeting moment before the broadcast of the rankings, Dorgan wore a self-assured smile, brimming with confidence. However, that smile has now completely faded. A relentless series of upheavals has left Dorgan's mind in a tumult. He had anticipated ringing the death knell for the Dragon Kingdom, only to find that the tolling for his own homeland has commenced first. This revelation has also sent a jolt through the emperors gazing at the celestial screen, for they witnessed their own spies being unmasked in an instant. While the situation in other regions remains uncertain, none can escape the scrutiny visible upon the heavenly canvas. How could they not be taken aback? How is this possible? Ingzheng, it seems that the intelligence capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom surpass our expectations. Liu Bang, O Dragon Emperor, please do not take offense. The Han Dynasty harbors no malice towards the Dragon Kingdom. Our curiosity merely compelled us to send envoys for observation. I implore your mercy, and I am willing to offer a substantial price to ensure the safety of my Han subjects. Zhu Yuanzhang, we too share the same sentiment. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. You are aware of my impending visit to the Dragon Kingdom, and these actions are solely for the sake of security. Initially, the emperors were reluctant to acknowledge their involvement. Yet, the realization that the Dragon Kingdom could flawlessly expose all infiltrators compelled them to reconsider. Especially upon witnessing Liu Bang's evident concern for his own people, they too expressed their positions. Such declarations were essential to avert escalating conflicts and to manifest their regard for their subjects, thereby uniting hearts. Should the Dragon Kingdom conduct interrogations and subsequently announce the findings, their dignity would be irreparably tarnished. Zhao Kuangyin, have you all dispatched agents? Li Shimin, did you not? Zhao Kuangyin, of course not. How could one recklessly send spies into foreign territory? Zhao Kuangyin proclaimed with righteous indignation. He was currently preoccupied with military reforms and had contemplated such actions. But recent matters had overwhelmed him. Moreover, he had no immediate ambitions concerning the Dragon Kingdom, preferring to address urgent issues within his own dynasty first. Gao Ming, that depends on your sincerity. Send envoys to negotiate. You are all aware of the Dragon Kingdom's location. As long as you send someone to enter its domain and return, Gao Ming will be able to trace their whereabouts with ease. The emperors fell silent, deep in thought. Gao Ming, as for the spies from the Qing dynasty, execute them all. As Gao Ming's words fell, beyond the Qing spy before him, the spies displayed on the celestial screen from various cities of the Qing dynasty also met their demise. A shiver coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. This seemingly handsome and harmless emperor of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited no mercy whatsoever. The act bore an unmistakable provocation, especially timed with the broadcast of the rankings. It was a calculated strike at the heart. Nevertheless, the emperors remained composed in the face of this spectacle. What of it? It was merely the execution of spies. And such occurrences could hardly stir their emotions. As heads rolled, Dorgan emerged from his momentary stupor, hastily communicating with Aji Gu on the celestial screen. Dalgan, a hen, what are you rambling about? The last time you returned to Xinyang to assist in the relocation of the capital, did you not bring your own troops? There were at least tens of thousands, and Xinyang is the former capital of our Qing dynasty, well fortified and under the protection of firearms. How could it possibly fall? Aji Gu, I too wish to comprehend the reason. I do not even know who they are. They appear like phantoms, wreaking havoc in the heart of our Qing dynasty. Dalgan, there is no time to waste. We have already engaged. Retreat is not an option now. Aji Gu, I cannot predict how much longer we can endure. They seem omnipresent. Dalgan, how many troops are attacking you? Is there no means of retaliation? 100,000? 200,000? Aji Gu, well, Dalgan, at this point, is there anything left unsaid? Aji Gu, there should only be 2,000 or 3,000. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the emperors darkened abruptly. Although they were not well acquainted with the Qing dynasty, their brief exchange had illuminated the situation. A former capital, defended by tens of thousands, and a headquarters capable of mobilizing even more forces, had been slaughtered by mere thousands. To have lost the old capital was a staggering defeat, remarkable enough to astonish any dynasty throughout history. This left everyone with a sensation akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. Zhu Yuanzong, do we truly possess such formidable generals in our Ming dynasty? In the Central Plains dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang naturally assumed this was a testament to the power of the Ming in counteroffensive. Dalgan, are you jesting? A mere few thousand troops have cornered you to this extent. The Ming Han army is but a collection of timid shrimp. How could they possess such combat prowess? Dalgan found the situation increasingly absurd and surreal. He even began to suspect that Aji Gu harbored ambitions regarding his military power, aiming to deceive him into retreating at this critical juncture, thus becoming the true authority of the Qing dynasty. Yet, upon further reflection, that seemed implausible. If one were to deceive him, they would not employ such an outrageous rationale to provoke his suspicion. Aji Gu, they are closing in. Damn it, I have already abandoned Xinyang, and yet they refuse to relent. This is intolerable. Upon hearing the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from behind, Aji Ji's expression shifted, and he could no longer afford to look skyward to send messages. Instead, he fled in terror with the few hundred cavalry who had managed to break through. How had it come to this? At that moment, Aji Gu was equally curious to know why. 2 days prior, upon learning that the forces outside Dongjing had been ambushed, leaving no survivors, he had ordered the warriors of each banner to conduct a thorough search. They were determined to identify this audacious army that dared to provoke them. And indeed, they found it. He immediately dispatched capable commanders to reinforce the main forces. However, upon arrival, they were met with a scene of carnage. Just as they believed the enemy had departed, they were suddenly besieged by foes emerging from the vicinity. Thick clouds of smoke, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning signal fires, filled the air, overwhelming their senses. The battlefield descended into chaos in an instant. They lost their sense of direction in an instant, yet the massed adversaries remained largely unaffected. In the midst of poor visibility, their drummer was overwhelmed, and their command system spiraled into chaos. Subsequently, the enemy, in groups of 3 to 5, systematically severed their battalion. From an initial force of 5 to 6,000, only 200 to 300 soldiers managed to escape with their lives. However, they were unable to provide any description of their assailants, just as their leader, in a fit of rage, summoned the majority of his troops to the scene. The enemy vanished without a trace. Merely a day later, one of the three capitals, Xinjiang, fell victim to a nocturnal assault. Due to the prior deployment of troops to Xinjiang and Dongjing, Xinjiang was left vulnerable. The city succumbed, and many families of Qing nobility were annihilated overnight. Furthermore, numerous Han individuals, recently captured, were incited to rebel. According to those who returned, amidst the blazing inferno of Xinjiang, they witnessed the assailants. A young general stood amidst the ruins, proclaiming with fervor, "The Manchus demand your submission. I call upon you to rise. Will you remain generations of slaves, or will you take up arms and vanquish the beasts that have long tormented you?" Chapter 55. Explosion is Art. The Third Dynasty's Losses. At this point, the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Many enslaved Han people rose up in rebellion. Those Han traders who steadfastly sided with the Qing now became targets for purging. That night, the entire city of Xinjiang was awash in blood. Many of the Qing soldiers who managed to escape were driven mad. Gone were their previous arrogance and frenzy. In this battle, they were utterly bewildered. Just a short while ago, this cavalry had been near Dongjing, and within a single day, they had traversed over 200 miles at lightning speed. In truth, the Qing Iron Cavalry could achieve such speed, but the problem was that this troop had just engaged in several ambush battles. They had arrived without pause. Who could have anticipated this? They were soldiers, they were human. Did they not require rest? It was incomprehensible. Yet, one thing was certain. This cavalry was immensely powerful. Ajigu felt that since the enemy had captured Xinjiang and raised a Han rebel army, they would surely fortify their position within the city. He had to reclaim Xinjiang. Otherwise, he would face accountability. Moreover, he was aware of the secret passages in Xinjiang and could exploit their fatigue during the celebration of their victory to strike them unawares. He gathered all his forces, but during the night camp, they were ambushed. The enemy excelled in nocturnal warfare. Ajigu, having lost the initiative, quickly organized a counterattack. But then, he suddenly pondered why he encountered this phantom cavalry here. The thought struck him like a lightning bolt. Return to Xinjiang at once. Their objective is Xinjiang. These damned lunatics had come solely to kill and seek revenge. They neither occupied cities nor sought treasure, nor did they absorb the rebel forces. Ajigu was struck with horror. Had this troop engaged in even one of these three actions, they would not have crossed paths with him on the way to Xinjiang. He hurriedly led his assembled cavalry back to Xinjiang, but the enemy relentlessly pursued them. Just as he fled into the city, the gates slammed shut. He was preparing to reinforce the city defenses and seek aid from Beijing when a thunderous explosion erupted. He had no idea what had detonated along one section of the city wall. The entire segment was blown apart. These malevolent cavalry charged in, slaying anyone they encountered. Did the enemy also possess red cannons? How could this be possible? If they had brought such artillery, how could they maintain such speed? Moreover, red cannons could not demolish a city wall unless multiple shells struck the same spot simultaneously. What on earth was happening? Ajigu was on the brink of madness. After years of warfare, seizing the Central Plains, capturing Beijing, and pursuing Li Zicheng's Shun army, he had never experienced such a chaotic battle. Were they even human? Withdraw. Withdraw. Retreat to Beijing. Ajigu, witnessing the chaos within Xinjiang, immediately realized that the situation was dire. After his escape from Xinjiang city, the malevolent cavalry refused to release their grip on him. Now, utterly devoid of options, he disregarded any semblance of composure and hastily informed Dorgan. "General, let us hasten our efforts. We are on the brink of catching them." Not far behind Ajij, the cavalry led by Huizubing lingered at a distance. "No rush. Let them flee a while longer. Our stock of potent explosives is limited, and we need to reserve the remainder for breaching the gates of Beijing. As long as someone opens the city gates for them, we shall seize the opportunity to invade." Understood. Typically, the Qing garrison in cities is modest, numbering only in the hundreds to thousands. Moreover, the soldiers stationed within the walls of the city are far inferior to those on the front lines. Once the advantage of fortified defenses is stripped away, their downfall will be swift and merciless. Soon, a small city opened its gates for Ajij, much to his elation. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Huizubing and his forces, previously believed to be outmaneuvered, surged forth with astonishing speed. The two factions clashed instantaneously. throwing the Qing soldiers atop the walls into a state of panic and indecision. Should they continue firing arrows or unleash cannon fire? A misfire could spell doom for the Prince of England, leading to the annihilation of their entire clan. Amidst this hesitation, a portion of Hua Zubing's cavalry had already penetrated the city. Ajij left behind some of his men to delay the pursuers while he fled with a beleaguered remnant of fewer than 100 riders. Regardless, the moment had come. The arrows were drawn, and retreat was no longer feasible. They could not afford to withdraw and assist Shijing. Capturing a few cities in the Dragon Kingdom would compensate for any losses incurred. Once Dorgan regained his composure, he surveyed the ongoing casualty reports and decisively issued orders. Dorgan, the Dragon Kingdom has overstepped its bounds, recklessly slaying our Qing subjects. In the name of justice, we shall seek retribution. All banners, prepare for action. Wei Zheng, bah, this is an unjust war. Do not attempt to beautify it. Lan Yu, in the name of justice? Huh, what a farce of righteousness. Your audacity is commendable. The attention of the emperors was abruptly refocused. Dorgan's orders to attack had been issued, yet no signs of conflict appeared on the celestial screens from any city. Ingzhong, it seems there are no reports from any city on the celestial screens. Zhao Kuangyin, of course, they would not assault Hongqi City. It has been adequately fortified. While it may seem lax on the surface, who knows what defenses lie hidden? Liu Bang, indeed, last night. The cities of the Dragon Kingdom experienced a brief darkness on the celestial screen. Perhaps they were engaged in some clandestine operation. Zhu Yuanzhong, given the temperament of this Qing leader, he may very well choose a city visible on the celestial screen. However, with orders just issued, they cannot possibly appear immediately. We shall wait and see. Ming Tian, Elbu has exited the city. Is he searching for any nearby enemy forces? Can the Dragon Kingdom withstand this sudden and unknown assault? Suda, it may prove quite challenging. There are numerous border cities of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is uncertain from which direction the enemy will strike, making preemptive preparations exceedingly difficult. Li Shimin, they have indeed launched an attack. Dorgan, what does that imply? The remarks of emperors are often the most conspicuous. Why does the Tang emperor appear to harbor suspicions? Li Shimin, it is nothing. Dorgan furrowed his brow. Could it be that Li Shimin has surmised his intentions to initiate an assault today? Li Shimin cast an apologetic glance at Gao Ming, who had been intently gazing at the celestial tapestry, nearly revealing such a pivotal secret. The march had already commenced. The situation was manageable. Besides, how could one ascertain the veracity of your claims? If one were to believe everything, life would be far simpler. Gao Ming remained unconvinced. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Yet the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is right beside him. After issuing his decree, he has not spoken further. How can he strategize so astutely? Is it truly possible for him to foresee the enemy's intended point of attack? If he possesses such foresight, it is indeed rather terrifying. Zhu Di, the rankings are commencing, and they will begin from the third, the Han dynasty. This is a war. Dorgan, so, it is this war? A nation with the highest battle casualties. How could they possibly compare to our Qing dynasty? I shall surely conquer the Dragon Kingdom. When the rankings were revealed, Dorgan's lingering apprehensions regarding the Dragon Kingdom completely evaporated, and his confidence surged. For when the time and location appeared upon the celestial screen, those with even a cursory knowledge of history understood immediately. This confirmed their previous conjectures were indeed accurate. Ingzhong, but which battle is this? How can so many be pursued by so few? Liu Bang, the opening is indeed this battle. Although history may have recorded it, for Liu Bang, it remains a conflict that casts a long shadow over his heart. In this context, rekindling the memory of such a war is certainly not fortuitous. Surely, they do not underestimate their own strength, do they? What did you say? Suddenly, Li Shimin's expression became animated, drawing the attention of those nearby, including Gao Ming and Zhang Jiao. Chapter 56. Ingzhong, whose general is this? How ferocious. Third update, Gao Ming and the others turned towards the sound, revealing the appearance of Li Shizhen and Sun Simiao, who had just emerged after attending to Empress Changsuan's ailment. The philosophies of these two esteemed physicians were notably aligned, both aspiring to alleviate the suffering of humanity through their medical expertise. They had just engaged in a discussion regarding the condition of Empress Changsun. Li Shizhen, a prominent figure of the late Ming dynasty and the author of the Compendium of Materia Medica, is revered as the sage of medicine. Sun Simiao, a legendary healer from the Sui and Tang dynasties, holds the title of King of Medicine among the populace. After conferring on the Empress's health, the conclusions they reached left Emperor Li Shimin utterly astonished. Initially, as Li Shimin observed the two eminent doctors conversing animatedly, he presumed that the Empress's condition would pose a significant challenge, even in the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps remaining insurmountable. However, Li Shizhen's subsequent words brought him unexpected joy. The Empress's ailment is not a grave issue. It is a hereditary respiratory condition. Such ailments are not uncommon in our Dragon Kingdom, and we possess effective remedies. With timely medication and care, she shall recover within a month. In fact, this condition can be treated in any city across the Dragon Kingdom. Is it truly that simple? Li Shimin exclaimed, his disbelief evident. He could scarcely fathom that a seemingly terminal condition, once thought to grant only 3 years of life to the Guanyin maid, could be remedied upon arrival in the Dragon Kingdom without even the necessity of traveling to the capital. Had he known, he would have sought treatment in a city along the way, thus sparing himself an additional day of torment. This surreal revelation led Li Shimin to question his own sanity. Alas, the common folk remain academically limited, Sun Simiao reflected. Nay, elder son, you are merely constrained by the era. If you were to master the foundational medical theories of our Dragon Kingdom, your skills would surely surpass those of your contemporaries. Despite Li Shizhen's own advancing years, he held great respect for Sun Simiao. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, he mused. Sun Simiao was eager to remain in the Dragon Kingdom to study further and was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Princess Chang'e was also filled with joy. How marvelous! The Dragon Kingdom is truly extraordinary. Mother is finally saved. Empress Changsun displayed a relieved smile. After consuming a dose of the special remedy, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease. I shall bestow great rewards, Li Shimin instinctively declared. Yet, as the words left his lips, he paused, momentarily forgetting that he was not in his own Tang dynasty. It would seem inappropriate for him to grant favors to others in this land. Moreover, the true gratitude belonged to the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Had he not permitted their entry, the Empress would have met an untimely fate, as recorded in history. This act of kindness remained etched in Li Shimin's heart. He bowed respectfully to Gao Ming, who merely offered a slight smile, dismissing the matter as trivial. However, Li Shimin was profoundly moved. With such exceptional medical conditions, living here would surely extend one's lifespan as a matter of course. Alas, this is not his homeland. It seems that mere verbal gratitude is insufficient. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shimin vowed, even if the Dragon Kingdom has not yet established trade relations with us, should the need arise, my earlier proposal shall still hold true. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng and Li Jing exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The matter pertains to national policy, and prior to this, Li Shimin had indeed consulted them. However, it was evident that no agreement had been reached earlier. Yet now, His Majesty still wishes to extend assistance. This decision, it seems, lacks wisdom. They surmise that perhaps Empress Changsun is not the sole reason behind this. It is likely that something discussed moments ago has led His Majesty to lean closer to the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Gui and his companions harbored concerns. With the Great Qing already on the offensive, drawing so near could spell disaster for the Dragon Kingdom. Would they survive to return? They cast hesitant glances at Li Shimin. Words caught in their throats. His Majesty has yet to exact punishment upon them. To suggest anything now might not bode well. Yet this course of action is exceedingly unwise. Then I thank you for your goodwill, but I believe I shall not require your favor. Look to the heavens, a city shall manifest in the sky, Gao Ming remarked. Gazing upward, Wei Zheng and the others were puzzled. Why would the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom make such a declaration? Did he not already know where the Qing forces were stationed? At that moment, on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, in the heart of a valley, tens of thousands of soldiers lay in wait. Though their numbers were considerable, an eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of any commotion. A formidable man, armed with a spear, sat impatiently upon his steed. Had they not already discerned the enemy's main force? Why not charge forward and eliminate them all? Waiting like this was truly exasperating. Xiang Yu's piercing gaze fixated on the location of the main Qing forces. His steed, sensing its master's battle intent, fidgeted restlessly, eager to charge forth at any moment. Patience. Do not be so hasty for quick results. A refined, tall middle-aged scholar interjected, elegantly brandishing a feather fan before Xiang Yu. He continued with assurance. Let them draw closer, allowing them to enter difficult terrain for retreat, and we must await the special operations team to be in position. His Majesty has commanded that this battle must annihilate them completely. We must also manage casualties effectively. His Majesty desires a resounding victory. The lives of these Qing bandits pale in comparison to those of our Dragon Kingdom warriors. Moreover, does not the great Qing's Dorgan wish to display his might before the world? He dares to select our Shuguang city. How could we not oblige him? We, too, must showcase our strength to the world, minimizing future troubles and providing an opportunity for other Central Plains dynasties. Should they continue to harbor ill intentions after witnessing our might, we shall have acted with utmost benevolence. Very well, very well. Just inform me when we may strike. Xiangyu replied, his gaze still ablaze with fervor. The celestial screen appears to be connected to you, Zhuge Liang remarked, pointing to the display above. The screen showcased the battle damage rankings, with the third dynasty prominently featured. In the second year of Emperor Gao of Han, 205 BC, in Pengcheng, Liu Bang seized the opportunity to unite the lords and capture the city while Xiangyu was occupied in the north, suppressing the rebellion in Qi. Upon learning of this, Xiangyu left behind his main forces to continue the assault on Qi and personally led 30,000 cavalry southward. In 3 days, they covered 500 li, circumventing all defensive lines to strike directly at Pengcheng. Under the cover of the morning mist, he launched a surprise assault on the allied camp from 3 directions at dawn. As he carved through the battlefield, Xiangyu, at the forefront, instilled terror in both men and horses in his wake. At that moment, the allied forces, intoxicated by their recent victory in Pengcheng, were reveling in celebration. The sudden attack threw them into chaos. They had grossly underestimated Xiangyu's speed of reinforcement. Countless allied soldiers were ruthlessly slaughtered. After Xiangyu's cavalry sliced through the allied forces, the casualties were devastating. With no unified command structure among the lords, they failed to mount an effective counterattack. The ferocity of Xiangyu would echo through the ages. Countless souls perished beneath his spear. As the allied forces began to crumble, Xiangyu, exploiting the terrain, drove the fleeing soldiers towards the sea and Sui rivers, where countless soldiers met their demise by drowning. Historical records state that on this day, over 100,000 Han soldiers perished in the Sui River, causing it to cease its flow. This battle has since become one of the 10 classic examples in history of a smaller force triumphing over a larger one. Some even refer to Xiangyu as the progenitor of Blitzkrieg. Of course, this portion of history was not unfamiliar to the subsequent dynasties of Han. Li Shimin and others displayed little reaction upon witnessing it. However, Ying Zheng and Liu Bang were deeply unsettled. Liu Bang wished to forget this crushing defeat, while Ying Zheng was perplexed by this battle. Ying Zheng, whose commander is this Xiangyu, to be so ferocious? 30,000 against 560,000. And yet he achieves such a resounding victory? Is not Liu Bang the one who should have secured my vast Qin realm? How could he be so inept? Chapter 57, The Valor of the Feather. Unparalleled through the ages. Liu Bang's psychological shadow. Liu Bang remained silent. What could he possibly say? This indeed marked an exceedingly profound defeat for him, a pivotal battle that compelled him to fundamentally alter his strategy for swift victory. Kublai Khan remarked, "What a classic battle this is. One might even call it a massacre." He held a profound admiration for Han culture and was well versed in the Battle of Pengcheng. Li Jing observed, "It is indeed classic." The coalition of feudal lords was plagued by chaotic command, and Xiangyu's reinforcements arrived far quicker than Liu Bang anticipated. The lack of intelligence, coupled with the ferocity of Xiangyu, had already taken root in the hearts of the people. His strategy of drowning enemies inflicted significant psychological trauma upon the coalition forces. Ying Zheng pondered, surely, a single warrior must have slain countless foes. What was the total casualty count for this battle? Li Shimin responded, historical records indicate that over 300,000 were killed or drowned, with the remainder scattering in defeat. If we include the injured and those who succumbed to their wounds, the casualty rate was likely upwards of 80 to 90%. Ying Zheng inquired, "What are the casualties among Xiangyu's forces?" Li Shimin replied, "Approximately 5,000. Ying Zheng reflected, to achieve victory with 30,000 against 560,000. Resulting in the complete rout of the enemy with casualties of 300 to 400,000 while suffering merely 5,000 losses. This, even Ying Zheng, who had experienced numerous great battles, found himself profoundly shaken by the nature of this conflict and the staggering casualty ratio. As the narrative continued, following the defeat at Pengcheng, Liu Bang managed to flee with merely a handful of cavalry. His father and wife had been captured. Ying Zheng lamented, "Such a valiant individual ultimately did not become one of my chain. If a dynasty is destined to fall, let it perish at the hands of the mighty rather than the weak." Yet, could this Xiangyu truly be of true descent? Li Shimin interjected, "Those who were skilled in warfare do not necessarily secure dominion over the world." Qin also fell victim to this folly. Ying Zheng asserted, "As long as I draw breath, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms shall not stir." History has already been altered. Zhao Kuangyin cautioned, "This is not so easily said. Do you truly believe that the fall of Qin could be averted by the death of a single Zhao Gao? The sins of Qin are too weighty. The tax is too burdensome, and the populace has long been vocal in their grievances. These fundamental issues remain unchanged, even in the absence of Zhao Gao. Uprisings across the land cannot be suppressed. Yingzheng fell into contemplative silence. To unify the realm, sufficient military strength is essential. But from where would such forces arise? Money and provisions. Yet, the productivity of Qin was lacking, with resources drawn solely from the common folk and affluent families. He had intended for Fusa to ascend the throne and gradually rectify this situation, allowing him to be a more temperate and steady ruler. Even if he occasionally appeared somewhat obtuse, he could reluctantly accept that. For once the 6 kingdoms were subdued, he understood better than anyone that Qin needed to restore its vitality swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet he never anticipated that he would not live to see that day. He had even entrusted Meng Tian and the 300,000 troops of the Great Wall to Fusu, only to have Fusu fall victim to such naivety, deceived by a false edict into taking his own life. The narrative reveals that the casualty ratio from the Battle of Pengcheng was a staggering 89%. Li Shimin remarked. It seems that the casualties incurred during warfare, including those indirectly harmed, are accounted for in the loss ratio. Otherwise, if we solely consider the death toll, it should only be around 60 to 70%. Dorgan interjected, the loss ratio of a war in the Third Dynasty reached as high as 80 to 90%. Does that imply that the esteemed Dragon Nation has suffered total annihilation? It appears that only Elbu stands as a commendable general, albeit one capable only of winning favorable battles, merely a servant of the 3 surnames. The others are merely failed rebel forces, hardly a cause for concern. Dorgan perceived himself as a triumphant conqueror of the Central Plains, looking down upon figures like Zhang Jiao and Huang Chao, who were once prominent yet ultimately failed. As he recalled, the Qing dynasty had not been short-lived, regardless of the so-called century of humiliation. However, those matters lay in the future. At present, he was undeniably a success, and that sufficed. Although they were currently showcasing one of the Han dynasty's battles, should there be a catastrophic defeat, it would suggest that the Dragon Nation was not particularly formidable. Even other monarchs began to reassess their estimations and judgments regarding the Dragon Nation. Kublai Khan mused. Could it be that we have overestimated the military prowess of the Dragon Nation? Liu Bang speculated. Perhaps Elbu's fearsome reputation has left a strong impression. Zhao Kuang encountered. Though fearsome, it does not render them invincible. What dynasty lacks its share of valiant warriors? Even if one cannot contend alone, what of 2 or 3 against 1? Li Shimin stated, a few battles lost do not determine the entirety. Every leader has their moments of defeat. Did not Emperor Gaozu of Han ultimately seize the Qin Empire? Dorgan challenged. Are you advocating for the Dragon Nation? What concerns you? Are you worried about how this may affect your collaboration? Li Shimin replied coolly. Excessive confidence is hardly a virtue. He had seen a portion of the Dragon Nation's soldiers and, while uncertain of their full strength, he believed no dynasty had the right to underestimate them. The celestial screen continued its display, following a summary of this battle. It resumed showcasing the conflicts of the Han dynasty. After the disastrous defeat at the Battle of Pengcheng, Liu Bang, while fleeing, managed to rally the disheartened troops. Utilizing Jing County and Suoqing as pivot points, he successfully repelled Xiang Yu's pursuit, buying precious time for the establishment of the defense line at Xingyang, allowing Han Xian to come to their aid and preventing them from being entirely overrun by Xiang Yu. However, in the Jingsua campaign, Liu Bang also suffered grievous losses, with half of the gathered 50 to 60,000 troops perishing. The celestial screen reported a casualty rate of 50%. Naturally, Xiang Yu's pursuing forces were not without their own significant losses, and the disparity in casualties between the 2 sides was minimal. Yingzheng expressed his growing skepticism regarding Liu Bang's ability to seize his Qin Empire, noting, how is it that this Liu Bang has been defeated yet again? Once more at the hands of Xiang Yu? On the celestial screen, post the skirmish, Liu Bang's coalition had established a defense line in areas such as Xingyang. Simultaneously, he dispatched Han Xian and Pingyu to disrupt Xiang Yu's rear, preventing him from concentrating his assault on Xingyang and other locations. Despite this, Xiang Yu besieged Liu Bang, confining him within the walls of Xingyang, where both sides engaged in a protracted struggle of offense and defense. Meng Tian, the Xiang Yu, with a force of over 100,000, assaults the city, while Liu Bang, bolstered by reinforcements, commands nearly 200,000 troops to defend. Yet they remain besieged. Could it be that fear has already taken hold? Typically, an attacking force is vastly outnumbered by the defending troops, often by several times, if not tenfold. It is exceedingly difficult to encircle a city and launch an assault. The art of siege has always favored the many against the few. Yet, Xiang Yu dared to encircle the greater number with his lesser force, and he succeeded. Although the casualties he suffered in this battle were not fewer than Liu Bang's. The mere audacity and martial prowess displayed were truly remarkable. In the Battle of Xingyang, Liu Bang's supply lines were severed, and his frontline forces were no match for Xiang Yu's ferocity. Many perished in battle or succumbed to starvation. Ultimately, Liu Bang could not hold Xingyang. He had Xin impersonate him and feign surrender, allowing Liu Bang to escape the city with a handful of cavalry. Xiang Yu, in a fit of rage, executed Xin by fire. After the city fell, the defending general Zhou Ku was executed, and many soldiers were slain, yet there was no massacre of the city. In this conflict, centered around Xingyang and its surrounding areas, the casualty ratio for Liu Bang's Han army was reported to be 66% by the heavens. This figure includes those who starved and the wounded. Yingzheng, has he fled again? This founding emperor of the Han dynasty certainly possesses an exceptional talent for escape. Chapter 58. If the first emperor does not abandon us, I shall gladly honor you as my adoptive father. Li Jing remarked, though we have escaped, this time, as the aggressor, Xiang Yu's casualty rate was not insignificant. Kublai Khan added, some individuals may attain dominion not solely through their martial prowess or valor, but perhaps because they possess a deeper understanding of human nature and political subtleties. Li Shimin observed, in terms of bravery and military strength, Liu Bang certainly does not match Xiang Yu. However, Liu Bang, despite numerous defeats, remained undeterred, exhibiting superior tactics. Though Xiang Yu is valiant, his eagerness for swift success lacks strategic depth, leading to continuous disruptions in other regions. While he captured Xingyang, he inadvertently lost the greater momentum, allowing Liu Bang to secure the realm. Liu Bang interjected, this is merely a segment of the overarching plan. He felt somewhat irked by the first emperor's disdain. Of course, he was not speaking falsely. A plan is a plan. After all, the granaries were under his control, and the temporary loss of Xingyang was of little consequence. Yet, he did not anticipate Xiang Yu's successful breach of the city, which placed him in a precarious position, nearly preventing his escape from Xingyang. Fortunately, during the decisive battle of Gaixia, fate favored him. Moreover, Xiang Yu's impetuous nature led him to take his own life at Wujiang. Had he managed to return to Jiangdong, the unification of the realm might have encountered numerous unforeseen complications. Yingzheng remarked, does this plan also encompass the several instances when you nearly met your demise? All at the hands of the same individual? It is indeed a pity regarding Xiang Yu. Had he possessed a modicum of composure and strategy, perhaps the outcome would have been markedly different. Though others entertained similar thoughts, they refrained from voicing them. For the might of the Han dynasty resonated deeply within the hearts of the people. Posterity regards the Han lineage as the legitimate dynasty. Although Liu Bang did not elevate this influence to its zenith, he remains a figure of respect. Zhao Kuangyin interjected. If you were aware of what Xiang Yu had done to the Qin dynasty, perhaps you would reconsider your stance. Yingzheng inquired, what do you mean? Kublai Khan explained. It is a simple principle. Since Liu Bang's martial prowess is inferior to that of Xiang Yu, who do you think initially resisted the main forces of your Qin dynasty? You are no stranger to the Xiang family, are you? Yingzheng mused. So Xiang Yu is indeed a descendant of the Chu state. Liu Bang asserted. Words are futile. History has already demonstrated who the true victor is. The rankings of the Third Dynasty were concluded, revealing that the battle loss ratios, total troop strength, specific casualty figures, and the average casualty rates of various engagements were interrelated. In summary, the Han's battle loss ratio stood at 89%, 50%, and 66%, with an overall average loss ratio of approximately 68%. Zhu Yuanzhang commented, though Emperor Gaozu of Han faced numerous defeats, he ultimately triumphed after 100 failures. Moreover, during the monumental Battle of Pingqing, despite repeated setbacks, he was able to rally substantial forces, demonstrating his popularity. Suda remarked, Xiang Yu's troops are formidable. Their casualty rates often reached 40 to 50%, yet they maintained extraordinary combat effectiveness. However, his character flaws are significant. He harbored distrust towards capable individuals, and his rewards and punishments were ambiguous. While he was decisive and ruthless, he occasionally exhibited indecisiveness. Had he acted resolutely at the banquet of Hamen, history might have unfolded differently. Li Shimin concluded, he may be better suited as a valiant warrior charging into battle rather than as an emperor. Kublai, There exists no perfect individual in this world. Such extraordinary martial prowess is a coveted aspiration for countless souls, should one also possess strategic acumen. It would be truly formidable. Lu Yu, the valor of the feathered warrior, is unparalleled through the ages. As discussions regarding the merits and failures of individuals ensue, the most devastating battles of the Qin dynasty are beginning to unfold. The initial confrontation depicted is one well known to posterity, Li Xian's campaign against Chu. Occurring in the 22nd year of Qin Huangzhang's reign, 225 BC. In the imagery within the palace, the first emperor inquires as to the requisite forces to annihilate Chu. Li Xian asserts that 200,000 would suffice, yet Wang Jian contends that at least 600,000 are essential. A dispute arises between them concerning troop numbers. At this juncture, having previously vanquished Han, Zhao, and Wei, Yingzheng is imbued with unprecedented confidence. He surmises that Wang Jian's advanced age has dulled his courage, thereby appointing Li Xian as the commander. The outcome is well documented. Li Xian, underestimating the strength of the Chu forces and eager for swift victory, advances recklessly with his isolated troops, only to be met by the Chu general Xiang Yan. Additionally, the old nobility of Han betrays them from the rear. The Qin army's retreat is obstructed, leading to the near-total annihilation of Li Xian's 200,000 troops, with casualties exceeding 16,000 and a staggering loss ratio of 82%. However, no one perceives the Qin as weak, for all are aware that after the initial setbacks, Emperor Yingzheng summoned Wang Jian once again, amassing 600,000 troops to successfully eradicate Chu. This conflict, while significant, does not rival the historical importance of the Battle of Pengcheng between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. Ultimately, the victory was achieved in a conventional manner. Lacking the profound representation found in that epic confrontation, it was merely a commonplace occurrence in the annals of military engagements, characterized by reckless ambition leading to entrapment. Hence, it invites little controversy. The subsequent battle showcased, the first southern expedition against the Baihui, similarly fails to incite considerable uproar. In the 20th year of Qin Huang's reign, 219 BC, following the unification of the six states, the Qin deployed 500,000 troops to incorporate Baihui into their dominion, aiming to expand their political influence, eliminate border threats, and procure resources from the region while cultivating arable land. However, unfamiliar with and unaccustomed to the Baihui climate, the soldiers suffered from ailments, and disease proliferated. Most of the Qin soldiers hailed from the north, and the challenges of jungle warfare rendered the heavily armored infantry less mobile. They became vulnerable to guerrilla tactics employed by the Yu tribes. The commanding general Tu Sui fell victim to an ambush, resulting in a collapse of the command structure. Supply lines were severed by the Baihui, leading to significant non-combatant losses due to illness and starvation. Ultimately, of the 500,000 troops, around 300,000 were lost, with a final casualty ratio of 60%. Though the first southern expedition against the Baihui ended in failure, the world recognized that subsequent campaigns led to the establishment of control zones such as Guilin, Nanhai, and Xiangjuan within Baihui territory Liu Bang. The belligerent Qin persistently initiates attacks, resulting in the suffering of the populace. Seizing any opportunity, Liu Bang ardently reminds the world of this reality. Had the first emperor of Qin still been alive, it would undoubtedly impact his dynasty in the present day. Only by revealing the tyrannical and militaristic nature of Qin Shi Huang could one hope to maintain relative stability within the Han. Other emperors remained silent, tacitly accepting this narrative, even though some have engaged in similarly oppressive actions. Yet, they have managed to articulate more palatable justifications, lacking the forthrightness of Yingzheng, who left no leverage for the literati. Reputation holds paramount importance for an emperor and a nation alike. Elbow interjects, not so. From the southern campaigns against the Baihui, it is evident that after unifying the six states, the first emperor had begun to show a tendency towards developing the livelihoods and agriculture of the people. Alas, his time was too brief. The second southern expedition occurred 5 years later, and merely 4 years thereafter, the first emperor passed away. Yingzheng, taken aback, remarks, "I did not anticipate that there existed such understanding of me in this world." It surprises him that this moment of recognition comes from a general of the Dragon Nation, infamous in history himself. Could it be that the world harbors misunderstandings regarding Elbu? Perhaps others are aware yet refrain from speaking out for fear of tarnishing their reputations. But he alone dares to voice it, granting Yingzheng the rare illusion of having a confidant. As for his impending demise, Yingzheng is no longer astonished. Prior mentions had already alerted him. Elbu states, I do not comprehend these matters. His Majesty merely alluded to them in our discussions. Ingzheng ponders, so? He is the emperor of the Dragon Nation. Dorgan quips, what now? Is the three-surnamed servant preparing to acknowledge the tyrant as a father figure? Shall we hear him proclaim, if the first emperor does not forsake me, I shall gladly call him my adoptive father? Upon witnessing Dorgan's remark, figures such as Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Liu Bang can scarcely contain their amusement. Goodness! Dorgan of the Qing dynasty wields a sharp tongue indeed. Elbu retorts, excellent. I hope you can still find humor in this later. He urges his subordinates, hurry. I can hardly wait to eliminate this vile creature. Yet, as the next battle unfolds on the screen, Ingzheng's pupils narrow in sudden intensity. Chapter 59, Zhuge Kongming. Liang has never fought such a prosperous battle. Third update. The battle depicted this time occurred in the third year following the demise of Qin Shi Huang. Although Qin heir Shi ascended the throne, the influence of the deceased emperor still loomed over the realm. Qin heir Shi favored Zhao Gao, imposing heavier taxes, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. Farmers from various regions rose in revolt, while the nobility of the six states sought to restore their former nations and oppose Qin. General Zhang Han of Qin defeated Qin Sheng and Wu Guang with the help of convicts from Mount Li. The allied forces of the feudal lords hesitated in battle, and Xiang Yu seized power, murdering Song Yi and appointing himself as the commander. He led his entire army across the Zhang River, burning their boats and vowing to fight to the death. Ultimately, he triumphed with an army of 50,000 against the 200,000 soldiers of the Great Wall led by Wang Li and the 20,000 convicts commanded by Zhang Han. In total, 400,000. To intimidate other feudal lords and out of fear of a Qin rebellion, after Zhang Han's surrender, Xiang Yu executed all the surrendering Qin troops, sparing only Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi. This event became famously known as the Battle of Jiulu in the annals of history following the Qin dynasty. Ingzheng, Zhao Gao. Indeed, you did not err in your judgment. My Qin still possesses a fierce general like Zhang Han, capable of harnessing such strength from a group of convicts. How could I forget such a figure among my Qin commanders? It is regrettable that when I sent someone back to Xiangyang for aid, Zhao Gao instead pursued him, ultimately forcing Zhang Han to surrender. Truly, this has benefited that wretched Zhao Gao. As Ingzheng beheld the history of Qin following his death, an indescribable fury threatened to erupt from within him. Especially upon witnessing Xiang Yu annihilate the Great Wall army and capture Wang Li, he could not help but curse vehemently. Ingzheng, the damned remnants of the six states. How dare they slaughter my Qin soldiers? Li Shimin, perhaps it was at this moment that Xiang Yu was destined never to become a great emperor. For his brutal methods surpassed even those of the first emperor. It may be best for the Tang emperor not to speak so. Zhang Jiao suddenly interjected kindly. Why? Have I said something incorrect? Li Shimin inquired, puzzled. Based on the facts presented, it seemed reasonable. However, there is a saying that one may see the sky above yet encounter the earth below. What does that mean? Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and Li Jing were momentarily taken aback. They soon realized, their expressions shifting to one of astonished understanding. This cannot possibly be true, can it? Zhao Kuangyin. Even after surrendering, they were executed. It is indeed rather poor form, yet not entirely incomprehensible. After all, national hatred and personal enmity run deep. Lan Yu, at that moment, he had no better options. He had usurped power and appointed himself as general, needing to intimidate other feudal lords. Besides, how could he manage so many Qin troops with just a few thousand men? Kublai Khan. Indeed, I believe Xiang Yu is a worthy hero. Though he faced defeat, his honor remains intact. Look at this list. His accomplishments span 2 dynasties. It is truly a pity he did not become an emperor. As a man of the steppes, Kublai Khan greatly admired the strong. The casualty ratio of the Qin army during the Battle of Jiulu, as depicted in the celestial tapestry, was indeed shocking. 95%. Beyond a few scattered remnants and surrendering generals, almost total annihilation. Moreover, this is not a minor military engagement. While total annihilation in small-scale battles is not uncommon, it bears little significance for broader analysis. However, the scale of this engagement, with troop strengths reaching 400,000 to 500,000, and a casualty rate of such magnitude is indeed unprecedented globally. It carries more weight than many resounding victories in various battles. There are even instances where total annihilation in certain campaigns does not equate to the complete eradication of every soldier. Rather, it signifies the destruction of the enemy's living forces, rendering them incapable of further threat. The statistics from the Second Dynasty's casualty report reveal a total casualty ratio of 82%, 66%, and 95%, with an average comprehensive casualty ratio of 81%. Upon the revelation of these figures, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "Though I anticipated a high casualty ratio, I never expected it to reach such extraordinary heights." Over the years, Zhu Yuanzhang gradually replenished his historical knowledge. Yet he lacked the detailed insights that the celestial screen provided. For instance, during the Battle of Hongdu, the total casualties for his Ming army were merely around 50 to 60%. Kublai Khan expressed his curiosity, noting that despite the Qin army's already high casualty ratio, the Battle of Julu, which could rightly be termed a total annihilation, did not yield the highest casualty figures. Dorgan, with an unusual smile, pondered whether the Dragon Kingdom had indeed suffered complete annihilation in previous encounters. If not, I cannot conceive of any other battle casualties surpassing those of the Qin in these engagements. Dorgan calculated the time. His grand army was likely approaching Shuguang City, soon to enter the celestial screen's purview. He anticipated creating an unforgettable battle for the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Kuangyin remarked, "It appears the Dragon Kingdom is in a precarious situation. The Dragon Kingdom, affluent as it is, finds itself at the top of this casualty ratio leaderboard, a position that starkly reveals its vulnerabilities." Suda exclaimed, "Look, a multitude of troops has appeared before a city of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the Qing army." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. War had truly commenced. The spectators beheld the celestial screen depicting nearly 100,000 Qing troops forming ranks, a formidable sight at the frontier city of the Dragon Kingdom. Among the 100,000, there were 30 to 40,000 cavalry, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, alongside colossal iron weaponry unseen since the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties. Zhao Kuangyin observed, from the marching speed, formation, soldiers' demeanor, and morale, it is evident that the Qing's main cavalry consists of valiant warriors. Liu Bang added, "It is unsurprising. A foreign entity capable of subjugating the vast Central Plains dynasty must possess formidable strength." Kublai Khan remarked, regardless of the outcome, "This will reveal the true military capabilities and operational modes of future dynasties." This was what he feared most. Should both sides gain such knowledge, he would not be content with merely ruling a Central Plains dynasty. The hearts of all emperors were gripped with anticipation, their eyes fixed upon the celestial screen. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, among the three main forces dispatched, only one has mobilized, leaving the other two in reserve. It appears they wish to stage a feigned assault to gauge the depths of our dragon nation's strength. In light of this, General Xiang, let us first eliminate the two remaining forces lying in wait. As for the feigned attack, once the assault commences, it will not be in their hands to dictate whether to halt or retreat. Standing amidst the dense forest, Zhuge Liang surveyed the advancing Qing troops on the plain, a smile gracing his face. With a total force of 500,000 against their over 400,000, and an additional 300,000 regular troops poised at various border cities, the advantages are unmistakable. We possess legendary warriors, cutting-edge weaponry, and soaring morale, coupled with intelligence and geographical advantages. How could we possibly lose this battle? The advantages lie entirely with our dragon nation. Liang has never fought such a prosperous war. Forward. Zhuge Liang gestured towards the positions of the other two main Qing forces. Enough of this sentimentality, military strategist. My overlord Halberd is eager for action. Xiang Yu has awaited this very moment. He swiftly lifted Zhuge Liang onto his horse and galloped forth with fervor. Dorgan stood confidently upon the heights, gazing into the distance at the city of Shuguang. Chapter 60. Is the Dragon Kingdom finished? No. It is the Qing dynasty that has met its end. The collective gaze of the assembly was fixed upon the front of Shuguang City in the Dragon Kingdom. Numerous dynasties held a rather dim view of the Dragon Kingdom, a sentiment that was not primarily influenced by its overall national strength. At this juncture, the Qing dynasty, as the aggressor, was concentrating its forces against a singular border city. Unless the Dragon Kingdom could foresee their impending assault, how could a city that was not fortified withstand the concentrated might of a dynasty? What an immense disparity it would be. In the early stages of war, the Dragon Kingdom was destined to suffer losses. If they were to reverse roles, the outcome would remain unchanged. Only Li Shimin and a few others gazed at Gao Ming with disbelief, as the Qing dynasty had indeed manifested upon a city in the celestial sphere. Suddenly, Ing Zhang's attention was drawn to the Qing's ready cannons. Ing Zhang, what manner of weapon is that? Zhu Yuanzhang, those are cannons, a siege apparatus. You might liken them to an enhanced version of a trebuchet. While their destructive power may not be significantly greater than that of a trebuchet, They excel in convenience and require fewer personnel. Nevertheless, given the considerable size of these cannons, it is possible that this technology has seen advancements in later eras, though I am uncertain of their precise potency. The fire guns and small cannons had already begun to take shape during the Southern Song dynasty. But it was only during the late Yuan and early Ming periods that the technology matured sufficiently for widespread military application. Liu Bang, such diminutive iron projectiles are indeed siege weapons. Typically, operating a cannon requires only 2 or 3 individuals. Even the ready cannon generally necessitates only around 10. In contrast, a large counterweight trebuchet typically requires dozens of men to operate. Many emperors, having never encountered such weaponry, became increasingly alert, eager to witness these so-called siege instruments as described by Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet, as the Qing troops commenced the transport of ammunition and adjusted their cannons, Dorgan began to feign benevolence, proclaiming from the celestial sphere, "Dorgan, I shall extend one final opportunity to the Dragon Kingdom. Should they agree to compensate us with 10 border cities from this region, I shall overlook the matter of Duo. Gao Ming, enjoy your remaining time while you can. Dorgan, one does not shed tears until they see the coffin." However, as Dorgan's words fell, a barrage of messages instantly captured everyone's attention. "Wu Sangue, Your Excellency the Regent, my forces have come under attack. The enemy's numbers are unknown. Our scouts have vanished. Ingzhong, the Dragon Kingdom has initiated an attack upon them first. Zhu Yuanzhang, has there been a clash with the scout team? Zhao Kuangyin, the Dragon Kingdom's reaction speed is commendable, yet there appears to be insufficient Dragon Kingdom troops within the city to hold the line. Why are they not utilizing the city for defense while awaiting reinforcements? Li Jing, it is possible that the clash occurred due to a sudden encounter. Suda, look. A contingent of Dragon Kingdom troops has appeared near the Celestial City, though it seems to comprise only a few thousand. Liu Bang, it appears to be a small force searching for traces of the Qing. The assembly observed a troop of Dragon Kingdom cavalry near Shuguang City. Yet they did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, they maintained a certain distance, gazing at the encampment of the Qing army. Kublai pondered, this city has been well chosen. The terrain is flat, ideal for cavalry maneuvers. The expansive view ensures that even if there are ambushes nearby, we can detect them promptly and respond accordingly. Indeed, Dorgan possesses some skill. Elbu chuckled, "You speak as if our Dragon Kingdom's demise is imminent. It is the Qing that faces ruin." Dorgan retorted, "Do you intend to employ the same tactics once more? It is too late for you to realize our presence now. Days ago, I dispatched numerous scouts throughout your entire border, rendering your ability to ascertain our location ineffective. Simply adhere to the established plan." As Dorgan's words resonated, at the heart of the Qing encampment, Eldon, the commander of Dualuo's personal guards, orchestrated the assault on Shuguang City. He was destined to infiltrate Nanjing in the future and capture the southern Ming emperor, Zhu Yusong. Eldon immediately ordered the formation of defensive lines on both flanks to counter the Dragon Kingdom cavalry that had also appeared on the plains. A mere few thousand troops would not disrupt their plans to assault Shuguang City. The outermost perimeter of the Qing army was fortified with war chariots, including sidecars and shield cars, creating a series of curved defensive lines on all sides. They supplemented these defenses with caltrops and iron spikes to thwart enemy cavalry charges. The chariots were equipped with howitzers and firearms, while shield bearers relied on the chariot formations for protection. Musketeers and archers stood guard behind these fortifications. "Do not pursue them. Commence the siege immediately," Eldon commanded. Under normal circumstances, their elite cavalry would burst forth from the curved defenses to actively pursue the enemy. However, the few thousand troops were not the objective of this mission. As long as they ensured that the enemy would not disrupt their operations, they would suffice. If they could provoke the enemy into charging, that would be even better. With a resounding boom, Eldon's command was followed by the immediate firing of their red cannon. The solid projectiles, propelled by the explosive force, unleashed terrifying kinetic energy as they crashed into Shuguang City, producing a thunderous roar. Although these were solid shots, many shattered upon striking the formidable city walls and gates, sending debris flying. This spectacle astonished those who had never witnessed artillery before. Liu Bang exclaimed, "Such a small object wields such immense power." Zhao Kuangyin remarked, "A typical city gate would likely be completely obliterated after just 1 or 2 hits. On the plains, even a chariot would be shattered upon impact. The concentrated force is indeed more fearsome than a trebuchet." Ingzheng noted, "This is far superior to a trebuchet. It is not a projectile but a direct shot aimed at the city gates. The range is quite remarkable." Li Shimin observed, "Is this the warfare of future generations?" Indeed, It is a powerful siege weapon. At this distance, ordinary arrows are utterly ineffective. Ing Zheng added. Using a crossbow to launch projectiles would suffice for range. If large-scale covering fire is employed, it could effectively suppress this artillery. Kublai concluded, in the wilderness, the mobility of cavalry can effectively counter such artillery. They require considerable time to prepare each shot, and most importantly, one must evade the initial volley. The emperors, though astonished by the might of the artillery, realized that it had yet to truly possess the power to delineate the eras of cold and hot weaponry. They promptly conceived numerous countermeasures. Yet their hearts harbored an increased trepidation towards the Qing dynasty. Li Jing remarked, "This is peculiar. The city walls and gates of the Dragon Kingdom remain intact, unscathed." Zhu Yuanzhang added, "Such a formidable city. The cannonballs, with such astounding power, have struck without leaving a significant mark." At that moment, Wu Sangui dispatched a flurry of messages. "The enemy forces are numerous, omnipresent. They are exceedingly strong. My troops have suffered heavy casualties." Dorgan retorted, "What jest is this? Your division boasts an army of 100,000. Wu Sangui, this battle is of paramount importance to the Qing. Do not falter at this critical juncture. You know well the consequences of failure. Cursed Han soldiers, are they merely preserving their own strength? They had previously summoned him to battle, always exaggerating their plight or displaying a reluctance to engage. Yet Dorgan comprehended his concerns. It was merely the fear of losing too many of his cavalry, thus forfeiting the influence he currently wielded. Wu Sangui insisted, "What I say is the truth. The enemy numbers at least 20,000. And this is merely what I can currently observe." As Wu Sangui perceived Dorgan's skepticism, he grew anxious. This wretched Dorgan had never genuinely believed in him. "Fellow Han, surrender without execution. Those who resist shall be mercilessly slain." The cries of the enemy resounded all around. Chapter 61, The Might of Gunfire. "For heaven's sake, be human. Dwelluin. Just a mere 20,000. Devour them. Do not disrupt the deployment." Their position has now been exposed. It comes as no surprise that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, stationed in nearby cities, have discovered them. However, this operation has unfolded with an alarming swiftness. Too swift to be normal. Yet, this contingent is not even half the size of Hongqi City. A conventional defending force of 30 to 50,000 would be sufficient. A mere 20,000, no, it could be as low as 10,000. He always tends to exaggerate. Yet, Wu Sangui commands a force of 100,000, with several tens of thousands being cavalry. Even when facing their opponent's 100,000 infantry, they could potentially sweep the enemy clean. But Wu Sangui no longer has time to issue commands. He witnesses wave after wave of Dragon Kingdom cavalry, each around 500 strong, charging through his ranks like a tiger among sheep, mercilessly slaughtering his riders. A chill runs down his spine. His cavalry of Guaning may indeed be facing off against the Qing cavalry. How could they be so ineffectual? The enemy's morale is far superior. Defend. Wu Sangui hastily directs his army. They must consolidate their defenses to avoid being split into multiple battlefields. The Dragon Kingdom's tactics are exceedingly arrogant. Splitting into squadrons of several hundred, they weave through and cut them apart. They show no regard for reason, employing the most brutal and savage methods to tear his entire army asunder. At that moment, he catches sight of an incredibly valiant figure in the distance. The individual rides furiously towards the heart of his main camp. Arrogant. Wu Sangui has never been so underestimated. Has he discovered that he is the commander of this army? Kill him. Although the distance obscures the identity of the approaching figure, he believes that as long as it is not a warrior of Elbu's caliber, there should be no problem. Elbu had only just departed from Hongqi City. Even if he were to lead his troops, it would take at least a day to reach this position. Thus, he feels no concern. Commanders to the left and right receive orders, each leading a contingent of several thousand cavalry to intercept. But then, Wu Sangui's expression transforms into one of sheer disbelief. He witnesses the figure wielding a long halberd, sweeping fiercely, shattering the chariots that stand in his way. With another sweeping strike, the weapons and bodies of his Guaning cavalry are cleaved asunder. A vertical slash. And even the armored steeds are split in two. With a mighty roar, many battle-hardened steeds, trained to withstand the fiercest of conflicts, are startled and bolt in panic at the sound imbued with deadly intent. He laughs maniacally like a madman of war. Leading the charge, he obliterates chariot after chariot, slays man after man. Such ferocious display leaves Wu Sangui trembling with fear. He has witnessed fierce warriors before. He has seen the valor and madness of the Qing cavalry. But he has never encountered such a savage, almost inhuman ferocity. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this scene strikes him as oddly familiar. as if he has seen it somewhere before. Kill him. We cannot allow such a fierce warrior to continue his rampage. Otherwise, our army's formation may indeed be torn asunder. Even he himself would find it perilous. Dorgan gazed at the firmament, astonished at the formidable walls of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, it mattered little. A small city could be seized directly. Though there might be some casualties, capturing this city would render all sacrifices worthwhile. Ilden shared this sentiment. Yet he intended to fire another round of artillery before advancing the main army and allowing the various divisions to scale the walls. The infantry began to carry siege engines and ladders towards the fortifications. Only a few thousand soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom defended this section of the walls. And upon the thunderous roar of the ready cannons, they hastily sought refuge behind the walls. There were no caltrops, no iron spikes, nor any detected pits for trapping horses. A small detachment of cavalry swiftly darted past the ramparts, confirming that the ground ahead held no traps. These targets of attack had only been finalized in recent days. How could they possibly anticipate which city we would assault in such a brief span? It was improbable that every border city was fully prepared for battle. Ilden was not surprised by this outcome. He promptly commanded the infantry to charge the walls. The chariot lines held firm, while shield-bearers advanced, followed closely by archers and gunmen. Cavalry flanked both sides, poised for action, with the central cavalry ready to surge forward at a moment's notice. Advance! Capture this city within the hour. Each unit responded swiftly, demonstrating remarkable coordination, which elevated the perceptions of those present before the firmament. Li Jing, such resolute martial spirit. It is no wonder that some claim the Qing had fewer than 1 million of their own, yet they have successively conquered Mongolia and the Central Plain dynasties. Zhu Yuanzhang, many are indeed sons of the Han, yet their demeanor and bearing seem indistinguishable from that of foreign tribes. Have they been assimilated and tamed? Liu Bang, this city, it seems, the Dragon Kingdom cannot hold. The question remains whether it can be reclaimed after this battle. However, as Liu Bang's words fell, the advancing Qing forces moved into the range of the archers and gunmen, intending to suppress the Dragon Kingdom's defenders with their firepower. Suddenly, beneath the walls of the Dragon Kingdom, patches of earth were upheaved. A contingent of soldiers clad in black uniforms, adorned with red dragon claw insignia, surged forth from various subterranean passages. Approximately 2,000 to 3,000 of them, exhibiting extraordinary military discipline and agility, swiftly ascended the ramparts within mere seconds. Dorgan, this is dire. There is an ambush. They are gunmen. However, their numbers are few, and at this distance. Before Dorgan could finish his sentence, as the Qing forces entered range for a long-range assault, the dragon soldiers were the first to pull the triggers of their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The sound erupted like a chorus of 1,000 cannons. The resounding, thunderous crackle of gunfire reverberated. A torrential downpour of bullets wove a lethal chain of fire, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Qing soldiers. Unarmored, they fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in droves. Ordinary shields could not withstand such a rate of fire and power. Bullets pierced their bodies, with some even traversing through 2 or 3 neatly lined soldiers before losing momentum. In an instant, the ground was strewn with corpses. Rivers of blood flowed, and anguished cries filled the air. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom pulled the trigger with swift and decisive motions, their actions remarkably pleasing to the eye. Yet, at this moment, as they witnessed the mass slaughter of lives, the individuals from various dynasties felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. A terrifying coldness surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Ingzheng exclaimed, "What manner of weapon is this? The projectiles are so small, yet they travel such great distances with remarkable precision and formidable power. They can easily pierce through shields." Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "It is a firearm of a more compact size and greater power. How can the firing rate be so rapid? Has technology advanced beyond our time?" Lan Yu expressed, "What a fearsome weapon. It is truly a harbinger of death on the battlefield." Suda noted, "The Dragon Kingdom has concealed such weaponry. They have never employed it before." Zhu Di pondered, "Judging by the number of equipped soldiers, this weapon may not be widespread in the Dragon Kingdom?" Liu Bang questioned, "Is it a secret weapon? Yet, this is utterly terrifying." Li Jing observed, "The Qing army, which appeared so formidable earlier, now seems utterly powerless. It is a one-sided massacre. These were the special operations teams we saw on the road. These fire sticks are indeed fearsome." Li Shimin stared in disbelief at the carnage unfolding in the sky above. Although he could not ascertain whether it was the same unit they had witnessed, it undoubtedly belonged to the same category of armament. Earlier, when observing the Qing forces wielding their fire sticks, He had contemplated whether they were akin to those of the Dragon Kingdom. They were weapons of a later era, yet upon closer inspection, he felt a significant disparity between the two. Now, it seemed they might be similar. The Qing army was caught entirely off guard, indicating that this exceeded their expectations. Wang Gui and others trembled in fear, having previously thought these would be auxiliary troops or farmers. They were, in fact, harbingers of death. It turned out that death had been so close to them all along. Li Shimin instinctively glanced at the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a terrifying instrument of war could not possibly have been devised by him, could it? Regrettably, only the most rudimentary design plans existed prior, and the industrial capacity was insufficient. Had it been an automatic rifle, the results would have been significantly enhanced. Yet, he had never anticipated encountering an enemy on this continent of the Dragon Kingdom. Gao Ming gazed at the sky, his musings causing Li Shimin's head to buzz. The enemy had not even reached them or inflicted harm upon them, yet they had already claimed the lives of thousands on the opposing side. Were they not satisfied? Although there were many aspects Li Shimin did not comprehend, the tone of dissatisfaction resonated clearly in his ears. Was it still possible to be human under such circumstances? This was somewhat alarming. Yet, Gao Ming thought, it was not too late for development. They possessed the foundational craftsmanship and new blueprints. Chapter 62, The Terror of the Emperors. That man is Xiang Yu. Third update. Archers and gunmen, provide cover. Eldon's expression shifted dramatically. He had contemplated the possibility that the Dragon Kingdom possessed firearms. After all, they might belong to a later dynasty. Yet, he had not anticipated that, from this distance, at least 500 to 600 meters, their gunmen would open fire, and with remarkable accuracy. Certain elements remain unchanged across several eras, but the Dragon Kingdom evidently defies this norm, especially since they had not previously witnessed such weaponry in use. We have yet to enter effective shooting range. We cannot strike them. The leaders of the gunmen and archers were now engulfed in despair. The range of the enemy far exceeded theirs, and conventional shields and armor were insufficient to withstand such relentless firepower. The devastation inflicted upon them was instantaneous and catastrophic. The archers and gunmen, laden with ammunition and arrows, rarely donned heavy armor, making them easy targets for the enemy's precise assault. How could they possibly retaliate? Quickly, heavy cavalry. Advance. Provide cover for their retreat. Eldon urgently commanded. The heavy cavalry surged forward. If left unchecked, the soldiers in the front formations would likely be annihilated before they could escape the effective range of fire. The heavy cavalry soon appeared before the infantry formations. Clang, clang, clang. The Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Type 3 rifles struck the heavy cavalry, proving alarmingly insufficient. The bullets, after traversing a certain distance, lost much of their potency, merely sparking upon impact or knocking riders from their mounts. The armor on the horses was inadequate to withstand the onslaught. The captain of the gunmen on the walls issued a command, and in an instant, many horses fell, with numerous heavy cavalry tumbling to the ground. Yet, it was ultimately the heavy shield wall that thwarted the continued slaughter by the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. In Gao Ming's original world, many bulletproof vests contained steel plates in the middle to deflect bullets. However, some unfortunate souls faced bullets piercing through their eyes or other vulnerable points. Nevertheless, casualties were significantly reduced compared to earlier. Still, this weighed heavily on Dorgan and Eldon. Each heavy cavalryman was invaluable, not only due to their size and strength, but also because they had undergone rigorous training, all crafted with considerable resources. Their steeds were among the finest. Consolidate the defensive line, Eldon urged. Witnessing this scene, the terror in the hearts of the emperors began to wane slightly. Zhao Kuangyin, fortunately, the armor of the heavy cavalry can withstand these lethal weapons. Otherwise, it would be utterly terrifying. Ing Zheng, this is already sufficiently frightening, even in your era. How many heavy cavalrymen were there? Zhao Kuangyin. Indeed, there were few. Iron weaponry was always in short supply. If those incendiary sticks were such fearsome instruments of death, what then were those weapons they had previously carried at their waists? Li Jing whispered gravely into Li Shimin's ear. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this was yet another novel weapon. Kublai Khan remarked that the Dragon Kingdom's firearms were not in abundant supply, indicating that such armaments were indeed rare. Zhu Yuanzhang concurred, stating that if they only had a few thousand gunners, it would likely be insufficient to compel the Qing forces to relinquish the city. This was indeed the case. After the initial shock, Dorgan's fury intensified upon witnessing the heavy armor capable of withstanding bullets. This battle, witnessed by the world, could not be lost. The city must be captured. Failing to do so would not only render this expedition a source of ridicule, but would also destabilize the entire Qing dynasty. Dragon people, you seek death. Relying on your firearms, you act so recklessly. Equip your shields with multiple layers of armor and have your vassals advance. Continue the siege and bombard with the Red artillery, regardless of losses. Dorgan commanded with a fierce resolve. Understood. Yildiz promptly replied, swiftly engaging in the tightening defensive formation. Meanwhile, the next round of Red cannons roared to life, momentarily suppressing the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. New shield bearers were diligently preparing amidst the chaos. Li Jing observed. One must not underestimate the Qing forces. They have devised effective countermeasures in such a short span. If they advance like this, they might well reach the city walls. What will the Dragon Kingdom use to obstruct them then? Zhu Di replied, I cannot say for certain, but I believe the Dragon Kingdom is prepared. Do you have any basis for that assertion? Li Jing inquired. No, it's merely a hunch. The presence of ambushes suggests they anticipated an attack on the city. Moreover, let us not forget the thousands of troops outside. Who knows what they might be preparing? Ud speculated. Dorgan noted. The troops do not seem to be concentrated in ambush. Rather, they have anticipated our assault in this area, hiding forces in each city. Yet, this will not deter our valiant Qing warriors. Let us conclude this swiftly. Understood. Yildiz affirmed. Cheng Yaojin remarked, a few thousand troops should not alter the outcome. And I have not seen the forces outside equipped with firearms. Yingjing interjected, there are more than just a few thousand. Dragon Kingdom troops have appeared around us. Zhao Kuangying questioned, what is happening? Near Yildiz Qing forces, 2 additional contingents of several thousand troops emerged, causing Yildiz to feel a twinge of anxiety. With 3 groups of Dragon Kingdom cavalry, totaling around 10,000, the situation was indeed concerning. However, he was reassured by the strength of his defenses. Should they dare to charge, it would be their demise. Zhu Yuanzhang speculated, these must be reinforcements gathered by the scouts nearby? Lan Yu wondered. Are they waiting for more forces before launching an assault? Liu Bang remarked, these Dragon Kingdom cavalry are remarkably bold. Such scattered support seems perilous. Should the Qing forces attack, they could be overwhelmed. Ying Zhang noted, what is remarkable is that these dispersed cavalry, though each contingent consists of only a few thousand, show no signs of retreat. They all dare to come forth. It appears as if the formidable force of 100,000 Qing troops is disregarded entirely. Kublai Khan remarked that he must concede the military prowess and courage of the Dragon Kingdom surpasses his expectations, even without a valiant general like Elbu to lead them. They remain undaunted in the face of overwhelming numbers. No, this cannot continue. Kadai, take 1,000 cavalry and strike. Eliminate them. Do not allow their forces to consolidate. After we shatter their ranks, do not pursue. Return immediately. Our primary objective is to seize Shuguang City. Understood. Kadai accepted the command and led the cavalry in a flanking maneuver. Meanwhile, the troops of the Dragon Kingdom stood steadfast, awaiting orders. Here they come. They cannot contain themselves. Displaying even more spirit than we anticipated. Are we prepared? The commander of the Dragon Kingdom's cavalry inquired, glancing back at the men stationed on the low, sloping hill. Report. Commander, the mines are set. Excellent. Withdraw. Lure them into the minefield. Retreat to the position of the mortar company. But first, let us take down a few of them to prevent their escape. Understood. Zhao Kuangying pondered. This is perplexing. The military discipline and weaponry of the Dragon Kingdom are commendable. So why do they top the casualty ratio leaderboard? Zhu Yuanzhang added. The list has already been displayed. We merely overlooked it earlier. Let us see what transpires. The casualty ratio leaderboard had indeed been presented moments ago, but the audience was engrossed in the current events. Now, as they glanced up, the main screen depicted Dragon Kingdom soldiers defending their position against a wild-looking army. At that moment, an urgent message appeared on the screen. Wu Sangui, requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. The cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. We are utterly outmatched. They are unlike any foes we have faced. Wu Sangui, what is this? The enemy has breached our defenses with small iron balls. I do not see any artillery. Wu Sangui, retreat. Retreat. What is happening? We have clearly escaped the range of their arrows, yet my comrades continue to fall one after another. Wu Sangui, we are surrounded. Dorgan was taken aback. Staring at the relentless stream of messages from Wu Sangui, the spectators before the screen were equally bewildered. They could not witness firsthand the trials faced by the general named Wu Sangui. But the barrage of messages suggested they had suffered catastrophic losses in a remarkably brief span of time. Liu Bang, Could it be that they have come under fire from those firearms? Wu Sangui, what firearms? Please, Regent, send reinforcements swiftly. Our battlefield is being sliced apart. There is a formidable warrior among the enemy. Their numbers far exceed 50,000. Ingzheng, if victory does not lie in firearms, then what is the cause? Did not Dorgan previously mention they also have 100,000 troops? Zhao Kuangyin, even 100,000 swine should not fall so swiftly. Lan Yu, a fierce general? Could it be Elbu? Zhu Di, no, that is not the case. If it were Elbu, even without a clear view of his visage, one could discern his presence merely by his imposing stature, for Elbu had left an indelible impression. Dorgan, after much effort to stabilize his fluctuating blood pressure, felt it surge once more. Yet, he realized that Wu Sangui might not be exaggerating, for at such a critical juncture, uttering such words had already crossed the threshold of propriety. As a commander himself, he understood that such statements would inevitably impact the morale of the entire army. Dorgan, hold on. I will immediately send reinforcements. Wu Sangui, I have surrendered. Dorgan, is this truly the tradition of you, Wu Sangui? Let alone an army of 50,000, even against an adversary of 200,000. It should be inconceivable to falter so quickly. Wu Sangui, I have recognized that formidable general. It appears to be the overlord of Western Chu, Xiangyu. Chapter 63, Look into my eyes. Can I not surrender? Boom. Wu Sangui's words stirred up a tempest. Xiangyu, the general who has endured through the annals of two dynasties, creating numerous miraculous and classic battles. A man who occupies a vividly colorful space in the chronicles centered around emperors, yet is not one himself. A figure whose martial prowess is revered as unparalleled throughout history. At this moment, he has struck against the Qing general Wu Sangui. Liu Bang's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the heavens. His heart involuntarily quivered. He turned his eyes back and forth, and to his astonishment, he realized he was not mistaken. Wu Sangui was indeed referring to the overlord of Western Chu, Xiangyu. In the temporary grandstand erected in the plaza of Chang'an, the Han Emperor and numerous ministers gathered. They observed Liu Bang's once unshakable composure falter, causing them to tremble internally. Xiangyu, is he still alive in this new world? The man who once cast a shadow over two dynasties has returned, and now he is a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Dorgan, the overlord of Western Chu. Wu Sangui, what nonsense are you spouting? Where did he come from? Dorgan's face reflected horror. Not long ago. The casualty comparison displayed in the heavens revealed Xiangyu's ferocity, nearly earning unanimous recognition from all emperors. Even Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han, could not deny this fact. He found himself on the verge of proclaiming it impossible. Yet, recalling the appearances of figures like Elbu and Zhang Jiao, he pondered, what one more Xiangyu in the mix? Ingzheng, the Xiangyu who slaughtered my Qin soldiers, still exist in this world? And has, in such a short time, defeated an army of 100,000? Zhao Kuangyin, Xiangyu. The Dragon Kingdom not only possesses a fierce general like Elbu, but now also the overlord of Western Chu. How astonishing! Even Zhao Kuangyin, who had fought numerous battles, was acutely aware of the magnitude of the challenge. To confront an opposing army of 400,000 with 50,000, or 30,000 against 560,000, what a daunting myth. Zhu Yuanzong. The Dragon Kingdom boasts not only Elbu, a peerless warrior, but also the overlord of Western Chu. Both are extraordinary generals. Zhu Di. The Dragon Kingdom is truly remarkable, hidden, and profound. Zhu Yuanzong. Why does this lad speak in such a manner? His tone resembles that of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens engaging in casual conversation while observing the heavens. Has Zhu Di been influenced? Suda, the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom is far beyond our imagination. Li Jing, even a fierce general like Xiangyu has submitted to the Dragon Kingdom, while Elbu's submission is somewhat understandable. Xiangyu's fiery temperament and unwillingness to yield would suggest otherwise. Li Shimin, a soldier dies for his confidant. The overlord of Western Chu is still a man. A man of passion. This statement directed all attention toward one individual, the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, Gao Ming. Their curiosity about him intensified. What manner of person could command such formidable generals to serve under him? They yearned for a list that could illuminate their uncertainties about the future. Gao Ming observes all of this with a calm demeanor. The officials rewarded by the dynasty system are undoubtedly loyal to him. However, to unleash their full potential, indeed, even beyond it, they must recognize the validity of his actions and beliefs. Elbu, Li Jing, what do you mean? What do you mean by can still be understood? Are you questioning my loyalty to His Majesty? Li Jing, that was not my intention. I apologize for my thoughtless words. Dorgan, Xiangyu. What of Xiangyu? Merely a reckless brute, courageous yet devoid of strategy. A mere brute, no matter how strong, is not to be feared. Wu Sangui respond. Though Dorgan was taken aback, he could not falter in such a moment. Yet, Wu Sangui offered no reply, his expression darkening significantly, his inner turmoil palpable. The swift conquest of Shuguang City had failed, and an unexpected turn had befallen his troops. How could this be? This was not how it was meant to unfold. Could it be that he was intimidated by the Western Shu overlord, to the point of not even mounting a respectable counterattack? After all, he had 100,000 soldiers ready for battle. This was entirely different from the disjointed defenses of the Liu Bang coalition at Pengcheng, armed with cannons and firepower. No matter how fierce Xiangyu might be, he was still flesh and blood. How could they not even manage a retreat? Li Shimin, has the surrender already occurred? Truly impressive speed. Zhu Yusong, Wu Sangui is nothing but a fickle traitor. What is so strange about his surrender? Wu Sangui gazed at the spear blade pressed against his throat, relinquishing his weapon without hesitation. It was not that he wished to avoid battle. He simply recognized that he was no match for Xiangyu, and the tide had turned against him. As he read the barrage of comments, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse, yet he feared that speaking further might lead to the weapon at his throat ending his life. These onlookers had no comprehension of what he had just endured. His Chongming Iron Cavalry and personal guards had initially been valiant and loyal. However, as they approached to intercept the enemy, they were horrified to discover that they faced none other than the Western Shu overlord himself. Before the true battle had even begun, their courage had been shattered, morale plummeted. Xiangyu appeared as formidable as depicted in the heavens. He charged ahead, and none could withstand even a single strike from him. With his martial prowess, combined with weaponry far superior to their era, he was even stronger than what had manifested in the heavens. To declare that he could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike would not be an exaggeration. With astonishing speed, he plunged straight into their encampment. And they could not effectively impede him. Their firepower could not breach his armor, and it was challenging for their cannons to hit such a rapidly moving target, especially as they had yet to fire a second round. Increasingly, more Dragon Kingdom cavalry encircled them, and before they could even engage, the enemy employed their tools to hurl small iron balls. These little iron spheres landed among the artillerymen, exploding with a thunderous roar, instantly claiming their lives. In the past, the valiant Xiangyu led an elite force of 30 to 50,000 to boldly confront armies of over 40 to 50,000. Now, observing the encirclement from all directions, the opposing forces are undoubtedly not fewer in number, at the very least totaling 100,000. His battlefield has been swiftly and effectively segmented. Although the enemy appears divided into numerous small contingents of several hundred, each cavalry unit communicates seamlessly with one another. This meticulous division and precise command within such a large formation not only showcase the exceptional capabilities of their leader, but also reflect the high combat proficiency of every cavalryman from the Dragon Kingdom. Generally, commanders would never dare to execute such a strategy of fragmenting a large army into so many units. If the command falters and the soldiers lack discipline, it could easily devolve into chaos and rout. Yet, the enemy boldly undertakes this tactic, and the results are strikingly effective. This prevents Wu Sangui from organizing an effective large-scale counterattack, resulting in significant casualties in a very short time. Wu Sangui yearns to break free and flee. Yet his companions continue to fall one after another. He suspects firearms are at play, though he has yet to catch a glimpse of even a shadow of them. He starts to wonder if Xiangyu possesses some sort of sorcery. Just as he manages to tear a small opening to escape, a man holding a feather fan, accompanied by a cavalry unit, awaits them ahead. He smiles gently to himself, remarking, "Is it truly so difficult to discern such a simple tactic as encircling three while leaving one out? It appears you are in quite a state of disarray. This battle has been exceedingly effortless. I feel somewhat ashamed that I have not exerted myself more. In truth, confronting you head-on would not have posed a problem. However, my soldiers are invaluable, so I shall grant you a sliver of false hope, lest you engage in a desperate struggle, resulting in further casualties." Wu Sangui, upon hearing this, turned ashen. If he does not flee here, where else can he go? The encirclement from other directions is layered and overwhelming. Gazing at the scholar-like figure before him, exuding an ethereal grace while holding the feather fan, and recalling his self-identification, a historical figure suddenly materializes in Wu Sangui's mind. This person bears titles such as the Sleeping Dragon, Military Strategist, and Wisdom Saint. He instinctively exclaims, You are Zhuge Liang." Indeed. Zhuge Liang nods slightly, and then, Xiang Yu rushes towards him. Upon receiving the confirmation, Wu Sanggui's mind erupted in tumult. The combination of the Western Chu overlord and Zhuge Liang, what a monstrous pairing. Together, Wu Sangui envisions only one inevitable outcome: defeat. What a hellishly difficult war is this? Is surrender even an option? These mere spectators, who only offer empty words, do not consider the actual circumstances. Come, look into my eyes. Tell me, what can be done in this situation? How can we turn the tide? Even the escape route has been severed. There is nowhere left to flee. Chapter 64. Home lies behind. To fight to the last breath. Wu Sangui remained unresponsive for an extended period, and the world around him fell into a brief silence. Dorgan found himself in a state of turmoil, caught between indecision and fury. Cursed be the Han army. Cursed be Wu Sangui. Yet, upon gazing at the Dragon Kingdom's casualty report, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He was reluctant to withdraw his troops easily. Capturing any city of the Dragon Kingdom would suffice. Once secured, they could fortify their defenses. What could even Xiang Yu or Elbu do against them? He signaled to Ashen to consolidate their forces, waiting for the opportune moment. He instructed Yildan to bolster their defenses. If Xiang Yu were to rush to the aid of Shuguang City, they would leave a portion of their forces to restrain him while the remainder swiftly attacked another city. Dorgan commanded, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation with Xiang Yu. Although their troops were still outnumbered, the prospect of being eliminated first was not an appealing one. The atmosphere remained tense until Xiang Yu finally appeared on the celestial screen, stirring excitement once more. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with Wu Sangui? It was real, he truly lived. Liu Bang murmured in disbelief. Until Xiang Yu's presence was confirmed, Liu Bang clung to a shred of hope. However, the celestial screen had dispelled all illusions. After a moment, he forced himself to quell the rising panic within. He turned to his ministers. Many of the brothers who fought alongside me have diminished in number. Gentlemen, order the military across the nation to prepare for battle. You are all aware of Xiang Yu's temperament. If he is unsatisfied and seeks revenge, conflict will be inevitable. To be frank, I do not wish for any discord with the Dragon Kingdom, but we must brace for the worst. Nevertheless, do not fret. The military strength of the Dragon Kingdom, while formidable, does not surpass that of our Han dynasty, which has rejuvenated over the past few years. Liu Bang gradually regained his composure, exhibiting the remarkable psychological resilience characteristic of a great emperor. Understood, replied Xiao He and others with solemn expressions. Kill him, declared Gao Ming. No, I am still of use. Wu Sangui, who had been captured and silenced, saw the barrage of comments and could no longer contain himself. Pleading for mercy. Traitors are often more detestable than enemies. I have no affection for them, Gao Ming stated calmly. Following his surrender, Wu Sangui had caused extensive harm to the Han populace during the Qing dynasty's policies. Whether through coercion or ambition mattered not. Exterminate all Qing troops. Let the Han army report on one another. If there are innocents caught in the crossfire, we may show leniency, Gao Ming articulated, embodying both a merciless approach and a compassionate side, which could sway the hearts of those Han individuals ensnared by the Qing forces toward the Dragon Kingdom. Understood. Xiang Yu responded, ignoring Wu Sangui's pleas for mercy. With a swift motion, the spear descended, severing Wu Sangui's head from his shoulders. There was little challenge involved. As long as their artillery was destroyed at the outset, these foes posed no significant threat. Xiang Yu observed the Qing soldiers who had surrendered or fallen, expressing a certain disdain. One must not be complacent or underestimate the enemy. They remain unaware of our presence and our tactics. We currently possess an advantage in intelligence. But should this be revealed, they will take precautions against us, Zhuge Liang cautioned. Your words carry weight, for His Majesty has entrusted me to heed your counsel. What course should we pursue next? Xiang Yu inquired, nodding in agreement. There is no need to complicate matters with interpersonal dynamics, nor to ponder fairness or treachery. We must simply charge forward with unwavering resolve. This exhilaration is truly liberating. Liu Bang, will you muster your forces? Is there still a chance for another confrontation? General L appeared somewhat agitated, having abandoned his personal guards en route, arriving alone at the vicinity of Shuguang City to rally the troops. We shall divide our forces to preemptively sever the Qing army's lines of retreat, Zhuge Liang remarked, indicating several locations on the battle map. It seems fortune favors Fengxian. Had I known, I would have requested Dorgan instead. There are hardly any Qing cavalry. The slaughter has been less than satisfying. There will be ample opportunities. Zhuge Liang replied calmly. To clarify, what opportunities are you referring to? Please refrain from being cryptic. Xiang Yu pressed eagerly. Zhuge Liang merely waved his feather fan with a slight smile, offering no further explanation. At that moment, the grand screen captured everyone's attention. Li Shimin. This event transpired in the first year of the Long Kingdom. The Long Kingdom is under attack by invading forces, and these foes appear barbaric, donning what seem to be human skulls. The borders of the Long Kingdom are in peril. At last, the Long Kingdom was facing the brunt of war losses. Everyone sharpened their focus on the screen. In the first year of the Long Kingdom, Gao Ming had just overthrown the Da Qin dynasty. Surrounding nations harbored ambitions of restoration. Some refused to acknowledge the Long Kingdom, while others sought to exploit the opportunity. Chaos erupted across the landscape. In the Hongduan Mountains, a city within the Long Kingdom's borders, the nomadic M tribe unexpectedly launched an invasion against the Long Kingdom, along the necessary routes to the Long Kingdom's cities. The garrison swiftly congregated in the Hongduan Mountains to thwart the assault of the desert nation. The soldiers of the Long Kingdom, marching at an extraordinary pace, quickly seized the ancient fortresses and advantageous terrain, establishing fortifications. Both sides primarily engaged with cold weapons, with the Long Kingdom's forces consisting of merely a few hundred riflemen. The M army numbered 600,000, while the Long Kingdom's defenders totaled 40,000. A bloody confrontation unfolded in the Hongduan Mountains. The M warriors, tall and unkempt, embodied a wild and savage demeanor. Even through the screen, each M soldier emanated a primal sense of violent oppression, particularly accentuated by the bone ornaments adorning many of their bodies, derived from various parts of human anatomy. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood and brutality. As the war commenced, the nomadic tribesmen regarded the mere 40,000 soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom with utter disdain. With the launching of catapults and a torrential rain of arrows, they surged forward, howling as they charged up the mountains. The Dragon Kingdom retaliated, unleashing a barrage of arrows and bullets, claiming the lives of numerous tribesmen. Yet, instead of being deterred, the nomads grew increasingly enraged and charged forth with fervor. To them, the vast and splendid lands of the Dragon Kingdom lay just beyond these mountains. Crush them, sons of the nomads. The young maidens and children of the central continent are delectable. They rallied. Once we seize this place, we shall have free rein to advance deep into the heart of the continent. A mere few tens of thousands of soldiers from a fledgling nation are not sufficient to satiate our hunger, roared a nomadic leader, spurring his kin onward from all directions. Soon, they were locked in close combat, with their homeland behind them, refusing to retreat even unto death. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom rose to counterattack, unwilling to yield. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground. Ultimately, the nomads retreated briefly after suffering a loss of 7,000 men in their initial assault, while the Dragon Kingdom incurred approximately 4,000 casualties. This was a result achieved despite holding the advantageous position and superior weaponry. Otherwise, the first wave of attack would have numbered nearly 100,000, nearly filling every possible path for an assault. Though they had the geographical advantage, each soldier of the Dragon Kingdom had to contend with 2 or 3 nomads. Achieving such results was commendable under these circumstances. Following this initial clash, the Dragon Kingdom had already suffered around 10% casualties. Initially, the world paid little mind to this, merely expressing admiration for the valor displayed by both armies. However, as time passed, the expressions on everyone's faces began to shift dramatically. Chapter 65. The Battle Losses of the Dragon Kingdom. A silence falls upon the world. Ing Zheng observed, 40,000 against 600,000. It appears there are no renowned generals among them, merely ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, hastily summoned after a surprise attack. Their courage surpasses that of countless soldiers from other nations. Li Shimin expressed his astonishment. These nomads dare to regard the people of the Dragon Kingdom as mere fodder. Kublai Khan remarked, these nomads possess a significant physical advantage. Each one is formidable. It seems the Desert Dynasty is indeed a nation of warriors. However, uncertainty lingered regarding their current existence. If they still thrived, subduing them would yield a powerful ally. Dorgan countered, what use is courage at this juncture? 40,000 against 600,000, how long can they endure? The casualty rate is assuredly above 90%, Li Jing asserted. Even if they falter, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom remain a fierce and valiant force. Zhu Di concurred, indeed, such a disparity in forces, though they may face defeat, is still honorable. After all, not everyone can be like Xiang Yu. Yet, in this scenario, even if Xiang Yu were leading, it is doubtful he could conjure a miracle. In the Battle of Pingcheng, Xiang Yu commanded elite troops against an unprepared enemy. The Qing dynasty was plagued by internal strife, and they were the aggressors. Conversely, The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began in a position of disadvantage. The conditions for a classic battle are manifold, Zhu Yuanzhang mused. I wonder how long they can withstand before surrendering. In many dynasties, a casualty rate of 30 to 40% would lead to disarray. Even elite forces typically endure until they reach a 60 to 70% casualty rate. Under the vast sky, the second assault commenced. The nomads mobilized additional forces, numbering over 100,000, completely saturating every available route. Their initial defeat incited rage and humiliation. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers found it increasingly arduous to hold their ground. Nevertheless, through a combination of defensive apparatus and indomitable spirit, they managed to repel the attackers. After sustained losses of approximately 10,000 on both sides, they thwarted yet another incursion by the nomads. Thus, a third and fourth assault ensued. The wooden barricades were exhausted. The mountains were stripped bare. The easily accessible stones were depleted. Ammunition was spent. Arrows were non-existent. Their fine blades dulled. The logistics had yet to catch up. Numerous routes were obstructed. The eastern pass had fallen. It must be reclaimed. In the relentless struggle for dominance, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom dwindled from 40,000 to merely 10,000. The nomads suffered even greater losses, with casualties ranging from 40 to 50,000. Yet, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited no intention of surrendering or retreating. In the next moment, they made a decision that would move all to tears. Li Shimin lamented. With a casualty rate exceeding 70%, the fighting spirit of the Dragon Kingdom remains unyielding. Are these truly just ordinary soldiers from a small city? Zhu Di noted. The enemy possesses an army of 600,000, and even after suffering losses of 50 to 60,000, they feel the sting. They all proclaimed that as long as they surrendered, a path to survival would be granted, even promising high positions and wealth. Yet, I see no one inclined to capitulate. Li Jing pondered. What kind of resolve sustains them? With the war reaching such a dire state, surrendering seems to hold no merit. Kublai Khan suggested that they might fear the enemy's deceit, concerned that surrendering could lead to their demise. Yingzheng acknowledged this possibility, but noted that being ensnared in a desperate situation without harboring any illusion speaks volumes about their indomitable spirit. Wei Jing remarked that while Xiongyu had triumphed against overwhelming odds, inflicting devastating casualties, even the Qin army's Zhang Han surrendered after losing around 40% of his forces, with others meeting their end. Though there were other factors at play. At the very least, they could have held out longer, akin to General Wang Li, who was annihilated only after suffering significant losses. As for the Battle of Pengcheng, the Allied forces dispersed early after being struck. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had sustained over 70% casualties, yet their eyes reflected no fear. Instead, their fighting spirit surged, unwavering and resolute, akin to that of death-defying warriors. Listening to Wei Jing's analysis, silence enveloped the assembly. All the emperors and generals felt a surge of respect and envy. Who wouldn't he desire soldiers like these? In the heavens above, reinforcements were en route. However, our forces were insufficient to defend all critical routes. What would become of the civilians behind us? Last night, upon nearing the Mongol camp, they were found feasting. Infuriating. I shall ensure they all perish. There exists another strategy, the wounded commander declared somberly. What is it? Speak quickly, there is no room for concealment at this juncture. The acting commander hastily replied, let us disperse everyone in units. Each pathway up the mountain is narrow, even with our diminished numbers. We could hold out until exhaustion overcomes us. Yet, such a course would mean our demise. However, it would significantly hinder their march. While it's likely we wouldn't last until reinforcements arrive, at least the civilians behind us would have time to retreat. As the words of the one-armed commander fell, both within and outside the heavens, a brief silence ensued. Then, the entire assembly erupted in fervor. Liu Bang exclaimed, has this general lost his mind? Clumping together, we cannot withstand the Mongol forces. Separating will only make us easier targets. Li Shimin interjected, it is already impossible to hold. Reaching our defenses is merely a matter of time. They are simply employing their means to protect the civilians behind them. Wei Zheng countered, but such a method should not cost them their lives. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, if this is the case, no Dragon Kingdom soldier shall survive. Yingzheng declared, a life exchanged for time. Dorgan questioned, who would consent to such a plan? Are they not afraid of inciting a mutiny? Casualties have exceeded 70%. A regular army would have already crumbled. Now, they propose such an absurd plan. However, what a brilliant strategy. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Let us do it. I will slay 10 of them. To my brothers. We shall meet on the path to the netherworld. We shall meet on the path to the netherworld. On this night, The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom dispersed into small groups. Li Jing, they all agreed. There was hesitation. There was attachment. Yet, they ultimately consented. Zhu Yuanzhang, not a single dissent. How can this be? Ying Zheng, such a formidable army exists in this world. Although the soldiers of the Qin dynasty are fearless, the distinction between bravery and the acceptance of an inevitable demise is profound. No matter how disproportionate the forces in battle, a death sentence is never guaranteed. There is always the glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, by dividing their forces in this manner, each individual is assured of their demise. Fan Wenqing, madness, sheer madness, they have all lost their minds. Li Shimin, I have never witnessed such an army. The death warriors are one thing, but an army is another. Wei Zheng, how can there be so many valiant souls willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness? If all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were like this, they would be invincible worldwide. In the heavens above, the day's battle was particularly brutal and sanguinary. Even the so-called fearless warriors of the Mo tribe were driven back several times in terror. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be everywhere, slaying one after another. Initially believing they were remnants left to cover the retreat, they saw no one attempting to escape. Instead, a mere oversight in searching a small stronghold would unleash dozens upon them in a surprise assault, rendering them immobile. Once, twice, 100 times, 200 times. Ultimately, atop the peak, countless Mo tribesmen, their faces pale with fear, advanced cautiously like walking on thin ice. They beheld the battlefield at the summit, littered with corpses, and the Dragon Kingdom commander, battered and bruised. It was that accursed commander of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless Mo warriors, with bloodshot eyes and driven mad, charged towards him. This was all the explosives that could be gathered from the cities in a short time. It was all for one final grand gesture. Let it take us on our journey. Ha. As they surged towards him, the Dragon Kingdom commander chuckled nonchalantly. He produced a torch that had long been ignited and lit the fuse beside him. With the scent of gunpowder wafting in the air and the hissing sound of flames igniting, the fuse burned down. Boom! A heart-stirring explosion resounded. The previously unyielding boulders, accompanied by a surging sea of flames and a terrifying shockwave, erupted forth. Thousands of Mo soldiers were torn asunder. The mountaintop fractured, transforming into a cascade of falling rocks. Countless enemies were crushed and maimed. Retreat to the foot of the mountain. Quickly, as they beheld the rolling boulders approaching, the Mo soldiers were instantly paralyzed with fear. They could not fathom if more such horrors remained in store. Thus, the casualty rate for the Dragon Kingdom in this battle reached 100%. From the lowest soldier to the esteemed commander of the Dragon Kingdom, all perished in loyalty to their nation. While the heavens should have concluded the broadcast of this battle, instead, the spectacle continued to unfold. This signified that the battle was far from over. The crowd before the celestial screen stood in shock, their hearts laden with an indescribable complexity, gazing blankly at the unfolding scene. Chapter 66, A Song of Valor and Tears. Let the Qing army feel fear. Alas, magnificent, the Dragon Kingdom is invincible. Upon witnessing this, Wei Zheng could not help but be moved to tears. Although he was not a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he could still perceive the spirit of unparalleled bravery. The remaining soldiers' unwavering courage and determination to fight to the bitter end profoundly inspired him. Dying for a worthy cause, dying with fierce passion. Throughout history, sacrificing oneself for one's country has been the highest honor. If one person can embody such valor, how could one not be touched by the plight of 40,000? Ying Zheng, unmatched loyalty and bravery. Zhao Kuangyin, how fortunate we are to have such soldiers. Li Shimin, they are the highest exemplars of martial honor. Liu Bang, a tale both sorrowful and inspiring. If such soldiers were to possess the ferocity of Xiangyu, then Liu Bang dared not imagine how terrifying that would be. Numerous emperors bestowed the highest praise upon the 40,000 warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, within many of these rulers, ambitions stirred restlessly. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown upon them. If the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are all like this, what could they possibly covet from its riches? In this moment, they genuinely wished that the words of Kublai Khan, the great Yuan emperor, were true. They truly understood the nomadic tribes. They were aware that surrender would lead to certain death. Thus, they fought until the last man. If they had had an avenue of retreat and still chose to sacrifice every one of their number, then such resolve is indeed formidable. Li Shanchan, what a pity. If these individuals were to survive, they could become the backbone of the army in the future. Li Shimin, why lament? To die for one's ideals is a soldier's happiness. How many warriors die without ever knowing what they fought for, lost in confusion,
perishing in vain. Zhu Di, whoever commands such an army shall surely reign supreme. Zhu Yuanzhang, in the face of dwindling resources, there will triumph over hunger. They conquered their instincts. None sought to survive through dishonor. Li Jing, how is this even possible? Could it be related to the universal education system in the Dragon Kingdom? Does such education hold such profound influence? If they were elite, trained assassins, a blood-soaked struggle to the end would certainly astonish and command admiration. Yet, a degree of understanding would remain. However, this army was clearly a temporary coalition, hastily assembled from various cities without even the time to foster cohesion. On the battlefield, it could easily be described as a disorganized rabble. Yet, united in purpose, they were willing to face death together. This is astonishing. This is unfathomable. Suda, it may not necessarily relate to education. Some truths can be grasped without formal learning. Li Jing, while that may be so, I am still curious about what knowledge the Dragon Kingdom imparts that instills such unwavering faith. Wei Xing, I too am intrigued. Dynasties may rise and fall. Yet some cultures endure for millennia, persisting long into the future. However, some individuals are utterly incapable of resonating with the situation, instead succumbing to fear. Dorgan, wait. What was buried by the general of the Dragon Kingdom? Why does it possess such formidable power? Is it gunpowder? Yet, how could conventional explosives yield such devastation? During this period, they endeavored to encase gunpowder within artillery shells, but success was scarce, and the results were highly unstable and impractical. Dorgan's remark, laden with apprehension, prompted everyone to reflect on the final scene they had just witnessed. At this moment, Dorgan observed the cavalry dispatched by Yildan from Shuguang City colliding with the Dragon Kingdom's cavalry. It appeared that the Dragon Kingdom's forces were somewhat outnumbered, yet retreating while engaging seemed feasible. They could pursue with vigor, for the terrain was flat, leaving little room for ambush. However, Dorgan noticed that after the Dragon Kingdom's cavalry crossed an inconspicuous small slope, they abruptly divided into two paths, veering to the sides as if to allow more cavalry to escape. Ordinarily, there would be no need to halt, as a direct advance into the central area would still enable them to launch an assault on the flanking Dragon Kingdom cavalry. Yet, Dorgan suddenly recalled the astonishing explosive buried underground. Although he saw no visible fuses, anxiety brewed within him. Dorgan, do not pursue the desperate enemy. Boom, boom, boom. Before Dorgan finished his sentence, the Qing troops charging into the heart of the area were met with a cacophony of deafening explosions. The forces were instantly drenched in blood. Amidst the powerful blasts, countless metallic shards whirled through the air, creating a deadly eruption from all directions. The destructive force was staggering. The cavalry pursuing the charge consisted of ordinary horsemen, not heavily armored knights. Even for the latter, the sheer impact of such concentrated explosions would have resulted in catastrophic casualties. An ambush? What transpired? There was nothing ignited in sight. Something underground that detonates upon stepping on it. Halt the charge. Halt the charge. The commanding Qing general urgently bellowed, instructing the messenger to sound the alarm. Yet, at such rapid speeds of assault, coupled with the explosion startling the steeds, stopping was not a simple affair. Even with their swift reactions, the foremost thousands of cavalry still suffered grievous losses. Many panicked horses collided, toppling numerous Qing soldiers and trampling many more. Ingzheng, what is this? Devised underground, capable of inflicting such tremendous casualties on cavalry. Li Shimin, I have never seen anything like it. Yet, it is remarkably effective against cavalry. Zhu Yuanzhang, is this the ground-buried thunder? But I did not observe anyone igniting it. Moreover, typically, using clay pots filled with gunpowder does not yield such magnitude, nor could it be deployed over such a vast area. Otherwise, the Qing troops would not have charged recklessly. Cheng Yojin, is this yet another new weapon from the Dragon Kingdom? It is exceedingly effective against cavalry. Li Jing, moreover, prior to this, the Qing troops dispatched reconnaissance teams to survey the area, yet they triggered no alarms. I understand now. The reason the cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom lingered at the periphery was that someone had set up this trap, and they fortuitously found themselves at the edge of the celestial canvas. This provided cover for those behind them. The rapid establishment of so many traps within such a short span indicates that these devices are easily transportable, straightforward to deploy, and in considerable quantity. The more Li Jing analyzed, the more alarmed he became. Zhao Kuangyin, such devices could potentially transform the operational tactics of cavalry in the future. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. After suffering the loss of thousands of cavalry, the chaos was finally quelled. Suddenly, a piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted. Fire the cannons! Annihilate this reckless horde of invaders. The cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom retreated to a small hillock. The cavalry commander addressed the artillerymen stationed behind the hillock. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of light mortars roared in unison. Ingzhong, what is falling from the sky? Is it a rain of arrows? So densely packed with dark specks. Zhu Yuanzhang. No, wait. Are those shells? But why are they so small? Solid shells are insufficiently lethal. However, when the shells descended upon the Qing cavalry, the impact was astounding. Flames surged skyward. The Qing troops within the effective range of fire gasped in disbelief. What is this? How could there be so many shells? Fall back. Fall back. Dorgan. No. Yildan. Command the advancing forces to halt. Quickly, stop them. Chapter 67. While the world retreats, only the people of the Dragon Kingdom advance. Dorgan was utterly astounded. As he beheld the Qing army, shielded by their formidable defenses, drawing ever closer to Shuguang City, a wave of terror coursed through him, nearly shattering his resolve. The barrage of artillery was unrelenting, its might not to be underestimated. It could shatter shields and possessed an impressive range. Heavy infantry could withstand stray projectiles, yet if they were in proximity to a direct hit, they would stand no chance. But time was of the essence, and it was too late. Numerous rooftops within the city were torn asunder, revealing mortars hidden within each dwelling. Thud, thud, thud. The chilling wails of death echoed. Shells soared in graceful arcs over the city walls, subsequently raining down indiscriminately upon the advancing Qing forces. In an instant, countless soldiers were obliterated. This relentless sequence of explosions and casualties left Eldon in a state of shock. Li Shimin, this is an utterly unequal war. Zhu Yuanzong, the Qing army is doomed. Zhao Kuangyin, the military might of the Dragon Kingdom is overwhelming. Dorgan, fall back. Consolidate defenses. Preserve our strength. At this moment, Dorgan was completely bewildered. This war was nothing like he had envisioned. Wasn't it supposed to be a siege defense? Why was it unfolding in such a manner? How could the Dragon Kingdom's technology feel so vastly superior? For thousands of years, sieges invariably involved fierce struggles for city walls. Even with the presence of formidable cannons, such as the red-haired artillery, their costliness and scarcity limited their impact. While effective, they had not reached a level where they could decisively alter the course of battle. Even the impressive trebuchet, though less convenient, could serve as a viable alternative. Thus, throughout history, siege warfare and assaults had remained the norm. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. This was not a reflection of Dorgan's inadequacy, but rather an indication of the profound shifts in understanding brought by the passage of time. As Dorgan gazed upon the multitude of fallen Qing cavalry, he felt a surge of anguish bordering on madness. Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for an effective response, compelled to create distance and fortify their current defenses. The other monarchs, while sympathetic to the Qing's plight, could not help but grow increasingly wary of the Dragon Kingdom. They felt fortunate to have the Qing serve as a testing ground. Indeed, high rewards often accompany great risks. The first to step into the Dragon Kingdom's domain might reap immense profits, yet they also face the peril of unforeseen calamities. Suddenly, Ingzhong, why does this battle in the Dragon Kingdom persist? The casualties have reached 100%. Is it not yet over? Ingzhang's remark drew everyone's attention back to the main spectacle. Upon closer inspection, they indeed found it to be true. While the Qing's misfortunes evoked sympathy, a greater sense of schadenfreude prevailed. After all, it would not impact them for the time being. Now, armed with knowledge of certain weapons and tactics employed by the Dragon Kingdom, their military department would surely analyze and strategize responses. The situation had improved significantly from their initial ignorance. Yet, what unfolded within the celestial canvas defied all expectations. Let them be filled with admiration, astonishment, silence, and even dread. In the sky above, after the cataclysmic explosion at the summit of the Hongduan Mountains, numerous generals stood at the foot of the mountain, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon the gradually settling debris. Despite their retreat down the mountain, the toll of death was grievous. After several days of relentless struggle for territory, the entire mountain now lay bare. It appeared as though blood had stained this modest peak crimson. Under the glow of the setting sun, the unfaded blood appeared increasingly sinister and alluring. The entire hill was suffused with a hellish atmosphere. Even the valiant and death-honoring warriors of the Imo tribe hesitated. The Dragon Kingdom had suffered 40,000 casualties. Their own losses had soared to over 100,000. The emperors exchanged solemn glances. This contest for territory had proven more brutal than many of history's renowned sieges. Surely, the Dragon Kingdom must be decimated. A tribal leader, still shaken, gazed at the seemingly insignificant hill that they had initially dismissed. With a tone of self-reassurance, he declared, Immediately reorganize our forces and thoroughly eradicate the Hongduan Mountains. Collect the corpses of those accursed Dragon Kingdom warriors. I shall ensure they find no peace in death for inflicting such grievous losses upon us." The Mo tribe commander bellowed. The Mo forces quickly regrouped. Yet their advance was sluggish. Every warrior was on edge, wary of an ambush from hidden Dragon Kingdom soldiers. As they pressed onward, the view shifted to the reverse side of the Hongduan Mountains. On the steep, impassable cliffs, an array of tiny figures began to emerge, relentlessly climbing upward. Li Shimin, what is that? Zhao Kuangyin, are those people? Reinforcements? Wei Jing, no, they are not reinforcements. They are civilians. Lan Yu, what? What are ordinary people doing here? As the perspective drew closer, the world beheld the sight of those scaling the sheer cliffs. A group of young men, disguised as common folk, was being led by an elder familiar with the cliffside, cautiously treading upon each minute protrusion. Suddenly, a youth, burdened with a basket, misstepped and plummeted from the precipice. "De Zhuang!" A friend cried out in anguish. "Do not lose focus. This is the route our enemies least expect. Our soldiers above are starving. They have been hastily preparing for battle for 6 long days. No matter how many fall, we must not halt. We shall not stop." An elder at the forefront shouted. "That is your grandson. Villager, keep climbing. Reinforcements are obstructed. Shall we watch helplessly as our Dragon Kingdom soldiers fight the enemy with empty bellies?" Tears streamed down the elder's face, yet he understood. Behind them lay countless more families. One by one, people fell, but an increasing number approached the summit. "Ingzhong, are they here to deliver provisions to the Dragon Kingdom soldiers?" "Li Shimin, is there any command issued?" "No. No one would issue such a mad decree, nor have I seen any generals or soldiers. They are acting of their own volition." "Zhao Kuangyin, how can this be possible? This is utterly insane. In times of war, the common folk usually suffer, the vast majority are displaced and fleeing." "Li Jing, it is said that those who win the hearts of the people will conquer the world, yet many rulers treat this merely as a saying, at best showing a little kindness to the populace. Throughout history, how many have inspired the common people to selflessly march into battle? Wei Zheng, it is unimaginable, truly unimaginable. In chaotic times, many soldiers resemble bandits. The people usually strive to avoid them, yet the citizens of Longwood defy this instinct. I have never witnessed such a profound bond between the military and the populace. Your Majesty of Longhua, how have you achieved this?" Yet at this moment, none among the people of Longhua responded to their inquiries. This battle was a tragedy for Longhua. Everyone now gazed upward, offering their highest reverence to the heavens above. It was both a commemoration and an expression of gratitude. Ingzheng, alas, they are unaware that the hard-earned provisions delivered with such toil will never reach those who need them. Zhao Kuangyin, that must be a despairing thought. The words of the two men cast a heavy silence over the world. It was not merely despair. Perhaps among those soldiers above were their own kin. Yet, what followed was a scene that contradicted their beliefs entirely. Chapter 68, Unprecedented. The power of the people that strikes fear into the hearts of emperors. Part 3 soon. Some individuals ascended to the summit. "Comrades, we have brought you food." Witnessing the scene beneath the heavens, many could not bear to keep their eyes open. "Fellow comrades." "No." A piercing cry echoed throughout the valley, causing the soldiers of the Mo tribe, who were searching above, to involuntarily shudder. The Dragon Kingdom. Is there still life among them? Their search became increasingly hesitant. Is anyone alive? Is anyone alive? Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, those who reached the peak frantically sought the living, yet found not a single soul. Gradually, more and more people arrived. They beheld the mountain, nearly drenched in blood and strewn with bodies, their eyes reddening with despair. No one survives. Few soldiers remained unscathed, casualties from falling rocks and blade wounds. Damn, the Mo tried. This young comrade is but a child, nearly the age of my grandson, and he has sacrificed himself so soon. Village chief. What shall we do? Lu Bang, what do they mean? Our soldiers are gone, and if we do not leave now, we shall have no chance to escape when the Mo tribe approaches. Ingzheng, the fire in their eyes burns fiercely, and with the reinforcements obstructed, it indicates that the mission of this army in the Hongduan Mountains remains unfinished. A few days of retreat may not yield much distance. Kublai, are you saying they do not wish to leave? What can they achieve by staying? They are collecting the bodies of our Dragon Kingdom soldiers. What do they intend? To slay our soldiers and dare to desecrate their remains. Unforgivable. You must retreat. I have lived long enough. I shall remain here. If I can kill even one, it shall be worth it. The old village chief picked up a weapon from the ground. his stooped figure suddenly appearing extraordinarily tall and upright. Damn it! I cannot bear to watch our soldiers' bones scattered. The position has been lost, and the Mo tribe is quickly approaching. This place cannot be relinquished. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive. The villagers have not fled far enough. Then let us fight them. Fight. One by one, the citizens' eyes gleamed with determination. You must return. You can still assist from the rear. Yet the old village chief did not insist they stay, for remaining meant certain death. We possess weapons and provisions. We can defend this position for our soldiers. They must not die in vain. But at that moment, no one wavered. If that is the case, then let us vanquish the invaders. Gather weapons. Dig traps. Those with military experience and who have received militia training, follow me. Originally mere food deliverers, they transformed into new soldiers. These individuals hailed from various border villages and cities, numbering in the tens of thousands. Moreover, to facilitate their ascent of the steep cliffs. Aside from a handful of seasoned elders, the rest were vigorous youths. They acted swiftly, observing the towering figures of the desert tribesmen. Fear glimmered in their eyes. Yet it was eclipsed by a torrent of fury. The crowd before the celestial canopy stood in stunned silence. Kublai, are they merely commoners, unafraid of death? This question lingered unanswered, for many present were witnessing such an event for the first time. Li Shimin, they are but ordinary folk. Yet they can effortlessly form combat teams. Has the Dragon Kingdom so thoroughly instilled a fighting spirit in its populace? Wei Zheng, your majesty. Have you forgotten the residents of Hongqi City? Li Shimin, does the entire populace possess a certain martial awareness, or is it confined to those at the borders? Li Shimin recalled the citizens of Hongqi who had volunteered to engage in battle earlier. At that time, they had not perceived the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens, believing their fervor was merely a show of bravado. However, once blood was shed, they would likely falter in comparison to seasoned soldiers. These conclusions stemmed from their existing perceptions. Yet now, another group of commoners had taken up the unfinished business of Hongqi City. In the scene unfolding, the desert tribesmen approached as the sun began its descent. Their advance had been slow, and they were nearly at the summit, having encountered no Dragon Kingdom soldiers along the way. They were all gone, save for perhaps one or two survivors who had fled. As they neared the summit, a desert soldier let out a sigh of relief. If there had been any, based on the previous conduct of the Dragon Kingdom's forces, they would never have allowed them to reach this position unimpeded. But just then, those who lay concealed at the mountaintop, buried in blood-soaked earth, suddenly erupted into action. They slaughtered the intruders. They resembled mountain demons under the cloak of night, each one roaring with crimson eyes. Blades clashed, and arrows flew in disarray. The desert soldiers were taken aback, thrown into chaos. Caught off guard, many were swiftly felled. In the age of cold weapons, through sheer bravery, miracles were more readily achieved. Yet, amidst the panic and terror, the desert tribesmen were surprisingly repelled once more. Though nearly a few thousand of the commoners had perished in the fray, Kublai, they will soon realize these are not regular troops and will not fear them. These commoners have roused their ire. It will be difficult for them to survive. The reality mirrored the sentiment, though the outcome differed. After some corpses were removed, the desert commander realized he had been driven back by a mere throng of ordinary citizens, igniting a furious rage within him. He charged forth once again with reckless abandon. However, the fighting prowess of these commoners exceeded many expectations. Under the rule of the Dragon Kingdom, they had enjoyed ample sustenance and strength. Many had received militia training, initially deployed to assist in evacuating citizens and maintaining order. Now, when they fought for their lives, they were formidable indeed, with the advantage of high ground. They miraculously withstood yet another wave of assaults throughout the night. The casualties on both sides were staggering, and that night, many did not return. The dire situation was swiftly communicated to various refuge locations, triggering an immense reaction. Some claimed that the soldiers at the border had perished, leaving our grain transporters to shoulder the burden. Are we to remain hidden here? Our brave soldiers have continuously protected us. Shall we allow their lifeless bodies to be subjected to humiliation by the enemy? The people of Yong'an village are men of valor. Are we, the inhabitants of Chongping village, cowards? The sovereign has proclaimed that defending our homeland is a shared responsibility. If the barbaric Moke tribe invades our territory, who can assure us that they will not discover our hiding places? Step forward if you wish to join me in crossing the Hongduan Mountains. In an instant, countless individuals who were meant to remain concealed rose to their feet. They arranged for the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Inform my young child that his father is no coward. I have erred throughout my life, but I must stand up for once, with the sovereign's presence. Even if we perish, Our family shall live well. Throughout my life, I have fought numerous battles along the border merely to survive, but this battle is different. Parents, forgive your unfilial child. Unfilial indeed. Do you disdain me? I shall join the fray. When I charged into battle, you were still in your mother's womb. Had it not been for you, I might still be vanquishing foes. Ancestors, hear my plea. Today, the Moke demons slaughter our people and invade our land. We cannot stand idly by. A multitude of spontaneously formed battalions surged toward the Hungduan Mountains. From dozens to hundreds, they amassed into legions of thousands. Though their weaponry was still uneven, some wielded sickles, others hammers, their collective might remained formidable enough to threaten mountains and rivers. Following the cliffs of the back mountains, they plunged into battle, wave after wave. The Moke tribe was in a frenzy. Have reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom arrived? Why can we not seize victory? They are not reinforcements. They lack standard equipment. Yet there are still elders among us. Charge forth. A mere band of two-legged sheep dares to impede the march of our great Moke dynasty. The Moke commanders, too, were frantic. How could they not capture a frontline position? Both sides lacked intricate tactics, nor did they require them. The objective was straightforward, to seize or to defend. A primal battle ensued, again and again 10 times. 20 times, each encounter claiming thousands, even tens of thousands of lives. The casualty ratio for the Dragon Kingdom in this conflict surpassed all previous limits. Casualty ratios of 200%, 300%. With each update of the casualty report, the hearts of the populace trembled. This unimaginable combat was not solely due to the brutality of the battle, but also because these were ordinary citizens, selflessly charging forward. The emperors, initially struck with shock, envy, and admiration, now found themselves overwhelmed by an unprecedented emotion, fear. Fear of the power of the people. The casualties were mounting, and the toll was harrowing. Yet they continued to surge forward, relentlessly and in unceasing waves. Chapter 69. The Imperial Decree of Slaughter. The Regent's Fear. The death toll of the commoners in the Dragon Kingdom has reached 120,000, with total casualties soaring to 400%. 13,000. 14,000. The new casualty rate of the Emo tribe is nearly similar. However, this is utterly unacceptable for the Emo tribe. As the sacrifices of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens rise to 160,000, coupled with the earlier losses of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, the total casualties have reached a staggering 500%, an alarming figure that leaves the world and all emperors in stunned silence. Even generals who pride themselves on their numerous victories in great battles are rendered speechless by this scene. It completely overturns their previous understanding of war and their perception of the once docile populace. Why? Why does this group of lambs, so accustomed to being slaughtered, possess such courage? It is merely a change of emperor. The Emo tribe's commander gazes upon the impassable Hungduan Mountains, witnessing the bloodshed on both sides that has rendered them numb, battling relentlessly. Their morale has shattered. The leaders of various tribes are filled with trepidation. Some have even abandoned the assault on the Dragon Kingdom, retreating with their followers back to the desert, even if they were to conquer the Hungduan Mountains. They are uncertain whether they possess the courage and morale to rampage through the Dragon Kingdom. This battle has already been lost by more than half. Yet they have not even faced the main forces of the Dragon Kingdom head-on. Who could withstand such a collapse? Meng Tian, even from behind the celestial veil. I can sense the despair of the Emo tribe's commander. Look at the Hungduan Mountains. The death toll among the commoners is severe. Yet the influx of citizens from all directions continues unabated, with no glimmer of victory in sight. Their morale has crumbled. Li Jing, it is truly unimaginable that the people of the Dragon Kingdom have managed to withstand hundreds of thousands of troops with their own strength. Fan Xianling, this unprecedented battle will be inscribed in history. It must let the world and future emperors recognize the significance of the common people. Chang Yaojin, the soldiers and citizens at the borders of the Dragon Kingdom should not be easily provoked into enemies. Zhu Di, is it only the border soldiers and citizens who exhibit such resilience, or is it reflective of the entire Dragon Kingdom? We have yet to ascertain this, as we have only witnessed the border forces thus far. Yet, I believe the Dragon Kingdom is even stronger. Wei Zheng, I have no doubt that if Lu Bu had not appeared at Hongqi City days ago, the citizens of Hongqi City would have had the capability to vanquish the invading Qing army. At this moment, no one opposed Wei Zheng's words. Ing Zheng, reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. As everyone focused their gaze, indeed, the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom had come. A sea of cavalry surged from all directions, seemingly endless. Zhu Di, slay those Emo tribe people. Zhu Di felt a strong sense of immersion. It seemed hopeless. This is the Dragon Kingdom, not our Ming dynasty. Why such excitement? However, it is not entirely a bad thing. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at Zhu Di. If Zhu Di were willing to remain in the Dragon Kingdom to learn, perhaps some matters could be avoided. Even amidst the tumult, one can glean a wealth of invaluable insights. According to the reports from our scouts, traversing the forest ahead will reveal the city of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed into the distance, unable to suppress his excitement. The might of the Dragon Kingdom was a matter he chose to set aside for the moment. He bore no malice towards them, for his sister, his beloved, and his esteemed heroes still depended on the physicians of the Dragon Kingdom. Once in the Dragon Kingdom, it would be prudent to maintain a certain distance from the Tang Emperor. Why? Did not the Emperor regard the Tang sovereign as a paragon of virtue? Do you doubt your son's judgment? Mid-sentence, Zhu Di realized the implications. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could speak further, a scout rushed in with news. Your Majesty, there are discoveries ahead. Sheng Yujin, by heaven, so many cavalry from the Dragon Kingdom? This must be at least 200,000 to 300,000. Lan Yu, hundreds of thousands of cavalry. What is the total military strength of the Dragon Kingdom? Li Jing, it is difficult to ascertain. But it is certain that the martial spirit flourishes in the Dragon Kingdom. It is not a nation built on commerce. Meng Tian, with such cavalry, the conservative estimate of the Dragon Kingdom's total military might exceed 150,000. Zhao Kuangyin, 150,000 troops. Zhao Kuangyin was taken aback. This was still a conservative estimate. Currently, the total military strength of the Song dynasty hovered around only 400,000. Even if the population of the Dragon Kingdom were indeed vast, was it necessary to maintain such a large standing army? Unless there were other formidable threats looming nearby. Yet what they observed was a Dragon Kingdom thriving in peace and prosperity. Was it truly necessary to sustain such a formidable force? Dorgan was momentarily stunned by the fierce counterattack from the citizens at the Dragon Kingdom's border. If his memory served him correctly, the scouts had previously explored the vicinity of the Dragon Kingdom's borders, which was not far from their current location. If those border citizens still possessed such martial virtue, did it not imply that they could join the fray at any moment? Wu Sangui had been captured again. The siege of Shuguang City had proven unsuccessful. The various factions suffered significant losses. Currently, only the troops under Ashen remained relatively intact. Yet now the Dragon Kingdom had fully reacted. Xiangyu was still unaccounted for. If they could not breach the city, even if they did, could they endure the inevitable losses inflicted by the indomitable spirit and valor of the Dragon Kingdom's border forces? Should they retreat? But this battle could not be lost so easily. The repercussions would be dire, so severe that upon returning to the Qing dynasty, he, the regent, might lose all authority. His very status could be at stake. Just as Dorgan hesitated, further grim tidings arrived. More cavalry from the Dragon Kingdom had appeared near Shuguang City. Their numbers were increasing. Their artillery, advancing step by step alongside the cavalry, was inching closer to Lord Yildan's defensive perimeter. Yildan, Your Excellency, the Regent, what shall we do? The forces of Lord Ashen have come under siege by the mighty army of Xiangyu. Alas, the very essence of Dorgan feels as if it is about to explode. Deep within, he cannot suppress a frenzied scream of despair. Is there not a single moment of ease? Should not the cavalry of the Qing dynasty be invincible? Yet, on the surface, he must feign composure. But in the next instant, he can no longer maintain his fade. A report comes in. Our vanguard, the Zhenlan banner, is under attack. The enemy commander is El Bu. What? How could he possibly know of my presence here? And how could he arrive with such swiftness? Could he have come alone? No, he cannot be seeking death. A sudden chill envelopes Dorgan's scalp as a horrifying realization dawns upon him. Could it be that all our movements are under the enemy's watchful eye, including my position as commander? Sound the retreat. All troops, rally to my side. Withdraw. Dorgan grits his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. He knows the dire consequences of this decision. It was meant to be a display of might before the world, showcasing the power of the Qing and plundering the wealth of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet now, he can only flee in disgrace. But what troubles him more is the possibility that this worst-case scenario may indeed be true. It is uncertain whether he will live to escape. A vast number of Qing soldiers begin their retreat. Escape? To where? El Bu swings his Fang Dianhua halberd, sending a spray of blood arcing through the air. Meanwhile, in the heavens, reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom arrive. A formidable general. With long hair flowing and exuding a fearsome aura, his eyes bloodshot from the relentless journey, bears the marks of battle as he charges towards the Mongolian forces. He gallops forth, disseminating the supreme command from the Dragon Kingdom across the battlefield. His Majesty commands. His Majesty commands. The Mongolian nation has invaded our dragon kingdom without cause. They feast upon our people and take pleasure in slaughtering our citizens. They are unworthy of humanity, lacking the qualification to become our new subjects. Thus, a decree of imperial extermination is issued. Annihilate their nation, execute their emperor, erase their lineage, lay waste to their cities, leave no trace behind. Even the earthworms in the field shall be unearthed and cleft in twain. From this day forth, all border citizens may legally possess standard weapons. Take up your arms. Join me in the destruction of the Mongolian nation. Chapter 70. The God of Death, the General of the Dragon Kingdom. The military rankings emerge. Boom. The words of this Dragon Kingdom general were imbued with a towering murderous intent, coupled with his blood-soaked appearance and disheveled hair. He seemed like a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. The aura of slaughter surged and roiled, even from beneath the celestial dome. It felt as though they could sense the chilling essence of death that plunged them into a purgatorial abyss. Liu Bang. Who might this historical general be? Liu Bang could not help but tremble with trepidation. This formidable warrior appeared to be no easy adversary. Another fierce general has emerged? Li Jing. It is difficult to discern. I do not recall any historical figures whose likeness closely resembles him. Could he be a general from a later era? Or perhaps one erased from history? Such a heavy aura of slaughter. Wang Jian. This terrifying presence is something I have only witnessed in the likes of Wuanjuan. Does the Dragon Kingdom truly possess such a fearsome warrior? Surely, he cannot be an unknown. Zhao Kuangin. I have no recollection either. Is this a general from a later time? Kublai Khan. He is not a general from my era. Zhu Yuanzhang. I have no impression of him either. Li Shimin. Is this decree of imperial slaughter genuine? Has the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom truly commanded the complete annihilation of a nation? Could this not be deemed excessively radical? Zhu Di. What is extreme about it? Warfare against enemy nations has always been thus. Moreover, these nomadic tribesmen possess such vile customs. Should we allow them to continue wreaking havoc upon others? Li Shimin. Are the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom permitted to bear arms along the borders? Is that the origin of this conflict? Fan Xinling. Indeed. In this battle, the common folk of the Dragon Kingdom suffered due to a lack of adequate equipment. While it is possible to obtain gear from the fallen, the numbers are insufficient and ill-fitting. If they had superior weaponry, it could have significantly reduced casualties. Cheng Yaojin. The soldiers of the desert nation are also quite valiant. With their numbers vast, it may not be so simple to vanquish them. Suda. We shall discover the outcome as we proceed. Yet, before the two armies clashed, the celestial display abruptly ceased. Ultimately, the casualty ratio of the Hengduan Mountain campaign was fixed at 500%. The first dynasty ranking has concluded. This casualty ratio is related to the overall troop strength, specific casualty numbers, and the average casualty rates across various battles. In summary, the Dragon Kingdom's casualty ratio stands at 500%. Zhu Di. Why has it ended? I wish to witness rivers of blood. Slay those nomadic tribesmen. Ming Tian. It is likely because the Hengduan Mountain campaign, which bore such a high casualty ratio, has concluded. The subsequent battles will not relate to the Dragon Kingdom's high casualty rate. Ying Zheng. The casualty ranking has ended. Is there only one battle in the Dragon Kingdom's history? Wang Jian. Could it be that the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom comprises merely a single disastrous defeat? Liu Bang. The casualty ratio from one battle surpasses the cumulative losses of many battles. It would not be surprising if there were only one. Li Jing. Did the Dragon Kingdom ultimately annihilate this barbaric nation? Lan Yu. It is unclear, but the complete destruction of a nation is no simple feat. Wei Zhong. Though it may anger the heavens, as long as it does not harm the Dragon Kingdom, all shall be well. Wei Zhong. Previously moved by the valor of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers and people, reflected deeply. Tears welled up uncontrollably on several occasions. Those barbaric savages, akin to demons, are of no consequence. They are merely uncivilized brutes. I can only hope that the Dragon Kingdom suffers no significant losses. Zhu Yuanzhang. Once the military power rankings are published, the subsequent developments will surely be mentioned, for a war involving over 1 million troops from both sides will undoubtedly be regarded as a military paradigm. Zhu Di. Why not inquire with the people of the Dragon Kingdom? This transpired in the past. They must surely know the outcome by now. Lan Yu. Indeed. People of the Dragon Kingdom. What has become of the Muo Kingdom after the Battle of Hengduan Mountain? Yet, there was no response from the Dragon Kingdom citizens. For others from different dynasties, it is possible to observe from a third-party perspective. However, for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, this is a national tragedy, a wound. They are unwilling to satisfy their curiosity. At this moment, It is neither the time nor the place to indulge their inquisitiveness. Cheng Yaojin, look at the cities of the Dragon Kingdom displayed on the celestial screen. Cheng Yaojin was the first to notice the current state of the Dragon Kingdom cities. He was so astonished that he could not utter a complete sentence. Without any guidance, every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of their current tasks, paused to gaze at the celestial screen, raising their right hands near their temples in solemn reverence. Their demeanor was grave and their gazes resolute, as if illuminated by an inner light. It appeared as though tears filled their eyes, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the brilliance. It was a mixture of brightness and sorrow. Li Shimin, it is the military salute of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are spontaneously mourning those who have passed away. A tempest surged within Li Shimin's heart. Wei Zhang, though they have died, they shall forever live on in the hearts of every individual. This is indeed a legacy that will be etched in history. It is what these scholars have longed for. Yet, while Wei Zhang admired it, he felt no jealousy. For these individuals are deserving. Judy, what is Doran doing? Why has he not come forth to speak? Li Shimin, he has retreated. The cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom is pursuing and slaughtering them. Although they are barely maintaining their formation, they are falling one by one. Zhu Yuanzhong, artillery fire. Cavalry charge. They are being consumed bit by bit. The casualties are severe. This is the current plight of Eldon. The order for Doran's retreat has been issued. Yet, withdrawing is no easy task. The infantry has mostly been decimated, unable to escape. The cavalry engages with the Dragon Kingdom's horsemen. However, the Dragon Kingdom does not adhere to the rules of warfare, first unleashing a barrage of artillery. Unable to create distance, they suffer heavy losses. Even if they manage to create some space, the continuous roar of cannon fire sends the warhorses and soldiers into a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, a massacre ensues. Elbu, little Braid, don't run away. Your grandfather El is here. You wouldn't merely be showing off in the celestial screen, would you? If you're scared, your grandfather El can let you go with one hand. Come, let us duel. Doran glanced up, having faced numerous setbacks. He felt an overwhelming wave of frustration upon witnessing Elbu's mockery and provocation. Anguish welled in his chest, nearly causing him to spit blood. Quickly, gather all forces. Retreat to the borders of our great chain. Dorgan sought to compel himself to avert his gaze from the celestial canopy. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. For the sky now communicated in coded messages, the swiftest means to convey his intentions to the various commanders. He could only endure the jibes of Elbu with resignation. Zhao Kuangyin remarked, alas, the pitiable regent of the great Qing. Has he not brought calamity upon himself? Why can he not learn from our Song dynasty? We harbor a most favorable disposition towards the Dragon Kingdom. Observe how we have not even dispatched spies to their realm. Zhu Yuanzhang interjected, indeed, your sincerity seems lacking. We are, after all, en route to personally visit the Dragon Kingdom. Li Shimin chuckled softly. Ah, peace and harmony are the greatest blessings for the common folk. A gentle smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he felt akin to Qin Shi Huang savoring Sichuan pepper, exhilarated. He had arrived at the Dragon Kingdom long ago and had expressed both goodwill and sincerity to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Kingdom now possessed considerable strength. Perhaps, the tides were about to shift irrevocably. Wei Zhang asserted, the Dragon Kingdom is no feeble nation. I implore all lords to emulate our Tang Emperor, resolving all unnecessary conflicts through civil discourse. Li Shimin responded, his heart swelling with emotion. Xin Qing, you, could it be that I, at long last, may become a paragon in your eyes? As the emperor spoke, the palpable tension that had once enveloped them like a pack of wolves began to dissipate, transforming into a more nuanced atmosphere. At that moment, a new ranking emerged, one that held the utmost significance before the celestial canopy, the military rankings. Chapter 71, The Anxious Monarch. The Dragon Kingdom harbors a fatal weakness. The rankings of the first 3 kingdoms have concluded. Now, all are invited to cast their precious votes for the dynasty they hold in esteem. The dynasty with the highest recognition will be bestowed with a celestial reward. This time, due to the hurried retreat of the Qing forces led by Dorgan, who were occupied in regrouping their troops, they had no time to cast votes for any dynasty other than the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, the recognition rate for the Dragon Kingdom soared to an astonishing 99%, with the Great Qin and the Great Han sharing the remaining 1%. Despite the high casualty rate, the indomitable and selfless spirit of both soldiers and citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of all. The outcome was not surprising to the world. Even Liu Bing, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, who ultimately unified the realm, achieved no remarkable glory in this list of high casualty rates. His performance was rather average. Although there were commendable aspects in battles such as the defense of Xinjiang, they paled in comparison to the valor demonstrated by the soldiers and citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the Great Qin, their victories and defeats in numerous battles were evenly matched, and their recognition rate was far inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom. The reward for the dynasty with the highest recognition includes the ability of the emperor to remember everything, along with a doubling of all metal resource reserves within the kingdom. As this dynasty secures first place for the third consecutive time, an additional 40% increase in national fortune will be granted, which aids in safeguarding the nation from various risks and ensures the longevity of its cultural heritage. Upon the announcement of these rewards, many emperors were filled with envy. The ability to retain all details is not rare, yet for emperors, it is invaluable. With so many matters to handle daily, even a minor oversight could lead to significant suffering for the populace. While this can be mitigated with the assistance of loyal ministers, what truly captured their attention was the enhancement of national fortune. The increment was even 20% greater than the first. Does this not imply that even if the Dragon Kingdom were to face annihilation, its cultural legacy would be difficult to extinguish? It might even assimilate the invaders. This foundation could endure for millennia, if not longer. How could one not be envious of such a prospect? This was even more coveted than the doubling of metal resources. Though they envied, they acknowledged the undeniable superiority of the Dragon Kingdom, a fact that could not be overlooked. What was initially a less than favorable ranking ultimately earned the recognition and admiration of the world for the Dragon Kingdom. Boom. A beam of light descended, enveloping Gao Ming. Concurrently, the metal mines throughout the Dragon Kingdom experienced a noticeable increase in resource reserves following the arrival of the white light. This would significantly aid in the Dragon Kingdom's impending industrial leap. As they remained immersed in their envy, an even more intriguing ranking appeared on the celestial screen. The next ranking will be revealed in 5 days, featuring military rankings. Yingzheng, the military rankings. Yingzheng was immediately filled with a sense of anticipation long awaited. The recent battle damage ratio fails to truly reflect the military prowess of the Qin Empire. It merely highlights certain campaigns that undermine national prestige. Based on his observations, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, the military strength of other dynasties appears rather unimpressive. While the Qing boasts formidable artillery, it is not insurmountable. The Qin's archers and crossbowmen also possess remarkable capabilities. It is conceivable that they might ascend the rankings once more. Liu Bang remarked, the military rankings. Zhao Kuangyan interjected, which dynasty possesses the greatest strength? This is hardly a favorable revelation, once the true capabilities are understood. The discovery of nations ripe for conquest may provoke action. Zhu Yuanzhang questioned, can our Ming dynasty re-enter the rankings? We do not believe we would be outmatched by an army like that of the later Qing, Li Shimin stated. While the battle damage ratio is indeed related to military affairs, it is merely a singular engagement. Notably, the elite core of the Dragon Kingdom has yet to showcase its true potential before this ratio is concluded. Zhu Di speculated, although the rankings were not disclosed in advance. I am confident that the Dragon Kingdom will feature prominently, perhaps even at the top, which would not surprise me. Wei Zheng proclaimed, the Dragon Kingdom's military is immensely powerful, with the people's unwavering support rendering it unconquerable. Thus, the first position is entirely justified. Li Shimin responded, Wei Zheng, your admiration for the Dragon Kingdom is evident. While I am merely an afterthought, it seems. Your enthusiasm is somewhat excessive. Kublai Khan countered, invincible? I beg to differ. The Dragon Kingdom's military strength is indeed undeniable. Yet to label it as invincible is an exaggeration. He continued, the Dragon Kingdom's citizens in the Hengduan Mountains may anticipate dire consequences should their territory fall, prompting a desperate counterattack. Such last-ditch efforts have been witnessed throughout various dynasties, though the Dragon Kingdom has suffered greater losses. While I cannot fathom how the Dragon Kingdom has instilled such fearlessness in its populace, their communications suggest a strong connection to the Dragon Emperor. Should he have employed deceitful tactics? Once the rankings are revealed, if the populace realizes they have been duped, the vast Dragon Kingdom might crumble from within without external intervention. History is replete with nations that have succumbed to internal strife. Listening to Kublai Khan's analysis, the assembled monarchs and generals felt a wave of unease. Indeed, the celestial canopy reveals the truths of the past. Who can guarantee their own hands are entirely clean? In pursuit of strategic objectives, particularly in matters of war, they have often misled their subordinates to fulfill missions, even at the cost of lives. Such narratives may circulate among high-ranking commanders without issue, but once made public, how can one ensure that the lower ranks harbor no dissenting thoughts? This ranking serves an enlightening purpose for the populace, thus Kublai Khan's assertions are not mere alarmism. It appears that ascending the military rankings does not necessarily showcase one's military might. It may also introduce elements of instability. Ingzheng remarked, "What is there to fear? Let us attend to the present. The judgments of right and wrong will be left to future generations." Kublai Khan added, "Even if one can withstand scrutiny." Revealing a nation's entire combat capabilities, individual combat characteristics, and weaponry to the world exposes many details that history has either overlooked or inadequately recorded. This is akin to laying oneself bare before all dynasties for examination. When gathering the emperors, renowned generals, and distinguished ministers of all realms, there are seldom any who are invincible. If I am not mistaken, you are all currently devising ways to counter the threats posed by the Dragon Kingdom's armaments. Are you not? Do you believe there exists a military devoid of any weaknesses? Kublai Khan continued with a straightforward example. If the Dragon Kingdom were to be listed, would not the manufacturing processes of their weaponry be exposed? If exposed, could not the great dynasties learn to replicate them? In such a case, would not the military prowess of other dynasties be enhanced? This would be advantageous for you, but detrimental for the Dragon Kingdom. The eyes of the emperors suddenly sharpened. Some had contemplated this before, while others were just realizing it, as they remained entranced by the celestial canvas above. With Kublai Khan's reminder, many began to perceive that the Dragon Kingdom's inclusion on the list could indeed be beneficial for them. Elbu interjected, "You seem to harbor ulterior motives. What is it? Do you have designs on our Dragon Kingdom? Let it be known, even if we were to face all your dynasties, we would emerge victorious." Kublai Khan replied, "I merely speak the truth. In fact, I believe our Mongol Empire may also find itself on the list, and thus, I have considered various possibilities. Your assertion that the Dragon Kingdom can defeat all dynasties is mere bravado. There is no army that is absolutely invincible, only those whose weaknesses have yet to be discovered." A brief silence enveloped the crowd as they busied themselves assembling their troops. The retreating Dorgan, upon witnessing this dialogue, felt a spark of realization. Indeed, even if I were to suffer defeat this time, as long as I return alive to Beijing, once the military rankings are revealed, I shall thoroughly comprehend all of the Dragon Kingdom's military strategies, with the full might of the Qing and the talents of other dynasties at my disposal for analysis. Is it not possible to uncover the weaknesses of the Dragon Kingdom? Li Shimin instinctively glanced at Gao Ming, who remained composed. He suddenly recalled their earlier conversation, where Gao Ming had stated that the Dragon Kingdom's restraint in not conquering the world warranted gratitude from all. At that moment, Li Shimin had deemed him somewhat arrogant, daring to confront all dynasties with the strength of the Dragon Kingdom alone. Yet, if the military and civilian populace of the Dragon Kingdom were as formidable as the Hungduan Mountains, perhaps victory was not entirely out of reach. However, being placed on such a military ranking would mean that everything would be laid bare for scrutiny. Why did he still exhibit no sense of urgency? Was it because he was truly untainted, unafraid of being studied, and unconcerned that their weaponry could be replicated? Such achievements require a solid foundation and ample resources. Even if a miraculous dynasty were to emerge, our Dragon Kingdom has already positioned itself at the forefront. Gao Ming harbored no concern whatsoever. He merely hoped that when the military rankings were revealed, they would not be unduly alarmed. H. Bell, beyond that, the entire situation of the Dragon Kingdom, be it the populace or the citizens, possesses a critical vulnerability. Liu Bang, what vulnerability? At that moment, however, even graver tidings arrived from Dorgan's other tribes. Yildiz, Your Excellency, we are encircled. Ashan, we too are besieged. Please save us. Your Excellency, Lu Bu has advanced upon us. What? You incompetent fools. This is an army of hundreds of thousands. Are you all mere heaps of sand? Abandon all supplies and flee at once. Dorgan could no longer afford to consider anything else. Soon, a piece of news that would make Dorgan spew blood and fury appeared in the sky. Ajij, I am surrounded. Dorgan, avenge me. Those who strike me. Anhua, perish. Chapter 72, please address me as General Huaitubing of the Dragon Kingdom. Azigu, accompanied by his remnants, brought ruin wherever he fled. The moment the city gates opened, regardless of their vigilance or the belief that they had evaded their pursuers, that malevolent cavalry would emerge like specters, piercing through their ranks and surging into the city. Once, twice. Initially, Azigu attributed this to mere coincidence, perhaps due to the relentless pursuit of the enemy. However, upon the third occasion, When the adversary had a clear opportunity to prevent his entry, yet peculiarly allowed him to enter without hindrance, he realized the truth. They were utilizing him as a spearhead to breach the city's defenses. The tactic was simple, yet unexpectedly effective. After all, his status as a royal prince ensured that city defenders dared not deny him entry, nor risk harming their own. Azigu accepted the inevitable casualties, for they were not his own. He planned to retreat to a larger city, allowing all his guards to form a rear guard to buy him time to enter, at which point he would strike back. However, the news of multiple cities falling swiftly spread like wildfire to other towns along the route. A moderately sized city soon appeared before the beleaguered Azigu and his dwindling cadre of 10 riders. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. This city could buy him considerable time. Yet, this time, the gates remained firmly shut. "Lord Azigu, please, do not approach." A Han guard atop the city wall exclaimed in terror. "Open the gates at once. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Azigu shouted, his urgency palpable. How could the lives of others possibly compare to that of a prince? But no sooner had he spoken than a hail of arrows rained down from behind. One arrow grazed his ear, splattering blood. Panic gripped Azigu. He could not gamble on whether his enemies would choose to spare him. He swiftly turned and fled toward the nearest city. "Your Highness, the gates, it's dire. We have fewer than 1,000 defenders." A Qing guard stammered in fear. At this point, Azigu had become a walking calamity. Wherever he went, destruction followed. Even if he faced the prospect of his clan's extermination in the future, it was preferable to perishing on the spot. As long as he remained alive, there would be room for maneuver in the future. Presently, apart from the vicinity of Beijing, there were hardly any troops stationed elsewhere, many having been summoned by Dorgan. "Open the gates! Open the gates!" Azigu shouted in a frenzy, his rage bordering on madness. Their horses could run no longer. They had reached their limit. Yet, no matter how he threatened, the city lord resolutely refused to open the gates. "Damn it, you worthless fools. If I survive this, I shall make you wish for death." As Azigu contemplated turning away, his steed let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Simultaneously, a dense formation of cavalry surrounded them from all directions. Among them, a young and gallant general rode a magnificent steed and approached him. "It appears your utility has dwindled. What a pity. I had thought you might exert yourself to reach Beijing, yet here you are, unable to do so. Allow me to send you on your way." "Who exactly are you?" Azigu raised his head to gaze at Huitubing, momentarily unable to believe that he had been cornered by such a youthful general. Forced to abandon Shijing. With nowhere to escape, he felt trapped, as if the heavens offered no refuge and the earth no sanctuary. A fleeting sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of some portrait he could not quite recall. After all, the Central Plains dynasty boasted a history spanning thousands of years. Filled with renowned heroes and generals, how many could an ordinary person truly remember? And how many portraits had endured the passage of time? It seemed the emperor's words were exaggerated. Claims of my future fame were mere flattery. Nevertheless, from this day forth, you, the Qing, shall at least remember me. Remember the name Huitubing. In the underworld, you shall encounter many kindred spirits. Huitubing tightened his grip on his spear and executed a lightning-fast thrust. Azigu drew his blade to parry, sparks flying. Although he managed to block the strike, his expression revealed shock. Huitubing? The Huitubing of the Han dynasty? The champion marquis. The one who sealed the wolves in Gushu. The illustrious 64 generals of the martial temple, the loyal and valiant king of martial valor. The Taoist protector and marshal. Ha ha ha. So that's it. Throughout history, few generals could match the prowess of cavalry in swift combat. I should have realized sooner. Any commander worth their salt is almost certainly aware of Huitubing's existence. Huitubing was taken aback. He had so many titles throughout history. It seemed the emperor's words were indeed not exaggerated. He then launched a fierce assault against Azigu. Azigu's martial prowess was also remarkable. Ranking among the elite of the Qing dynasty, he was valiant but lacked wisdom. History recorded that his curved sword could cleave through enemy formations, yet it could not sever the web of intrigue. Azigu understood that escape from death was unlikely, yet he still proclaimed his defiance beneath the heavens. He then fought valiantly, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst this perilous encounter. In a fair fight, Huitubing would find it challenging to secure a swift victory. However, ensnared in a siege and now fully aware of his adversary's identity, Azigu's mind became increasingly disordered, and his strikes lost their finesse. Seizing the opportunity presented by the confident and spirited Huitubing, he pierced Azigu's shoulder with a spear. Azigu grimaced in pain. Gripping the spear lodged in his flesh. With a fierce expression, he swiftly swung his blade at Hua Tsubing. Will you trade my injury for your life? A clever strategy, but you underestimate me. Hua Tsubing discarded his spear, drawing his ring-headed blade in a flash, striking Aji Ji's curved sword aside. The cold gleam surged towards Aji Ji's neck. No, I am willing to surrender. But before he could finish, Hua Tsubing beheaded him. Hua Tsubing then lifted his gaze towards the heavens and beheld the astonished faces of the onlookers. Hua Tsubing, the general of the Qing, was surrounded by Hua Tsubing. He was about to be slain. During the illustrious Tang dynasty, Hua Tsubing was revered as one of the 64 generals of the martial temple. In the Song dynasty, under the reign of Emperor Zhao Huizong, he was posthumously honored as the king of loyalty and martial valor. What is the meaning of this? Is there another Han dynasty? A dynasty from the era of Emperor Wu of Han? Questioned Zhu Di. Hua Tsubing of the Great Han? I find that delightful. Yet, I would prefer to be known as General Hua Tsubing of the Dragon Kingdom in the future, replied Hua Tsubing. General of the Dragon Kingdom. Hua Tsubing is also from the Dragon Kingdom, exclaimed Qing Eugene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Another general of the Dragon Kingdom. The highest honor for a warrior? Inquired Ing Zheng. This general is extraordinary. The Xiongnu, whom you have guarded against your entire life, fell to him in disarray. Even the cord of the left skin Wang was raised, leaving the Xiongnu severely weakened, elaborated Li Jing. He ventured into their very stronghold? Ing Zheng was equally taken aback, for that place seemed cursed. Typically, soldiers would emerge drained of strength upon approaching it. How did he manage to conquer it? How many generals does the Dragon Kingdom have? Previously there were Elbu and Xiongyu, and now we have Hua Tsubing, pondered Zhu Yuanzhang. Not many, perhaps merely 10, replied Elbu. How many? Inquired Li Jing. 10. Besides Elbu, Xiongyu, and Hua Tsubing, who else remains? Zhang Jiao and the like. They were not renowned warriors, were they? Questioned Lan Yu. Weren't you pursuing Dorgan? Do you have time to chat? Retorted Zhu Di. It's a trivial matter. Where could they possibly escape to? I have already spotted him. Responded Elbu. Dorgan. A Hun. A Hun. How are you? Hua Tsubing. Dead. What else could it be? Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom shall be punished, no matter how distant they may be. With a splatter, Dorgan coughed up a mouthful of blood. His brother, Duo, had been slain. The series of military defeats weighed heavily upon him, and now his elder brother had also fallen. The most terrifying realization was that the Dragon Kingdom's army had already breached their homeland. Shenyang had been captured by them. Liu Bang, Great Yuan Emperor. What is the fatal weakness of the Dragon Kingdom that you just mentioned? Chapter 73, The Curved Path of the Tang Emperor. Winning the favor of the Dragon Kingdom's emperor. Liu Bang could not help but feel anxious. The Great Qing had not only suffered a disastrous defeat on the battlefield, but had also been completely overwhelmed. Even their stronghold was under attack by generals from the Dragon Kingdom. According to Aji Ji's earlier statements, numerous cities had already fallen, including their main base, known as Shengjing. His relationship with Xiongyu was far from amicable. How could he not prepare in advance? Who knew if the Dragon Kingdom was also dispatching envoys to their dynasty? Fan Wenqing urged, quickly strengthen defenses in Beijing. Be wary of Hua Tsubing setting his sights on our capital. Although Xiongyu is renowned as the pioneer of cavalry warfare, Hua Tsubing has perfected this strategy, Fan Wenqing hurriedly cautioned. He feared that the less knowledgeable members of the Great Qing would not be sufficiently familiar with Hua Tsubing's tactics and would suffer another significant loss. Gang Lin, Qing, interjected. This is impossible. Aji Ge previously mentioned that Hua Tsubing only commands a few thousand troops. While he is undeniably famous in history, our Great Qing warriors are no slouches. Can a mere few thousand men dare to target Beijing? Fan Wenqing replied, better safe than sorry. Dorgan affirmed, listen to the advice of the gentleman. Gang Lin responded, understood. As Dorgan's chief advisor, Gang Lin quickly began to make arrangements. They needed to return to Beijing at once. Although Dorgan doubted the enemy's capability to attack the capital, this matter could not be taken lightly. With Shenjing lost, if Beijing were to fall as well, where would he go? He would become a true stray dog. Li Shimin remarked, the Great Qing has likely sustained a blow to its very foundation this time. Zhao Kuangyin noted, the counterattack from the Dragon Kingdom is indeed sharp, striking from multiple angles. If Hua Tsubing had not acknowledged himself as a general of the Dragon Kingdom, I might have thought it was yet another Han Dynasty assault. Wei Zheng asserted, the facts bear out that the Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. Liu Bang lamented, shouldn't this have been a celebrated general of my Han? Sweeping away the Xiongnu? If that were the case, he would least likely target our Han. Dorgan questioned, Yuan Emperor, what is the weakness you speak of? The Dragon Kingdom's ability to invade our Great Qing territory today may very well signal future aggression against you as well. Although the emperors knew that Dorgan's words were intended to stir confusion, they could not dismiss the possibility. Wei Zheng exclaimed, I have never seen such shamelessness. It is clear that you initiated this conflict, yet you do not permit a counterattack? Do the murderers not possess the awareness of their own mortality? Kublai Khan interjected. The weakness of the Dragon Kingdom lies in the unwavering loyalty of both its military and populace. Seizing upon this moment, Kublai Khan expressed his discontent. He did not wish to see the Dragon Kingdom dominate the realm. Otherwise, his newly established dynasty, seeking to seize the Central Plains, might become a target for other dynasties' aggression. This was both a means of self-preservation and an opportunity to strengthen the Yuan dynasty. It could potentially allow him to avoid becoming a target while waiting for the opportune moment to take a bite out of the prosperous Dragon Kingdom. However, Kublai Khan's words left the assembly perplexed. Li Shimin, what is wrong with loyalty? Is there any emperor in this realm who does not desire the loyalty of those beneath him? Ying Jing, are you not merely seeking to attract attention? Kublai Khan, naturally. Loyalty is commendable. Yet, if it becomes excessive, it may lead to the opposite effect. If the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom were to suddenly perish, would the military and citizens who once revered him still possess their valor and fearlessness? Just moments ago, the casualties were lamenting the emperor's name. Even these unparalleled warriors from various dynasties hold him in great esteem and admiration, though it is unclear how the emperor maintained such harmony among them, should he fall. Could they remain united? Xiang Yu, Elbu, Huizubing, Huang Chao, Zhang Jiao, could they truly stand together? To speak solely of Xiang Yu and Elbu, would they not seek to crown themselves as kings? Would the Dragon Kingdom not instantaneously fragment, descending into chaos? Elbu, how dare you slander me? I see you are courting death. Xiang Yu, it seems another life must be taken. Huizubing, those with malicious intentions from foreign lands must be punished. Dorgan, would beheading alone suffice to dismantle the Dragon Kingdom? Dorgan's spirit lifted. The emperor of the Great Yuan spoke with remarkable insight, each word resonating with clarity and precision. The assembly of emperors fell silent, each harboring disparate thoughts. It must be said, even the mere contemplation of such a scheme appears highly feasible. Ying Zheng, beheading, such a familiar tactic. Zhu Di, indeed. You are historically noted as the emperor with the most assassination attempts. Li Shimin, I find it of little use. Setting aside whether their forces or assassins could even reach the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, even if they succeeded, would the realm be left without a successor? Zhao Kuangyin, true, it sounds plausible, yet in practice, it would be fraught with challenges. Certainly, our Song dynasty would never resort to such actions. Father, the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom has no heirs, nor even a queen or consorts. Princess Changlu could not help but interject. What? Li Shimin was taken aback, gazing at Princess Changlu in disbelief. Are you jesting? Such a vast kingdom. No heirs, no harem. Come to think of it, when I visited the palace of the Dragon Kingdom, I indeed noticed a scarcity of maidens and consorts. Initially, I presumed they advocated frugality. Yet it appears the Dragon Kingdom is quite affluent, rendering such modesty unnecessary. Empress Changsun also pondered thoughtfully. As for Li Shimin and the other emperors, any respectable sovereign would not constantly scrutinize another's harem, for they were more concerned with Gao Ming's every action. They were unaware of the affairs of the Dragon Emperor escort. Li Shimin eagerly inquired, where did you acquire this information, Lizzie? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. In response to father, this was conveyed to me by a maid of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is said to be no secret throughout the realm. Princess Changlu replied candidly. This should not be the case. As a ruler, he is still young and shows no interest in women. It was said to be for the grand cause of the Dragon Kingdom, with no time for trivial matters. The Princess of Changlu, reflecting on this, could not help but feel a deep sense of respect. It appears that what Kublai Khan mentioned truly holds significant weight. Could it be that he harbors some unspeakable secret? Li Shimin's expression turned peculiar as he instinctively glanced towards Gao Ming. Could it be that Li Shimin possesses some unusual proclivities? Gao Ming sensed a gaze upon him, and his perception was keen at that moment. His curiosity piqued, he looked over, only to meet the rather strange countenance of Li Shimin. His thoughts momentarily wandered, for indeed his eldest son had such inclinations. This seemed improbable, as the medical advancements in the Dragon Kingdom were quite sophisticated, even if there were issues. Surely a successor would be established, analyzed the Empress Changsun. However, Li Shimin's thoughts had already drifted far away, contemplating what benefits he could extract from the Dragon Kingdom. It need not involve violence, for confrontation might not even lead to victory. Presently, this represented an excellent opportunity. Li Ji, what are your thoughts on the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. The Princess of Changlu instinctively responded. Your Majesty, you. The Empress Changsun immediately discerned Li Shimin's thoughts. Yet, Li Ji was already betrothed to Changsun Chong, realizing her words. The princess's face flushed crimson as she silently lowered her gaze. She did not know much about Changsun Chong, having scarcely encountered him. As for the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, she had only seen him a few times in recent days. Nevertheless, the grandeur displayed upon the celestial screen left no doubt that he was an exceptionally capable ruler. His vast knowledge, his benevolence towards his subjects, and the loyalty of numerous historical generals were unparalleled. Such qualities were not something Changsun Chong could rival. This was the true embodiment of a heroic figure. Thus, the Princess of Changlu refrained from speaking further, acutely aware of the immense political ramifications at play. The disparity between a domestic minister and an emperor of a great nation was staggering. No wonder her father entertained such thoughts. Yet, Changla felt a twinge of concern, pondering why he had yet to take a wife or concubine. Perhaps the prospect between them was indeed impossible. It seemed her father had merely identified a strategic opening from a national interest standpoint. I merely inquire casually, do not take it to heart, Li Shimin remarked, glancing at the Empress Changsun, feeling somewhat abashed. After all, the betrothed was from her own family. He quickly attempted to lighten the mood with laughter. The Princess of Changlu was taken aback, raising her head to gaze blankly at Li Shimin. Zhu Yuanzhang, the Qing army is surprisingly close to us. It seems we can present a splendid gift to the Dragon Kingdom and ensure that those treacherous rebels who brought ruin upon my Ming dynasty receive their just punishment. Zhu Yuanzhang's words immediately heightened the tension among the crowd. Chapter 74, Layers of Despair. Overwhelming stalemate. The attitude of the Dragon Emperor. Third update. Ingzheng. How unfortunate for the regent of the Great Qing. Is there truly no escape from this fate? Initially, in the face of defeat, with generals providing cover, retreating was not an insurmountable challenge. However, the situation has now become exceedingly dire. Zhao Kuangyi, the Qing dynasty, which led to the downfall of the Ming, now finds itself confronted by the founding emperor of the Ming. What a hellish battle and dramatic turn of events. Zhu Yusong, Your Majesty, the Great Ancestor. Your Majesty, the Qingzu. We must eliminate Dorgan. Zhu Di, what on earth? Must you incessantly refer to him as the Qingzu? After much effort to mitigate the repercussions, you have resurrected them. Do you not think my father is watching me closely enough? I truly have no desire to assume the throne. Zhao Kuangyin, regrettably, the celestial screen has not revealed this. Likely due to the ongoing desperate flight. Cheng Eugene. Hey, Dorgan, are you well? Yet, unsurprisingly, the celestial screen indeed bore no message from Dorgan. At this moment, Dorgan found himself in a state of utter disarray. The situation was fraught with peril. There was no time for sorrow. The forces led by Ashen and Yildan were ambushed. He was utterly powerless to assist them, compelled to abandon them. The imperative now was to escape with his main forces. Block their path. Dorgan left a trusted aide to command the infantry, instructing them to do whatever it took to halt the advancing army of Elbu. Even before seeing them, Dorgan could hear Elbu's thunderous war cries echoing in the distance. Where has he gone? El, come forth. I promise to grant you a swift end. Nearby, numerous soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to appear. Meanwhile, he hastily retreated towards the borders of the Great Qing with his elite cavalry. However, he had scarcely fled far when the sounds of gunfire and cannon fire echoed from behind, accompanied by the thunderous hooves of pursuing cavalry. The din was not overwhelming, yet it grew increasingly closer. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he glanced back, only to be struck with terror. There stood Elbu, drenched in blood, leading hundreds of cavalry who had brutally penetrated his defensive line. Regardless of the large-scale battle unfolding, it seemed as though Elbu bore a personal vendetta against him, vowing to take his life. For what? Had he not merely exchanged a few words about him in the celestial screen? This was truly intolerable. And yet, he dared to pursue him with only a few hundred men against his 7,000 or 8,000 elite cavalry. Such disdain, were it not for the fear of being ensnared, he would have commanded a counterattack. Did Elbu truly believe he could withstand such a cavalry charge? But reason dictated that he must not act rashly. Speed up. Retreat. Dorgan gritted his teeth. Yet, Elbu and his cavalry were swifter, their explosive power unmatched. They closed in relentlessly, soon nipping at his heels. Many Qing cavalrymen were compelled to retaliate for their lives. Elbu maneuvered his steed to the side, with dozens of riders, akin to overtaking on a bend, swiftly aligning parallel to Dorgan. It was as if a dagger had been thrust into the flank of the Qing forces. Dorgan widened his eyes, unable to believe his sight. This horse was no ordinary beast. Avoiding the cavalry's rear assault, he swiftly closed in from the flank. However, the meager defense on that side consisted of merely a few dozen riders. "Protect my lord." The other cavalrymen reacted promptly, yet Lu Bu had already commenced a brutal slaughter. His Fang Tianhua Ji carved arcs of death with alarming swiftness, claiming the lives of 7 or 8 riders in the blink of an eye. A breach was forcefully created on the flank, with dozens of Dragon Kingdom cavalrymen flanking Lu Bu, momentarily staving off the encroaching Qing cavalry from both sides. Yet this reprieve would not last long. Slay him. As the specter of death loomed closer, Dorgan's ferocity surged. He had no intention of remaining passive. Drawing his swift blade, he abandoned the more suitable cavalry weapon, the tiger tooth blade, in favor of speed. Seizing the moment when Lu Bu cleaved through the cavalryman, he lunged forward. Taking advantage of the instant Lu Bu was occupied parrying with his halberd. With a powerful leap from his steed, he aimed a strike at Lu Bu's neck. This was indeed a rare opportunity. However, Lu Bu, seemingly besieged by the long weapons of multiple cavalrymen, flashed a grin. "You dare to come at me?" With a thunderous roar, Lu Bu unleashed a surge of power, thrusting aside all who sought to restrain him. A sweeping strike sent cavalrymen flying. With a swift counter, he cleaved downward. The sound of clashing metal rang out as Dorgan's blade shattered upon impact. Undeterred, Lu Bu continued his assault, delivering a vertical strike. The air was filled with the sickening sound of blood and Dorgan's anguished scream as a significant portion of his arm was severed. His face contorted in agony and terror, Dorgan gazed at Lu Bu, who raised his halberd once more, despair flooding his heart. Was this the might of an unparalleled warrior? The gap in their powers was far more significant than he had anticipated. Though Dorgan was no ordinary general, he was indeed a capable leader. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside, it became evident that, as the strategist had predicted, Dorgan would retreat along this route. However, it seemed unnecessary for them. Fengxian had taken a considerable risk, but it proved successful. Dorgan was on the brink of death. "What a pity," Zhuge Liang remarked with a hint of melancholy. "Are we unable to seize this glory?" Xiang Yu inquired, perplexed. "Yes and no," Zhuge Liang replied, composed and confident, a smile gracing his features. "Now, you may continue with your riddles." "Alas, while the Qing troops are formidable, particularly that Ashen who can withstand my blows, once Dorgan flees, the majority will surrender. I've only managed to slay around 100 Qing soldiers. It leaves one wanting more. Aren't either elite forces still out there? With Fengxian leading such a contingent, we cannot capture them all. Prepare yourselves," Zhuge Liang stated, chuckling. Yet, just then, he noticed a message from Zhu Yuanzhang in the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. "From which direction is the Ming dynasty approaching? Their sentinels have only been deployed this far, without venturing further into the wilderness. All right, all troops, heed my command. Let us annihilate the invaders," Xiang Yu declared, his thoughts unclouded by the complexities of the situation as he spurred his steed forward, with cavalry charging headlong towards the formidable army of Dorgan. Just as Dorgan was on the brink of death, a robust young general of the Qing, characterized by a square face, thick brows, and a bushy beard, leaped from the throng. Brandishing a long spear, he remarkably intercepted Lu Bu's lethal strike. "My lord, you must retreat first. I shall hold him off for a moment. Albai, return alive. I shall not forsake you. Withdraw." Dorgan, clutching his bleeding severed arm, slowed his pace slightly, tightly binding the wound with a cloth strip. If he did not escape soon, he would succumb to excessive blood loss. Yet, despair gripped Dorgan once more, for ahead loomed another threat. The army led by Xiang Yu. It was all over. At that moment, a grand army, adorned with the banners of the Ming, suddenly charged forth from the left flank. "Qi dogs, prepare to meet your end." Zhu Di led his troops into battle. Just moments ago, scouts had reported the sighting of Qing forces. Zhu Yuanzhang, acting decisively, dispatched him to confront the enemy. In an instant, armies from 3 factions were on the verge of colliding. The heavens are conspiring against the Qing dynasty. However, Dorgan soon sensed something amiss. "Li Shimin, has Dorgan failed to respond? Is he dead, or has he been captured?" Zhao Kuangyin, regardless. The defeat of the Qing is now inevitable. There is no turning back. Kublai Khan. Yet, one wonders how the Dragon Kingdom will treat the Qing dynasty. Kublai Khan's words narrowed the eyes of all the emperors present. The Dragon Kingdom's stance towards the Qing and its subsequent actions would dictate their own approach and judgments regarding the Dragon Kingdom. They possessed some understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's emperor, yet it was insufficient. They were unaware if he was merely a ruler skilled in agriculture and innovation, or if he possessed a deeper understanding of warfare and how to treat a vanquished nation. Meanwhile, Li Shimin once again approached Gao Ming. Chapter 75, Enclosed for Nurturing, Planning a Nation. As the forces of the Ming dynasty emerged, they were led by the illustrious Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di. Dorji, having reached the depths of despair, contemplated a final, desperate struggle. To his astonishment, he noted that the Dragon Kingdom's army bore no semblance of coordination with the Ming forces. Zhu Di's troops surged forth from the flanks, intercepting Xiang Yu's advancing army, which was advancing from the front. Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, questioning the sudden appearance of this army. The Ming? Observing their banners, he hesitated, torn between the desire to violently obliterate this unexpected obstruction and the knowledge that they bore no enmity toward the Dragon Kingdom, whose emperor had even personally visited. To charge ahead would inevitably result in casualties. Reluctantly, Xiang Yu commanded his forces to halt, bellowing, "Stand aside." However, Zhu Di's contingent was considerable, with thousands of cavalry continuously pouring in. A portion of their forces had already engaged in combat with the Ming troops, prompting the Ming cavalry to react with alarm, raising their weapons in defense. "Halt! Halt! Quickly, let them pass." Zhu Di, taken aback by the hidden troops of the Dragon Kingdom, realized with urgency that they had emerged from the slope at nearly the same moment. As the two armies collided, chaos erupted, and it was only then that both sides comprehended the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, Zhu Di urgently commanded, "All charging cavalry, come to a halt." Yet, despite their commands, many forces collided. Fortunately, they had slowed down in time, and the impact was not severe enough to cause fatalities, though a brief period of disorder was inevitable. Witnessing this unfolding turmoil, Dorji's extinguished spirit was reignited. "Break through," he shouted, directing his forces to assault the right flank, which appeared vulnerable. Although the Ming army had also deployed troops to the right, it remained the least fortified position amidst their temporary disarray. Now was the moment to gamble everything, for another opportunity would not present itself. Kill. The Qing cavalry commenced a frenzied charge. While they seemed somewhat fragile when confronted by the Dragon Kingdom, they managed to carve out a breach against the Ming cavalry in a remarkably short span. Both sides sustained losses, yet the Qing forces, fueled by desperation, fought with an intensity and ferocity that surpassed expectations. Many Ming generals were abruptly enlightened, though they had previously recognized the Qing cavalry's rigorous training. Their encounters with the Dragon Kingdom's troops had painted a picture of slaughter that suggested the Qing forces were rather ordinary. Yet, the truth was far more complex. "Quickly, intercept them," Zhu Di exclaimed in a panic. Elbu hastily defended against Ao Bai's assault, abandoning the remnants of Ao Bai and Dorji's main forces to pursue Dorji. "Lord Dorji, take me with you," Fan Wenqing cried out in despair. The Qing soldiers, preoccupied with their own survival, exhibited a remarkable will to live, leaving a civilian official like him struggling to keep pace. Yet, Dorji was entirely oblivious to his cries. Even if he heard it, he would never take the risk for him. Truly, the calculations of man pale in comparison to the unforeseen twist of fate. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The subsequent events will unfold more favorably. Previously, constrained by Fengshen's rage, the thought of killing him was taken lightly, despite the ensuing complications. However, it seems Fengshen's ire has somewhat subsided now. A more strategic approach can be employed to seize the entirety of the Great Qing. Zhuge Liang observed from a distance, leisurely approaching on horseback. He had initially intended to resolve the matter personally. Yet, this fellow truly knows how to seize an opportunity. But do you think this will ensure your survival? Elbu gestured, and a cavalryman galloped forth, presenting him with a bow. As Dorgan tore through the Ming defenses, a chill suddenly enveloped him from behind, as if death itself had locked its gaze upon him. Turning around, he was instantly struck with terror, his face drained of color. There stood Elbu, drawing his bow and aiming directly at him. The legendary Yuan Min shooting halberd came to mind, and Dorgan felt a shiver run down his spine. Elbu knocked an arrow, tethered with 2 small charges of explosive powder, the fuse already ignited. However, just as Elbu was about to release the arrow, Zhuge Liang's voice echoed in his mind. "Enough, Fengxian. Your anger has been vented. Let him go. It would be more advantageous for us. Taking his life would be as easy as flipping a hand, but he must still serve his final purpose." Elbu furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before releasing the arrow. Whoosh! The fiery projectile soared swiftly through the air. It landed beside a fully armored cavalryman next to Dorgan. Boom! In an instant, the cavalryman was obliterated, blood splattering all over Dorgan. Having narrowly escaped death, Dorgan was on the verge of collapse. What kind of arrow is this? Its power is terrifying, and it explodes. His expensive armor offers no protection whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, Dorgan discarded his weapon, shedding his armor, and his speed surged as he vanished from sight. This is dire. But why did Elbu miss his shot? Isn't his archery prowess exceptional? Could it be due to the chaos of the battlefield? Zhu Di was taken aback, feeling overwhelmed. He had intended to present a gift to the Dragon Kingdom, but instead, his good intentions had backfired, thwarting Xiang Yu's ambush and allowing Dorgan to escape. I surrender. The cornered Fan Wenqing had no choice but to submit. Soon after, a somber-faced Xiang Yu rode forth. Zhu Di's heart sank slightly. I shall pursue him immediately. I can still bring back his head, Xiang Yu declared confidently. Do you seek victory, or do you wish to eradicate the great Qing once and for all? Zhuge Liang's words halted Xiang Yu in his tracks. What do you mean? What follows is the opportunity for me to speak of merit, Zhuge Liang continued. Why not allow me to eliminate him? Elbu questioned Zhuge Liang. Confusion etched on his face. One statement from Elbu brought immediate clarity to Zhu Di. Elbu had not missed his shot. Rather, he had intentionally spared him. What are they plotting? Zhuge Liang cast a glance at Zhu Di. He then directly revealed to him the reason behind his actions. When a person dies, many believe that their debts vanish. Our nation, unlike the great Qing under its rule, must tread carefully. Any intervention, regardless of its justification, could leave us vulnerable to criticism. It may also mislead the world into perceiving our nation as a belligerent one, for humanity has an innate tendency to empathize with the weaker party. The Qing court would undoubtedly deny any connection with Dorgan. It is paramount to have a righteous cause. Otherwise, even if General Huo were to conquer Beijing or engage in management or large-scale military intervention, he would face reproach and subsequent complications. With Dorgan alive, our campaign against him or our demands for reparations would be more justifiable. It may seem hypocritical, yet such pretense is a necessity in this world. Of course, if there were no intention to annex Qing territory, such complexities would be unnecessary. However, it is unfortunate that Zhuge Liang is determined to assist His Majesty in acquiring these lands. Strategically speaking, it is no simple task to eradicate a formidable nomadic power such as the Qing. Dorgan's return to the Qing could yield two outcomes. Either the other factions unite to oust him and sever ties, potentially even surrendering him to us. Though Dorgan would never surrender easily, or he would consolidate his forces to defend against our campaign. In the former scenario, internal strife would ensue. In the latter, it would facilitate our complete annihilation of them. This last point would serve to illustrate the fate that awaits those who oppose our nation, diminishing future complications and potentially undermining the morale of armies from various dynasties. Should we encounter conflict with other dynasties in the future, weakened enemy morale would reduce our casualties. This would mark the first step toward our nation's ascendance as the supreme power in the world. Fan Wenqing gazed at Zhuge Liang in disbelief. Is this truly the strategist of our nation? Is this the approach of calculating 3 steps for every single move? Unbelievably, he could express such thoughts openly. Perhaps there are even more intricate schemes at play. Dorgan's survival threatens the entirety of the Qing. It is dire. Even Dorgan himself would find existence unbearable. For even if he is not discarded by the other Qing nobles, he is destined to become a lost dog, wandering aimlessly. Our nation must safeguard its reputation. The entire Qing must be stripped of future threats. They desire it all. He had naively wondered if Elbu had merely missed his shot. Zhu Di felt a chill at the thought. Why must such matters be stated in his presence? Was he also part of the adversary's calculations? Are you truly Master Zhuge Kongming? Zhu Di, upon observing this individual's demeanor and his strategic insights regarding the national landscape, and noting his attire, quickly formed a conjecture regarding his true identity. Chapter 76. Indeed, Liang is not adept in martial arts. Yet isn't the trajectory of a projectile also a form of martial discipline? It is I who have had the honor of meeting His Highness, the Prince of Yan. Zhuge Liang respectfully acknowledged, bowing with a composed demeanor. Zhu Di could not suppress his astonishment. Fan Wenqing had his suspicions earlier. But what authority does a captive possess to inquire? Now, with a confirmed answer, Fan Wenqing felt as if struck by thunder, his mind echoing incessantly. This combination of Xiang Yu, Elbu, and Zhuge Liang, how could he, even standing beside Dorgan, unravel Zhuge Liang's stratagem? Although Dorgan possesses talent, how could he possibly compare to such an alliance? At times, Dorgan could be quite impulsive, without the benefit of my counsel and assessment of the broader situation. He could scarcely fathom the grim fate that awaited him. Perhaps one day, When Dorgan reflects upon this narrow escape, he will be filled with profound regret, lamenting why he did not meet his end sooner. Are we to have a more legitimate rationale to seize all the territories of the Great Qing? What a troublesome affair. Is it not simpler to eliminate him directly? Xiang Yu found it rather cumbersome. Alternatives do exist, albeit they are slightly more complicated and lack such elegance. However, should the two generals insist on execution, they may pursue it further. Yet, the accolades might diminish, for surely, in the grand scheme. A regent weighs less than an entire nation. This should be clear to the two generals. Zhuge Liang did not deter them, but merely stood from the most rational perspective, informing them of the stakes involved. Elbu's fury and Xiang Yu's resentment gradually subsided. Ironically, it was Elbu who grew concerned. He recognized his own impulsiveness and knew his actions lacked the thoroughness of Zhuge Liang's consideration. Very well, let him live to witness the might of my dragon kingdom. Let him feel fear before he is dealt with. Xiang Yu did not pursue further. Then why did you not stop me from killing him earlier? Had I accidentally slain him, would that not have been a tremendous loss? Perhaps we should set these individuals free. Among them might be a military physician. And since I severed his arm, would he survive? Elbu gestured toward the Qing soldiers they had encircled. Fan Wencheng? Yudi? Ming soldiers? Good heavens! Is this truly human discourse? Are they genuinely afraid their enemy might perish? It is as if they are suggesting we send a doctor to treat them. No need for such measures. There are multiple solutions. If it truly comes to that, we shall resort to the second plan, Zhuge Liang contemplated. We shall heed the strategist's counsel. Xiang Yu and Elbu were left speechless. Shall we simply execute these individuals? They are elite Qing soldiers, and to slay them is indeed warranted. Fan Wencheng shall be executed as well, for His Majesty has expressed his disdain for this man. Very well. Elbu and Xiang Yu commanded their men to eliminate the Qing soldiers. Upon hearing this, Fan Wencheng was about to plead for mercy. But with a swift motion of Xiang Yu's weapon, his head took flight. Yet, in his eyes, there lingered a hint of relief. So be it. A swift death seems somewhat acceptable. It is certainly preferable to the fate of Dorgan, who was manipulated and toyed with. Had I known then, I would not have followed Dorgan to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the resources and wealth of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed too alluring. Thus, we shall not trouble you further. Zhu Di offered a sheepish smile as he led the Ming army to retreat, hoping to avoid any further blunders. Damn it! Ao Bai's eyes burned crimson. At present, they were left with merely 2,000 or 3,000 cavalry, without the reinforcements behind Xiang Yu. He believed that even the hundreds of cavalry charging towards him could be slain. At the very least, a breakout might still be possible. Yet now, that seemed increasingly unlikely. As he watched Elbu galloping towards him, he also noticed the Ming army withdrawing a distance away. Ultimately, Ao Bai's gaze fell upon the cultured and seemingly distinguished Zhuge Liang. Although the chaos of the battlefield rendered their words inaudible, the attitudes of Xiang Yu and Elbu towards this man clearly indicated his exceptional status. If he could capture him alive, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope for survival. Driven by desperation, Ao Bai seized a Qing cavalryman in each hand and hurled them towards Elbu. That fellow was still fixated on him. Seizing the moment Elbu cleaved through the two cavalrymen, Ao Bai unleashed the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life. Disembarking, he swiftly navigated through the throng of people. With his formidable martial prowess, he evaded numerous attacks from the Dragon Kingdom cavalry. Like a madman, he charged towards Zhuge Liang. Scholars should not venture so close to the battlefield. Be my bargaining chip for survival. As Ao Bai neared Zhuge Liang, he suddenly pushed off the horse, vaulting high into the air, aiming directly for Zhuge Liang. However, Xiang Yu and Elbu exchanged glances, displaying no sign of urgency. Zhu Di was taken aback. There was such a formidable general among the Qing forces. Was Master Zhuge in peril? At this distance, even if he wished to intervene, he could not reach in time. Could it be that Zhuge Liang lacked martial skills? Indeed, this was true, yet Zhuge Liang spoke calmly, then retrieved a beautifully crafted pistol from his bosom. A mere firearm cannot penetrate my armor. Ao Bai dismissed this notion, for he was clad in full armor. With only his eyes exposed, how could it be so easy to strike them? He immediately extended his hand, intending to capture Zhuge Liang alive. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot resonated louder and more powerfully than Ao Bai had anticipated. Ao Bai's armor shattered at the chest as the bullet pierced through his body, exiting from his back. The tremendous force sent Ao Bai hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. A look of disbelief spread across Ao Bai's face as he stared at the bloody hole in his chest. His eyes widening, his life gradually slipped away. He died with his eyes wide open. although Zhuge Liang might not excel in martial arts. Was not ballistics a form of martial skill in its own right? He gently fanned the gun's muzzle with his feather fan, cooling it down. This was a treasured gift from His Majesty. It must be cherished. Thus, such a valiant and formidable general met his demise so easily. That tiny firearm wielded such astonishing power. Zhu Di stood frozen in place, astonished. Compact in size, swift to the point of invisibility, astonishingly powerful, and easily portable. Unlike the conspicuous long-handled firearms, this could be utilized for assassination. A chilling sense of dread filled Zhu Di's mind. What followed was a relentless massacre. Subsequently, Elbu took a contingent to pursue Doran. "What are you doing?" Zhuge Liang inquired. "If I do not kill him, I shall merely frighten him from behind." Elbu grinned, his face alight with malicious delight. Thus commenced the harrowing prelude to a fate worse than death. "Will you return for dinner tonight? Honestly, you are all so reckless." Before Zhuge Liang could finish his words, Elbu had already led several hundred cavalrymen in pursuit. As for Gao Ming's strategy, Gao Ming swiftly received reports from Zhuge Liang, Elbu, and others in his mind. "In that case, I shall make my position clear. Gao Ming, our Dragon Kingdom demands an explanation from the Qing dynasty. Surrender Doran. Or our Dragon Kingdom's iron cavalry shall seek justice for the valiant soldiers who perished for our nation." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the emperors darkened. "Ingzheng, the roles have reversed. Previously, it was the Qing dynasty demanding an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. Now, it was the Dragon Kingdom demanding one from the Qing dynasty. Furthermore, as the victors, such words carried even greater weight. Kublai Khan, is the Dragon Kingdom becoming somewhat overbearing? Do they intend to eradicate us completely? This might contravene the harmony of heaven, just as Zhuge Liang had anticipated. There would indeed be those seeking to subject the Dragon Kingdom to the flames of public opinion and morality. Zhu Yuanzhang, were it not for our knowledge of what the great Yuan truly is, one might believe you to be a compassionate celestial being. Liu Bang, has the Dragon Kingdom not captured Doran? Is there not still the Ming army? How could he escape? Ingzheng, did he escape? That may not necessarily be the case. Judging by the arrangements of the Dragon Kingdom, it is evident they had already calculated which cities Doran would assault. Could there be another scheme at play? Zhao Kuangyin, did the Dragon Kingdom not suffer considerable losses? I observed during the city defense battles that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not even exit the gates, yet inflicted heavy casualties upon the Qing forces. Even the outer cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom, after brief engagement, lured the enemy out. Were the total casualties not in the thousands? Zhao Kuangyin's words sent a shiver through the assembly of emperors. Chapter 77, The Grand Banquet of the Three Sovereigns. Li Shimin spoke to Zhu Di. Indeed, in this battle, the Qing army, numbering over 400,000, suffered near total annihilation. To claim that the foundation of the nation has been wounded is no exaggeration. Yet, how many lives did the Dragon Kingdom truly lose? Did they even witness 100 casualties? No, at least not in Shuguang City. How many more could there be in the unseen regions? Capturing tens of thousands of enemy troops, even with losses nearing 10,000, or even several thousand, constitutes an unprecedented victory. However, in reality, they believed the actual number should be considerably lower, perhaps only a few hundred, or even fewer than that. Such a notion is rather alarming. This cannot merely be described as a great victory, it resembles a miracle. Li Jing, the Dragon Kingdom has completely outclassed the Qing dynasty in terms of both hard power and tactics. Cheng Yojin, I can't help but feel that the Dragon Kingdom, even without tactics, could effortlessly overwhelm the Qing in a direct charge. Li Shimin, it is surely to minimize casualties that the Dragon Emperor genuinely cares for his people. Your Majesty, I have a plan to seize Beijing. Meanwhile, far away in the Qing dynasty, with Tubing relayed the latest news. Let us allow Dorgan to experience the true taste of homelessness. Gao Ming said calmly. He then turned to Zhang Qiao. You shall make a trip to the Qing. You know what must be done. Leave it to me, not to mention 1,000,000. At least 500,000 troops will be no issue. Zhang Jiao nodded confidently. Gao Ming, regardless of the casualties sustained by the Dragon Kingdom, even if it is but one life, that life belongs to my dragon citizens, and it is the invaders who must bear this loss. Liu Bang, the Dragon Kingdom's response is entirely legitimate and justified. We Han shall support the Dragon Kingdom. We shall also send additional envoys to foster mutual communication. Upon Liu Bang's declaration, the court officials exchanged glances. Who shall be sent? It feels perilous with Xiong Yu present, a danger beyond measure. Zhao Kuangyin, we must never emulate the Qing in waging such an unjust war. Our Song dynasty also supports the Dragon Kingdom in seeking justice from the Qing. Ingzheng, the Dragon Kingdom indeed possesses many qualities worthy of emulation by all dynasties. The emperors, wary of the Dragon Kingdom's might, hastened to display their sincerity. In the absence of any prudent means to claim this rich prize, they were all eager to present a benevolent facade. No one from the Qing responded. For Gao Ming, the Qing's silence mattered little. After all, Dorgan was still alive and would not allow the Qing to swiftly evade responsibility. At this moment, the Qing court was in disarray, with accusations flying against Dorgan for his reckless actions. His command of troops had sharply diminished. The Prince of the Blood, Ho Gu, who had once vied for the throne with Dorgan, now stepped forward. Ho Gu, all of this is the doing of Dorgan alone. Our Qing dynasty holds no intention of opposing the Dragon Kingdom. We are willing to compensate for all losses incurred in this conflict. We implore the Dragon Emperor to temper his wrath and request the withdrawal of troops, as long as he could quell the Dragon Kingdom's fury. Ho Gu was fully capable of ascending to the throne in a short span. They had been at an impasse from the start. At the tender age of 6, the puppet Emperor Fulin ascended to the throne. Dorgan, you fool! Dorgan, in the midst of his escape, could not contain his rage upon seeing the barrage of comments. Blood surged forth from his mouth. He was still alive, yet how Gu dared to act in such a manner? If you wish to apologize, your sincerity is woefully insufficient, remarked Gao Ming as he turned his back and returned to the palace, simultaneously inviting Li Shimin and his entourage, who seemed to have matters to discuss with him. The Qing dynasty would not allow them to survive, no matter the circumstances. What appeared to be a hint of choice was, in fact, a ploy to incite internal strife, facilitating Hua Zubing's conquest of Beijing at minimal cost. Zhuge Liang's strategy of releasing the tiger to return home as bait was indeed astute. The only concern might be Zhu Yuanzhang's stance, for the Qing dynasty was, after all, a part of the Ming's territory. Yet, one could only hope that he comprehended this land would belong to the Dragon Kingdom, not to his Ming dynasty. Gao Ming was amenable to coexistence, but he had no reason to refuse a nation handed to him on a silver platter. He ceased to observe the celestial screen, no longer listening to their discourse. Meanwhile, in the Qing court, the 6-year-old Emperor Fulin sat bewilderedly upon the throne. Hao Gu, Jiralang, and others clashed vehemently with Dorgan's faction, led by Ganglen. Does the Dragon Kingdom demand the surrender of our regent lord? They fumed. The audacity of the Dragon Kingdom is intolerable. What if they are powerful? With so many dynasties watching, I refuse to believe they dare to mobilize a great army against us. Otherwise, they would not send merely thousands to pressure us. They had already lost the esteemed Princing and Prince Yu, Dodo, along with a significant portion of their elite warriors. Would they not be ridiculed by the world if they did not retaliate? The faction loyal to Dorgan adamantly insisted on vengeance. Fools! Have you not seen the might of the Dragon Kingdom? Fight? What shall we fight with? Hao Gu warned, his tone tinged with menace. A chill ran through Ganglin and the others. Aside from a few martial generals still clamoring, the civil officials began weighing the pros and cons. Dorgan's losses were catastrophic. His strength paled in comparison to Hao Gu's. I propose we swiftly dispatch someone to capture Dorgan and deliver him to the Dragon Kingdom to quell their wrath. As long as we can stave off their aggression temporarily, we, who hold dominion over the realm, shall soon muster greater forces. Who opposes this? Who supports it? Under Hao Gu's pressure, many expressed their agreement. Meanwhile, the obstinate loyalists of Dorgan met with violent retribution at Hao Gu's hands, one after another, in the Grand Hall. On the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Yuanzhang listened intently to the report from Zhu Di, his expression darkening slightly, becoming somewhat grim. They have Zhuge Liang. And he said this before you? Indeed, Zhu Di replied candidly. He intends for us to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Qing dynasty, for in essence, we are the most qualified to assume control over it. It rightfully belongs to us. Nevertheless, we must further ascertain the inclinations of the Dragon Kingdom as emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang harbored a tinge of resentment. If all under heaven could live as the people of the Dragon Kingdom do, it would not be an unwelcome development. Zhu Di felt this might not necessarily be a negative turn of events. Confusion. This is the realm we have fought to establish, Zhu Yuanzhang admonished. After inviting Li Shimin into their midst, he engaged in casual conversation with Gao Ming, leaving Gao Ming somewhat perplexed by his intent. Yet, Li Shimin did not elucidate his thoughts, as if the discussion was merely to strengthen their mutual rapport. In the ensuing days, the skies remained tranquil. However, Dorong endured great hardship, relentlessly pursued by Elbu, managing to escape back to the borders of the Qing dynasty with great difficulty. Kublai Khan of the Yuan dynasty wore a troubled expression these days, albeit temporarily. This easing of tensions among the various dynasties was not the outcome he desired, as the previous divisions had fostered animosity towards them from the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps it was time to dispatch envoys to engage with the Dragon Kingdom, even in death. Traversing through its cities could yield valuable intelligence. Just as Kublai Khan found himself in a quandary, a piece of news from the border suddenly invigorated him. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Your end is nigh. No, one must not be hasty. First, let us examine this military roster before proceeding. It shall soon be revealed. Meanwhile, envoys from various nations entered the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, all astonished by its splendor. The unique charm of each city captivated them utterly. Zhu Yuanzhang and his entourage arrived at the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom ahead of others. Gao Ming hosted a banquet for the two emperors. Brother Yuanzhang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Brother Shimon, I am equally delighted to see you. The two emperors, sharing a mutual admiration, exchanged courteous bows and warm greetings, resembling kindred spirits who had met in person after corresponding online. And this must be your son, Zhu Di. He is indeed a remarkable young man, Li Shimon remarked, casting his gaze towards Zhu Di's table. Zhu Di, engrossed in his meal, silently chanted, "Do not come over. Do not come over. Please do not approach. We are not acquainted." Yet, the very scenario Zhu Di most dreaded unfolded before him. Chapter 78, The Peach Blossom Spring of the Ming Emperor. All is permitted. Zhu Di gazed at Li Shimon, who was exuberantly raising his wine cup. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang. Though no words were exchanged, the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. "Father, look, it is Li Shimon who has approached me to converse. Please do not misunderstand." However, at that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang, after the customary pleasantries, was lost in contemplation as he regarded the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom seated in the main seat, his heart tumultuous and restless. Noticing his father's lack of reaction, Zhu Di felt a slight relief and promptly returned Li Shimon's gesture of respect. To Zhu Di, Li Shimon was a historical figure, the architect of an era where nations paid tribute and the creator of the Grand Tang dynasty. Though his ascension was controversial, his lifetime of accomplishments firmly established him as a commendable emperor. Meanwhile, immersed in his thoughts, Zhu Yuanzhang recalled an essay he had studied with Empress Ma, The Peach Blossom Spring. He felt that his experiences and reflections since entering the Dragon Kingdom were akin to this idyllic narrative. Everything appeared surreal and enchanting, almost too extraordinary to fathom. This personal experience, steeped in the minutiae of the common people's lives, resonated deeply with him, a man of humble origins, more profoundly than it did with Li Shimon. The populace lived contentedly, preoccupied not with mere survival, but with the pursuit of a more comfortable existence. Even the most ordinary farmers, dressed in fine garments, deliberated over what meat to enjoy for dinner that evening, while yearning for poetry and distant horizons. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom led lives more prosperous than his own, burdened by far fewer anxieties. The most disheartening aspect of life is comparison, particularly for an emperor. Before witnessing the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Yuanzhang believed he treated his subjects well and prioritized agriculture. Even if the Ming dynasty had not yet reached the heights of the Han and Tang dynasties, he assumed the people must be faring reasonably well. Yet, the persistent emergence of corrupt officials each year belied this notion. Previously, he had suffered great humiliation on the grain supply rankings. Comparing his subjects to those of the Dragon Kingdom, it was no exaggeration to say one resided in the heavens while the other languished on the ground. Was he not a qualified emperor? If this continued, with the existence of the celestial curtain, would the citizens of the Ming dynasty not flock to the Dragon Kingdom? Indeed, they would. Along the way, he had encountered several groups of commoners from different dynasties. But could one blame those people? No, absolutely not. Who does not yearn for the peach blossom spring when faced with hunger and cold? The celestial curtain appeared to be a silent assassin, wielding a soft blade against all dynasties. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a glimmer of hope. He hoped that once the Dragon Kingdom appeared on the military rankings, perhaps there would be shadows of darkness in the character or conduct of its emperor. Otherwise, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Although he cared for his subjects, he was equally concerned about the imperial power he held. Nevertheless, this journey also bore fruit for Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon entering the Dragon Kingdom, Li Shimon had advised him that the medical technology there was advanced. Should any of his family members be unwell, one might first seek assistance from a local hospital. The Empress Dowager has successfully received the smallpox vaccine. However, upon examination, it was revealed that she suffers from ailments brought on by overexertion, leading to a gradual decline in her health. Additionally, there are concerns regarding her mental well-being and psychological fatigue. This revelation struck Zhu Yuanzhang like a bolt from the blue. He recalled how, during moments of anger, whenever he felt compelled to impulsively punish those beneath him, the Empress would always implore him to remain calm and consider his actions carefully. How could she not bear the burden of such emotional labor during these trying times? Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware of his own temperament, which only served to deepen the respect that some of his ministers, such as Su De, had for the Empress. It became evident that she had silently borne so much for their sake. Moreover, it transpired that his own son was grappling with anxiety-related mental health issues, which could, if persistent, lead to abnormal liver function and potentially trigger sudden cardiac arrest. The likelihood of such occurrences increased, particularly during times of illness when one's immunity wanes. Could it be that he had been overly harsh with his son? Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily questioned whether he had inadvertently imposed excessive pressure on those around him. Yet, he was also deeply concerned about the stability of his reign. Coming from humble beginnings, having once been a monk and a beggar, he had ascended to the throne. And he wondered if those of higher birth and current stature might also think themselves capable of ruling. Fortunately, the physicians had provided a treatment plan and prescribed medication. The burdens that had weighed heavily upon him had lessened considerably. At the very least, this journey to the Dragon Kingdom had yielded significant gains. Now, it remained to be seen whether a fruitful collaboration could be established with the Dragon Kingdom. However, the resources of the Ming dynasty were rather limited. Although they had previously appeared on grain supply lists, the Dragon Kingdom did not suffer from food shortages. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom's counsel on the path to prosperity. Although the heavens had shown signs, often it is a single utterance from the sovereign that illuminates the crux of matters. Su De, Lan Yu, Li Jing, and Cheng Yaojin engaged in lively discussions. Yet their gaze frequently drifted toward the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. He was the architect of the Dragon Kingdom, the one who had unveiled unprecedented splendor to them. He appeared quite affable, making it difficult to fathom how such a person could possess such remarkable capabilities. Even more astonishing was the thought that he might be an emperor capable of issuing imperial edicts of execution. Their eyes betrayed a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Upon regaining his composure, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately noticed Zhu Di engrossed in conversation with Li Shimin. As their dialogue deepened, Li Shimin could no longer suppress his curiosity and, lowering his voice, remarked, "I have heard that in the annals of history, you are referred to as the Yongle Emperor, the only vassal prince who successfully purged the court of corrupt officials. You ought to be regarded as a paragon." Li Shimin's words were quite tactful. He refrained from mentioning rebellion, instead referring to the purging of corrupt officials. The Tang Emperor should refrain from such nonsensical talk. This was entirely unfounded. Zhu Di immediately reacted like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, springing to his feet in alarm. He harbored grave suspicions that the Tang Emperor was attempting to ensnare him. The Tang Emperor was indeed quite cunning. "Do not be agitated," he continued. "I merely suggest that should our dynasty return to a proper trajectory, certain matters are bound to unfold. Preparing in advance may facilitate a smoother transition." Li Shimin felt a pressing need to align with the annals of history. Although Zhu Di had usurped his nephew's position, thus straying from the righteous path, the heavenly edicts proclaimed his diligent governance and the advent of the Yongle era. The trajectory he traversed bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. The messages from the heavens would undoubtedly lead the world to draw parallels between their legacies. While it was referred to as a banquet of 3 emperors, in Li Shimin's perspective, it ought to be regarded as a gathering of 4 emperors. It was inconceivable. My elder brothers are already receiving treatment for their ailments. The treachery of unscrupulous ministers could also precipitate similar calamities. Zhu Di hesitated momentarily, yet soon resolutely shook his head. "It is impossible, absolutely impossible." As he spoke, he turned away from Li Shimin and approached Gao Ming, offering a respectful salute. "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, I have a humble request, and I wonder if your Majesty might grant it." "Speak freely. As long as it is reasonable, it shall be permitted," Gao Ming replied with a smile, his courteous words flowing effortlessly. "Nothing shall be denied. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor proves to be an amiable sovereign." Zhu Di contained his inner excitement and continued, "Might your Majesty be so gracious as to grant me your signature?" Initially yearning for a piece of calligraphy, he reconsidered in light of the previous events involving Elbu and deemed it prudent to adhere to local customs. Upon utterance of this request, it instantly captivated the attention of all the royal dignitaries from the 2 dynasties present at the banquet. Chapter 79. The commoner Zhu Yuanzhang meets the Yongle Emperor. They were all momentarily taken aback, especially the people from the Tang dynasty, whose faces were marked with greater astonishment. Could it be that the future emperor of the Ming dynasty holds such admiration for the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? Yet, Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom indeed possessed extraordinary talents. Gao Ming was briefly stunned, somewhat surprised. He scrutinized Zhu Di with keen attention. The sincerity and clarity in his gaze were unexpected. Who would have thought that the celestial realm offered such benefits, indirectly winning over a future emperor? Nodding in agreement, Gao Ming then instructed a palace maid to fetch brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With a few swift strokes, he inscribed his name, contemplating momentarily before adding a line of well-known praise dating back to Zhu Di's era. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. A monarch dies for the state. This phrase originated from the future relocation of the capital to Beiping under Zhu Di's reign, and was also the reason Gao Ming chose to establish the capital of the Dragon Kingdom near the borders. Although Zhu Di was not yet an emperor, and it was uncertain if he would ever ascend to that status, he was royal by birth, making such sentiments quite fitting, almost akin to encouragement. However, when Zhu Di joyfully received the calligraphy from the palace maid, he glanced at it and promptly closed it with a swift motion. His expression was one of shock as he looked at Gao Ming. What could this mean? Was it truly worthy of such excitement? Gao Ming was perplexed by Zhu Di's abrupt and exaggerated reaction. Nonetheless, Zhu Di quickly praised Gao Ming's calligraphy and expressed gratitude for the Dragon Emperor's generosity before returning to his seat. In truth, he had not even taken the time to appreciate it thoroughly. "Fourth brother, let me take a look," he said as he passed by Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Biao softly called out to Yu Di, "Elder brother, there's really nothing much to see." Zhu Di hastily replied, "Why? Is it not permissible for your elder brother to have a glance?" Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze was filled with authority as he looked at Zhu Di. Zhu Di hesitated for a moment, and Zhu Yuanzhang immediately took on a teasing tone. "The Yongle Emperor. What a fine Yongle Emperor." Commoner Zhu Yuanzhang pays his respects to the Yongle Emperor. As Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, he even cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhu Di. Zhu Di stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. Had his words with Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty been overheard by his father? Wasn't there at least a distance of 30 or 40 paces between them? When did his father's hearing become so acute? Was he always keeping a watchful eye on him? Suda, Lan Yu, and others quickly lowered their heads, pretending not to have seen anything. Although they spoke quietly, they were close enough to Zhu Yuanzhang to hear everything clearly. It seemed that their sovereign was genuinely somewhat angered, misunderstood by the Tang emperor. "Enough, enough. I am weary. Let things unfold as they may. The biases in one's heart are not easily dispelled." At this moment, Zhu Di felt utterly exhausted. "Oh, you mischievous lad. You truly dare to act so brazenly." Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing Zhu Di's expression of despair and his apparent reluctance to rebut, felt a surge of anger. Was this insolent boy now too lazy even to defend himself? "Your Majesty, there is a time and place for foolishness." Empress Ma played the role of mediator, subsequently guiding Zhu Di to take his seat as well. Following a round of polite exchanges, Li Shimin turned to Gao Ming and inquired, "What is the Dragon Emperor's perspective on the current state of the realm?" At this utterance, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Even Zhu Yuanzhang, who had intended to firmly chastise Zhu Di, redirected his attention toward Gao Ming, for this was indeed the crux of the banquet. Gao Ming slowly set down his wine cup and regarded Li Shimin. He did not respond immediately. Rather, he paused in contemplation for several seconds before articulating his thoughts. "The affairs of the world," he began, "are such that separation inevitably leads to unification, and unification will ultimately result in division." He cited a well-known phrase from Luo Guanzhong of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. Does the Dragon Emperor believe that now is a time for division or for unity? Li Shimin pressed on. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened, for he recognized the implications of this statement. Was the Dragon Emperor subtly hinting that the realm required unification? Though division and unity exist, is it not the ambition of all warlords to strive for a unified world? The current geopolitical landscape is unlike any other era. Coexistence can flourish alongside unification. In my view, the aspirations of the populace are universally shared, the yearning for a better life. As a sovereign, my duty is to ensure that my subjects in the Dragon Kingdom can lead prosperous lives. We shall cultivate our fields and grow our crops. Should anyone obstruct our peaceful existence, the sides in the hands of the people will inevitably turn against their foes, without my command. Although Gao Ming's words were delivered in a calm manner, none doubted the capability of the common folk to act in defense of their livelihoods. This was vividly reflected in the prior rankings of battle losses. Hearing these words, both Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of relief wash over them. Regardless of the veracity of his statements, At least he did not exhibit extreme views or a fervent desire for military unification of the realm, which could be regarded as a positive development. Otherwise, the military might displayed by the Dragon Kingdom posed a considerable threat to any dynasty. While they were deliberating on strategies to counter firearms and artillery, their best approach seemed to be defense rather than offense. How does the Dragon Emperor intend to address the Qing? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. The moment this question was posed, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhu Yuanzhang's inquiry undoubtedly indicated his intentions toward the Qing. However, Li Shimin and the others could comprehend his motives. Given that the Qing had seized the Ming dynasty's throne, were it not for the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms separating them from the Song dynasty, and were the Dragon Kingdom not more affluent than any other dynasty, they would all be waiting for an opportunity to benefit from the conflict. He might even harbor thoughts regarding the Song dynasty, given its high legitimacy. Gao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not surprising that Zhu Yuanzhang held such thoughts. What was unexpected was the swiftness of his inquiries. He seemed rather impatient. This emperor of the Ming appeared somewhat hasty. Surely he does not consider the Qing as his personal fiefdom? If so, that would be quite a miscalculation. It seemed he had forgotten that he was dealing with a territory subjugated by the Qing, the beleaguered emperor of the southern Mings. Were it not for the incident involving the celestial canopy, would have inevitably fallen to the Qing dynasty. I believe our esteemed general of the Dragon Nation has articulated this quite clearly. Those who offend our Dragon Nation shall face retribution, regardless of distance. The Dragon Emperor ought to comprehend my meaning. Zhu Yuanzhang's earnest gaze bore a certain intensity, tinged with a sense of invasion. Gao Ming understood that the question pertained to whether he would seize the Qing for himself. In his heart, Gao Ming was resolute. Indeed, the intention was to claim the Qing, but alas, it is now too late. Ever since Zhuge Liang sent Dalgan back, Huo Yubing and Zhang Jiao had already begun their scheming. The initiative had been seized. To expect oneself to relinquish a feast laid before him based solely on Zhu Yuanzhang's mere words, devoid of any tangible benefits, was utterly implausible and unrealistic. Ming Emperor, I am aware of your deep-seated desire for vengeance, given that the Qing annihilated the Ming royal family, yet some matters cannot be hurried. While the demise of the Qing may be inevitable, I contend that the choice of whom the populace wishes to follow is not ours to make. It is a right belonging to the people. Why not allow them to choose for themselves? This, Zhu Yuanzhang intended to counter. But the other party had not insisted on seizing the territory. Rather, they proposed letting the common folk decide. This indeed stood on the most equitable and just ground, granting any emperor the liberty to intervene. Yet, in reality, who is unaware of the unparalleled wealth of your Dragon Nation? Educational and healthcare benefits, provisions. Even a fool could discern which nation to choose. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself at a loss for words. This presented an opportunity for himself, but he felt utterly powerless. Forgive my audacity, but might we send some individuals to assist the Ming royal family? Zhu Yuanzhang could only settle for a lesser option. Certainly, I have stated that the people of this realm will follow whom they wish. Gao Ming was indifferent. If it were merely to assist his descendants, that was beyond reproach, provided no unforeseen complications arose. Otherwise, Gao Ming instinctively glanced towards Zhu Di, whose favor for the Dragon Nation was evidently greater than that for Zhu Yuanzhang. But wait, why did he appear somewhat gleeful? Was it delight in Zhu Yuanzhang's predicament? He did not perceive it as an affront to imperial dignity, but rather seemed to take a measure of joy in it. This was perplexing, remarkable. The admiration in Li Shimin's eyes intensified. In just a few words, the Dragon Emperor rendered the Ming Emperor powerless, all while standing on a notably elevated moral ground. There was naught to criticize. However, you would do well to act swiftly. Gao Ming interjected. Why is that? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, perplexed. Because if you delay, it will be too late. The Qing royal family and nobility have no paths left to escape and are retreating southward. The southern Ming Emperor may soon find himself in peril. What? Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di, and the assembled ministers of the Ming were all taken aback. Chapter 80. The first emperor visits the Dragon Kingdom. Will the emperor bow to the monarch? What does it mean to have no avenue for escape? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has already captured the capital of the Qing dynasty? In an instant, Zhu Di grasped this realization. Gao Ming smiled and nodded. Is the Dragon Emperor's assertion indeed true? Yet how could this be possible? Zhu Yuanzhang and the other dignitaries of the Ming dynasty looked at Gao Ming in astonishment. Just a few days had passed. Even if the Dragon Kingdom, Xiangyu, and Lubu united to assault the Qing borders, capturing every city in such a short span seems implausible. The only possibility that came to mind was the cavalry led by Huo Yubing, numbering in the thousands. However, Even Huizubing would find it a Herculean task to seize a heavily fortified capital, especially when the adversary was already on guard. Such a notion is akin to a fairy tale. Regardless of Huizubing's historical renown, he remains but a mortal, not a deity. Gao Ming refrained from elaborating, simply spreading his palms outward in a gesture of invitation. The celestial canopy must be buzzing with activity. Why not step forward to ascertain the truth? Please. Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Shimin, and the others had no reason to decline. Even their libations had become notably more invigorating. If such a significant event had transpired and they remained oblivious, it would be utterly unacceptable. Outside, the emperors before the celestial canopy initially observed Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Shimin, and the Dragon Kingdom's emperor convening a banquet, feeling a twinge of concern and urgency. Should they forge a partnership, a moment's delay could render them unable to partake in even the slightest favor. Particularly for the Ming and Tang, where the emperors were personally present, they could make decisions directly, while the others had to send invoice, lagging behind and inciting worry. Thus, even though they had dispatched individuals to monitor the changes in the celestial canopy, they remained uneasy, frequently gazing up at the sky. Wang Jian, do you think I should also make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom? Some opportunities, once missed, may lead to a perpetual disadvantage against other dynasties. Ing Zheng inquired of the elder general beside him. The risks are substantial, yet the potential rewards are equally significant. Wang Jian provided a prudent response. Presently, the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom has not exhibited any ambition for unification, and both the Tang and Ming emperors appear quite secure. The first emperor gazed at the celestial canopy and remarked, "He indeed seems to be a commendable and successful ruler. Do you believe I should go?" Ing Zheng appeared somewhat indecisive. That depends on your majesty's intentions. Do you harbor aspirations of unifying the various dynasties? If so, it would be unwise to proceed. However, if such ambitions are not immediate, visiting and engaging with the Dragon Emperor may yield deeper insights into his character. After all, should your majesty possess such aspirations, the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle. In truth, war could prove beneficial given our current national circumstances. We require more resources to sustain our existing military. Wang Jian articulated his thoughts candidly. Ing Zheng, is victory attainable? Wang Jian, difficult. However, opportunities are not entirely absent. Ing Zheng, is it the opportunity spoken of by the Emperor of the Great Yuan? Decapitation? Indeed, in my humble opinion. As long as there are no internal issues within the Dragon Kingdom, it is nearly impossible for any single dynasty to conquer it. Moreover, we remain unaware if they have exhausted their strategies in the battle against the Great Qing. How many troops have they deployed? I suspect this may merely be the tip of the iceberg concerning the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to Wang Jian's analysis, Ing Zheng fell into silence. After a long while, he finally spoke. Although Ming Tian has yet to reach the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom, he has already entered its territory. Judging by the cryptic messages from the heavens, the shock he has experienced seems to be more astonishing than what has been revealed. Clinging to stagnation will inevitably cause one to lag behind in this era. Today, I officially proclaim Fu Su as the crown prince, hoping that upon learning of future history, he shall not repeat such foolish mistakes. Has Hu Hai been resolved? It has been dealt with. It is a privilege for you, my dear Wang, to still be concerned with state affairs at your age. This is my honor. However, we must make the final decision based on the military rankings. Nevertheless, departing now is feasible, as once the military rankings are announced, I will still not have reached the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Should any changes arise, I can return to the Great Qing. Ultimately, Ing Zheng resolved to take the risk and venture to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuangyin and the two emperors of the Great Yuan had no immediate plans to head to the Dragon Kingdom, awaiting reports from their envoys. Just then, instead of the latest news regarding the meeting of the three emperors, they received alarming reports of the fall of the capital of the Great Qing. Hauge, Dragon Kingdom, what is your intention? We have already expressed our willingness to apologize. Why continue the assault on our capital? Gang Lin, retreat. The city has been breached. Jier Halang, we cannot stop them. Our soldiers are unable to hold them back. I do not understand why the Han people within the city have been incited against us. We have been on high alert, sealing the city gates during this time. How did they manage to achieve this? Dorgan, it has fallen. What nonsense is this? Elbu, oh, you're still alive. That's good, that's good. Originally, the new capital of the Great Qing was not far from the border. Dorgan could have returned in a short time. However, he was frequently attacked by Hao Ji's men while passing through various cities. Several times, he nearly fell into their hands. In his lifetime, Dorgan had never faced such a dire situation. Defeated in the field, fleeing with a severed arm, losing brothers. Upon his return, he was met with betrayal and relentless pursuit. That scoundrel Hauge showed no regard for kinship, willing to sell himself to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet fortunately, he had maintained contact with the Emperor of the Great Yuan. The Emperor provided him with tens of thousands of troops, assisting him in stabilizing the internal affairs of the Great Qing and consolidating his forces. Soon, with the troops borrowed from Kublai Khan and his regent status, he raised an army of nearly 100,000 men. He planned to settle accounts with Hauge and the others upon returning to the capital. He intended to seize full control of the Great Qing, disregarding any notions of reputation, directly eliminating Hauge, and declaring himself emperor. Only in this way can one establish a firm foothold amidst the threats posed by the Dragon Kingdom. He has already established contact with certain individuals in the capital. Someone will open the city gates for him. Yet, just as success seemed imminent, everything vanished. The capital has been lost. The very foundation upon which he had planned to rebuild is gone. What utter incompetence is this? Even if he had taken a considerable number of troops with him, there were still at least 20 to 30,000 elite cavalry stationed in the capital, along with other forces, amounting to no less than 100,000. If new recruits had been added during this period, the actual troop strength would be even greater. Moreover, he had previously been warned to be cautious of a potential home invasion, and yet his home has been lost? Duluin felt a darkness enveloping his vision, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Just then, the sound of approaching hooves drew near from behind. Just as he was about to faint, Duluin was jolted awake. What is happening? Lord Duluin, it is the cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom. How could this be possible? Have they lost their minds? Are they pursuing us directly across the city? Duluin, in a frenzy, clutched his head, scratching his scalp in confusion. LV-Bu, did you truly believe we could not breach your border city? We merely awaited the moment your morale shattered. After all, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are far more valuable than your rabble. It's simply to give you a false sense of hope. As for us, we have long since dispersed and infiltrated, and the rear cities will soon fall. We can pursue you with abandon. How does it feel to be in such despair? Haha. Liu Bang. LV-Bu's temperament leaves much to be desired. Cheng Eugene, what is wrong with a general being a bit arrogant? I, old Cheng, see no issue with it. Ing Zheng, has the capital of the Great Qing truly been lost? Is Hui Zubing a divine envoy? Zhao Kuangyin, can a capital city really be captured by merely a few thousand troops? Is this a tale from mythology? Li Jing, what exactly happened? Can someone explain? How was this accomplished? Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di, and others gazed at the barrage of comments. Their expressions one of disbelief as they fixed their eyes on Gao Ming. Everything unfolded as he had described. Yet had Ti just been drinking with them? Amidst their laughter and toasts, the capital of the Great Qing has vanished. The Dragon Kingdom has seized the Great Qing. The speed is staggering. Is it necessary to be this terrifying? He seems to have done nothing at all. How does he possess such profound insight into all that transpires outside? At this moment, Gao Ming appeared immensely enigmatic in their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang also came to a realization. It was indeed too late. If he wished to preserve his descendants, there seemed to be but one recourse to seek the aid of the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Shimin immediately grasped this as well. Casting a curious glance at Zhu Yuanzhang, he wondered whether the Ming Emperor would indeed request assistance from the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 81. Amid laughter. The mountains and rivers collapse. Who evades whose brilliance? Zhu Yuanzhang soon came to this realization. However, as the Emperor of the Ming dynasty, he had long since ceased to seek favors from others, making it difficult for him to lower his pride. In the moment of Zhu Yuanzhang's hesitation, Zhu Di stepped forth without a moment's pause. I humbly request the Dragon Emperor to extend his assistance. Should the Dragon Emperor have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang also spoke up. I beseech the Dragon Emperor to lend his hand. We shall prepare substantial rewards in gratitude. Gao Ming glanced at Zhu Di and then at Zhu Yuanzhang with a slight smile. You are all esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, bringing generous gifts. Let this be the return gift from the Dragon Kingdom. We shall do our best to save the Ming royal family, though I cannot guarantee how many we can rescue, as your royal kin are not a small number. Gao Ming's words were pointedly directed at Zhu Yuanzhang. That is only natural, Zhu Di and Zhu Yuanzhang replied in unison. In times of great turmoil and dynastic change, casualties are inevitable. As long as not everyone is completely eradicated, it is already commendable. Li Shimin observed Gao Ming's generous response, seemingly not asking for anything in return. Yet, as emperors, they had long since ingrained the considerations of human nature and interests into their very essence. Oftentimes, what appears to be free is indeed the most costly. Li Shimin's gaze inadvertently drifted over Zhu Di. Could the Ming emperor have foreseen such a multitude of royal descendants in the future? Gao Ming inquired with curiosity. By the end of the Ming dynasty, the royal family members numbered around 200,000 to 300,000, all enjoying very favorable treatment, accounting for approximately 30% of the Ming's fiscal expenditures. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they directly burdened the Ming's finances. Gao Ming believed that Zhu Yuanzhang had already gleaned such insights from the descendants of the late Ming. The future is fraught with uncertainty, thus. The choices made in the present are undoubtedly the result of careful deliberation. However, the sheer growth in population is indeed somewhat unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, feeling no need to conceal the truth. This is a matter known to future generations. I understand now. Thank you for the clarification, Gao Ming acknowledged. An emperor who founded a nation could hardly be oblivious to the probable number of his future descendants. It is not an exceedingly difficult mathematical estimation. Many might underestimate Zhu Yuanzhang due to his humble origins, believing his knowledge to be shallow and failing to recognize this issue. Yet, how could one who ascended to the throne of a founding emperor not have seriously considered this matter, even if he had overlooked it? Would not the civil and military officials have raised such points? Indeed, this should have been mentioned long ago, but it ultimately continued unchallenged. It cannot be denied that Zhu Yuanzhang was an extraordinary emperor, a figure of great merit for the entire Han people. However, his concept of ruling the realm may have been stronger than that of many other emperors. I believe the Ming dynasty will flourish increasingly, but from a historical perspective. It seems we may have overestimated the descendants of the future, Zhu Yuanzhang added. This was also his contemplation at the time. Although the stipends provided to the royal family were considerable, he believed that as long as the Ming dynasty developed in tandem, the future would become increasingly promising. And the support for the royal family should not become a burden. At that moment, which minister would dare to declare that the future of the Ming would falter? Such a pronouncement would be tantamount to cursing the dynasty. Indeed, the future was rife with uncertainties, and being able to focus on the present was commendable enough. Li Shimin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Qing dynasty was effectively at an end. Zhu Di's attention remained fixed on the celestial dome. Both the old and new capitals had vanished, and the Qing had become a mere shadow of its former self, should the emperor be captured. The nation could be declared extinct in name. The speed of the Dragon Emperor was truly astonishing. Li Shimin expressed genuine admiration, even suspecting that when Gao Ming dispatched Hua Tuibing to the Qing, he had already harbored intentions of annihilating the state. Otherwise, the events could not have unfolded so rapidly and smoothly. Yet, even if they conquered the Qing, it would not be practical for the Dragon Emperor to dispatch a large army. The territory of the Qing was vast, and the forces required to manage and eliminate its remnants would be considerable. The Dragon Kingdom needed to prioritize its own defenses, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered. An army, one would think, should be omnipresent. Gao Ming replied with a calm smile. To manage with a large army would require hundreds of thousands. But recruiting directly from the homeland could yield as many as needed, while the Celestial Dome showcased the wealth and strength of the Dragon Kingdom, which would likely win the hearts of the local populace. Gao Ming still dispatched Zhang Jiao to ensure any potential unrest was quelled swiftly. Zhang Jiao, leading fewer than 1,000 cavalry, advanced day and night and had already reached the territory of the Qing. Hua Tuibing was tasked with the conquest, while Zhang Jiao was responsible for maintaining stability and explosive force. At that moment, the Celestial Dome revealed another significant piece of news, aligning with Li Shimin's earlier speculations. Hua Tuibing, Your Majesty, the Qing Emperor and key royal members have all surrendered, but others are scattering southward. Thorough eradication will require some time. Liu Bang, the Qing Emperor has been slain? This truly marks the fall of the Qing. Zhao Kuangying, was the Qing truly formidable? How could the capital have been taken so easily? Ying Zheng, the cumulative time from several previous lists amounts to less than a month, and a nation has vanished. Kublai Khan, after the Qing and Ming failed to appear on the lists consecutively, their former position has been supplanted by the Qin and Han, while the Dragon Kingdom endures. Were it not for this, even if they had missed the events, they could have dispatched observers to monitor each scene and discern what transpired in the Qing capital. No. Zhu Di looked at Li Shimin with a peculiar expression. Was his tongue truly that prophetic? In the Qing, Lord Dorgan, let us first avoid his might, a young general suggested, his face pale with fear. Avoid his might. He, El Bu, could divide and conquer. How many troops could he possibly command? Dorgan had initially sought to redeem himself from the shame inflicted by Elbu. We require time to regroup. We cannot engage in a battle without foundation. Lacking stable logistics and fortified cities, we shall be gradually eroded. Swiftly consolidating the remnants of our forces is undoubtedly the wisest choice, someone advised urgently. This is one reason. Another is the likelihood that, apart from Elbu, there may also be Seongyu in the rear. These two unparalleled warriors, even if they arrive in fragments, could bring with them several thousand cavalrymen. Such a confrontation would undoubtedly be a fierce struggle. Sooner or later, the Dragon Kingdom will pay a price. Ultimately, Dorgan chose not to collide with the increasingly close pursuers from behind. Instead, he advanced southward, but did not travel far before he discovered that the great Yuan Emperor awaited him ahead. I have a scheme to eliminate the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Would you care to try? Beiping is a frontier city. How are thousands of troops captured? Zhu Di, filled with curiosity, gazed inquisitively at Gao Ming. The power of the people is far greater than you can imagine. Moreover, dealing with a startled bird is not as challenging as you all presume. If they can unite and gather the remnants of all their armies, it may pose a bit more trouble. Gao Ming, of course, was aware of the specific process but did not divulge it. These are the tactics of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as they remain concealed, they might be of use one day. Gao Ming's words rendered Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin silent. The power of the people, once again. The weight of these two words resonated with everyone. Speculations arose regarding the events that transpired in the capital of the Qing dynasty, especially among Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin, who, based on the information from the heavens, could reconstruct a rough outline. Perhaps it was a method employed by Hua Tsubing that incited turmoil within the capital. Some means was used to breach the seemingly impregnable walls, capturing the king by first seizing the thief. However, their internal division. It is possible that this was orchestrated by you, is it not? You were the one who returned Dorgan, weren't you? Let us proceed to the palace. The dishes will grow cold, and tonight's banquet has only just begun. Gao Ming spoke with an air of nonchalance, observing the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, who, despite having seized a nation in mere conversation, remained as tranquil as though nothing had transpired. Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang were momentarily taken aback. This composure amid honor and disgrace seemed to surpass their own. If it were they who had captured a nation, achieving such tranquility would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 82. The Military Rankings of the Dragon Kingdom Premier. A grand opening indeed. A must-read. A combined chapter. The events unfolded far more smoothly than I had anticipated. The celestial canopy proved to be an invaluable asset. However, the troops brought along were somewhat insufficient, hindering the simultaneous pursuit of all fleeing remnants of the Qing dynasty. Ho Chu Bing led a cavalry charge against the retreating royal convoy of the Qing. The other targets were not of immediate concern, and it was unwise to disperse his forces too widely. The recently joined People's Army lacked sufficient combat prowess. They were still too frail, and the majority were untrained in horseback riding. Should they engage in a mounted pursuit of the remaining Qing remnants, it would likely create more chaos than order. Nevertheless, their presence was not without merit. In fact, without their support, capturing the capital would undoubtedly take longer. Just days prior, following the defeat of Aji Gu in the complete rout of Dorgan, the capital was placed under urgent martial law. All available troops from nearby cities had been summoned. Compared to other cities, the capital boasted higher walls, more abundant provisions, and was thus easier to defend. A direct assault was indeed impractical. However, Ho Chu Bing had already devised a strategy to seize the city before his departure. With the troop strength around the capital significantly diminished and the surrounding cities not particularly formidable, Ho Chu Bing and his men orchestrated a series of successful night raids on city after city. This time, they did not hasten to leave, but rather inspired the oppressed Han people to rise against their oppressors. They have taken your wives and daughters. They have seized your wealth and land. They have forced you to adopt their customs. You are a people of a fallen nation. History records that starting this year, the Qing will systematically massacre regions such as Aizu and Jiadi. But now, if you dare to take up arms, you can rewrite your destiny. The Qing forces are in disarray at the front. Internal strife is rampant. It is time to cleanse this group of invaders once and for all. Remember, we, the Dragon Kingdom, will be your most steadfast support. Reinforcements will flow in ceaselessly. Join me in reclaiming your food. Reclaim your wealth. Rescue your families. Ho Chu Bing passionately rallied the local armed forces and citizens in each city. If he could mobilize 100,000 to gather near the capital, it would be enough to throw the enemy into disarray. They could then seize the opportunity to infiltrate the capital, rally the citizens, and distract the Qing forces guarding the city walls, creating an opening to breach the defenses and reach the palace. Not only did he dare to appear before the cities he had yet to conquer, but he also utilized a loudspeaker and distributed flyers to convey this information. Some Han commanders, already wavering and lacking sufficient forces, even opened the city gates to surrender, which took Ho Chu-bing by surprise. Consequently, the subsequent events unfolded with remarkable ease. We are willing to follow the champion marquis to vanquish the foreign invaders. Indeed, this is the legacy of our Han ancestors, the standard of the Han people. I believe in General Ho. Alas, the grand era of the Qing dynasty has come to an end. There is little to fear in aligning with the Dragon Kingdom. If we perish, will my children survive? Indeed, for those who dedicate themselves to the Dragon Kingdom, their offspring shall be supported by us without charge, ensuring they grow to adulthood. Ho Chu-bing affirmed this response. In that moment, cities erupted with fervor. The relentless oppression, massacre, and plunder since the Qing entered the realm. The resounding defeat of Dorgan. The disarray of the Qing forces. The splendid life of the Dragon Kingdom illuminated the heavens above. Their Han ancestors. The legends of their Han lineage. Amidst this collision, the long-oppressed populace erupted with unprecedented fervor. Initially, mobilizing thousands to draw attention was commendable. Yet, ultimately, hundreds of thousands rallied, with numbers ever increasing. Not merely commoners, but even those affluent families who had capitulated under duress were eager to take a stand. They turned to support the Dragon Kingdom. In the years since the Qing entered the realm, their oppression had been utterly relentless. The people were in dire straits. Insurrection sprang forth everywhere. The capital's elite, naturally, since the shift outside yet chose to fortify their defenses, unwilling to venture forth. They resolved to remain within the city walls, for once the gates opened, Ho Chu-bing would undoubtedly surge forth with the masses. This was a truth verified by Prince Ng Aji-gu at the cost of his life. Surely, they would not assault the city? We have already dispatched envoys to the Dragon Kingdom for negotiations. They possess only a few thousand true soldiers that cannot be so reckless. Curse be Dorgan, that cunning rogue, ever elusive. May the envoys hasten to the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom, showcasing our sincerity to the fullest. Even many insurgents hiding in the nearby mountains, upon witnessing the celestial display and learning of the events here, flocked to pledge allegiance to Ho Chu-bing. He realized he had underestimated both his own influence and that of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, he found himself somewhat apprehensive, worried that these individuals might lose control in their fervor. In their desperation, the casualties could be immense, for they had yet to harmonize. Many among them were impoverished souls long oppressed. Ho Chu-bing, filled with compassion, recognized there was a better way. Thus, he reiterated to those insurgents who rallied to him, "You need only maintain a certain distance from the capital, uphold order, apply pressure, and capture their attention. The rest shall be entrusted to us. Are we not determined to seize the capital at all costs?" questioned an insurgent leader in confusion. "Such a course would result in heavy losses. We possess a superior strategy." "Very well, we shall heed General Ho's counsel." As these insurgents and common folk began to appear outside the capital, an air of tension enveloped the entire city. They beheld the throngs of people, their fierce, predatory gazes, as if ready to rend them to pieces. Ho Gu and his companions merely stood upon the city walls, casting a glance at the scene. A chill of dread enveloped the room, prompting an urgent call for reinforcements to bolster defenses. Such a gaze, once the city falls, would surely lead to their gruesome demise at the hands of these ravenous foes. What sorcery has the Dragon Kingdom employed? These servants, whom we have easily subdued, have transformed into such terrifying adversaries in merely a few days. It is the people's sentiment, Lord Hauge, the legendary Han General Ho Chu-bing, coupled with the influence of the Dragon Kingdom, has incited the populace into a frenzy akin to starving wolves and ferocious tigers. Even the recently allied scholar, Gan Lin, wore a visage of sheer terror. How infuriating. Many lack weapons, yet we must hold our ground. If only Shenyang had not fallen. That place is now overrun by local citizens and the rebel forces. The three brothers are utterly useless. Hauge could not contain his scorn for Duo, Dorong, and Ajij. That night, Ho Chu-bing himself led a band of elite warriors, skilled and of high rank. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos caused by the rebels and the populace outside, they stealthily infiltrated the capital through the weakened sections of the city walls, employing agile climbing tools. Initially, Ho Chu-bing intended to rally the citizens within the city. However, during his mobilization efforts, he was unexpectedly discovered by an old minister of the Ming, who, instead of reporting him, expressed a willingness to assist the Dragon Kingdom. He had no desire to ally with the Manchus. With the emperor deceased and the tide turned, he felt powerless to alter the course of events. He offered to rally more former Ming officials to aid Huitzubing. At first, under Emperor Chongzhen's obstinacy, they had remained passive. When Li Ziqing arrived, they sought to secure peace through wealth, believing that no matter the circumstances, it remained their Han Dynasty's realm, merely under a disobedient emperor. Little did they know, before Li Ziqing could settle in, the Manchus had arrived. As many wealthy families found themselves stripped of resources, the Qing army resorted to ruthless exploitation. Regret gnawed at numerous prominent families and Ming officials, especially upon learning of Zhu Yuanzhang's existence. They trembled at the thought of appealing to him, fearing the wrath that would befall them for having once ignored the fall of the Ming. Now, with the emergence of the Dragon Kingdom as an option, they swiftly turned their allegiances. Huitzubing held these former Ming officials, who bore the weight of a nation's downfall, in disdain. Yet, among them were those of potential utility. With their assistance, his endeavors could proceed more smoothly. Huitzubing harnessed their capabilities, yet how to manage them thereafter, determining who among them was truly valuable, would require further scrutiny. Those who were fundamentally traitorous would ultimately face purging. With internal collaboration, the citizens initiated acts of sabotage across the city. When the palace's imperial guards were compelled to investigate the disturbances, Huitzubing buried the majority of the potent explosives he had brought near the city wall closest to the palace. With a thunderous explosion, the resonating echoes heralded the impending doom of the Qing dynasty. Though merely a few thousand cavalry were assembled, a significant portion of the military forces in the capital had been drawn to other city defenses. Amidst the chaos, some citizens wreaked havoc within the city, responding to the turmoil. In the event of impassable roads, even if these forces were to discover Huitzubing making a direct advance toward the imperial palace, it would be challenging to provide immediate reinforcements. Huitzubing, leading thousands of troops, charged forth to the palace, utilizing the remaining explosives to blast open the grand entrance. With an overwhelming ferocity, he surged into the ranks of the Qing army. However, the Qing royal family remained vigilant, realizing that the enemy had breached the palace gates, leading them to mistakenly assume that the city had already fallen. Rather than mounting a desperate defense, they fled with their emperor in tow. The likes of Hao Gu and others were also terrified and fled in disarray. Huitzubing, however, opted to capture the nominal emperor of the opposing side. While the emperor held no real power, his symbolic significance was immense. With the emperor's demise, the remaining adversaries would merely be remnants, incapable of claiming the throne with legitimacy. They would not be afforded this opportunity. Ultimately, Huitzubing caught up with the Qing royal family, ensuring that all who were to be eliminated met their fate. Following the capture of the capital, the Dragon Kingdom's national advisor, Zhang Jiao, arrived at the scene. "Advisor, I entrust the rear to you. I shall retrieve Hao Ji's head," he declared. "Rest assured, these cities are secure. With the abundant provisions and wealth within, it won't be long before they belong to the Dragon Kingdom," Zhang Jiao replied confidently. Indeed, Huitzubing harbored no doubts, pursuing the remaining forces of the Qing southward with his cavalry. In the Dragon Kingdom capital, the culinary offerings were truly diverse and exquisite. "What splendid wine! It is indeed delightful. This beef is exceptional," exclaimed Cheng Yaojin, indulging heartily. "Gentlemen, do not become so enraptured that you lose sight of your duties," Wei Zheng cautioned, also enjoying the feast. "Wei Zheng, could you refrain from using your chopsticks while making such remarks?" he retorted, laughter filling the air. However, Li Shimin felt a twinge of urgency within, as Zhu Yuanzhang's arrival and that of other envoys was imminent. They would soon discover that the Dragon Kingdom's emperor stood alone. Should others propose a marriage alliance first, the advantageous information he currently possessed would dissipate entirely. Consequently, after the banquet concluded, Li Shimin lingered a while longer. "I wonder if the Dragon Emperor has any intentions of a matrimonial alliance with our Tang dynasty. I have heard that the Dragon Emperor remains unmarried. The Dragon Kingdom does not require political unions to sustain its foundation. I prefer a more natural course. Furthermore, I believe the Tang Emperor should first address some minor issues surrounding him. The noble families are engaging in some subtle maneuvers, though not excessively so. They tread the line cautiously. Should they overstep, do not fault me for not having forewarned you," the Dragon Emperor replied. This left Li Shimin momentarily stunned. What schemes were the noble families concocting? However, the Dragon Emperor's assertion of not needing political alliances implied that if a genuine bond were to form through normal interactions, that would be entirely reasonable. On the day of the rankings broadcast, just prior to its commencement, As Gao Ming exited the palace to greet the envoy from the Qin dynasty, Princess Chong Lu fortuitously appeared beside him. "Then let us proceed together," Gao Ming said, not giving it much thought, seizing the moment. She harbored a curious interest in the renowned figures of other dynasties. Bringing them along was of little consequence. If they were not sovereigns, there was no need for you to personally receive them, was there? Today was the day for a routine inspection of the populace, and their reception was merely incidental. "Do you often do this?" inquired Princess Chong Lu with intrigue. "More or less," he replied. "But do you really travel with so few people?" she asked, puzzled. A retinue of over 100 is not insignificant. Yet, for an emperor of a great nation, is it not rather austere? Will security be ensured? Previously, she had received them in similar numbers, but at that time, she held a certain reverence for Gao Ming and refrained from further inquiries. Now, as she gradually realized he was not as formidable as he seemed, she felt emboldened to voice her lingering doubts. "It suffices, the people will not harm me. Besides, as you know, I have few consorts in my palace and do not require many attendants. I cannot very well bring the imperial guards along, can I?" Gao Ming dismissed her concerns. Princess Changla fell silent, contemplating. "You say you have few consorts, yet in truth, you have none at all. Should any unforeseen event arise, if they seek me, it must be for some grievance, and I shall ascertain the matter. What if there are malevolent individuals or remnants of the nations you have vanquished? No matter. For those who are disobedient, I possess some knowledge of martial arts," Gao Ming replied with a smile. With each individual rewarded by the system, he had a chance to acquire their talents. Thus, his claim of possessing some martial knowledge was not mere bravado. In fact, it was rather modest. "Very well," Princess Chong Lu said, observing Gao Ming, who did not appear particularly imposing, her doubts lingering. However, having stated his position, she felt it unwise to press further. After receiving Ming Tian, the attendants had just settled them in when the military ranking list appeared on the celestial screen. This ranking not only features the top 3 dynasties, but will also evaluate all previously listed dynasties in terms of military strength. The rankings will be based on comprehensive criteria, including total troop strength, combat prowess, equipment, renowned generals, institutional frameworks, and financial resources. Given the multitude of dynasties involved, the top 3 rankings will be broadcast simultaneously. The military rankings of the various dynasties were as follows. 1. Long Kingdom 2. Great Qin 3. Great Tang 4. Great Yuan 5. Great Ming 6. Great Han 7. Great Song. The release of this ranking sent shockwaves throughout the world. It detonated in everyone's minds like a powerful bomb. No one anticipated that this ranking would encompass nearly all dynasties currently in discussion. Why say nearly? Because the Great Qing was conspicuously absent. Ing Zheng exclaimed, "This time all rankings are included. Can we comprehensively understand the strengths of each dynasty?" Yet, Great Qin ranks second.